Liang Wan has found herself trapped within a narrative. The good news, she is the protagonist. The bad news, she is the heroine of a tragic tale. Moreover, it is a story she has never encountered before. With no knowledge of the plot, she must rely solely on the barrage of comments, the only connection to reality, to survive. Little did she expect that these comments were not from allies. When she suffers, the comments read, the smile won't fade, it will merely transfer to my face. When she experiences joy, the comments warn, Wan, I advise you not to be ungrateful. When she shares tender moments with her beloved, the comments taunt, couples who show affection die quickly. Though the comments are cruel, they can also be timely. When danger looms, they shout, Wan, run. He is a villain. At a crossroads, they caution, Wan, whatever you do, do not go right. When misunderstandings arise with her love interest, the comments reassure, Wan, do not fear, he means well. Chapter 1. Slap. Liang Wan jolted awake, her back aflame with pain. As she opened her heavy eyelids, she realized she was sprawled across a wooden bench, her hands bound at either side. Just as she attempted to struggle, another lash struck her back, causing her entire body to shudder involuntarily. The agony forced a scream from her lips, yet her voice emerged hoarse, as though it had been silenced for an eternity, rendering it little more than a faint groan to an outsider. Her expression contorted in anguish, her mind still clouded with confusion. Wasn't she working overtime at home? Is this a kidnapping? Suddenly, a flurry of white text drifted before her eyes, settling into her line of sight. She furrowed her brow to read, only to discover the words above her were engaged in a lively discussion. Woo. Must it be so cruel right from the start? Wan, do not cry, just endure a little longer. The screenwriter, come hither. I pledge to refrain from sending you any threatening correspondence. Exquisitely faithful to the source material. A veritable delight for aficionados of the original work. Adherents of the original work? Screenwriter, bewildered, Liang Wan wondered if she had perhaps traversed into another reality. Eager to confirm her suspicions, Liang Wan turned her head with fervent anticipation, only to be met with the stinging lash of a whip across her back. A cry of anguish escaped Liang Wan's lips as she craned her neck upwards, her gaze falling upon a man clad in armor, his countenance exuding an air of haughty indifference. A mere glance was all she could manage before the searing pain compelled her to lower her head once more, her lips clenched tightly in a display of vulnerability. Through narrowed eyes, she observed the stream of commentary superimposed upon her vision, each word seemingly etched into her very being, offering a real-time critique of her experiences. After a period of observation, she gleaned the truth of her predicament from the spoilers contained within the commentary. She had indeed traversed into another reality. Furthermore, she had been thrust into the midst of a historical drama. And to add to the complexity, she was now inhabiting the role of the drama's female protagonist, bearing the same name as herself. Just as she began to find solace in the notion of possessing the protagonist's inherent advantages, a particularly conspicuous comment extinguished her nascent resolve. High-intensity alert. This narrative is replete with physical and emotional torment. Those of a delicate disposition, proceed with caution. The stark words physical and emotional torment struck Liang Wan's heart with the force of a physical blow, causing her to nearly choke. To be thrust into a life-threatening situation upon arrival was truly a cruel twist of fate. Upon witnessing her distress, the soldier responsible for the flogging immediately ceased his actions, inquiring with concern, "General, shall I continue?" Before Liang Wan could even glance at the commentary, she heard a resolute voice emanating from above. Continue the assault with vigor. The crimson imprints of her teeth marked her pallid lips as she silently cursed the man standing before her. Fortunately, a comment had just mentioned that this was merely the beginning, and she should not be in danger of death just yet. However, apart from the realization that she had traversed into another realm, she remained entirely ignorant of her original identity. Was this not akin to being reborn? Before she could fully process her indignation, Liang Wan suddenly felt darkness engulf her and fainted. Shun Xiaohong, clad in armor, shifted his expression and glanced at the military doctor nearby. Dr. Liu, the doctor, who had been waiting patiently, approached and took Liang Wan's pulse, stating calmly, "This young gentleman is fine, he merely fainted due to exhaustion." He then shook his head, adding, The bamboo whip's poison is indeed a rare toxin, and it appears that this punishment has not entirely expelled the venom. The doctor observed Liang Wan's garments, which were both tattered from the whipping and soaked in blood. It seems that the weight of his clothing has hindered the whip from making proper contact with the skin. It would be best to remove his attire to allow the skin to endure further strain, thereby enhancing the detoxification process. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Xiaohong vehemently refused, "Absolutely not." The doctor, perplexed, inquired, "General Shun, but we are all men here. What is the issue?" Shun Xiaohong gazed at the semi-conscious figure of Liang Wan, who was disguised as a male, and felt a tumult of emotions within him. They all believed her to be a man. Chapter 2. Only he knew that the figure before him, clad in coarse linen garments, was actually a young maiden in the bloom of her youth. Subjecting her to the punishment of the whip had already pushed her to her limits. How could they possibly strip her of her garments and tarnish her dignity? Despite his newfound awareness of being a mere pawn in a peculiar world, manipulated by the quill of a certain celestial envoy, he remained indifferent to the concept of his destined counterpart. Fate. Love had always merely influenced the swiftness of his blade in battle. He scoffed at the notion, but had no desire to exploit this situation to her detriment. If she wished to embody a man, then let her do so for a lifetime, provided she did not disturb his peace. He fabricated a flimsy excuse. Autumn had arrived, and undressing might invite the chill. The army doctor twitched at the corner of his mouth, about to voice his thoughts, but met the piercing gaze of Shun Xiaohong, which compelled him to swallow his words. Shun Xiaohong glanced at the soldier wielding the whip and commanded, "Change personnel, continue the punishment." Thus, as Liang Wan's back became a canvas of blood and flesh, she was finally carried into the tent to rest. It was not until night fell that she regained consciousness, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fluttering open, curiously surveying her surroundings within the tent. Inside, there was only a simple square table, scattered with a few medicine bottles. She lay upon a wooden bed, with only a thin layer of plush blanket beneath her, which felt somewhat uncomfortable against her skin. Liang Wan cast a glance before averting her gaze, reflecting inwardly. It is indeed formidable to possess the aura of a heroine. Despite enduring such tremendous suffering, she remains alive. Yet, the identity of her savior eludes her. The barrage of comments appeared promptly, drifting languidly before her eyes. Wan has awakened. This ethereal aura is absolutely stunning. How beautiful! Eagerly anticipating the sight of Wan in her feminine form. Feminine form? Liang Wan lowered her head to observe her attire. Noting that she was indeed clad in the traditional garments of ancient men, an elegant robe and trousers. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. In antiquity, the expectations placed upon women were exceedingly stringent. By masquerading as a man, she could speak and act without the meticulousness required of a refined young lady, thus alleviating her burdens considerably. As she pondered this, the comments cascaded once more with uniformity. "Husband has arrived. Husband has arrived. Husband has arrived. Husband?" Liang Wan jolted, attempting to rise but inadvertently tugging at her back, causing her to grimace in pain. "Do not move," a man's voice barked, startling Liang Wan into lifting her head, whereupon she beheld a familiar visage. Liang Wan. Upon encountering Shun Xiaohong's face, she was struck as though she had seen a specter. The faint color that had returned to her cheeks vanished in an instant. This man was the very one who had ordered her to be whipped moments ago. How could he be here? It seemed she had not been rescued at all. No, wait. The comments spoke of a husband. A tempest of realization surged through her mind within seconds as she grasped the nature of her relationship with the man before her. Liang Wan furrowed her brow slightly, beginning to scrutinize the man's features. Shun Xiaohong was still clad in her glimmering armor, each step resonating with the sound of metallic echoes, her posture upright and exuding an air of valor. Upon closer inspection, beneath her sharply defined brows lay a pair of captivating phoenix eyes, radiating a striking aura that sent shivers down one's spine with their piercing clarity. She appeared far more handsome than the charming figures she typically encountered in short videos. Well, she was quite impressive indeed. Chapter 3. No. Liang Wan shook her head vigorously, attempting to cast away the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her mind. It was this individual who had commanded her to be reduced to her current state. She resolutely refused to become a love-struck fool. Fidgeting would only exacerbate her injuries, offering her no benefit whatsoever. As Shun Xiaohong approached the bedside, he refrained from glancing at Liang Wan's back due to the propriety between men and women. Instead, He focused intently on her exquisite profile, which was turned slightly away, and spoke in a low, admonishing tone. Liang Wan scoffed inwardly, turning her face away in defiance. However, her disdain was not feigned. She feared that her dissatisfaction would be visible to him, provoking him to summon someone to administer another beating. After all, survival was paramount. She attempted to shift her body further into the bed, maintaining a safe distance from Shin Xiaohong. Yet, to her dismay, she exerted too much force, causing the barely healed wound to reopen, accompanied by a surge of pain that made her break out in a cold sweat. Though she could not see the expression on Shin Xiaohong's face, she could discern the audience's commentary in the barrage of messages. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and explain. Oh my, just watching it hurts. Shin Xiaohong, can't you say something? Comfort her already. Shin Xiaohong, if the sky falls, I'll be the one to hold it up with my words. Fearing that Shin Xiaohong might take further action, Liang Wan, despite the pain, dared not utter a sound and merely furrowed her brows while facing away from him. However, rather than hearing him speak, she noticed the sound of armor clinking receding into the distance. Confused, she cautiously turned her head slightly to confirm. Indeed, he had left the tent. Had he just walked away like that? She turned her head, watching the barrage of comments slowly scroll before her eyes. Wan is disappointed. It's not without reason that Wan hated General Shun in the beginning. Wan, please don't hate General Shun. He only wishes the best for you. For my own good? Liang Wan squinted at the barrage, muttering softly, what kind of new age barrage is this, PUA? It seems Wan is trying to speak. Why the silence? Is there something that I, a distinguished VIP, cannot hear? Upon noticing the barrage discussing her subtle movements, Liang Wan was momentarily petrified. Wait, a terrifying thought suddenly struck her. This barrage had been following her. If she were to bathe or change her clothes, wouldn't that mean? Liang Wan. Still engulfed in fear and unease, Liang Wan once again heard a sound at the entrance. A doctor entered the tent, accompanied by a female physician, followed closely by Shin Xiaohong. Liang Wan fixed her gaze on the doctor as he approached the bedside, observing her exposed back. His expression resembled one who had encountered a gruesome sight. He solemnly began to consult the female physician beside him. These lash marks are very deep, bleeding profusely. We need to apply more hemostatic herbs. This area, whether it rots or not, should be shaved off. Here, it has penetrated to the marrow. We must be cautious with the medication. Hiss, although Liang Wan could not see her back, the mere sound of the doctor's description intensified the pain she had previously felt, amplifying it several-fold. She bit her lip and turned her face away, facing the side of the bed, seeking only to divert her attention to the scrolling comments. Alas, Liang Wan despised Shin Xiaohong with all her might. General Shun, why do you not hasten to comfort your wife? She lamented. What a hopelessly oblivious man, merely standing there. The special effects were so lifelike, it hardly seemed like acting. Oh, dear family, who understands? I am currently partaking in my lunch. Liang Wan grimaced as she read the comments, intending to divert her attention but only growing more anxious. Suddenly, an unknown object brushed against her wound from behind, prompting her to emit a piercing scream. Chapter 4. Amidst a barrage of mocking laughter in the comments. Ha! I'm so sorry. I can't help but laugh. Ha ha. The smile won't fade. It merely shifts to my face, and a series of other jests. Liang Wan, however, squeezed out 2 tears due to the pain. The physician's assistant was startled by Liang Wan's piercing scream, retracting her hand momentarily, and cautiously inquired, My lord, are you all right? Liang Wan took a deep breath, gritting her teeth in a show of resilience as she replied, I can manage. Only then did the physician's assistant resume her task, approaching the wound still seeping blood with the medicinal paste. This time, Liang Wan had mentally prepared herself and refrained from screaming. Yet, as a product of the 21st century, she had never experienced such excruciating physical torment. Presently, she was enduring the treatment of her injury without any anesthetic. Even the typically self-proclaimed strong-willed Liang Wan could only grit her teeth and weep, her tears cascading like rain-soaked pear blossoms. The laughter in the comments faded, replaced by expressions of concern for Liang Wan. It hurts just watching. Sob, 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 sob. Dear writer, please don't torment her. I'm already crying. General Shun is heartbroken. Why didn't you use the anesthetic given by your master before departing? Where's the anesthetic, Wan? Hurry and bring it out. The anesthetic is in the cloth bag. Go fetch it quickly. Anesthetic? Liang Wan, propping her frail form, weakly echoed the comments. Anesthetic, in the cloth bag. Hearing her voice, the physician's assistant paused and asked, What is the young master searching for? I possess an anesthetic in my pouch. An anesthetic? What kind of medicine is that? The female physician glanced at the doctor beside her, who appeared equally bewildered, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. Liang Wan's tears flowed more feebly, accompanied by faint sobs. It's a pain relief medicine. Both the doctor and the female physician were taken aback, and Shin Xiaohong stepped forward. What does she require? The female physician replied. The young man claims that he has pain relief medicine in his pouch. Shin Xiaohong cast a glance at the nearly unconscious Liang Wan, feeling an inner disdain, yet maintaining an expression devoid of any visible emotion. I shall retrieve it. Shin Xiaohong summoned someone to bring forth the pouch Liang Wan carried, and upon opening it, his countenance faltered momentarily. Which of these bottles contains the anesthetic? Hearing Shin Xiaohong's voice, Liang Wan turned in confusion, her eyes widening at the sight of the numerous vials he had brought. Liang Wan, astonished. The comments only informed her of the anesthetic. They did not mention the other contents within her bag. Furthermore, how could the original owner carry so many medicines? Was she perhaps a vendor? As the myriad of brightly colored, varied-shaped vials swirled before her, Liang Wan, feeling somewhat guilty, responded in a faint and trembling voice. I forgot. The crowd. The doctor remarked, allow me to examine it, took a vial from Shin Xiaohong, opened it, and inhaled deeply, concluding, this contains ephedra and asarum, likely intended for treating wind-cold ailments. He set aside the medicine bottles for classification and took another bottle, opening it to inhale the scent. This is chuanxiong, used for treating bone injuries. The doctor then picked up another bottle, opening it with a slight frown, instinctively distancing it. This is for treating diarrhea. This is for addressing spleen and stomach deficiency due to cold. This is for replenishing the kidneys. This is for treating infertility. Chapter 5. As the physician opened the 9th vial of medicine and inhaled its contents, he pondered thoughtfully while touching the tingling tip of his nose. The sensation was mildly numbing, and to his surprise, he felt nothing upon contact. How peculiar. Pointing at the vial with excitement, the physician exclaimed, this is it. This must be the anesthetic. The female doctor let out a sigh of relief, only to be overtaken by curiosity as she inquired, can it really alleviate pain? Ignoring the implications of how the original owner could possess such a substance in a world devoid of anesthetics, Liang Wan summoned the last vestiges of her strength to respond. Yes. Hurry, just sprinkle it on like you do with the usual ointment. Being inexperienced with anesthetics, the physician was apprehensive about the female doctor's application and decided to take matters into his own hands. He meticulously sprinkled the powdered medicine onto Liang Wan's wounds, applying a bit more to the deeper gashes. Soon, Liang Wan could only feel a numbing sensation in her back. As her cries subsided, even the stoic Shin Xiaohong, who stood silently by her side with an unyielding expression, could not help but be slightly moved. Such extensive lacerations were beyond the realm of indifference, even for one accustomed to the brutality of injury. After all, she was but a woman. At this moment, Liang Wan, exhausted from her tears, felt a significant reduction in pain. Her heavy eyelids struggled to remain open, but soon surrendered to slumber, yielding to the embrace of sleep. Shin Xiaohong gazed at the still wet traces of her tears, his heartstrings unwittingly tugged by an unseen force. He furrowed his brow, attempting to dismiss the stirring emotions within him. After the doctor administered the anesthetic, he instructed the female medic to apply a layer of ointment conducive to wound healing, which took an entire hour. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, the doctor reflected on the remarkable efficacy of the anesthetic, lamenting that if it could be utilized within his army, the soldiers would suffer less. Shin Xiaohong, who had been observing quietly, found himself harboring the same thoughts as the doctor. Taking a deep breath, he declared, please keep this vial for your examination. Investigate its components to see if it can be replicated. I will seek her out for an explanation once she awakens. Yes, General Shun. The doctor and the medic bowed respectfully before departing from Shin Xiaohong's tent. Just then, a soldier approached the entrance, glancing at Liang Wan, who lay in a deep slumber on the bed. Shin Xiaohong summoned the soldier into the tent. General Shun, I have taken the military physician to investigate the river you mentioned. Indeed, the fruits there have been poisoned with bamboo whip venom. This river was where Shin Xiaohong had encountered Liang Wan earlier that morning while returning to camp after a military drill. She was washing by the riverbank, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, clad only in a woman's undergarment. With just a glance, he recognized her as his fated other half. and initially wished to avoid any entanglements, intent on leading his troops away swiftly. However, as he directed the formation to alter its course, he turned back to see Liang Wan staggering to her feet, only to collapse by the riverbank moments later. Concerned for her safety in the remote wilderness, he resolved to bring her back to the military camp for treatment. According to the military physician's diagnosis, she had contracted the rare and deadly poison known as bamboo whip. Fearing that the river water might be contaminated, he dispatched someone to bring a doctor for assessment. As he had suspected, the situation was indeed grave. He ordered that all water drawn from the river be deemed unfit for use, and instructed others to investigate the nearby villages for any available well water. After a day and a night of slumber, Liang Wan finally awoke on the third day of her arrival at the military camp. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the familiar sight of scrolling comments. Before she could fully focus, a voice from beside her inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Startled, Liang Wan turned her gaze to see Shin Xiuhong rising from a small table and approaching her. Chapter 6. Today, he donned no armor. The fitted azure garment accentuated his sleek and powerful physique, which could certainly be deemed a quintessential model's figure in the 21st century. Reflecting on this, Liang Wan could not help but furrow her brows, bemused by the absurdity of the thought. Noticing her delicate willow leaf brows knitted together in a manner that suggested deep distress, any inclination he had to express concern for her promptly dissipated. "Our army does not harbor idlers. I hope you will take your leave as soon as you are well," echoed Shin Xiuhong's voice once more in the air. "You really shouldn't speak if you lack skill. What a fine person, yet unfortunate to possess such a mouth. All right, Wan, I shall take my leave, and you, my friend, may await a life of solitude. General Shun, with such a demeanor, you shall never find a wife. Our army does not harbor idlers. You have been competitive since ancient times. Those of ancient times worked far harder than we do." At this moment, Liang Wan's attention was wholly captivated by the barrage of remarks lampooning Shin Xiuhong, finding solace in the shared sentiments of others, which caused the corners of her mouth to curve upward unconsciously. Yet, in Shin Xiuhong's eyes, Liang Wan appeared to be foolishly laughing at the empty air before her. He instinctively arched an eyebrow and remarked, "You." Realizing he was addressing her, Liang Wan abruptly suppressed her smile, her charming visage shifting more swiftly than a Sichuan opera mask. "It's nothing. I will depart as soon as I am healed. I shall not partake of a single grain more from you." To her surprise, he responded with such decisiveness that Shin Xiuhong chose not to dwell on the topic any further. "Well, your anesthetic is remarkably effective, and I wish to." Liang Wan gazed at him with her bright, clear eyes, patiently awaiting his next words. However, after a prolonged silence, it became evident that he had no intention of continuing. Seizing the moment, she interjected, "Do you desire it?" Shin Xiuhong nodded slightly. "I am uncertain of the value this medicine holds for you, distinguished sir, but for us soldiers who frequently march into battle, it serves as an excellent remedy for wounds. If you were to bestow the formula upon our army, I, Shin Xiuhong, along with my fellow warriors, would be profoundly grateful." Noticing Liang Wan's furrowed brow, he hastily added, "Should you desire anything in return, I will strive to fulfill your request." Yet, Liang Wan did not ease her troubled expression in light of his promise. In truth, she could indeed offer something, but as she was not the original owner of this body, she had no knowledge of the anesthetics formula. After a covert mental struggle, she feigned deep contemplation and declared, "The formula is a unique creation of my sect and is not suitable for dissemination." However, she shifted her tone. "I believe I still have some remnants of that potion. You may take it to the military physician for examination of its ingredients and dosages." With a long sigh, Shin Xiuhong appeared to relax. "Thank you, esteemed sir. May I inquire what you would desire as a form of recompense?" After a moment of contemplation, Liang Wan's face contorted in thought as she struggled to determine her wants, finally asking, "What can you offer me?" Unexpectedly, she countered his question. Shin Xiuhong, naturally endowed with a hint of coldness in her brow, furrowed her brows even more, casting a sidelong glance at the furnishings within the tent. With a tone tinged with awkwardness, she remarked, "I have spent my years leading troops in a battle. I may not have much to offer, but at the very least, I can ensure your safety." Chapter 7. Upon hearing his response, even though Liang Wan paid no mind to the ridicule in the comments, she couldn't help but be amused by his reckless promise, which disregarded the well-being of others. A hint of embarrassment crept across Shin Xiuhong's face as he suggested, "Perhaps it would be best if the young master expressed his desires himself." Liang Wan genuinely pondered for a moment. After a brief pause, She sighed deeply and said, "How about I discuss it with General Shin once I have made up my mind?" Shin Xiaohong did not expect an immediate answer from her. He nodded in acquiescence, claiming he had official duties to attend to, and then departed on his own. Once Shin Xiaohong left, Liang Wan found herself perplexed. The injuries she bore were inflicted by Shin Xiaohong, yet it was he who also saved her. Both the harm and the rescue were his doing. What could be the reason behind it? Unable to unravel her thoughts, she redirected her attention to the comments once more. However, the discussion had shifted away from her, focusing instead on other matters. General Shun is loyal and righteous. General Shun is in a dire situation. All his elite forces have perished. Those poisoned must endure at least 30 lashes to be cured. These soldiers cannot escape their fate. Yi Shangzhou must have an opportunity now. All elite forces perished? Liang Wan's alertness heightened as she raised her head, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Was Shin Xiaohong in danger? The mention of 30 lashes for the poison. Could it be that I too have been poisoned? Which led to my beating. While Liang Wan continued to mutter quietly to herself, the sound of whipping echoed from outside the tent. Perhaps the soldiers were resilient, for they did not emit loud cries of agony, yet the muffled sounds of men grunting could still be faintly heard. At that moment, a female medic entered the tent, carrying a meal. She hurriedly placed the meal on the small table beside the bed and said, "It seems I cannot attend to you today, so you shall have to manage on your own." Liang Wan called out to the departing physician, wondering if something troubling had occurred outside. Many soldiers, much like the young master, had fallen victim to the bamboo whip poison, and now both doctors and nurses were occupied providing assistance. With the current shortage of personnel, she was unable to tend to the young master as well. Indeed, it was as she suspected. Liang Wan understood and did not detain her. "You go ahead and attend to your duties. I can manage here." Once the physician had departed, Liang Wan found herself devoid of appetite, her thoughts entirely consumed by the barrage of comments on the screen. With most soldiers in the camp afflicted by poison, it was evident that someone had orchestrated this treachery. If the enemy were to attack now, would she not also be caught in the calamity? Contemplating this, she resolved to keep her eyes wide open, searching for clues amid the comments. General Shun is in trouble. High energy ahead. So handsome. This special effect is worth 500 million. Oh no, I'm so scared. It's so far from the tent. By the time reinforcements arrive, the bodies will likely be cold. Woo-woo, General Shun. Hold on. Your Wan is still waiting for you to return. Young Wan. Indeed, there was trouble. And it was not even nearby. If Shin Xiaohong were to encounter misfortune, this army would be left leaderless, making it even easier for an ambush. Was she not also in danger? Liang Wan propped herself up with her hands, using her elbows to shift her body slightly closer to the edge of the bed, craning her neck in an attempt to discern any movements outside the tent. She must find someone to rescue Shin Xiaohong. Outside, a few soldiers hurried past, and Liang Wan reached out toward the door, calling, "Hey you." The soldiers moved quickly, and the noise outside masked any commotion within the tent, leaving it unnoticed. Liang Wan glanced at the ground, stifling a wince from the dull ache in her back, and extended her hand to steady herself against the edge of the bed. Once she regained her balance, she gradually shifted her entire body down, utilizing the strength of her calves and feet. After considerable effort, she finally succeeded in getting out of bed. The barrage of messages continued to relay Shin Xiaohong's condition. Where are the reinforcements? If they don't arrive soon, General Shun will truly be lost. It's so brutal, I can't take it anymore. Although the battle damage makeup looks really cool. Chapter 8. The barrage of comments sent a shiver down Liang Wan's spine, while others watched with the detached demeanor of television viewers. She found herself ensnared in a far more visceral reality. After finally descending from the bed, she relied on her elbow to inch her way toward the door. The ground was uneven, littered with stones that grazed her hands and elicited sharp pangs of pain. Yet, the increasingly terrifying commentary compelled her to persist, leaving no room for respite as she crawled forward. Just as she was nearing the threshold, a pair of pink flat shoes abruptly appeared before her. Before Liang Wan could raise her gaze to identify the owner, a woman's voice exclaimed, "Young master, why have you gotten out of bed by yourself?" It was the physician. A sudden emptiness gripped Liang Wan's heart for reasons unknown, and she hurriedly inquired, "Where is General Shin now?" The physician, having set down the freshly brewed medicinal soup, assisted her upright while responding, "General Shun has just stepped out to investigate the matter of the bamboo whip poison. Is there something you need? Is there any news of him?" Liang Wan pressed, her anxiety escalating as the physician shook her head. "Your general is in danger. Send someone to rescue him at once. How do you know this, young master? Time was of the essence, and there was no room for explanation. Hurry, call for someone to search for him. General Shun has already collapsed. The physician, puzzled by Liang Wan's sudden urgency, nonetheless worried for General Shun's safety and hurried out to find assistance. Unable to see the situation concerning Shen Qiuhong, Liang Wan could only rely on the barrage of comments to speculate. It looks so painful. General Shen has passed away. Thus, the curtain falls on the entire performance. Though there was no bloodshed, the sight alone was painfully evocative. Who can truly understand? Fear not, for the male protagonist is endowed with the aura of a hero. He shall not meet his demise, having endured heart-wrenching moments. It feels regretful not to gaze upon that handsome visage. What a dilemma it is. Time slipped by unnoticed. At last, amidst a flurry of comments expressing sympathy for Shen Qiuhong's injuries, Liang Wan awaited the next development. Reinforcements have arrived. How splendid. Their arrival is truly timely. I was moved to tears. I've gone through an entire pack of tissues. Shen Qiuhong, you owe me for the tissues. Finally, General Shun can return home to see Wan Wan. Upon learning of Shen Qiuhong's rescue, Liang Wan exhaled in relief. A rumble emanated from her stomach, reminding her that she had yet to dine. After taking her medicine, she joyfully picked up her chopsticks to begin her meal. Once satiated, just as she set her chopsticks down, a figure entered the tent. It was a man, clad in military attire that was slightly more refined than that of ordinary soldiers, yet not as elaborate as the garments worn by Shen Qiuhong. This individual likely held a rank just beneath Shen Qiuhong's. Observing his sun-kissed visage, Liang Wan realized she did not recognize him. The man clasped his hands in salute, his voice resonant and strong. I am Lin Qishao. I extend my gratitude for your assistance in saving General Shun. Startled, Liang Wan nearly jumped, but upon grasping his intent, she offered an awkward smile. It was but a trifling effort. There's no need for such formality. Lin Qishao, the vice commander by Shen Qiuhong's side, finally raised his gaze to meet hers upon hearing her response. Not long ago, he had heard whispers that the young master brought back by the general was exceptionally handsome. Upon seeing him today, the rumors proved to be true. Liang Wan felt his gaze upon her, her face stiffening into a rather ungraceful smile. Do you require something? She inquired. Lin Qishao nodded. The young master is bedridden, and I am somewhat curious. How did you come to know of the general's predicament? At this, Liang Wan found her smile completely fading. Chapter 9. She concealed the upward curve of her lips. At a loss for an excuse, Liang Wan quickly devised a means to divert the conversation, inquiring, how is General Shen faring? The physician was attending to the general's wounds. And though the young master was kind to express concern, I still wish to know the reason behind your inquiry. Ouch! Young Wan exclaimed, feigning pain. My back aches terribly. I need to rest. Please come back with any questions once I have recovered. Lin Qishao discerned her unspoken intentions, yet chose not to unveil them. In that case, I shall not intrude upon your rest, he replied. As Lin Qishao's footsteps receded, Liang Wan breathed a silent sigh of relief. She turned to examine the barrage of comments, noting that the discussions were still centered around Shen Qiuhong's injuries, with no mention of her. It seems the camera does not solely focus on me, she murmured to herself. With this realization, her previous anxieties felt unwarranted. Exhausted after several hours of turmoil, Liang Wan eventually succumbed to slumber. Following this incident, she had not seen Shen Qiuhong for a full 3 days. During this time, she gleaned insights into his condition through the remarks in the comments and snippets shared by the physician. It appeared he had sustained some injuries, but was showing signs of improvement under the care of the military doctor. 3 days later, Liang Wan's back had nearly healed. Throughout this period, the physician had been occupied tending to soldiers afflicted by the venom of the bamboo whip, leaving her to tend to herself. With the dawn just breaking, she donned a fresh set of clothes and tidied her cloth bag. The pouch was a remnant of the original owner, containing 20 vials of various sizes and shapes, along with a small handful of long-dried, unidentified wild herbs. Liang Wan picked up one vial, emulating the earlier military doctor, and uncapped it, bringing it close to her nose to inhale its scent. The military doctor had previously identified the effects of the pills solely by their aroma, and she aspired to do the same, hoping that once she departed from this place, she could sell these medicines for a decent price. With those proceeds, she could secure a modest dwelling and acquire a piece of land, ensuring a peaceful retirement. However, as she leaned in, a pungent, indescribably acrid odor surged into her nostrils. Liang Wan rubbed her irritated nose, contorting her face into an expression of dismay. What she thought would be an aromatic discernment of medicine had turned into a noxious encounter. Undeterred, she opened another vial. The scent of this one was not as overpowering as the previous. Yet, as she inhaled, Liang Wan suddenly felt a peculiar dizziness enveloping her mind. Just as this realization dawned upon her, a sudden thud echoed as her vision blurred, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After a brief moment, Liang Wan awoke on the floor, rubbing her throbbing temples as she sat upright. In her haste, she had left the cap of the vial uncapped, but now she cautiously opened another one. This time, she prudently refrained from bringing it close to her face. Instead, she poured the contents into her palm. A small, green pill nestled in her hand. And even without bringing it near, she could still detect its faint, refreshing scent of mint. Liang Wan squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the medicine before her. After a prolonged examination, she was still unable to discern its efficacy. Sitting despondently on the ground, she let out a deep sigh. The remnants of medicinal herbs left by the original owner were beyond her comprehension, as she possessed no knowledge of medicine whatsoever. She lifted her gaze, hoping to catch a glimpse of the bullet comments, to see if the audience might divulge any helpful insights. Yet, the comments had not appeared since the break of dawn, as if they had vanished into thin air. What could be the reason for this? Instinctively, Liang Wan rubbed her temples, attempting to activate the mechanism for the comments. However, her efforts proved futile. Perhaps it would be better to consult the physicians within the military. Chapter 10. As Liang Wan pondered, she rose from her seat, stowing the medicinal herbs back into her cloth bag, and proceeded to seek out the military physician. Upon arriving at the physician's tent, she noted the stark difference from her own accommodations in recent days. This one was not only more spacious, but also furnished with numerous beds adorned with blankets. Many soldiers lay prostrate, nursing wounds from the lash, their backs marred and raw. The sight of their injuries evoked a vivid recollection of her own recent afflictions, causing beads of cold sweat to form involuntarily upon her brow. "Young Master Liang, why are you up?" The physician's assistant, having just administered treatment to a nearby soldier, turned to find Liang Wan standing beside her. Liang Wan offered an awkward smile. "Is the doctor available? I wish to consult him regarding these medications." She emphasized her request by gently nudging the bag cradled in her arms. The physician's assistant nodded. "Please, follow me." Liang Wan trailed behind her as they navigated around a partition, discovering the doctor deeply engrossed in his writing at a desk within. Upon hearing their approach, the doctor looked up, and upon recognizing Liang Wan, his face blossomed into a warm smile. The doctor rose, his demeanor courteous and respectful. "Young Master Liang, I was just about to seek you out." Liang Wan, puzzled, inquired, "What business does the doctor have with me?" "Thanks to your anesthetic, our soldiers have endured significantly less suffering during their treatment. I was preparing to express my gratitude to you." Liang Wan waved her hand dismissively. "You are too kind, doctor. Being able to alleviate the suffering of our brave soldiers is, in truth, my way of repaying the immense favor owed to you all for neutralizing the poison from the bamboo whip. I noticed that you carry an array of medicinal bottles, which suggests that you, too, are a person of knowledge in this field. I would like to discuss a few matters regarding anesthetics with you." Liang Wan was suddenly taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise, and her tone tinged with a hint of unease. What question?" she stammered. "I have practiced medicine for over 30 years and have never encountered a remedy in this world that possesses such analgesic properties. For you to not only possess such a miraculous drug, but also to be willing to share it with us, is indeed a remarkable achievement for me, Shinjun." With each compliment from him, Liang Wan felt increasingly sheepish, offering a feeble smile in response. "The doctor overestimates my abilities. It was merely a trivial effort, hardly worthy of mention." Her modesty only deepened the doctor's admiration. "Young master, your intellect is truly profound, placing you far beyond our reach. I heard from General Shun that your prescription originates from your master. May I inquire as to your teacher's identity?" Liang Wan subtly raised her eyelids, discreetly scanning the comments. Yet no one provided an answer to her query. Taking a deep breath, she fabricated a response. "I am a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. I wonder if the doctor has heard of it?" Upon uttering these words, she felt a surge of pride within. In the realm beyond her doorstep, one's identity is often self-fashioned. Fortuitously, having perused numerous ancient novels, she could effortlessly conjure the Medicine King Valley, a legendary sect. Even if the doctor was unfamiliar with it, she could easily claim it was a minor faction, obscure and little known. To her astonishment, The doctor's eyes gleamed with newfound interest, regarding Liang Wan as if a predator had spotted its prey. The Medicine King Valley. It is said to possess the miraculous healing arts capable of reviving the dead and mending broken bones. I never imagined you were a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Dr. Liu, having spent years alongside General Shun in the practice of medicine and warfare, had limited opportunities for interaction with fellow practitioners, let alone those from the realm of the martial arts. Now, having finally encountered a living representative, it was difficult for him to remain unmoved. Regarding his performance, Liang Wan could only think of two words: it's over. Who could comprehend the nonsensical fabrications that, astonishingly, exist as reality in this world? As for the realm of medicine, well, the boastfulness has reached grandiose proportions. Chapter 11. Though her heart was in turmoil, Liang Wan maintained an air of composure, bolstered by her formidable mental fortitude. I am but an inconsequential disciple of the Medicine King Valley. My medical skills are rather lacking, and I feel quite ashamed, she stated modestly. Indeed. While there are numerous disciples in the Medicine King Valley, those who are accepted into its ranks are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Thus, there is little need for young Master Liang to continue his humility. Deciding to cast aside her reservations, Liang Wan opened her cloth bag and retrieved the vials within. Upon seeing her actions, Dr. Liu inquired, "Young master, what is it that you seek?" "I have a rather unreasonable request, and I hope Dr. Liu can assist me," she replied. Dr. Liu, quick to gesture dismissively, said, "You have already bestowed upon me the great favor of anesthesia. I have yet to express my gratitude. Please, do not hesitate to ask." Liang Wan, feeling no need to be overly polite, pointed to the vial she had extracted. "These medicines were gifted to me by my master before I descended the mountain, but I am not entirely familiar with their effects. I would be grateful if Dr. Liu could help me identify them." Dr. Liu, upon hearing her request, patted his chest affirmatively. "Of course, I happen to have some free time at the moment." They both took their seats at the writing desk, and as Dr. Liu described each vial, Liang Wan diligently noted down the information. "This is for treating wind cold. This is for alleviating diarrhea. This is for bone injuries. This is for infertility." After completing her notes, she affixed labels onto the vials with paste. Suddenly, the barrage of comments that had previously vanished reappeared before her eyes. "Here it comes. Here it comes. So touching. First, Wan is here." Was her inability to see the comments earlier merely a result of the drama not being aired? In a realm concealed from the audience's gaze, her narrative continues unabated. Liang Wan, having deciphered the logic behind the barrage of comments, inadvertently kicked a small pebble underfoot, nearly losing her balance. She is about to encounter that unfortunate soldier. After meeting him, Wan will once again misunderstand General Shun. Just as Wan's wounds are healing, she is fated to suffer anew. It would be better to end my misery. I can scarcely imagine how heartbreakingly I shall weep when the tale reaches its tragic conclusion, with both protagonists meeting their demise. Liang Wan. Death. Physical suffering? She had initially presumed this was merely a tale of sweet recompense following hardship, unaware that this drama defied conventions and was destined for a tragic ending. Furthermore, why must she endure further torment? The comments spoke of the unfortunate soldier without ever revealing his name. Gazing upon the multitude of injured within the camp, with hundreds more unscathed outside, attempting to locate this individual was akin to grasping at shadows. Liang Wan promptly resolved to flee. Hastily bidding farewell to Dr. Liu, she exited the tent, only to encounter Shen Qiuhong clad in resplendent armor. Upon seeing Shen Qiuhong's visage, Liang Wan stood frozen for a brief moment, until he inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, at which point she regained her composure. Awkwardly, she extended her hands in a gesture of respect, "General Shun." Before Shen Qiuhong could reciprocate, she withdrew her hands and offered him a courteous smile, revealing her 8 pearly teeth. "Is your injury improving, General Shun?" "Indeed," Shen Qiuhong replied, nodding, his expression as cold as ice, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor. As Liang Wan bore the cloth bag upon her back, the young master inquired about her intentions. Lowering her gaze to the bag, she responded with a soft "oh" and placed her hands upon the straps. "I am about to bid farewell to the general. My injuries have improved, and it would be unseemly for me to remain in the military camp and impose upon you any further." Shen Qiuhong observed her fidgeting movements with keen awareness, but did not insist on her staying. "In that case, I shall not detain you. But I have a few inquiries I wish to pose. Might you be willing to enlighten me?" A sense of ominous foreboding stirred within Liang Wan. In the previous two instances when such questions had been asked, she had been unable to respond, and now she could not foresee what peculiarities might arise. Chapter 12. Before Liang Wan could decline, Shun Xiuhong assumed her silence was acquiescence and spoke directly. On the day I faced peril, I learned that it was you, young sir, who informed the healer of my danger, enabling my troops to arrive in time to rescue me. I am curious. How did you come to know of my predicament? Liang Wan scratched her head, muttering softly, why is this question coming up again? Young sir, what did you say? Oh, nothing, it's just. I had a feeling that the general might be in danger. Shun Xiuhong regarded her with a furrowed brow, his gaze icy. The fact that she inexplicably knew of his peril, yet refused to disclose the truth, struck him as suspicious. Nevertheless, since she had saved his life, Shun Xiuhong, despite his inner displeasure, chose not to detain her any longer. May you travel safely, young sir. With Shun Xiuhong no longer pressing the matter, Liang Wan adjusted the strap of her cloth bag and prepared to step outside. Just as she had taken a few steps, she halted and called back to Shun Xiuhong, who was also ready to depart. General Shun, does your earlier promise to grant me a wish still hold? Shun Xiuhong paused and turned back. Of course, it stands. Liang Wan smiled. Then I shall inform the general once I have made my decision. Very well. Liang Wan turned away in haste, but inadvertently collided with a soldier who was on his way to see the doctor. Startled, she recoiled as if she had seen a ghost. The soldier regarded her with suspicion but, seeing her silence, proceeded to Lu Daifu's tent with a puzzled expression. All of this entered Shun Xiuhong's eyes, and her brow furrowed slightly, a sense of unease stirring within her. Liang Wan hurriedly exited the tent, and once the tent gradually faded from view, she halted and gazed upwards. Having left the military camp, she should no longer encounter that unfortunate soldier, should she? Contemplating this, she surveyed her surroundings. The nearby woods were dense, the foliage impenetrable, and ahead lay a path that seemed to exist yet did not, leaving her utterly uncertain of where to proceed. The thought of her inevitable demise filled Liang Wan with profound desolation, while others who traversed such realms found themselves ascending to the pinnacle of life. Why was her fate so bleak? Wandering aimlessly through the forest, she suddenly paused, her gaze resolute as it fixed upon the barrage of comments. No, she absolutely could not surrender. Having read numerous time travel novels, she knew that the heroines adhered to the principle of never abandoning hope, bravely confronting their destinies to alter the course of events. Now that she had been granted this unique opportunity to experience life anew, could she not also turn the tide through her own efforts? Wasn't this merely a tale of suffering? With the protection of the barrage, she could certainly rewrite the narrative and reclaim her identity, since this was a tragic love drama between the male and female leads. As long as she refrained from engaging in romantic entanglements with Shun Xiuhong, or better yet, avoided him entirely, she could find a house to cultivate land, engage in small trades, and embrace the life of a leisurely farmer, which seemed far preferable to facing death. With these thoughts in mind, she scanned her surroundings, determined to locate a path down the mountain, and indeed, she discovered a stream. The meandering brook flowed gently, yet she knew the water was unclean. So Liang Wan dared not approach, instead following the river downstream from a distance. Yet, after merely half an hour's journey, Liang Wan felt her body weary and utterly weakened. She sought refuge upon a stone stool and opened her cloth bag, hoping to find some sustenance. Alas! She gasped in dismay, realizing that in her haste to depart, she had neglected to prepare even the essential provisions. What a blunder! Liang Wan gazed into her bag, filled to the brim with vials of medicine. Initially, she had intended to sell these remedies, but upon discovering their invaluable properties, she found herself reluctant to part with them. These medications were vital for daily life. In the event of a minor ailment, they could serve as a lifeline. She propped her elbow upon her chin, letting out a deep sigh. With no money to her name, how could she earn a living without selling her medicines? Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed nearby. Chapter 13. Without a moment's thought, Liang Wan instinctively sought refuge behind a sturdy tree trunk, clutching a small piece of grass, snapped from who knows where, before her face. The sound of approaching hooves grew louder, swiftly drawing nearer. The man leading the group, reins in hand, cast a stern gaze over his surroundings, his eyes settling firmly on Liang Wan, who was partially concealed behind the tree, revealing only a fragment of her face and body. At once, Liang Wan recognized Shun Xiuhong, yet she stubbornly shrank further behind the tree. The barrage of comments could not help but mock her. You know how to hide. Wan Wan is so well concealed. I almost missed her. Just give in, Wan Wan. Ha! laughing like a pig. Liang Wan felt a chill in her heart. These comments were clearly not from allies. Come out, commanded Shen Xiaohong, and Liang Wan, as if compelled by an invisible force, promptly emerged from her hiding place. What are you sneaking around for? Shen Xiaohong's voice was resolute and sharp, though it had softened somewhat, revealing a hint of seriousness. With her head bowed, as if burdened by guilt, Liang Wan replied softly, I was afraid someone would come to hunt me down, so I found a place to hide. Hunt you down? Who would want to do that? Shen Xiaohong scrutinized Liang Wan. Little did she know, based on her years of watching dramas, that the protagonist, in such a dire state, penniless and disguised as a man, was either being pursued or wandering aimlessly. Shen Xiaohong increasingly sensed that she harbored some enigmatic thoughts within her heart. Considering that she was destined to be his significant other in this lifetime, her affairs were likely intertwined with his own. This matter had nothing to do with General Shen. I beg your pardon, but I cannot disclose any further information. Liang Wan suddenly displayed a boldness that amused Shen Xiaohong. He was not merely passing by. He had noticed Liang Wan's furtive demeanor upon her departure, and, upon hearing the gatekeeper's account of her hasty exit, felt a sense of intrigue, prompting him to trace her path down the mountain. To his surprise, after more than an hour, she remained only halfway down. If she were truly untroubled, why would she linger on the mountain for such an extended period? Reflecting on this, a chill flickered in Shen Xiaohong's eyes. Are you aware of my whereabouts over the past few days? Liang Wan did not grasp the meaning behind his words. Where? The nearby mountain springs have all been poisoned, rendering the water undrinkable. I have conducted numerous investigations recently and finally uncovered a lead. Although Liang Wan did not comprehend why he felt compelled to share this with her, she politely inquired further. Have you identified the perpetrator of the poisoning? Shen Xiaohong's piercing phoenix eyes scrutinized her intently, as if attempting to unveil the sinister cunning hidden beneath her seemingly innocent facade. Yet, after a prolonged silence, he yielded nothing. His expression remained stern, his voice grave. The thief is cunning. I have yet to uncover their identity. Then you should hasten your search. Liang Wan looked up after her statement, yet Shen Xiaohong showed no signs of departing. His countenance remained dark, suggesting displeasure. General Shen, do you have any other matters to attend to? Though Shen Xiaohong found her behavior suspicious, without concrete evidence, she could not apprehend her. Thus, I shall take my leave from you, my lord. Upon finishing her words, Shen Xiaohong gave a slight tremor to the reins, and the horse surged forward as if wound by a spring. The soldiers trailing closely behind her followed suit, leaving a cloud of dust swirling along the path, which caused Liang Wan to cough twice due to the irritation. When Liang Wan opened her eyes, the barrage of comments had already commenced a fresh round of criticism against Shen Xiaohong. Chapter 14. Farewell, farewell. You had better truly depart, Lan Lan. Do not stand there foolishly. Hurry and pursue. We are about to meet the wealthy benefactor. Once Liang Wan catches up with Shen Xiaohong, she will be able to meet our wealthy benefactor. Liang Wan gazed at the four characters' wealthy benefactor as they drifted by, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. Although she had no knowledge of who the wealthy benefactor was, the very name exuded opulence and suggested a willingness to share that wealth with others. If she could receive even a modicum of favor from the wealthy benefactor, wouldn't that provide her with the capital to embark on her business endeavors? With this thought in mind, Liang Wan wasted no time and sprinted towards the direction in which Shen Xiaohong had departed. Shen Xiaohong galloped on horseback but halted at a certain point. The soldiers behind him quickly followed suit. General, are we not in pursuit of that young master? One inquired. Shen Xiaohong cast a glance at the empty mountain path behind him. This person is cunning in their movements. Should they indeed pose a threat, they will naturally follow us. Let us wait here. Understood. Concerned about alarming the prey, Shen Xiaohong commanded the soldiers to dismount and tether their horses to a nearby tree, while they concealed themselves in the shadows. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Liang Wan had yet to catch up. Doubts crept into Shen Xiaohong's mind. Could it be that he had misjudged her intentions? Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, prompting Shen Xiaohong to turn. To his astonishment, he found that all the soldiers behind him had collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. He stood vigilant, sword drawn, scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. Just as he turned, he spotted Liang Wan stealthily approaching, her demeanor reminiscent of a cautious animal. His lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smirk. At that moment, Liang Wan was utterly exhausted. Akin to a weary dog, she had sprinted a few steps, only to realize she could not catch up with Shen Xiaohong's steed, a magnificent creature that seemed to fly across the terrain. Resigned, she followed the path trodden by the horse. The sun slowly descended in the western sky, and it was only then that Liang Wan finally spotted Shin Xiaohong and the others' horses. Where had the people gone? She scanned the surroundings, yet found no trace of them. Approaching the horse, she was surprised by its unusual docility. It showed no resistance to her gentle caress. How could it claim innocence? Suddenly, a familiar reprimand rang out from above, prompting Liang Wan to turn around swiftly. Before her stood a chilling aura of sword intent, slicing through the twilight. Before she could comprehend the situation, another flash intercepted the oncoming blade. Shin Xiaohong had seemingly descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before her. Liang Wan's face paled in fright. She was still trying to grasp the unfolding events when a slender figure shielded her. A sneak attack from behind, lacking in martial ethics. The man stood before her, his back turned, obscuring his features, yet his voice exuded an air of charm. The wealth-dispensing boy has arrived. He has come, and with him, boundless riches. The Lianghua party is here to report. You are the wealth-dispensing boy. Liang Wan blurted out upon glancing at the barrage of comments. Hua Jingheng tilted his body slightly, revealing a side profile with a bright eye. What do you mean by that? Liang Wan chuckled awkwardly. As she crossed his line of sight, she finally realized that the one who had just launched an attack on her was none other than Shin Xiaohong. Shin Xiaohong, having noticed her stealthy follow, was incensed at her interference with his subordinates and steeds, prompting him to strike back. To his astonishment, there was also a man accompanying her. He shot a glare at Hua Jingheng, questioning, "Is this your scheme?" Hua Jingheng retorted with a raised voice, "Do all of you officials suffer from paranoia? Always believing that someone is out to assassinate you." Chapter 15. The inexplicable fear of being pursued rendered Liang Wan inclined to kick him. Yet, the remnants of her ancestral teachings on gratitude and virtue quelled this impulse. Had you not poisoned us first, would I entertain such thoughts? Hua Jingheng cast a glance at Liang Wan behind him. You poisoned? Liang Wan exclaimed, No, not at all. She turned to General Shin Xiaohong. You mustn't speak recklessly. When did I ever poison anyone? If you did not poison, why have you followed us here? Why did my subordinates collapse as soon as you arrived? I did not. Liang Wan felt a lump in her throat, stuck in a limbo of indignation. As a feeble scholar, I am utterly unaware of your subordinates' whereabouts. How could I possibly bring them down? Seeing Liang Wan's pale, ghostly visage, it seemed as though the matters he spoke of truly had no connection to her. Shin Xiaohong hesitated momentarily. He wished to avoid entanglement with her, yet found himself ensnared in trivial disputes. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Shin Xiaohong. Was this not the design of fate? To deliberately ensnare him? To forge an unbreakable bond with her? Enlightened by this thought, upon gazing at Liang Wan, he perceived her as a lit firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. Yet, he also conceived a solution. If he refrained from entanglement, then no so-called predetermined destiny could manifest. In that case, you should vanish at once. From this moment forth, I wish to see you no more. Liang Wan had initially followed Shin Xiaohong solely to seek the fortune-bringing youth, and now that her quest had borne fruit, there was no longer any need for her to remain entangled in this web of uncertainty. With this thought in mind, Liang Wan grasped Hua Jingheng's hand, intending to depart. However, Hua Jingheng stood firm as a mountain and queried, What do you intend to do? Liang Wan released his hand, her gaze evasive. I sought you out because I wish to repay the heroic savior's life-saving grace. The once perplexed glimmer in Hua Jingheng's eyes instantly brightened as he leaned closer to Liang Wan. Is that truly how you feel? Liang Wan stepped back slightly. Yes. Indeed. Noticing the pleased expression on Hua Jingheng's face, Liang Wan swiftly understood and added, A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Your noble intervention saved me from peril, so it is only right that I express my gratitude. Hua Jingheng's spirit inexplicably soared. I, Hua Jingheng, venture into the world to uphold justice and righteousness, expecting no reward in return. Liang Wan remarked. So, you are indeed Hua Jingheng. The words came from Shin Xiaohong, who had heard of Hua Jingheng's reputation during his years in the royal city. He was not a wanderer of the martial world, but rather the eldest son of the Hua family in the royal city. The Hua family was not a prestigious clan, but a burgeoning merchant family that had prospered through trade in recent years. Yet, this young master of the Hua family, upon reaching adulthood, showed no desire to inherit the family legacy. Instead, he often roamed far and wide, claiming to champion justice. In truth, He merely utilized the wealth painstakingly amassed by his ancestors to assist impoverished families throughout the land. Upon reflecting on this, Shen Xiaohong wore a cold smile. Young Master Hua, we are merely 20 miles from the royal city. Are you not concerned that your father may send someone to find you? Hua Jingheng's chivalrous deeds were deemed utterly rebellious in the eyes of the Hua family's patriarch and their elders, who often threatened to bring him back. Upon hearing Shen Xiaohong's words, Hua Jingheng's bravado diminished significantly. Yet he remained defiant. You initiated the attack on this young master. I am merely acting in righteousness. What does that have to do with my father? As soon as Hua Jingheng finished speaking, a thud echoed, and Shen Xiaohong collapsed to the ground. Liang Wan, startled, recoiled in fear. And master, what have you done to him? Hua Jingheng, however, stared blankly. I did nothing at all. Chapter 16. The two exchanged glances. A silent affirmation passing between them, and they cautiously approached. Hua Jingheng knelt beside the fallen Shen Xiaohong, extending a trembling finger toward his nostrils. After a moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was still alive. At the same time, Liang Wan noticed several soldiers had collapsed not far behind Shen Xiaohong. Had she mistakenly believed he was the mastermind behind their injuries? She called out to Hua Jingheng, "Hero, here as well." Just then, a thud echoed behind her. And Liang Wan turned to find that Hua Jingheng, who had appeared unharmed moments ago, was now sprawled on the ground. With a heightened sense of alertness, Liang Wan scanned her surroundings, retreating cautiously step by step. Yet, after standing still for a moment, no mysterious figure emerged. A veil of fog seemed to envelop her vision. When she had arrived, there had been no such dense mist, but now it thickened ominously. Why is Wan the only one unaffected? She inhaled the cold fragrance pill, counteracting the poison. The barrage of comments dispelled Liang Wan's confusion. It turned out that there had been no ambush. They had inhaled the miasma of the forest, resulting in their poisoning. Fortunately, before leaving, she had inquired with Dr. Liu about the efficacy of the cold fragrance pill, which was known to neutralize the toxic miasma of the wilderness. She retrieved the pills from her satchel, fearing that her own limited exposure might diminish their effectiveness, and first ingested one herself. Then, she administered the pills to Shen Xiaohong, Hua Jingheng, and the fallen soldiers. Before long, everyone regained consciousness. Hua Jingheng rubbed his aching head and asked, "What has happened?" "You succumbed to the miasma of the mountains, thus losing consciousness." Shen Xiaohong and several of his subordinates also regained awareness. Upon hearing Liang Wan's words, Shen Xiaohong inquired, "Then why did you not faint?" Liang Wan bent down to look at him, proudly shaking the vial of medicine in his hand. "I possess the antidote." Shen Xiaohong furrowed his brows, brushing off the dust from his attire as he rose. The soldiers approached, asking, "General, shall we venture inside again?" Shen Xiaohong nodded and stepped before Liang Wan. "Young master, might you spare us a portion of that antidote?" Beside them, Hua Jingheng scoffed derisively. "Only a moment ago, you were fierce towards him. And now you have the audacity to ask for his antidote." Shen Xiaohong lowered his head, clasping his hands into a fist, and bowed respectfully to Liang Wan. "Earlier, my subordinates and I were injured. In a moment of desperation, I mistakenly thought you were here to harm us. I beg your forgiveness. Though the mountains are rich with flora, they should not harbor such miasma." Shen Xiaohong contemplated silently, realizing it bore a striking resemblance to a location he had encountered during a recent skirmish with bandits. He glanced at Liang Wan, inhaled deeply, and bowed once more. "If you would assist me again, I, Shen Xiaohong, would be eternally grateful." Hua Jingheng smirked. "It seems you are a habitual offender, one who knows how to express gratitude without expecting recompense." Shen Xiaohong raised his gaze and cast a sidelong glance at Hua Jingheng, unfazed by the cold stare. Hua Jingheng stood tall and retorted, "What, is my statement not accurate?" Upon witnessing the precarious situation, Liang Wan promptly stepped forward to mediate. All right. It is merely the antidote. Take it." Hua Jingheng stood in astonishment. "Wait, after he has treated you in such a manner, how can you still offer him the antidote?" However, Liang Wan did not address Hua Jingheng's inquiry. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Shen Xiaohong and stated, "The medicine can be yours, but you must agree to one condition of mine." Chapter 17. Shen Xiaohong furrowed her brows lightly, her tone somber. "What are the conditions? We must go as well." "Absolutely not." Shen Xiaohong firmly rejected. "The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. You are untrained in martial arts, and I cannot allow you to put yourselves in harm's way." "Who says I cannot fight?" Hua Jingheng stepped forward, asserting confidently, "My martial skills are commendable. Shin Xiaohong cast a sidelong glance at Liang Wan. Liang Wan raised her eyebrows defiantly, her voice gaining strength. Though I may lack martial prowess, I possess medicine. After a moment of silence, Shin Xiaohong finally relented. If we encounter danger, prioritize finding a place to hide. Liang Wan patted her chest reassuringly. Do not worry. Hiding is my specialty. Having made the decision to allow Liang Wan and Hua Jingheng to accompany her, Shin Xiaohong restructured their routes. Our numbers are too conspicuous. I, Qi Xiao, and the two of them will form one team, while the rest will form another. We shall split into two groups and ascend the mountain to rendezvous. Understood. Shin Xiaohong led only 5 of her most elite soldiers from the Shun army. With the antidote provided by Liang Wan, they anticipated minimal complications as they took the main path into the mountains. Meanwhile, Liang Wan and Shin Xiaohong embarked on a narrower trail. Hua Jingheng remained unfazed. Since the enemy is concealed, is it not perilous to send your subordinates along the main road? Our situation is more precarious, with one untrained and the other only half competent. Hua Jingheng lifted her chin, her expression filled with disdain. You underestimate the capabilities of others. Liang Wan let out a helpless sigh. Were it not for the spoilers she had seen in the comments revealing that she would discover her true identity upon ascending the mountain, she would have preferred not to accompany these two individuals. At present, if she could uncover the origins of her previous self, she might at least locate her residence. If her former self happened to be a wayward daughter of a noble family, she could return to a life of modest comfort. With dreams of sudden wealth in her heart, Liang Wan followed behind them as they made their way up the mountain. Apart from Lin Qixiao, the others bore various injuries. And Liang Wan, lacking the strength of the men, found herself needing to rest after a brief walk. After spending an entire half-day, the 4 finally reached the mountaintop and found a relatively open area to settle. Liang Wan, feeling faint from hunger, tugged at the armor of Shin Xiaohong, who was preparing to scout the surroundings. Excuse me, brother, do you have any food? Shin Xiaohong looked down at her. Liang Wan's lips were pale, and her face lacked color. His gaze flickered, and with his brows furrowed, he replied, I'll see if there are any wild fruits. Hua Jingheng, accustomed to wandering the world, showed no signs of fatigue but, concerned for her safety, chose to sit beside Liang Wan to protect her from any potential danger. Liang Wan instinctively shifted away, raising her beautiful peach blossom eyes to gaze at him. What is your name? Hua Jingheng cleared his throat twice, attempting to sound imposing. I am Hua Jingheng, known in the martial world as the Valiant Hua. Why not be called the wealth-dispensing boy? Liang Wan frowned slightly, expressing her discontent. Was it possible that Hua Jingheng had not yet attained the title of wealth-dispensing boy? Though Liang Wan spoke without intention, Hua Jingheng appeared intrigued. What is this wealth-dispensing boy? I merely took a small sum of money to assist the impoverished. I did not squander it recklessly. Liang Wan's expression swiftly transformed from overcast to radiant. Might you spare a bit for me? Hua Jingheng cast a sidelong glance, his head slightly tilted back. You? Although her attire was indeed modest, it was not the garb of a destitute family riddled with patches. Are you truly in need of money? Liang Wan nodded earnestly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. To be frank, I am currently without a penny to my name. Which place do you hail from? Chapter 18. Liang Wan shook her head. Hua Jingheng appeared somewhat astonished, remarking, I never would have guessed that you are a vagabond. With a sigh, Liang Wan replied, Indeed. I haven't eaten anything all day and feel as though I might perish from hunger. No sooner had she spoken than Shin Xiaohong emerged from the thicket, clutching several wild fruits in his arms. He tossed one toward Liang Wan, who caught it as if it were a lifeline, wiping it on her sleeve before bringing it to her lips. Observing her unrestrained demeanor, Shin Xiaohong felt a pang of admiration. She was indeed unlike most women. After devouring 3 fruits, Liang Wan let out a contented belch. Hua Jingheng inquired, By the way, I still do not know your name. At this, Shin Xiaohong also directed a questioning gaze toward her. Liang Wan glanced at Hua Jingheng and then at Shin Xiaohong, promptly revealing the alias she had devised earlier. My name is Liang Yunjin, cloud for the first character and brocade for the second. Hua Jingheng clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, It is a privilege to make your acquaintance today, brother Liang. Liang Wan raised her hand in return, stating, It is also my honor to meet you, brother Sankai. At this, Lin Qixiao, who had been observing, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Liang Wan, still oblivious to the underlying meaning, turned to Shin Xiaohong, who was also suppressing a smile. After calming his earlier vexation, Hua Jingheng responded, You may simply call me Jingheng. As dusk settled, Shen Xiaohong conducted a thorough search of the surroundings, but found no trace of others. He decided to allow the group to spread some grass and rest for the night. Fearing that a fire might attract the attention of thieves, the group huddled closely together. Liang Wan gazed in a daze at the expansive branches. Who will sleep in the middle? Hua Jingheng suggested. You lack martial skills, so you should take the center. Shen Xiaohong firmly pulled Liang Wan over, declaring, you will sleep on the outer edge. Liang Wan indeed preferred not to be squeezed between two men, and thus did not object. However, Hua Jingheng protested on her behalf. Brother Liang is as helpless as a chick, and you want him to sleep on the very edge? Shen Xiaohong replied calmly, I will protect him. Why are you so anxious? Seeing that Liang Wan had not refused, Hua Jingheng relented. Liang Wan lay on the outermost edge, leaning against Shen Xiaohong's rigid armor, silently suffering. The mountains loomed dark and ominous, occasionally pierced by the mournful howls of wild wolves. Liang Wan wrapped her arms around herself, her voice barely above a whisper. This mountain doesn't seem to have any inhabitants. Are you sure you haven't come to the wrong place? From the darkness, Shen Xiaohong's deep voice responded, we have followed the river's course. The poisoner should be upstream. Hua Jingheng's disdainful laughter echoed in the shadows. By the time you arrive, the poisoner might have vanished. As long as someone has been here, there will always be clues. It's far better than drinking poison downstream. Seeing the two about to engage in their sarcastic banter again, Liang Wan impatiently interjected, let us just sleep. We need to find someone tomorrow. The rigid armor pressed against her back made sleep elusive, yet she dared not stray too far from Shen Xiaohong. Instead, she opened her eyes and began counting the stars. Shen Xiaohong and Lin Xixiao were accustomed to harsh conditions, their steady breathing faintly audible in the stillness. Liang Wan tilted her head back, silently counting the stars. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars. Suddenly, a strange sound broke the silence. Liang Wan turned her head alertly, noticing that Hua Jingheng, who had also been resting on the same side, quietly rose and stealthily walked away. Where could he be going? Liang Wan felt a pang of confusion, but chose not to follow. She gazed into the pitch-black void, surprisingly yearning for the vibrant barrage of comments that typically accompanied their viewing experience. Since their ascent up the mountain, the comments had vanished once more. As she listened to Hua Jingheng's footsteps recede into the distance, an increasing sense of unease washed over her. Chapter 19. What is this prodigal child doing awake at such a late hour? Could it be that he is the true mastermind behind the scenes? According to the conventions of television dramas, the genuine perpetrator often lurks close to the protagonist. The peculiar appearance of Hua Jingheng suggests that he harbors a concealed identity. To avoid alarming the unsuspecting, Liang Wan refrained from calling Shen Xiaohong and instead rose quietly, stealthily pursuing the direction in which Hua Jingheng had departed. Though she lacked martial prowess, she trusted in her bestowed protagonist aura, believing it would not lead to her untimely demise. Before long, Liang Wan spotted Hua Jingheng. He seemed to be searching for something, moving at a slow pace while occasionally glancing around. Fearing discovery, she dared not draw too close, choosing instead to trail him from a distance. Unbeknownst to her, she followed Hua Jingheng for quite some time. When she finally looked up, she realized she had wandered deep into a forest. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint light of the moon, which she relied upon to gauge Hua Jingheng's whereabouts. Suddenly, she noticed a shadow darting across her field of vision, hovering above Hua Jingheng in a swift motion. He, too, noticed and shouted out, but before he could utter another word, he collapsed in response. Liang Wan. In the stillness of the forest, startled birds took flight, fleeing in panic. Covering her mouth in astonishment, Liang Wan had never felt her heart race so fiercely. Her body burned as if ignited, while her legs felt leaden and heavy. She crouched against a nearby tree trunk, desperate to remain undetected. It was all right. She was an expert at hiding. That individual would not discover her. In a state of anxious self-suggestion, a dark figure suddenly materialized beside her, the glint of a blade ominously poised against her neck. Liang Wan's eyes widened in shock, her entire being frozen in place. After a moment, she heard a voice drifting down from above. Junior, what brings you here? Furrowing her brow, she looked up to behold an oval-shaped head adorned with a pair of jet-black eyes. Half of a face illuminated by the moonlight revealed delicate features. Yet, her mind was overtaken by 3 words: do not recognize. The senior brother has arrived. Oh, what a fierce start. Rival encounter. Eyes ablaze. Will the senior brother kill Liang Wan? If so, the story ends here. The barrage of comments appeared suddenly, and Liang Wan felt as if she had spotted a beacon of hope, her eyes brightening. She clung to the man's leg, exclaiming, "Senior brother, at last, I have found you." The individual before her was none other than her senior brother, Yi Shangzhou. The blade that had threatened Liang Wan trembled slightly as Yi Shangzhou retracted it, swinging it toward the sky, where an unknown projectile landed with a thud against a tree trunk. Liang Wan's legs turned to jelly, and she plopped down onto the ground in fear. "You claim you are not the murderer," came the voice of Shen Qiuhong from the shadows. Following the sound, Liang Wan saw Shen Qiuhong and Lin Qishao stepping into her view. Shen Qiuhong's face was ashen, his eyes ablaze with menace and fury. He glared at Liang Wan as if he intended to reduce her to ashes. In that moment, Liang Wan found herself at a loss for tears. "It's over. I've been misunderstood. Every night, I am on the verge of tears. Quickly send the senior away. I no longer wish to see Yi Shangzhou." Yi Shangzhou faced Shen Qiuhong and smiled. "Who are you? What do you seek from my junior?" Shen Qiuhong stood a distance of 10 feet away, her voice resonant and commanding. "We are not here for your junior. We have come for you." "For me?" Yi Shangzhou tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. "I am not acquainted with you. What is your purpose in seeking me?" "Surely you are unaware," Shen Qiuhong replied, "that during our encounter a few days ago, we marked you. Why not take a look at your shoulder?" Yi Shangzhou, in a flurry, glanced back to examine his shoulder, only to find it bare and devoid of any mark. Chapter 20. A sudden jolt coursed through her heart as she heard Shen Qiuhong's mocking voice. "Do you still wish to argue?" Yi Shangzhou deftly flicked his wrist, raising his sword and lunging towards Shen Qiuhong. Anticipating the move, Shen Qiuhong effortlessly parried the attack. Lin Qishao, unwilling to remain a mere spectator, seized his sword and rushed to assist Shen Qiuhong. Amidst the skirmish, Liang Wan's mind echoed with Shen Qiuhong's parting words, "If you find yourself in danger, seek a place to hide at once." Ignoring the cacophony of exclamations in the comments, Liang Wan scrambled behind a tree trunk, wishing to conceal herself with the surrounding underbrush, her small eyes darting occasionally towards the most intense part of the battle. She observed Yi Shangzhou, overwhelmed by the two adversaries, extracting an object from his sleeve and scattering something before Shen Qiuhong and Lin Qishao. The powder instantly enveloped the forest in a thick haze, stinging everyone's eyes. Amid her coughing, Liang Wan faintly heard Yi Shangzhou's voice. "Take care, junior brother." What a twist. Ha ha ha. Inexplicably humorous at this moment. I am torn between feeling sorry for Wan and laughing. A chill gripped Liang Wan's heart, and before she could gather her thoughts, Shen Qiuhong's sword was pressed against her throat. Having faced this predicament before, she had surrendered any notion of resistance. With a voice weak and weary, she made one last attempt. "If I say I am not in league with him, would you believe me? Save such words for the authorities," came the quiet voice of Hua Jingheng from behind. Liang Wan was suddenly jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Turning her face away, she beheld Hua Jingheng, who had originally been lying motionless in the bushes, astonishingly rising as if resurrected. "Why you? How are you not dead?" Hua Jingheng suddenly recalled the scene from earlier. He had intended to stealthily seek out the murderer while the others were still asleep, planning to confront them with the true culprit at dawn, thus achieving a spectacular triumph. However, after a prolonged search, he had encountered someone only to be rendered unconscious by sheer fright. Yet, Hua Jingheng would never admit to being scared. He feigned composure, clearing his throat. "It seems I was once again afflicted by miasma." In the tense atmosphere, Liang Wan did not delve into the logic of his words, but could not help but struggle in desperation. "General Shun, I am truly wronged. I do not know that person at all." "Do you not know him? Then how could he address you as junior brother?" Shen Qiuhong felt an uncontrollable rage boiling within him. If he did not need her to locate that person, he might have slain her with a single stroke. This would sever their fates, liberating him from the shackles of destiny. For the first time, Liang Wan understood the bitter taste of helplessness, her grievances transforming into tears that streamed down her cheeks as she began to sob softly. How wretched her situation was. While others traversed into new worlds with golden fingers and invincible auras, she found herself transformed into a tragic figure, with the only unique aspect of her existence being a barrage of sarcastic remarks. How lamentable her plight was. She suffers even more than Doi. What is this about a junior brother? Shen Qiuhong, why have you turned against brother Liang again? Hua Jingheng, recovering from his astonishment, immediately drew his sword and pointed it at Shen Qiuhong. Liang Wan looked at Hua Jingheng, for the first time perceiving him as remarkably tall and handsome. "Brother Hua, save me." Liang Wan cried out, her voice trembling with emotion. Hua Jingheng bit his lip, the righteousness that lingered in his heart emboldening him. Shen Xiaohong. Regardless of whatever mistake Brother Liang has made, he has saved you on several occasions. Is this how you repay a benefactor? Chapter 21. Shen Xiaohong chuckled lightly, the sword resting on Liang Wan's shoulder unwavering. Benefactor? When she conspired with the murderer to poison the river, did she ever consider anyone else? Hua Jingheng's gaze returned to Liang Wan. Brother Liang, did you truly poison this river? How is that possible? Liang Wan retorted, her voice unexpectedly loud with anger. If I had poisoned it, why would I risk my own life to drink from the river? Would I have foreseen your timely rescue? Shen Xiaohong, ask yourself, did you accuse me based on irrefutable evidence, or is it merely your baseless prejudice that wrongfully condemns me? The flaws in your reasoning are glaringly obvious. Yet you stubbornly cling to your wretched bias. Do you still consider yourself a man? Shen Xiaohong's hands tightened around the sword, veins bulging. His formidable presence on the battlefield had never been met with such brazen defiance. How dare she question his masculinity? He gripped the sword tightly, slowly advancing it toward Liang Wan's throat. With her eyes closed and head tilted back, Liang Wan felt the cold sting at her throat and shouted once more. Did you not promise me 2 conditions? I demand you uphold them. You must not kill me. Opening her eyes, she glared fiercely at Shen Xiaohong beside her. Sensing his aura had weakened, she asserted even more confidently, if you consider yourself a man, you must honor your promise. Lin Shishao, General, this. Hua Jingheng, I have heard a bit about the poisoning of the river. It is said to be a rare and formidable toxin. If indeed it was Brother Liang's doing, how could he have fallen victim to it himself? Shen Xiaohong, you truly lack discernment. Shen Xiaohong, silence. Feeling a surge of frustration, Shen Xiaohong turned her sword toward Hua Jingheng. If you utter another word, do you believe I won't slay you as well? Hua Jingheng, aware of his inability to contend with Shen Xiaohong, merely pursed his lips and fell silent. Just as Liang Wan breathed a sigh of relief, the sword once again found its place upon her shoulder. The weight that had just been lifted returned, and Liang Wan, exasperated, retorted, what do you intend to do now? With a sudden lightness on her shoulder, before Liang Wan could raise her gaze, she heard the sound of the sword being sheathed. Realizing she had narrowly escaped danger, she rose, leaning against the trunk of a tree. Just as she prepared to brush off the debris from her attire, a powerful hand tightened around her neck once more. Glaring at the assailant, Shen Xiaohong, she attempted to question him but could only manage a muffled sound. Before she could struggle, Shen Xiaohong abruptly thrust something he held in his other hand into her mouth, a deft motion that left Liang Wan defenseless as she swallowed the substance. She gagged a couple of times, disbelief etched on her face as she stared at him. What did you make me ingest? Shen Xiaohong replied, today. I have spared you, merely honoring our previous agreement. What you consumed is the 7-day powder. You must take the antidote every 7 days. Should you fail to do so, the poison will manifest fatally. Before Liang Wan could unleash her fury upon him, Hua Jingheng could no longer contain himself. Shen Xiaohong, what madness has overtaken you? Is it not already proven that this matter has no connection to young Master Liang? Why do you still resort to violence? Just because she claims it is irrelevant. Does that make it so? Shen Xiaohong cast him a piercing glance, like a blade, if that were truly the case. How could she justify earlier calling that thief senior brother? This. Hua Jingheng looked at Liang Wan with a troubled expression, young Master Liang. What is the meaning of this? Liang Wan, at a loss for words, could only gently rub her neck that had been painfully gripped by Shen Xiaohong. Seeing her in silence, Shen Xiaohong snorted coldly. If you wish to defend yourself, then you must obediently follow my commands. Liang Wan furrowed her brow. Is this all you do, to force me into submission? Chapter 22. Disregarding her taunts. Shen Xiaohong's words were laced with an unmistakable threat. Since you are a disciple of the same master as that rogue, if you provide any leads regarding him, it could be considered a means to atone for your past transgressions. The male lead is not worth it. Wan has been terribly duped by her senior brother. Yi Shangzhou is truly untrustworthy. It is unfortunate that Wan placed such faith in him, only to be betrayed. Yi Shangzhou is an expert at masquerading. The description left Liang Wan with a slight furrow of her brow. Though he is my senior brother, I was unaware of his involvement in the poisoning. When he appeared, I was merely excited to see him after such a long time. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Shen Xiaohong's eyes as he lowered his voice to an almost inaudible level. Do you believe anyone will take your words seriously now? I do. Hua Jingheng interjected decisively, firmly, and candidly. Shen Xiaohong snorted disdainfully. directing his silent ire toward the group, but fixing his gaze on Liang Wan. I care not for your excuses. Are you not from the Medicine King Valley? I demand that you infiltrate the Medicine King Valley and ascertain whether this poisoning incident was solely the doing of your senior brother or a directive from your sect. Do you understand? And no, that is impossible. Liang Wan shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Her claim of being from the Medicine King Valley was purely fabricated, and she had no idea where her so-called senior brother was. If Shun Xiaohong truly sent her to the Medicine King Valley, wouldn't it be even more humiliating to be cast out before him? Liang Wan's unusual demeanor further solidified Shun Xiaohong's suspicions. This is not the time for you to negotiate with me. Without allowing Liang Wan a moment to retort, Shun Xiaohong seized her arm, dragging her down the mountain. Liang Wan blinked her large, sparkling eyes, casting an innocent glance towards Hua Jingheng. Hua Jingheng immediately exclaimed, "Hey, are you really taking her away as if I were dead?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he received a frosty glare from Shun Xiaohong, who responded, "You may attempt it." Hua Jingheng quickly relented, a troubled expression crossing his face. "Brother Liang, I cannot contend with them." Liang Wan felt a chill in her heart. True desolation does not stem from loud disputes. Resigned, she followed Shun Xiaohong down the mountain, and by the time they reached the foot, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first blush of dawn. Rather than returning Liang Wan to the military camp, Shun Xiaohong guided her through a nearby village, taking a shortcut that led directly to the Valley of the Medicine King. As they entered the village, the morning market was bustling with life. Vendors called out their wares, those selling buns, others peddling sweet cakes, and still more hawking vegetables, their voices creating a vibrant cacophony as a steady stream of passers-by flowed through. The trio navigated through the throngs of people, while trailing behind them was a determined Hua Jingheng, attempting to follow discreetly. Shun Xiaohong had long since noticed him, recognizing his limited capabilities and dismissing him entirely. However, Liang Wan believed Hua Jingheng had abandoned her, and her heart ached, rendering even the lively street scene tinged with sorrow. At the end of the street, she caught sight of a white banner fluttering in the air, and the bustling crowd suddenly parted down the middle, the noise gradually overshadowed by the distant sounds of a mournful melody drawing ever closer. Shun Xiaohong appeared to be apprehensive that Liang Wan might seize the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos, firmly grasping her slender arm. The sky was filled with fluttering paper money, and an inexplicable unease lingered within Liang Wan's heart. Chapter 23. The funeral procession moved slowly and solemnly through the streets, with mourners clad in white bowing their heads, and women veiling their faces with linen, softly weeping to the sound of lamentation. Why have so many people passed away recently? I've encountered it 3 or 4 times while shopping for groceries these days. Indeed, the one who departed today was none other than Master Zhao, the moneylender, and he was barely in his 30s. How could someone so young succumb? You are unaware? The river water is poisoned. That is what led to his demise. Oh dear, is it contagious? It is not contagious, but refrain from using that river water for the next few days. The well water is safe. Surely, those in the town are not. Master Qian is a prominent figure in the community. Those without means have been buried directly in the back mountain. You should avoid going there recently. The newly dug graves carry a heavy aura. Liang Wan furrowed her brow, her thoughts a tangled mess, and she cast a furtive glance at Shun Xiaohong, her eyes betraying a hint of guilt. She had assumed that Shun Xiaohong's concern about the poisoned river water stemmed solely from a desire to protect the soldiers, not realizing that this waterway, which traversed the mountains and villages, was crucial to the lives of nearly 100 families, resulting in such devastating losses. No wonder he was so eager to uncover the perpetrator. In ancient times, villages were typically constructed alongside rivers, sustaining countless lives. However, once the river is tainted, it can indeed bring calamity to many. Yu Shangzhou is truly not a commendable individual. Shun Xiaohong's urgency stems from her unwillingness to witness the suffering of the populace. Well then, for this reason, I shall forgive him for 2 minutes. At that moment, Liang Wan found herself engulfed in a swirl of emotions, until the group departed. The townsfolk surged forth anew, and Shun Xiaohong urged Liang Wan to proceed. Hey, take it easy. Liang Wan winced as her arm was yanked painfully, prompting Shun Xiaohong to realize his grip and quickly release her. Rubbing her sore elbow, Liang Wan cast him a sidelong glance, but Shun Xiaohong, seemingly oblivious to her displeasure, pressed the scabbard of his sword against her waist, compelling her to move forward. The Medicine King Valley lay a mere 30 miles from the town. Despite their haste, the 4 of them finally arrived at the entrance of the valley just before sunset. The mountains rose and fell like a majestic green dragon winding through the landscape, with peaks piercing the clouds like daggers, rendered even more magnificent by the hues of the setting sun. However, as they approached the gateway of the Medicine King Valley, Liang Wan felt her legs grow increasingly heavy, as if they could hardly lift her. "What mischief are you up to now?" Shin Xiaohong grasped her elbow firmly, steadying her wavering form and impatiently chiding her. Liang Wan trudged along with a forlorn expression, wishing for the moment of embarrassment to drag on a little longer. Yet, despite her attempts to delay, within the span of a fleeting incense stick, she, along with Shin Xiaohong and Lin Qishao, nonetheless reached the entrance of the Medicine King Valley. Without a farewell at the door, Shin Xiaohong and the others concealed themselves in a secluded corner of the woods, conferring the final details with Liang Wan. Shin Xiaohong produced a small bamboo tube from his waist and handed it to Liang Wan, saying, "This is a signal flare. Use it to contact me if necessary." Although Liang Wan was reluctant to follow his orders, she was uncertain whether infiltrating the Medicine King Valley would bring fortune or misfortune, and thus accepted it as her last lifeline. Without further words, Liang Wan took a deep breath and stepped forward. It was merely the Medicine King Valley. If it came to it, she could force her way in and endure the embarrassment of being expelled. Brother Liang, at last unable to contain himself, Hua Jingheng emerged from the shadows, approaching Liang Wan. Upon seeing him, her eyes instantly welled with tears, and she grasped his hand as if encountering an old friend. "Brother Hua, what brings you here?" Chapter 24. I have been following you all. Hua Jingheng's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Shin Xiaohong, still fixated on this side beneath the tree. His lips curled in disdain as he turned back to Liang Wan. "Are you truly willing to serve Shin Xiaohong?" Liang Wan shrugged, a wry smile gracing her features. "You saw what he had me eat. I have no choice but to comply with his whims." Shin Xiaohong is truly despicable, Hua Jingheng muttered under his breath. How can the people of Wangqing extol him for his loyalty and bravery when he resorts to such vile tactics? Liang Wan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Brother Hua, do not be too anxious. Perhaps I shall be free soon. Why the haste to escape, Brother Liang? I suggest you remain in Yaowang Valley indefinitely. Shin Xiaohong wouldn't dare to breach its sanctity to seize anyone." Liang Wan regarded him with the expression of a youth too naive. "If I do not venture out to meet him, how shall the poison of the 7-day scatter be resolved? Can your Yaowang Valley not even cure the poison of the 7-day scatter?" Liang Wan glared at Hua Jingheng, suddenly enlightened. "Brother Hua, how can you be so astute?" She erupted into laughter, then enthusiastically embraced Hua Jingheng, patting him on the back with glee. Hua Jingheng, despite his pride, found himself slightly embarrassed, grinning as he rubbed his head. "Brother Liang, you truly are." The ever-observant Shin Xiaohong, unable to contain himself any longer, began to advance, only to be restrained by Lin Qishao. "General Shun, we are unaware of the enemy's current whereabouts. If we recklessly expose ourselves, it may lead to complications. Let that young lad, Hua Jingheng, draw the enemy's attention instead." Shin Xiaohong felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. It was likely due to his concern that Hua Jingheng would concoct yet another ill-fated scheme that could jeopardize their plans, leaving him in a state of agitation. He took a step back, glaring fiercely at the two individuals entwined in each other's embrace, remaining silent. In contrast, Liang Wan shed her earlier troubled demeanor as she released Hua Jingheng, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom. As long as she sought assistance from the esteemed figures within the Medicine King Valley, she was certain there would be those willing to help her detoxify. Even if it meant toiling away as a laborer in the valley to repay her debts, it was far preferable to being at the mercy of Shin Xiaohong, who held her fate in his hands. Bidding a cheerful farewell to Hua Jingheng, Liang Wan joyfully traversed the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, eager to encounter its inhabitants. However, as she ascended the steps, she noticed the comments on the screen reading, "Wan is about to meet that resentful senior brother again, and do be cautious, Wan, lest you fall for your senior brother's tricks, along with, here come the unfortunate senior brothers and sisters from the Medicine King Valley." She couldn't help but frown, puzzled by the barrage of remarks. Pondering the situation, she contemplated halting a passerby for inquiries. Yet she continued on her path for a good while until she finally spotted the grand, white-domed structure, finding no one to impede her progress. Upon crossing the courtyard gate, Liang Wan arrived at the circular platform of the Medicine King Valley. Two attendants, dressed as gatekeepers, merely cast her a glance without uttering a word or attempting to obstruct her entry. A sense of relief washed over her. She truly embodied the protagonist, encountering such a rare occurrence. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed two figures clad in white approaching her in unison. Liang Wan's body tensed instantly. Although she was aware of her identity as a member of the Medicine King Valley, she couldn't shake the anxiety of potentially encountering an acquaintance, which would undoubtedly expose her. As she pondered how to navigate the situation, she noticed the two individuals flanking her, who without uttering a word, seized her hands firmly, holding them in place. "What on earth are you doing?" Liang Wan exclaimed, glancing from one to the other. The two who restrained her wore stoic expressions, uncommunicative as they gazed straight ahead. Following their line of sight, Liang Wan too lifted her gaze. Chapter 25. You still know how to come back. Before Liang Wan could clearly discern the identity of the approaching figure, a sharp reprimand echoed through the air. Liang Wan instinctively shuddered as a person clad in a moonlight-hued celestial gown strode forward, a white silk ribbon tied around her wrist fluttering gently in the breeze, exuding an ethereal grace. "Senior sister is so stunning. I am utterly enamored with this makeup. Oh, she is exactly how I imagined senior sister. The makeup artist has truly put in effort." "Senior sister?" Liang Wan timidly echoed the comments. Senior sister Xingyu's lips were tightly pressed, her bright eyes glinting like blades, rendering Liang Wan unable to escape her gaze. "Do not call me that." Xingyu frowned, her expression grave. "Speak. Why did you sneak down the mountain while master is in seclusion?" I am not certain myself." Liang Wan averted her gaze, feeling that the original owner's escapade had nothing to do with her as a transmigrated woman. Yet, such grievances could only simmer silently within her. Before she could concoct a plausible excuse, Xingyu interjected, "Since you cannot provide a satisfactory reason, the rules of the sect dictate that any unauthorized descent from the mountain must be dealt with accordingly. 50 lashes and 1 month of confinement." "Sister, I will explain." Upon hearing the threat of punishment, Liang Wan felt the recently healed wound on her back throb painfully once more. Her mind raced as she swiftly formulated a response. "I descended the mountain alongside senior brother. At that moment, I was also swayed by his persuasion and was unaware of his intentions for descending. Oh, how amusing it is that Yi Shangzhou managed to orchestrate such a predicament for Shin Xiaohong, leading to her current plight. Thus, one cannot blame her for delivering a stab to him in front of the senior sister." Liang Wan, in her delight, was contemplating ways to implicate Yi Shangzhou further when she heard Xingyu inquire, "This Medicine King Valley is filled with your senior brothers. Which one guided you down the mountain?" "Haha, Wan, at least mention a name." Wan ranks last in the Medicine King Valley. Indeed, there are far too many senior brothers. Yi Shangzhou is merely a grain in the vast sea of senior brothers. Liang Wan cast a glance at the barrage, awkwardly clearing her throat to feign composure. It was senior brother Yi Shangzhou. Yi Shangzhou. Xingyu's expression grew increasingly solemn and grim, her silken ribbon swiftly aimed at Liang Wan. "I never expected you would return from the mountain and learn to lie." Liang Wan instinctively turned her face away, receiving a sharp sting from the ribbon, which left her in pain. She could hardly fathom that the senior sister would doubt her. Could it be that this senior sister is also allied with Yi Shangzhou? With a heart full of confusion, she scanned the barrage and was instantly petrified. How does Wan know Yi Shangzhou's real name? This scene doesn't seem to exist in the original text. Such an excellent modification, perhaps refrain from altering it next time. Fun fact, Yi Shangzhou is his real name. The pseudonym used in Medicine King Valley is Yi Qingzhou. So, it appears that there is no Yi Shangzhou in this Medicine King Valley at all. She immediately corrected herself. I misspoke, it is Yi Qingzhou, not Yi Shangzhou. Smack. Another ribbon struck her, this time directly against her chest, causing Liang Wan to wince in pain. Before Liang Wan could refute, the senior sister spoke again. "Yi Qingzhou visits master every day. You refuse to acknowledge your own faults, and now seek to slander your senior brother. You know your mistakes yet persist in repeating them. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of master." With a resounding crack, she struck Liang Wan with 50 lashes. Yet, Liang Wan seemed to have grown accustomed to the pain, not fainting as one might expect. The clarity of her suffering was, in fact, more unbearable than losing consciousness. By the time she was assisted back to her room, her body and spirit were utterly exhausted. The person who brought her back did not linger for a moment, locking the door behind them before departing without delay. Chapter 26. Are you really going to be confined? Liang Wan winced in pain at her hip, resignedly reclining on the bed, as a wave of familiar, sorrowful emotions surged within her once more, rendering her unwilling to even glance at the playful banter on the screen. She watched helplessly as the outside world transitioned from dusk to nightfall, and at long last, weariness began to envelop her. Just as her eyelids threatened to close, an unexpected commotion erupted outside. Liang Wan instantly became alert, rising with a start, momentarily forgetting the injuries she bore, nearly crying out from the pain. Gritting her teeth against the agony that radiated from her back, she stealthily approached the door, attempting to peer through the thin paper window to discern the activity outside. In the courtyard, a shadowy figure stealthily surveyed the surroundings, skillfully making its way to her door. Taking a deep breath, Liang Wan's gaze swiftly scanned the room, contemplating whether to defend herself with a vase or a fruit bowl should the intruder force their way in. A voice called from outside, "Senior Brother Liang?" Liang Wan furrowed her brow, noticing a flurry of comments on the screen announcing the arrival of Bai Haitang, Bai Shimmy. "Hurry here. Laughter is imminent." She lowered her voice in response to the person outside, "Bai Shimmy?" Upon hearing Liang Wan's voice, Bai Haitang's previously tense tone relaxed considerably. "Senior Brother, may I enter?" Though the comments were largely frivolous, Bai Haitang did not seem as irksome as Yi Shangzhou, and she appeared to be a decent person. Liang Wan replied, "It is convenient, but the door is locked. How will you get in?" "I have a key." Before Liang Wan could inquire about the source of the key, she heard the sound of someone fiddling with the lock. With a click, it opened. Liang Wan gently pulled the door inward, revealing a young woman clad in a flowing white dress standing at the threshold. Bai Haitang, with her round face and two playful floral braids swaying in the breeze, appeared both lively and enchanting. Upon seeing Bai Haitang, Liang Wan felt an immediate sense of joy. It was the first time since arriving in this world that she encountered such a warm and endearing girl. Noticing Liang Wan's affectionate gaze, Bai Haitang shyly lowered her head. Observing the wooden box in Bai Haitang's hands, Liang Wan inquired with curiosity, "Bai Shimmy, have you come here so late for a particular reason?" It was then that Bai Haitang remembered her purpose. Her cheeks flushed as she extended the wooden box towards Liang Wan. "I thought since you just returned, you might not have eaten yet. This is the honey cake I just made. Please give it a try." After expressing her gratitude, Liang Wan accepted the food box and slowly made her way to the table. Bai Haitang hurriedly took the box from her, gently guiding her to sit down. "Brother, have you applied medicine to your injury?" Upon Liang Wan's shake of the head, Bai Haitang retrieved a small medicine bottle from her waist and presented it to her. "This is the ointment Master distributed to us earlier. It is particularly effective for treating superficial wounds." Liang Wan took the medicine, her heart brimming with delight as she gazed at Bai Haitang. "Bai Shimmy, I truly appreciate your kindness." She realized that Bai Haitang was one of the few individuals in this world who treated her with such care, heightening her affection for the girl. "Shimmy, I have a small request," Liang Wan continued. "Please, do speak. I find it difficult to apply the medicine to my back on my own. Would you be so kind as to assist me?" Upon hearing this, Sister Bai's face flushed with embarrassment. Liang Wan was about to clarify that she was disguised as a man when the door suddenly swung open with a thud. Both Liang Wan and Bai Haitang turned in unison to gaze at the entrance. There stood Yi Shangzhou, known in the Valley of Medicine as Yi Qingzhou, a man who had mysteriously appeared in her courtyard and had just now opened her door at the sound of their conversation. Chapter 27. Yi Shixiang, what brings you here? Bai Haitang's eyes betrayed a hint of guilt upon seeing Yi Qingzhou. Liang Wan, however, wore a vigilant expression, while others might be unaware of Yi Qingzhou's true nature. She recognized him as a hypocrite. Were it not for Bai Haitang's presence, she would have undoubtedly confronted him about his actions. Nevertheless, with Bai Haitang there, Liang Wan could only feign calmness and greet him with a nonchalant Yi Shixiang. Yi Qingzhou appeared somewhat dazed, a smirk gracing his lips, laced with a hint of chill. "Why didn't you inform me and Haitang of your return, Shitty? The senior sister has been waiting at the gate daily to catch any sneaky disciples slipping down the mountain. Had you let us know? We could have provided you with cover, no?" Bai Haitang nodded in agreement with Yi Qingzhou's words, fully supporting his sentiment. Liang Wan felt a flicker of cold amusement within her. But the barrage of comments from the audience preempted her thoughts. "You're quite the swift one. Were you planning an ambush ahead of time? Yi Shangzhou is truly something else. Cover for an ambush. When will Wan see through his true nature? It's driving me mad." Since Yi Shixiang has arrived, it would be fortuitous for him to assist Liang Shixiang with her medication. As soon as Bai Haitang spoke, both Liang Wan and Yi Qingzhou were taken aback. Liang Wan quickly regained her composure, shaking her head repeatedly. "There's no need to trouble Shixiang. I can manage it myself shortly." As she spoke, Yi Qingzhou approached the table and picked up the bottle of medicine gifted by Haitang. You must take care of your injuries, shitty. There's no need to be so polite with your senior brother. Ah, no need. Liang Wan snatched the medicine bottle from Yi Qingzhou's hand with a forced smile, saying, My injury isn't that grave. It would be a shame to waste such a fine ointment. Yi Qingzhou had merely spoken casually, but Liang Wan, after her refusal, decisively sat down, unceremoniously poured herself a cup of water, and made her way towards Haitang's position. Observing this intentional gesture, a subtle smirk appeared on Liang Wan's lips as she offered a teacup to him, exclaiming, Senior brother, I would like a drink too. Haitang's face flushed crimson. His gaze fixed on Liang Wan, brimming with delight. Yi Qingzhou wore a sinister smile as he filled her cup to the brim, nearly overflowing. Liang Wan raised the cup to her lips and took a sip, only to glance up and see the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen. She is his rival in love. And he is hers. This damned Shura city is truly amusing. Why don't Wan and Haitang just be together? Female love is true love. Does Wan not yet realize Haitang has feelings for her? If Haitang knew the one she liked was a girl, would he turn dark? For those wondering, yes. Suddenly, without warning, Liang Wan spat out the water she had just sipped, dousing Yi Qingzhou's face. Startled, Yi Qingzhou hastily got up to brush off the water from his clothes, his expression one of disdain. Haitang quickly produced a handkerchief to wipe Yi Qingzhou's face, only to meet his gaze unexpectedly. The two froze for a moment, then swiftly averted their eyes. Liang Wan widened her eyes, watching the exchanged glances between them, her heart sinking in despair. What kind of calamity had she brought upon herself? She had just made her secret admirer, Shimmy, apply medicine for her. Wasn't that inviting trouble? As she pondered this, Liang Wan suddenly comprehended the subtle glint of a blade in Yi Qingzhou's gaze when she had opened the door moments ago. He had been eavesdropping outside, realizing that Haitang was on the verge of an intimate encounter with her, which prompted his entrance. Understanding this, Liang Wan felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. Chapter 28. Fortunately, Yi Qingzhou maintained a semblance of rationality and did not strike her dead on the spot. Junior brother, what is the matter with you? Once Yi Qingzhou extricated himself from the atmosphere of ambiguity, his gaze towards Liang Wan inevitably revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Liang Wan awkwardly set down her teacup. I apologize, senior brother, this water is rather scalding. Laughter. How scalding? Good, let me roast him. Is this what we call an ancient troll? You understand ancient trolls? The remark about ancient trolls elicited a chuckle from Liang Wan, though she could only furrow her brow to suppress her rising smile. Observing her discomfort, Haitang approached with concern, gently supporting her left arm. Senior brother, are you all right? Liang Wan recalled several sorrowful events, gradually diminishing the humor of the ancient troll quip, and suppressed her smile. She waved her hand. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. Perhaps I am still recuperating from my injuries. I shall be fine after a brief rest. In light of this, Haitang, let us not disturb junior brother Liang's respite any further. Yi Qingzhou spoke, and though Haitang's eyes reflected reluctance, she still bid farewell to Liang Wan. Once the two departed, Liang Wan finally exhaled in relief. The day's tension from navigating the unfolding drama had drained her significantly. With Yi Qingzhou and Haitang gone, she took the opportunity to leisurely open her food box and indulge in her meal. The sweet, sticky cakes made by Haitang were soft and fragrant. Melting in her mouth, Liang Wan relished 5 generous pieces before reluctantly putting them away, collapsing onto her bed for a deep slumber. This sleep lasted an entire day. Liang Wan was roused from her slumber by Haitang, as the daylight began to wane and the setting sun cast a faint glow through the door. Brother Liang, are you there? Liang Wan felt as though time had reversed. The earlier incident of splashing Yi Qingzhou with misty water lingering in her memory like a dream. It was only when Haitang re-entered with a food box, placing 4 dishes and a soup upon the table, that she came to her senses. Junior sister Bai, how can I trouble you to bring me meals every day? Haitang served the final dish of shrimp marinated in rice wine in front of her, eagerly responding, Brother, you are injured and sister has left you in this secluded place without care as a punishment. How could I stand idly by? Haitang spoke with a smile, her eyes brimming with shyness. Liang Wan offered her a warm smile in return, though it was tinged with a hint of sorrow. The comments had long suggested that Haitang would darken upon discovering her true identity as a woman, making it impossible to be straightforward about her status. Moreover, Liang Wan felt an inexplicable guilt in receiving her kindness without reservation. Observing the taunts and envious remarks that occasionally drifted by in the comments, she resolved with determination. She picked up her chopsticks, selecting a shrimp to taste, but after a couple of bites, she frowned and remarked, "Why does this shrimp taste so peculiar? Did you not devein it?" Bai Haitong's previously hopeful expression instantly dimmed as she puzzled over the dish. "But I did. I didn't taste anything unusual." Liang Wan remained furrowed in thought, picking up a piece of stewed meat with vegetables, and gravely stated, "This is far too salty. It's overwhelming." As she spoke, without waiting for Bai Haitong to taste the dish, she immediately seized a spoonful of the cypress leaf soup. Upon tasting it, she grimaced in disgust, exclaiming, "What sort of soup is this? It is so insipid." Bai Haitong's face turned a shade of embarrassment, fluctuating between red and pale. I must not have rested well last night, which is why I performed poorly." Observing Bai Haitong's discomfort, Liang Wan felt a pang of sympathy. She truly did not wish for such a situation, but if she did not allow Bai Haitong to detest her. When the truth of her identity as a woman eventually surfaced, she feared her fate would be even more dire. In this world, having two adversaries in Yi Qingzhou and Shin Xiuhong was already enough for her to contend with. She had no desire to add another foe in Bai Haitong. Chapter 29. Perhaps, senior brother, you could wait for me a moment longer while I return to prepare another meal. Bai Haitong suggested as she began to gather the dishes on the table. Liang Wan, noticing her actions, swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "No need for that, junior sister." Bai Haitong was taken aback, her gaze drawn to Liang Wan's hand clasping her wrist, and her face flushed a deep crimson. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Liang Wan hastily clarified, "Although the food is admittedly rather unpalatable, we must not waste resources. I shall do my utmost to finish it." With that, she feigned reluctance as she picked up a shrimp and placed it in her mouth. Had it not been for the necessity to dispel Bai Haitong's unfounded notions, Liang Wan would have lavished extravagant praise upon the 4 dishes, declaring them unparalleled delicacies. Such culinary delights would surely receive accolades even from a modern woman like herself, who had sampled every takeaway in the city. While contemplating that, Bai Haitong might now harbor a slight aversion towards her. She turned to see the comments on the screen. "This is a misunderstanding. Bai Haitong thinks that Wan Wan is eating out of concern for her, which only deepens her affection, and thus, misunderstandings arise." Liang Wan was momentarily frozen, the taste of the fermented shrimp lost on her. "Haitong, you needn't bring me meals in the future," she remarked after a few bites. Just as Bai Haitong was about to inquire further, Liang Wan added, "The injury inflicted by senior sister appears severe, yet it has not affected my tendons or bones. I have already recovered quite a bit." Bai Haitong nodded in understanding. "Senior sister Xingyu may seem stern, but she is not unkind to us juniors." The spare key to senior brother's room was also provided by her. As she spoke, she added, "If master discovers this, it will not merely be a matter of 50 lashes." Liang Wan felt a lingering dread and, unable to restrain herself, inquired, "What would the punishment be if master found out?" Bai Haitong, with a look of astonishment, replied, "Did you not recall that last time? When our senior brother failed the examination, he endured 2 months of trials under master." Liang Wan's lips twitched. "Trials? For what?" "The trials," Bai Haitong continued. "Master devised a new poison and required our senior brother to test it. Fortunately, master possesses extensive knowledge of herbs and has never erred." Liang Wan was momentarily stunned. She had thought that returning to the Medicine King Valley would allow her to escape the abyss that was Shin Xiuhong. Yet no one had informed her that this valley was a purgatory in itself. "Senior brother, the examination is approaching again. How have you prepared for it?" Liang Wan furrowed her brow. "What examination?" Bai Haitong, increasingly perplexed, questioned, "Senior brother, you can't possibly have forgotten, can you? The quarterly examination of the Medicine King Valley is scheduled for early next month. Wan Wan is about to suffer again. Wan Wan has always ranked last in exams, and this time will be no exception. Soon, Wan Wan will become a victim of poison. Her beauty will be ruined. Oh, how I pity Wan Wan," thunder rumbled. And Liang Wan felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her in broad daylight, leaving her dizzy. Observing Liang Wan's troubled expression, Bai Haitong quietly asked, "Senior brother, you haven't begun preparing yet, have you?" Liang Wan forced a sheepish smile at Bai Haitong, her heart heavy with guilt as she nodded slightly. Bai Haitong let out a resigned smile, saying, "There are still 2 weeks left to prepare. It would be wise for you to practice diligently, senior brother." Liang Wan sighed inwardly. She was utterly ignorant of medical practices, and even if she wished to catch up now, it seemed far too late. However, She was determined not to let the disparaging comments about disfigurement and poison come to fruition. Losing her appetite completely, she set down her chopsticks and inquired, "Do you know what the examination topics will be, junior sister?" Bai Haidang shook her head, replying, "Senior brother, our Southern Suspended Sect's research focus differs from that of your Eastern Pot sect. Thus the content of our examinations is naturally distinct." Liang Wan grew increasingly perplexed by the conversation, but fearing that probing further might arouse Bai Haitang's suspicion, she furrowed her brow and scrutinized the barrage of comments for clues. It seems that the Valley of the Medicine King has 4 major sections. The Eastern Pot, Southern Suspended, Northern Zhu, and Western Dragon sects each have their own unique research directions. Isn't one a member of the Eastern Pot sect? Chapter 30. Indeed, like Yi Shangzhou. The focus of study is on trauma medicine. Bai Haidang hails from the Southern Suspended Gate, a sect renowned for its research on restorative and nourishing medicines, esteemed by the current emperor above all others. Forgetting her own sect is hardly surprising, as she bears the title of the least distinguished disciple of Donghu's sect. Observing Liang Wan's furrowed brow as she fixated on the beams above, Bai Haitang glanced up as well, but found nothing amiss. She inquired, "What captures your attention, senior brother?" Liang Wan withdrew her thoughts and shook her head. Burdened by her concerns, she offered only perfunctory responses to Bai Haitang's subsequent remarks. Once Bai Haitang departed, Liang Wan could no longer remain seated. She rose and made her way towards the door. Currently, she was utterly ignorant of the Medicine King's Valley, even unaware of the examination content. She needed to consult her fellow disciples directly. However, as Liang Wan stepped outside, she was intercepted by 2 men. "Junior disciple Liang, you are currently under house arrest and are not permitted to leave," they reminded her. Aware of her transgression, Liang Wan returned to her room, disheartened. It seemed impossible to depart openly, yet that did not preclude her from climbing over the wall. Earlier, she had noticed that the wall in the courtyard was not excessively high, making it surmountable. With this thought in mind, she approached her wardrobe, rummaging through its contents. Before long, she unearthed a black long robe. As the sun dipped lower in the sky and night descended, Liang Wan donned her attire, akin to a cloak for nocturnal escapades, and stealthily opened her door. She approached the wall, using a stone at the corner to elevate herself, and effortlessly scaled over to the other side. The wall was low enough for Yao Ming to effortlessly leap over. Liang Wan cast a sidelong glance at the air, brushing off the dust from her clothes as she surveyed her surroundings. Bai Haidang had previously mentioned that this secluded location was a designated spot for the disciples of Yawang Valley to be punished and confined. The area was thickly wooded, shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. Liang Wan furrowed her brow, but resolved to venture deeper into the woods. The forest was merely a barrier, and as she pondered how to navigate through, she soon spotted a house with lights still aglow. Before she could approach, a familiar figure emerged from the entrance. Yi Qizhou stepped out, glancing around before closing the door. Liang Wan swiftly concealed herself behind a tree, peering out cautiously to observe. Only when she saw Yi Qizhou leave the courtyard did she emerge from her hiding place. A wave of apprehension washed over her. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Qizhou had noticed her presence. After a moment of anxious deliberation, she sighed in relief, stealthily maneuvering around the entrance to scale the adjacent wall. Once over, she crouched down, her expression grave. After an extended period, Liang Wan finally assured herself that the courtyard was devoid of any other presence. He finally rose to his feet and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, there was no one around. Chapter 31. You child, you are quite the dramatic one. You startled me. I thought I was discovered. Why does one seem so dim-witted? Ignoring the mocking comments in the barrage, Liang Wan made her way directly to Yi Qingzhou's door. Although she initially intended to inquire with a few senior brothers and sisters about the content of the upcoming academic examination, she happened to encounter Yi Qingzhou instead. Before she could confidently unravel the mystery of the 7-day powder, it was imperative that she assist Shin Qiuhong in obtaining evidence of wrongdoing. Liang Wan pushed the door only to discover it was locked. However, she did not concede defeat. Upholding the admirable virtue of perseverance, a hallmark of Chinese heritage, she approached the window and, emulating the protagonist from the dramas, moistened her finger and poked it at the glass, astonishingly causing it to break. Without hesitation, Liang Wan tore open the hole in the paper window, creating an opening large enough for a person to pass through. She climbed through the window and immediately rushed toward the shelf brimming with books. Shaking the volumes, she found no small notes. Liang Wan then seized another book and repeated her previous actions in search of clues. However, after shaking several books in succession, She still could not locate any correspondence linking Yuchijo to any peculiar individuals. Could it be that she was searching in the wrong direction? Contemplating this, Liang picked up another book and moved to the window, scrutinizing it carefully under the moonlight. Perhaps there were pertinent clues nestled within the pages? As she flipped through the book, lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly emerged from the side. What are pertinent clues? Before Liang could unleash a thunderous shout, her mouth was swiftly covered by Yuchijo, who had caught her off guard. She glared at him, only able to emit a series of muffled sounds. Yuchijo furrowed his brow and released his grip, disdainfully shaking off the saliva that had stained his hand. Junior Liang, what on earth are you doing? Liang exclaimed in astonishment as she leaned against the wall, her demeanor weak and helpless as she gazed at him. Although she appeared to be petrified with fear, her eyes were filled with fervent and desperate pleas for assistance from her online companions. What the heck? That startled me. I need to watch a couple of episodes of Baby's Garden to calm down. Another outrageous twist that nearly gave me a heart attack. Is Yuchijo really trying to play dumb with Liang? Liang found herself momentarily taken aback by Yuchijo's attitude, her gaze lingering on him in a daze. Was he truly feigning ignorance, or did he genuinely not realize that she was aware of his secret? If he was genuinely oblivious, she certainly could not risk revealing her knowledge. Reflecting on this, Liang redirected her gaze to Yuchijo and casually concocted an excuse. Senior, I came to inquire about the academic examination. Yuchijo's face broke into a skeptical smile. Why the sudden interest in the exam? Liang, feeling embarrassed, rubbed the back of her head, attempting to mask her unease with a feigned innocence. I was just worried about being reprimanded by master again, and besides, junior sister Bai mentioned that consulting you about such matters would surely yield no errors. Wanwan knows how to handle Yuchijo. With Wanwan's cleverness, I feel reassured. Yuchijo would not dare to act against Liang in Yawang Valley. Sure enough, when Liang mentioned Bai Haidang, Yuchijo's expression wavered slightly. However, he did not reveal an ounce of pleasure. Instead, he coldly inquired, has Haidang come looking for you again? Liang, this person truly knows how to hit the nail on the head. Senior sister Xingyu was concerned that I might go hungry, so she brought me a meal. The confusion on Yuchijo's face did not dissipate. You could have just come. Why did you have to break my window? Liang. Chapter 32. She smiled awkwardly. It was quite a challenge for me to sneak out, and I thought I shouldn't waste this precious opportunity. Now that I am here. Surely, my senior brother wouldn't mind if I accidentally broke a window, would he? The intonation of Woody lingered, provoking a sense of indignation within Yuchijo. Yet he felt powerless to express it. He approached the bookshelf, returning the book Liang had just taken, and with an indifferent demeanor stated, the upcoming academic examination will focus on alchemy. Both foundational knowledge and practical skills will be assessed. As he spoke, he pulled another book from the shelf and tossed it towards her. Liang hurriedly bent down to catch it. You should take this book home and study it. The foundational knowledge will largely revolve around its content. Liang grinned. Senior brother, you are quite kind. Yuchijo snorted dismissively, wearing an air of pride. His act of giving her the book was merely to uphold the trust that Haidang had placed in him. He glanced through the broken window at the moonlit night and added, all right, you've asked your questions. Hurry back before Sister Xingyu discovers you and drags me into trouble. Liang nodded eagerly and dashed away. Watching her retreating figure dissolve into the shadows, Yuchijo's thoughts grew somber. He had sensed something peculiar about this junior disciple when they met outside the mountain. Her few words just now had been remarkably out of character. Could it be that she was already aware of his circumstances? Yuchijo's expression shifted, and as he turned, a shadow appeared at the door. Recognizing the identity of the visitor, he called out softly, come in, and quickly shut the door behind them. A figure clad in black attire. A vast cloak obscuring half of his visage revealed only a pair of alluring, thin lips. In a deep, resonant tone, he inquired, who was that person just now? He had approached earlier, but paused upon noticing the presence of others in the room. He is the one I mentioned to you, encountered outside the mountain, a fellow disciple? Indeed. Why did you not eliminate him? Yuchijo's brows furrowed slightly, given the number of disciples from Yawang Valley present here, as well as those madmen from Beiju Gate. If anything were to transpire here, I would inevitably be exposed. Are you not concerned about him revealing your secrets? Yuchijo gently stroked his chin, offering a brief analysis. In my estimation, if he were truly aware of something significant, he would not have approached alone. At most, he knows but a general outline, prompting him to investigate further. So, you intend to allow him to continue his inquiries unabated? Certainly not. Yuchijo met his gaze, a glimmer of icy resolve flickering in his eyes. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. I shall navigate this situation with prudence. Should matters come to light, he will find himself at a loss for words and unable to act. He will find it difficult to write or speak. Yi Qingzhou is undeniably ruthless. Could Wanwan truly be harmed by him in the end? Do not speculate recklessly. The finale sees Wanwan taking her own life. This figure in black appears quite handsome. Kiss kiss. As long as Wanwan remains outside Yaowang Valley, she is safe. Liang Wan crouched within the thicket, gazing upward at the barrage of comments that had long since shifted their focus away from her, her expression twisted in distress. What does it mean to be at a loss for words and unable to act? Did Yi Qingzhou utter these words? There were figures clad in black. Liang Wan cast a glance at the faint light emanating from Yi Qingzhou's room, which was situated at a considerable distance from her. Could it be that another presence had been silently observing them from the shadows? Suddenly plagued by terrifying images, a cold sweat broke out on Liang Wan's back, prompting a sharp pang of pain from her still-healing wound. Oh dear, she sighed, and just then, the guard stationed near her door, on the verge of slumber, called out loudly, "Who goes there?" Chapter 33. Liang Wan was escorted back, her arms held firmly by her captors. She had anticipated that the two gatekeepers would report her misdeeds, but after a night's slumber and a morning of waiting, her expectations were unmet. Sister Xingyu did not come to chastise her, as she had foreseen. Although the absence of reprimand was a relief, Liang Wan found herself confined indoors. Her only solace the alchemy texts borrowed from Yi Qingzhou. Yet, despite recognizing each character, the sentences eluded her comprehension entirely. Phrases like take 1 tael and 5 chien of saltpeter, alum, and salt, finely grind them. Then mix with 1 tael of mercury until the stars vanish, and terms such as forming the womb, leveling, and placing the cauldron were utterly foreign to her. At her current level of understanding, participating in the academic examination would assuredly secure her a position, not as the top scorer, but as the last. Propping her chin in her hand, she abandoned her attempts to decipher the sentences and resorted to rote memorization. Before a single incense stick had burned down, a familiar commotion echoed from outside. "Senior brother." Bai Haitang's voice called from beyond the door. Liang Wan opened it, surprised by the sight before her. "Junior sister Bai, what brings you here?" Bai Haitang stood there, cradling a stack of hay taller than herself, one hand gripping a small object resembling a furnace, while a basket hung from her back. Concerned that she might lose her balance and tumble, Liang Wan hurried forward to assist her in unloading the burdens. Bai Haitang, not forgetting her purpose, explained, "Senior brother, aren't you preparing for the examination? These items are all useful for you." Bai Haitang set down the alchemical furnace she had been holding. "Yesterday, I specifically inquired with my senior from the East Pot sect. They mentioned that your examination involves alchemy. So I brought this." It was Liang Wan's first encounter with a genuine alchemical furnace, small enough to be cradled in 2 hands. She marveled, "It is quite exquisite. Senior, our Nanshan sect does not teach alchemy. This furnace was a gift from a senior of the East Pot sect, one he seldom uses. It might be a bit small." As she spoke, Bai Haitang lowered her head in embarrassment. Yet, Liang Wan held no disdain. Her greatest concern was her studies. The mere act of Bai Haitang bringing her something, regardless of its quality, felt like a timely aid in her hour of need. She gently patted Bai Haitang's shoulder, saying, "My skills are lacking, and I cannot make use of anything too exceptional. This is just right." Upon hearing this, Bai Haitang raised her head, a sweet smile illuminating her face. "That is truly wonderful. However, your Nanshan sect must also have examinations, correct?" Bai Haitang nodded. "The 4 major sects of Yaowang Valley have their examinations at the same time. Then you should not come over anymore. You need to dedicate time to prepare for your own examination and not waste time on me," Liang Wan proclaimed with a dignified air, secretly delighted. With such a grandiloquent rationale, surely Bai Haitang would acquiesce. However, Bai Haitang shook her head. "This time, our examination topic is fasting. The location here is remote and free from disturbances, making it ideal for my chosen subject. Senior, let us prepare for the examination together." Liang Wan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, uncertain whether to comply or not. The barrage of comments appeared on screen. Wan, why don't you just give in?" The overwhelming repetition made Liang Wan feel dizzy. Bai Haitang had indeed rendered her a tremendous favor, and she couldn't bring herself to dismiss her. Instead, she pointed to the hay on the ground and inquired, "What are these?" Bai Haitang had already sorted and packed the hay before her arrival, and she explained, "These are some nourishing herbs, prepared for our upcoming exam." Liang Wan, overwhelmed with gratitude, took Bai Haitong's hand, exclaiming, "Haidang, you truly are my dear sister." Bai Haitong's face flushed a deep crimson once more. Chapter 34. Suddenly, Liang Wan recalled something and hastily released Bai Haitong's hand. "I apologize, junior sister Bai. I did not intend to." Bai Haitong suppressed a smile, shaking her head in response. Feeling a bit awkward, Liang Wan diverted her gaze to the herbs scattered on the ground, remarking, "These medicinal materials cannot be left here unattended." She surveyed the courtyard and noticed 2 racks for drying herbs. Pointing to them, she suggested, "Let's place them on the racks." With that, she quickly moved forward to gather the herbs. Bai Haitong followed closely behind, assisting her, seizing the opportunity to familiarize herself with more medicinal plants. Liang Wan inquired about the bundle in Bai Haitong's arms. "Haiyang, what is this?" Bai Haitong replied truthfully, "This is ghost needle grass, which can disperse liver heat." "And this one?" Liang Wan asked, pointing to another plant. "That is belladonna. It is poisonous," Bai Haitong answered. Liang Wan promptly placed it on the rack, then questioned, "Can these truly be used for alchemy?" Although she found the contents of the book given to her by Yu Qizhou perplexing, she possessed a modicum of knowledge about alchemy. Typically, alchemical materials consisted of heavy metal minerals such as cinnabar, realgar, and stone gall, while the herbs Bai Haitong brought were entirely different. Could it be that someone was deliberately deceiving her? Having experienced much malice in this world, Liang Wan felt increasingly paranoid. However, Bai Haitong remained remarkably composed, stating, "Senior brother, none of these are for you." The barrage of comments assisted Liang Wan in expressing herself. "Indeed, I am plump and rustic. I am unworthy of you." Self-deception inevitably leads to heartbreak. From a young age, Haidang has always been articulate. Observing Liang Wan's troubled expression, Bai Haitong elucidated, "I intend to prepare for the scholarly examination with my senior brother. These are all items I shall require." Liang Wan offered a wry smile. Bai Haitong then retrieved a heavy bag from her basket and placed it into Liang Wan's hands. The weight of it caused Liang Wan's palm to sink. As Bai Haitong continued, "Within this bag are cinnabar, gold sand, ginseng, and other materials essential for alchemy. It is rather rare for those of the Southern Suspended sect to possess such items, and I have spent half a day gathering this much." Recognizing Bai Haitong's efforts, Liang Wan performed a respectful bow, stating, "The favor you have shown today, I shall undoubtedly repay in the future." "Senior brother, there is no need for that." Bai Haitong quickly stepped forward, grasping her wrist. Liang Wan lifted her gaze to meet hers, and in Bai Haitong's bright, sparkling eyes, there was an unmistakable glimmer of joy and excitement. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated, startling both individuals standing before the shelf. Liang Wan turned to identify the source of the noise, discovering Yi Qingzhou had appeared at her courtyard entrance without her notice. Has this fellow been eavesdropping again? He has arrived, enveloped in a fragrant aura of lemon. The presence of Yi Qingzhou lingers ominously. Yi Qingzhou is truly terrifying, persistently shadowing Haidang. Is it possible that he has been secretly observing one all along? That would be even more dreadful. Chapter 35. Liang Wan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Haitong had developed deep feelings for her, and if Yi Qingzhou did not appear soon, she would find it difficult to extricate herself from the situation. Thus, she gazed at Yi Qingzhou with an additional touch of gratitude. This unexpected shift in her demeanor left the previously menacing Yi Qingzhou defenseless. He suppressed the hostility on his face and asked in a low voice, "What are you two up to?" Bai Haitong, still lost in the sweet exchange with Liang Wan, could not contain the smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. "Senior brother, we are preparing for the academic examination." "Academic examination?" Yi Qingzhou furrowed his brow. However, in the presence of Bai Haitong, his tone softened. "Haidang, are you not from the South Suspended sect? What are you preparing for with a disciple from the Eastern whose sect?" Bai Haitong shyly lowered her gaze. "This place is secluded and undisturbed, allowing us to focus on our studies." A cold smile flickered in Yi Qingzhou's heart. Surely, this was Liang Wan's idea. Under the guise of diligently preparing for the examination, they were actually planning to meet in private in this remote courtyard. He would not allow such sordid intentions to come to fruition. Yi Qingzhou smiled lightly. "In that case, coincidentally, I have also been preparing for the examination. Why not allow me to join you?" Bai Haitong hesitated, but, without a moment's pause, Liang Wan interjected with enthusiasm. "That would be splendid. After all, senior brother is my fellow disciple and can better guide my studies." Thus, even if Bai Shimi visited daily, the presence of Yi Qingzhou would prevent their interactions from becoming overly ambiguous. Though their thoughts diverged, the trio still gathered in one place. After a while, Yi Qingzhou placed the scroll down on the desk with a decisive thud, casting a rather exasperated glance at Liang Wan. In her hand, Liang Wan clutched a piece of vermilion, preparing to grind it, her expression one of skepticism as she looked at him. "Senior brother, are you all right? Grinding requires a certain technique," she remarked. Yi Qingzhou gestured for her to pass him the vermilion, then grasped it with 4 fingers on the grinding stone, moving in a deliberate circular motion. After completing a rotation, he paused. "Did you see that?" Liang Wan nodded and took back the vermilion, mimicking Yi Qingzhou's method. He responded with a subdued intrigued. Liang Wan pondered why Yi Qingzhou, who had previously intended to cause her trouble, was now assisting her. She noticed that others in the comments section shared her curiosity, and soon a viewer provided an explanation. "Don't be foolish. Yi Qingzhou merely wishes to impress junior sister Haitang." "Ah, so that was it." By Haitang, observing the entire exchange, chuckled, "With senior brother Yi here, I'm certain Liang Wan will master alchemy in no time." Her words struck a chord with Yi Qingzhou, who smiled contentedly, maintaining an air of scholarly composure as he leisurely unfurled the scroll to continue reading. Bai Haitang exchanged a knowing glance with Liang Wan before resuming her own studies. Having ground the vermilion, Liang Wan proceeded to prepare the other ingredients for alchemy. Yet, after merely an hour, her hand grew heavy, rendering it nearly immobile. "Senior brother, perhaps we should take a break?" Yi Qingzhou raised his gaze upon hearing the voice. Glancing at the delicate creation crafted by Liang Wan, its powdery texture quite acceptable. Noticing that he remained silent, Liang Wan chuckled. "Junior sister, senior brother, are you hungry?" At noon, we hastily consumed a couple of steamed buns, and now my stomach is quite empty. Yi Qingzhou felt the pangs of hunger as well, yet refrained from voicing it in the presence of Bai Haitang. Instead, Bai Haitang chimed in, "I too feel a bit peckish. How about I roast some sweet potatoes for you both?" With that, she produced a bag of sweet potatoes from seemingly nowhere and placed them upon the table. Yi Qingzhou smiled at Bai Haitang. "Haitang, let us roast them together." "Absolutely," Bai Haitang replied, turning to Liang Wan. "Senior brother Liang, you should join us as well." Chapter 36. Liang Wan, who had been silently observing from the side, gasped. Before she could decline, Bai Haitang and Yi Qingzhou had already risen and exited. After carefully placing the results of her afternoon's labor, Liang Wan stepped outside. In the courtyard, Yi Qingzhou and Bai Haitang were crouched down, constructing a small earthen stove. Bai Haitang was somewhat unfamiliar with the task, and Yi Qingzhou was gently instructing her. As Liang Wan approached the doorway, she was momentarily halted by the barrage of comments that had already erupted online. This Yi Qingzhou is definitely not to be underestimated. He is preparing to stir up trouble for Wan Wan again. "Wan Wan, whatever you do not approach. Absolutely do not go near." What does he intend to do? This rascal has buried gunpowder in the stove. It's bound to explode when Wan Wan starts cooking. At that point, Wan Wan will surely get hurt again. Startled, Liang Wan instinctively took a step back. Bai Haitang turned to look at her, beckoning, "Senior brother, come over here." Liang Wan forced a laugh. I suddenly have a bit of a stomach ache. I'll just go to the restroom and be right back." Having concocted an excuse to hide, she waited until a rich aroma of sweet potatoes wafted through the air before emerging, clutching her abdomen and feigning a look of recently relieved discomfort. Yi Qingzhou was just retrieving sweet potatoes from the stove when he noticed Liang Wan still smiling, appearing rather pleased. "Junior brother, your timing is impeccable." However, Liang Wan paid no heed to his jibe, her gaze fixed on the small stove. Where exactly had Yi Qingzhou buried the gunpowder? Bai Haitang approached to assist her. "Senior brother, shall I help you back to your room to rest?" Liang Wan swiftly propped herself up and waved her hands, hastily asserting that it was unnecessary. Bai Haitang gazed at her in astonishment. The barrage of comments suggested, "It's over. She's about to slip up. The stomach ache can vanish in an instant." And I truly admire this acting. Liang Wan hurriedly pressed her hand against her abdomen, her expression fraught with anxiety. Yi Qingzhou discerned her ruse and felt an undeniable surge of resentment. His junior brother often resorted to such trivial antics to elicit sympathy from Haitang. He placed the sweet potato before Liang Wan and her companion, stating, "If you're unwell, junior brother, why not return to your room? We shall dine here." Liang Wan cast a glance at the comments. No one remarked on the potential issue with the sweet potato, so she assumed there was no harm and agreed to enter the room. To avoid revealing her pretense, she furrowed her brows as she took a seat. Bai Haitang, somewhat uneasy, proposed, "Senior brother, shall I check your pulse?" Liang Wan shook her head. "No need, junior sister. It's merely a case of something I ate, nothing serious. Yi Zhou inquired nonchalantly, didn't you only consume 2 steamed buns today? How could that lead to this predicament? The comments erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha, she is in trouble? What a predicament, and well done, Yi Zhou, you know just how to provoke. Bai Haidang, perplexed, remarked, we also consumed those buns with you, and neither of us has fallen ill. Is there something amiss with you, senior brother? Liang Wan, feeling bashful, suggested, let me check his pulse. Without waiting for Liang Wan's consent, Yi Zhou reached out to clasp her hand resting on the table. After a moment, he solemnly declared, Junior brother, your kidney yang is deficient, and your spleen and stomach are weak. You must take good care of yourself. Chapter 37. Both Bai Haidang and Liang Wan were taken aback. Liang Wan coughed nervously, while Bai Haidang appeared visibly embarrassed and said nothing. Liang Wan glared at Yi Zhou, forcing a smile as she said, Brother Yi, why don't you share that invigorating powder you consume daily? I could use a boost. The barrage of laughter flooded the screen, reflecting on Yi Zhou's increasingly darkened expression, rendering him speechless. Bai Haidang, who had just lifted her head, quietly lowered it again, preoccupied with peeling sweet potatoes. She heard nothing. Meanwhile, the comments erupted wildly with laughter. You really know how to roast people. What a cunning tactic, haha. But I like it. Liang Wan's character has become less stifled than in the original. I adore it. Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou was caught off guard by Liang Wan's words, momentarily at a loss for a retort. With a cold snort, he replied, Your ability to speak nonsense is indeed growing stronger, but this kind of cleverness won't help you in your exams. Be careful not to incur Master S' wrath again. Liang Wan, however, maintained her assertiveness. Whether I speak the truth or not, brother, you know in your heart. Throughout the exchange, Bai Haidang considered herself invisible, silently consuming the roasted sweet potato with her head bowed. Yi Zhou recognized that continuing the conversation would be futile. So he picked up a roasted sweet potato and began to eat. The three dispersed in an atmosphere that was difficult to articulate. The following morning, as Liang Wan donned her attire in preparation for grinding medicinal powders, Bai Haidang approached once more. Haidang, why have you arrived so early today? Although preparation for the academic examination is essential, there seems to be no necessity to commence before the hour of Chun. The pressure is overwhelming. Senior brother, I have come to deliver you some nourishing soup, Bai Haidang exclaimed, waving the food container she held in her hand before him. I brewed it early this morning, and it is still warm. Liang Wan felt a twinge of embarrassment, standing there at a loss. Should she not confide in Bai Haidang directly? Senior brother, truly, there is no need for you to feel awkward. Bai Haidang, noticing her discomfort, remarked, at Suen Gate. 9 out of 10 patients we attend to suffer from kidney yang deficiency. As long as one adheres to a timely and adequate supplementation regimen, there should be no significant concerns. Liang Wan. Haidang, in truth, Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Haidang suddenly approached and took her hand, guiding her to the table. She did not catch a glimpse of Bai Haidang's face, yet her ears burned crimson, and the words she intended to say remained unspoken. Liang Wan found herself compelled to sit at the table as Bai Haidang placed the nourishing soup before her, earnestly offering comfort. Senior brother, I understand that such matters are uncomfortable for anyone. However, among the patients we treat at Suen Gate, it is not uncommon for 9 out of 10 to share your condition. With timely and adequate supplementation, you will surely improve. Senior brother, you must have faith. As Bai Haidang spoke, Liang Wan could only smile weakly and drink the soup. After all, Bai Haidang was a healer, and the carefully brewed soup exuded a faint medicinal aroma. Liang Wan gulped it down in one go. As soon as she finished, she felt a warmth spreading through her body, and her mind grew somewhat disoriented. Suddenly, Liang Wan felt herself enveloped by darkness. The barrage of comments that should have been present before her eyes transformed into twinkling stars. Senior brother, what is wrong? Bai Haidang exclaimed as she touched her arm. In an instant, Liang Wan collapsed to the ground with a thud. Senior brother, Bai Haidang was taken aback and, disregarding the distinctions of gender, swiftly hoisted Liang Wan onto her back. Having frequently dealt with the lifting of bodies, Bai Haidang possessed considerable strength and, with a determined effort, carried Liang Wan to the bed. Chapter 38. Liang Wan lay upon her bed, 2 crimson streaks flowing from her nose. Bai Haidang retrieved a handkerchief to gently dab at her, then extended her hand to take Liang Wan's pulse. Before long, her brow furrowed in concern. Based on her years of experience accompanying her master on medical consultations, it was evident that Liang Wan's kidney yang was not merely insufficient, it was utterly absent. Alarmed, she withdrew her hand, gazing at the unconscious Liang Wan in astonishment. Bai Haitang's expression suddenly turned despondent as she lowered her head, lost in thought. At that moment, Liang Wan began to stir, gradually regaining consciousness. She noticed Bai Haitang with her head bowed, eyes rimmed in red, as if something grave had occurred. With urgency, she inquired, "Haitang, what is the matter?" She shifted to sit upright, causing the cloth resting on her nose to slip away, revealing 2 crimson marks beneath. "Oh, why am I bleeding from my nose?" As soon as Liang Wan uttered these words, she noticed Bai Haitang wipe her eyes and lift her glistening gaze to meet hers. "Senior brother, do not worry. I will surely cure you." Even though he was a man with kidney yang that was nearly undetectable, she was resolute in her devotion to him. Liang Wan, observing Bai Haitang's demeanor, felt an increasing curiosity about her earlier state. Instinctively, she raised her eyes to look at her. "Bai Haitang, truly, I could weep. How can one possess such a considerate, adorable, and devoted girlfriend? If Wan does not want her, then allow me to take Bai Haitang." Haitang must have already recognized that Wan's pulse is abnormal. Why has she not spoken of it? She believed that Wan was merely an exceedingly insipid man. The laughter that ensued was both hearty and infectious. Liang Wan fell into silence. "Senior brother, the medicinal soup I prepared this morning was perhaps too nourishing. Allow me to return and adjust the prescription. I shall bring you a new batch tomorrow." "No, that won't be necessary." Liang Wan was at a loss for how to conclude the conversation. However, Bai Haitang was not pleased by this dismissal. Her petite, charming brows knitted together as she earnestly stated, "Senior brother, the greatest fear in medicine is the reluctance to address ailments. Our South-suspended sect excels in nourishment and health. You should simply heed my advice." With the conversation having reached such a point, Liang Wan felt it inappropriate to refuse further. She could only nod in acquiescence. "Haitang, I appreciate your efforts." Bai Haitang smiled brightly. "Senior brother, we have grown up together in the Medicine King Valley. There is no need for formality between us." She then took the empty bowl back to the South-suspended sect, mentioning her intent to prepare a suitable tonic for Liang Wan's constitution, and did not return during the day. Instead, Yi Qingzhou arrived. Initially expecting Bai Haitang to join him, he was surprised to find only Liang Wan in the courtyard, appearing rather disheartened as she ground herbs. Liang Wan was aware of his intentions. Haitang was occupied today and would not be coming. Upon receiving this information, Yi Qingzhou concocted a casual excuse to depart. Once Yi Qingzhou, a formidable presence, had taken his leave, Liang Wan resumed her grinding. After a short while, she suddenly set down the cinnabar and began to chant softly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Astonishingly, it was already the 4th day. Liang Wan's mind briefly flickered back to the visage of Shen Qiuhong, and she nearly forgot that she was afflicted by the 7-day powder. However, when she parted ways with Shen Qiuhong, she was so preoccupied with her hasty retreat that she neglected to inquire about how to get in touch with him. Chapter 39. The Valley of the Apothecary was no less than 30 miles from Shun Jun's tent. Even if she managed to reach it, should Shen Qiuhong be dissatisfied with the message she conveyed, she feared she would lack the strength to escape his wrath. Moreover, she was currently confined by senior sister Xingyu, and merely exiting this courtyard was a daunting task. How could she possibly relay the message? As Liang Wan pondered, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, night had already fallen. The biting cold of the heavy frost outside roused her from her dreams, prompting her to tighten her garments as she sat up. Suddenly, a magnificent burst of fireworks lit up the eastern sky, accompanied by a distant rumble, captivating Liang Wan's dark eyes. She smiled and mused, "How splendid the fireworks are." Then, a thought struck her. She recalled the signal arrow Shen Qiuhong had entrusted to her before his departure. She smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten it?" Liang Wan retrieved the signal arrow from within the room, but as she was about to ignite it, she hesitated. Glancing around, she noted the unsettling tranquility of her surroundings. Igniting the signal arrow could easily attract the attention of those from the Valley of the Apothecary. With a swift turn of thought, Liang Wan conceived a plan. The next day, before the hour of Chun, Bai Haitang arrived once more. "Senior brother, do sample today's nourishing soup," she said, placing the broth that had simmered through the night before Liang Wan. To avoid the situation of yesterday where her body remained unfortified, Liang Wan took small sips with a spoon. While drinking, she inquired, "Junior sister, is it permissible to set off fireworks in the Valley of the Apothecary?" Bai Haitang replied, "Fireworks are permitted during the festivals, but not at other times." After all, there are many patients in Yaowang Valley, and tranquility is essential for their recovery. Understanding this, Liang privately felt relieved that she had refrained from impulsively launching the signal arrow the previous night. Are there any auspicious days approaching? She inquired. Have you lost track of time, senior brother? The Mid-Autumn Festival is the day after tomorrow. Liang spirits lifted upon hearing this. Mid-Autumn Festival? Bai Haiding nodded. Indeed. The four main gates of Yaowang Valley are beautifully adorned, and the nearby villages have been celebrating over the past few days. Just yesterday, the neighboring village set off fireworks. As she spoke of the festival, Bai Haitang's enthusiasm was palpable. Senior brother, on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, we must pay our respects to Master. Senior sister Xingyu will likely lift your confinement, and then we can go to the riverside to enjoy the fireworks, shall we? Absolutely. Liang had been troubled by her inability to launch the signal arrow. Coincidentally, the day after tomorrow marked the 7th day. Shin Qiuhong's people should be nearby. If she launched the signal arrow, he would likely appear to deliver the antidote. However, anxiety gripped her heart. What if she signaled, and he failed to arrive in time, leaving her vulnerable when the poison took effect on the 7th day? Yet, her circumstances were precarious, and she could only act as opportunities arose. In the blink of an eye, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. At dawn, Liang sensed a commotion outside. She opened the door. Where the sun had yet to rise above the eastern peaks, the usually serene Yaowang Valley seemed to be filled with a restless energy. A bright figure strode past the courtyard, and the gate was soon pushed open. Xingyu stood at the entrance, one hand behind her back, gazing intently at her. Liang hurriedly exited the room to greet her senior sister. Master sister, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the disciples of Yaowang Valley must pay their respects to the master. You are permitted to go out today. A weight lifted from Liang heart, and she promptly bowed, saying, Thank you, master sister. Once Xingyu departed, Liang felt no lingering fatigue and sought out the newest garments from her wardrobe to don. In ancient times, there were no mirrors, and Liang was unaware if her attire suited her. She could only rely on the discerning eyes of the netizens in the barrage comments for feedback. Quite elegant. I adore this look. In men's clothing, Wan exudes the charm of a refined gentleman. In the future, I hope to find a boyfriend like this. In the future, I hope to find a boyfriend like this. In the future, I hope to find a boyfriend like this. In the future, I hope to find a boyfriend like this. Chapter 40. Liang contentedly withdrew her gaze, cautiously tucking the signal arrow into the hidden pocket of her sleeve. Subsequently, she sat in the room, rather listlessly, awaiting Bai Haitang's arrival. Bai Haidang had mentioned yesterday, while delivering the nourishing soup, that she would come to fetch her before the initiation ceremony commenced. However, after waiting for a full hour, Liang transitioned from a poised sitting posture to a slumped position, having changed her stance no less than 800 times. Yet still no sign of Bai Haidang. In an attempt to pass the time, she contemplated the bullet comments, which read, What is Wan doing? I find it perplexing too. Could she be waiting for Bai Haidang? Isn't Bai Haidang supposed to come before the initiation ceremony? Exactly. The ceremony is still a while away. The main event is in the evening. Liang was rendered speechless. It seemed she had miscalculated the time. Embarrassed, she rose and retreated to the courtyard to grind her materials. As dusk approached, Liang gathered the finely ground ingredients just as Bai Haidang arrived. Senior brother, Bai Haidang, having discarded her usual simple attire, was adorned in a delicate, goose-yellow gauze dress today. The fabric was light and airy, fluttering gracefully in the breeze, embodying her characteristic vivacity and gentleness. Liang was utterly mesmerized. Haidang, you look truly beautiful today, Liang praised without reservation. Bai Haitang's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at Liang, who was clad in white robes, and responded, Senior brother, you look splendid as well. Shall we go? Bai Haidang led Liang to the main hall of Yaowang Valley, referred to as the Zheng Teng by the disciples, although its formal name was Linyan Hall. The place where Liang was confined was remote, and it took nearly the duration of a stick of incense to reach Linyan Teng. By the time she arrived, numerous disciples had already gathered within. Each individual's attire bore a striking resemblance, and Liang keen eyes quickly discerned that their garments were predominantly in 4 distinct colors: white, yellow, blue, and black, although she hesitated to inquire of Bai Haidang which sect each color represented. Observing the attire of Yiqing Zhou and Bai Haidang allowed her to deduce that the white garments belonged to disciples of Donghu sect, while the yellow indicated those of Nanshan sect. As for the blue and black, silence. A resounding voice echoed from the staircase of Linyantang. The previously boisterous hall fell into an immediate hush, not a sound to be heard. The Mid-Autumn Festival ceremony is about to commence. I asked the disciples of the 4 major sects to line up in order. Bai Haiding gestured towards the far left line, indicating for Liang Wan to join. Nodding in acknowledgement, Liang Wan stepped forward to stand behind a young man clad in white. He cast a glance her way, his brow furrowing in skepticism. However, due to the recent call for quiet, he refrained from speaking. Before Liang Wan could grasp the situation, she was suddenly collided with, the force propelling her back 2 steps. Rubbing her forehead where she had been struck, she was about to inquire about the individual's intentions when another person rushed towards her, forcefully pushing her further back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Her temper flared. Just as she noticed another individual preparing to shove her aside, Liang Wan seized the person's arm, her eyes wide with fury. What on earth is happening? A man stood upon the steps, his voice cool and resonant, echoing throughout the hall with an imposing presence. Following the direction of his gaze, all the disciples turned their attention to Liang Wan. Chapter 41. At this moment, Liang Wan realized that the individuals before her were intentionally colliding with her and showed no signs of retreat. The disciple whose arm she had grasped cast her a disdainful glance and remarked, "You occupy someone else's space and yet expect not to be jostled?" Before the matter could be clarified, the man who had been standing on the steps, overlooking the crowd, descended and approached them. He was clad in a pale blue robe, one hand positioned in front and the other behind him. His features were exceptionally handsome, with an aura of authority evident in his brows and eyes. The breathtaking senior brother, the most striking figure of Yaowang Valley, Xingyu. The aloof and handsome man, Xingyun, I adore him. Limited time offering of 1 Yun CP. Having witnessed Xingyu's previous experience, Liang Wan quickly recognized that Xingyun was also among the foremost figures in Yaowang Valley and dared not show any disrespect. She released her grip and offered a respectful bow, addressing him as senior brother. "The ceremony is about to commence. What are you 2 doing?" Xingyun's tone was not heavy, yet his deep voice possessed an inexplicable resonance that sent a shiver through Liang Wan. Despite her unease, the comments on the screen were solely extolling Xingyun's appearance, utterly disregarding her plight. Before she could explain her situation to Xingyun, the person in front spoke first. "Senior brother, this Liang Jr. occupies my spot and refuses to let me return to it." Liang Wan furrowed her brow, asserting, "There is a sequence to everything. I arrived first. By what right do you collide with me?" Expecting someone to speak on her behalf, she was taken aback when the surrounding crowd erupted in mocking laughter at her words. Liang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained perplexed by the situation. The individual before her chuckled disdainfully, remarking, "The line is organized according to each person's examination results. Even if you arrive first, you must ultimately stand at the end." Liang Wan thought to herself, how infuriating. Observing her embarrassment, and noticing that she had lowered her head while retreating to make room, Xingyun quietly cautioned, "The master will be here soon. Let us all maintain a serious demeanor." With that, he departed. Throughout the entire exchange, Liang Wan did not lift her gaze. The Lin Yun Hall had been constructed somewhat later, and today she could have easily articulated an entire set of observations regarding it. A resounding echo of drums and bells filled the Lin Yun Hall, silencing the crowd to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Liang Wan noticed the bullet comments announcing the arrival of the master, prompting her to finally raise her eyes. On the tiered platform stood a venerable elder with flowing white hair, surveying the assembly of disciples below. Liang Wan, wishing to observe more closely, squinted for a moment. The elder seemed to catch sight of her, glancing in her direction. However, upon meeting his gaze, she hastily lowered her head. The other disciples had already placed their hands over their chests in salute, and only then did Liang Wan belatedly mimic their actions, bowing respectfully before the master seated in the cloud chair. "The great boss has arrived. The mischievous elder is here." It seems the elder won't trouble Wan Wan on this mid-autumn night. Having completed her bow, Liang Wan lifted her head only to see rows of identical characters drifting overhead. "The great boss?" she pondered, glancing anxiously at the esteemed master of the Medicine King Valley at the top. Could he possibly be the mastermind behind the poisoned water? However, this should not be the case. According to the conversation between Yi Qingzhou and an unknown figure in black, it appears that the individual must be someone from outside the Medicine King Valley. This so-called great boss is likely a character that will be introduced later in the narrative. Regardless of whether this individual is connected to the river poisoning incident, Liang Wan remained vigilant, casting a glance at those standing beside her master. The camera seemed to follow her gaze, sparking a new wave of discussion in the comments section. The three masters of Nanxian Gate, Donghu Gate, and Shilong Gate gather. Chapter 42. Why haven't we seen Master Beizhu Min? Master Beizhu Min has entered seclusion. The appearance rate of Master Beizhu Min is rather low. Isn't Donghu Min the most ostentatious? How can Master still take center stage? These masters are all socially anxious. The center stage position was drawn by the masters of Nanxian Min and Shilong Min to select the representative of Donghu Min. Liang Wan's lips twitched. These masters truly possess a down-to-earth charm. Socially anxious, yet with malevolent intentions. Not a single one is admirable. Not a significant issue. Their future appearances will also be quite dismal. Let the old man laugh. Just don't forget to smile in the future. After the ceremony, as tonight is a festive occasion, disciples are permitted to set off fireworks and host banquets. Everyone dispersed to their respective places. The atmosphere in Lin Yun Hall became lively once more. Liang Wan sought out by Haitang from the neighboring group and turned to see Yi Qingzhou, who had just taken the lead in the line, approaching them. With a smile concealing sharpness, he inquired, "Junior sister, junior brother, where are you headed?" "Brother Yi, we are going to set off fireworks. Would you like to join us?" Yi Qingzhou certainly would not miss this chance. "Let us go." Thus, the three of them proceeded together. Upon reaching the riverside, they found a throng of people gathered, all there to release fireworks and lanterns. Yi Qingzhou frowned. "With so many people, we won't even know who set off which fireworks." Liang Wan, observing the crowd, felt a tinge of anxiety at the thought of someone recognizing that her signal arrow differed from the fireworks. She hastily suggested, "Why not come to my place to set them off? There's no one there." Bai Haitang concurred, "Then I shall bring some snacks along. Let us celebrate together." Yi Qingzhou nodded, saying, "Junior brother, there is nothing at your place. Junior sister, you should take more. I will assist you." Yi Qingzhou's obsequious demeanor was something Liang Wan had long grown accustomed to. After bidding farewell to the two, she returned to her own courtyard. At the riverbank, numerous fireworks had already burst into bloom. Liang Wan's courtyard was perched at a height, allowing her to catch glimpses of other locations where fireworks were being set off. At this moment, launching a signal arrow would be the least conspicuous choice. Without further hesitation, Liang Wan ignited the signal arrow and released it into the sky. A green firework blossomed above, its sound distinct from ordinary fireworks. However, at that moment, she was alone, and no one would take notice. She glanced around, contemplating that it would take some time for Shen Xiuhong to arrive upon seeing the signal. Before long, Bai Haidang and Yi Qingzhou appeared. Liang Wan tidied the table usually used for alchemical preparations, making room for Bai Haitang to place the food. Bai Haidang had brought an abundance of delicacies, including the honey cake she had previously gifted Liang Wan, along with golden rice, steamed lamb, and wine-steamed chicken. Observing the spread of 4 dishes, 3 of which were substantial, Liang Wan couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Haitang, where did you acquire the chicken and lamb?" "Junior brother, you may not know this," Bai Haidang began to explain. But Yi Qingzhou interjected. "Haidang is a disciple of the Southern Suspended Gate, which is highly esteemed by the current king. During festivals and celebrations, they receive a myriad of provisions. Do other sects not have such offerings?" Liang Wan inquired. "They do, but not to the same extent." Yi Qingzhou then produced a wrapped object from his belt, encased in bright red paper, and handed it directly to Liang Wan. Liang Wan took the red paper, gently cradling it in her hand, caressing the exquisite texture of the material. "Senior brother, what is this?" "It is a festive gift from the king to our Eastern Pot Gate." As Liang Wan unfolded the red paper, her eyes were met with the sight of a sweetly fragrant cake. Liang Wan remarked, "Is this merely a single cake?" Chapter 43, Celebrating with Flatbread. Justified. Let us be more precise, it's merely a small cake, despite not achieving results. Having flatbread is quite sufficient. Yi Qingzhou let out a light chuckle. The king does this every year. Haven't you grown accustomed to it, junior brother? Fortunately, with Haidang around, we can indulge in delightful feasts every year. As he spoke, he poured a cup of clear wine and raised it towards the sky. From now on, let us partake in splendid feasts together. Bai Haitang, equally spirited, poured a cup for herself and Liang Wan, echoing his sentiment. Together. Although Liang Wan was skeptical of Yi Qingzhou's words, she did not wish to dampen the mood and lifted her cup, declaring, "Together." The trio clinked their cups, enjoying the exquisite food and drink, creating a delightful atmosphere. As the wine flowed, Liang Wan soon succumbed to intoxication. She typically savored a few drinks, and while she usually found draft beer manageable, The clear wine consumed that day had already begun to cloud her mind. Concerned that she might miss seeing Shin Xiaohong if she became too inebriated, she suggested, "How about we set off some fireworks?" Bai Haidang and Yi Qingzhou readily agreed. Bai Haidang retrieved the fireworks and placed them in the courtyard, while Liang Wan sought a flame for the candles. Fire. Liang Wan glanced at the courtyard. Noticing the nearby earthen stove still smoldering from recently baked pastries, with a few embers flickering. "Let us light it there." "Oh no, the earthen stove is making an appearance now. Don't go there, Wan. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no." A flurry of warnings flashed across Liang Wan's vision, yet in her drunken haze, she remained oblivious to the urgent alerts. In the distance, Yi Qingzhou sat beneath the corridor with Bai Haitang, observing Liang Wan as she staggered, seemingly intoxicated, closer to the earthen stove. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, and Liang Wan was forcefully propelled forward, landing with a thud onto a shelf laden with dried herbs. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, sitting up and shaking her dizzy head, the effects of her inebriation dissipating considerably. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Bai Haidang, disregarding Yi Qingzhou's attempts to restrain her, swiftly dashed to her side. Noticing that Liang Wan was merely dusted with a few specks of dirt, without burns or bruises, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qingzhou approached leisurely, her voice devoid of emotion. "Junior sister Liang, are you unscathed?" Liang Wan suddenly recalled the comments from earlier while roasting sweet potatoes, and upon glancing up, she found the remarks still ongoing. "I told you the stove was fine last time. Turns out it was here. Look at how Wan's face is all blackened." Yi Qingzhou deliberately let Wan make a fool of herself in front of Bai Haidang. She rubbed her head in frustration, lamenting that alcohol had led to this predicament. "Senior brother, do you feel any discomfort?" Bai Haidang, still uncertain, inquired of Liang Wan. Liang Wan glanced at herself. Aside from being covered in sawdust, she felt no pain or discomfort. She shook her head. "I am fine." Bai Haidang took out a handkerchief to wipe her face, doing so with great care, her large eyes focused intently on removing each stain from Liang Wan's visage. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzhou stood nearby, her fists clenched tightly. What he desired was for his junior apprentice to make a fool of himself, not to witness Bai Haidang tending to him. Liang Wan sensed the palpable hostility beside her and wished to prevent any misunderstandings from Bai Haitang. She took the handkerchief from her hands and said, "Junior sister, I can manage this myself. I will go check on the stove." As Bai Haidang spoke, she stood up to inspect the stove. Yet, Yi Qingzhou moved ahead of her, using a stick to poke around in the stove. Bai Haidang approached. Yi Qingzhou remarked, "It seems some fire starter was mixed in, but it has already burned out." Bai Haidang did not dwell on it. Although the noise had been substantial, it had not caused any real damage. It was likely that senior brother Liang had been overly enthusiastic during the festival and mistakenly tossed the fire starter in as if it were firewood. Liang Wan was aware that Yi Qingzhou was behind this mischief, but lacking evidence, she found it difficult to confront him and remained silent. Chapter 44, When will they stop tormenting Yi Qingzhou? I can hardly bear it any longer. Indeed, why do they always inflict suffering on the female lead and not on others? Please, writer, don't tell me you spent 3 years just to keep punishing the female protagonist. The comments flooded in with indignation, and Liang Wan nodded in agreement. Yi Qingzhou lit the candles and proceeded to ignite the fireworks. Having grown up in the city, Liang Wan had never even lit a firecracker, let alone fireworks. As she observed Yi Qingzhou hastily running to ignite the fuse and then scurrying back under the eaves, she instinctively covered her ears. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the yard eerily silent. Yi Qingzhou looked up and remarked, "It didn't ignite." Liang Wan. Bai Haidang. Yi Qingzhou dashed over to try again, and this time, Liang Wan saw sparks igniting the fuse. She retreated to the doorway, covering her ears in anticipation of the fireworks bloom. Whoosh! A small flame, resembling a tadpole, erupted from the firework tube, shooting skyward, only to fizzle out with a soft pop, blossoming into an inconspicuous firework. Is that it? Is that really it? Are you serious? I expected something grand, but it turned out to be a mere disappointment. Ha! To the one above, you certainly have a sense of humor. Liang Wan couldn't help but smirk. Brother, what kind of fireworks are you using? Bai Haidang also questioned Yi. Why are your fireworks so small compared to others? Yi Qingzhou appeared to be ignited by a sense of competition and took another candle to light another firework. Liang Wan had indeed made ample preparations, and soon after, a faint sound of a whoosh was heard, awkwardly blooming. The two onlookers were taken aback. Liang Wan waved her hand. Perhaps we should forego this? This meager thunder and even smaller raindrops of fireworks were hardly more impressive than a mere firecracker. Bai Haitang concurred with a nod. Yet, Yu Qizhou was invigorated. Let us give it another try. He wished not to disappoint Bai Haitang, but he also worried that the next firework might falter again. Resolutely, he arranged a line of fireworks. He sprinted to ignite a series of fuses, standing uncertainly at the side, watching the fireworks with trepidation, fearful that hastiness might lead to another disappointment. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs erupted from nearby, causing Yi Qingzhou to tumble to the ground, astonished as he beheld the fireworks performing splendidly. Liang Wan and Bai Haitang gazed upward, captivated by the brilliant display in the night sky. Their fair faces were illuminated by the vibrant fireworks, appearing remarkably enchanting. Yi Qingzhou turned to observe the two, surprisingly finding them well matched. What was he thinking? The fleeting fireworks soon faded, and the two's gazes returned to Yi Qingzhou. Bai Haitang, with her kind nature, inquired with concern, "Senior brother, are you all right?" Though it was merely a question, she had no intention of approaching him. Yi Qingzhou rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "I'm fine." Liang Wan laughed. "If you're fine, then let me and junior sister Bai set off another round." Yi Qingzhou was momentarily speechless. After launching about 10 rounds, he finally made his way home. As the night deepened, Bai Haitang also took her leave. Liang Wan gazed at the chaotic yard without any urgency to tidy up. She calmly took a seat at the stone table in the courtyard and said, "General Shun, please come out." Chapter 45. Just as the fireworks illuminated the night sky, she noticed a figure standing amidst the nearby woods. Shen Qiuhong, concealed in the shadows, signaled to her. "Your days in Yaowang Valley seem quite prosperous." He stepped out from the thicket, his gaze fixated on the wine cup upon the table. A hint of malevolence flickering in his eyes, he had indulged in a bit of wine as well. Liang Wan, emboldened by the drink, laughed. "It's a festival. After all, a little celebration with wine is in order." Shen Qiuhong regarded her with a cold stare. The wine had rendered her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue. Her lips, soft and full, glistened under the silvery moonlight as if adorned with a shimmering gloss. Despite her male attire, this youthful maiden, blooming like a flower, could not conceal the charm and allure radiating from her face. Shen Qiuhong gradually averted his gaze, his tone nonchalant. "This place is unsafe. We should find a more secluded spot to converse." Liang Wan surveyed her surroundings, perceiving no immediate danger. Just as she was about to decline, she felt his grip on her elbow, pulling her up. Shen Qiuhong nearly dragged her into the forest behind the courtyard, the darkness nearly enveloping his gallant form, while the moonlight faintly draped over him like a silken cloak. The woods were too dim to discern his expression, yet his voice resonated with a low intensity. "It's time to discuss your intelligence. Naturally, I possess information, but General Shen must honor your promise first." Liang Wan extended her hand. Shen Qiuhong glanced at her palm. "You shall receive it once we conclude our discussion." Unfazed by the prospect of his potential deceit, Liang Wan divulged everything she knew. Yu Qizhou did not act alone. There is another cloaked figure coordinating with him. "Who is the man in black?" "I have no idea," Liang Wan replied helplessly, raising her hands. "That man in black is not one of the people from the Medicine King Valley." "How do you know that?" "He originally intended for me to perish, but Yi Qingzhou claimed he had his own methods. I suspect he does not usually reside in the Medicine King Valley." Shen Qiuhong did not press her for the source of this information. Instead, he weighed the situation in his mind and handed her the antidote he had prepared, along with 2 signal arrows. "This supply is sufficient for half a month. Recently, I have matters that keep me away from the military camp. So if any extraordinary circumstances arise, use the signal. Qi Xiao will come upon seeing it." Liang Wan took the antidote in front of him. "Do you have no other instructions?" Shen Qiuhong, however, maintained his cold demeanor. "Finding clues is your responsibility. I hope you will still have news to bring me in half a month. Otherwise, do not blame me when the poison strikes and you find yourself without help." TSK. Still no sense of tact. Eating the grain while cursing the bowl, Shen Qiuhong understands the concept of self-interest. Such a man is better off without. Seek out the senior brother instead. Exactly. The senior brother will protect Wan Wan. Shen Qiuhong is nothing. The senior brother would actually protect her? Liang Wan, oblivious to Shen Qiuhong's sudden disappearance, focused instead on the senior brother mentioned in the comments. It appeared that there truly was someone in the Medicine King Valley who cared for her. A warm current unexpectedly flowed through Liang Wan's heart. "Be careful." Just when her heart felt warm, Shen Qiuhong abruptly grasped her shoulder and forcefully pushed her aside. Liang Wan had a tumultuous encounter with the muddy ground, rolling and tumbling before she was startled by the clashing sounds of swords behind her. Rising to her feet, she sought refuge behind a stone, where an enigmatic figure clad in black emerged unexpectedly, launching an assault on Shen Qiuhong. Shen Qiuhong adeptly countered each strike, skillfully turning the tide of the confrontation. Realizing he was outmatched, the black-clad assailant attempted to flee after delivering a final blow, but Shen Qiuhong deftly propelled himself in pursuit. Is no one going to intervene? Liang Wan lamented, observing as the two shadows faded into the distance, becoming mere specks in the forest, though a sense of dread lingered in her heart. Knowing the black figure had been unable to best, Shen Qiuhong provided her with some solace, assuring her that he would not return in haste. Upon returning to her lodgings, Liang Wan lay upon her bed, engulfed in profound anxiety. Chapter 46. The figure in black had likely overheard her conversation with Shen Qiuhong. Should Shen Qiuhong fail to capture him this time, it was plausible that he would infiltrate the Medicine King Valley to eliminate her. Contemplating this, she turned over and gazed at the ceiling above her. Clearly, this place was no longer safe. She needed to devise a means of escape. Perhaps due to the antidote she had consumed, Liang Wan closed her eyes, intending to take a brief respite, only to awaken to the sun well above the horizon. Dressed and ready, Liang Wan stepped out of her chamber, only to find that the two disciples who were supposed to guard the entrance had not arrived today. She pushed open the courtyard gate and surveyed her surroundings, confirming the absence of those two figures. Perfect. Liang Wan resolved to seek out her senior brother, imploring him to appeal to their master for the lifting of her confinement, allowing her to return to the communal residence of the Donghu disciples. There, with more people around, the black-clad individual would find it considerably more challenging to target her. It was certainly preferable to remaining in this desolate abode, unaware of Xingyun's whereabouts. She wandered aimlessly within the valley like a novice. After some time, she finally spotted a few passers-by on the path. As she approached, she noticed the barrage of messages warning her. Oh no, is she about to encounter the senior sister again? The unfortunate adventures of Wan, but the senior sister is not ill-intentioned. She can be somewhat naive, feeling for Wan for a fleeting moment. Liang Wan hesitated, retracting the foot she had just stepped forward with, and concealed herself in the shadows to observe quietly. As anticipated, at the end of the path stood two ethereal figures. Although their faces were obscured, Liang Wan could instantly recognize one of them as Xingyu, given her distinctive demeanor. Fortunately, her family of bullet screen enthusiasts had forewarned her, and Liang Wan breathed a silent sigh of relief as she turned to walk in the opposite direction of Xingyu. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the other side, she collided head-on with Yi Qingzhou. Yi, senior brother, Liang Wan stuttered, her heart racing as she was startled by his sudden appearance. However, realizing that he could not impose any punishment upon her, she feigned calmness and greeted him. Yi Qingzhou observed Liang Wan and inquired, "Junior brother, why are you out? Aren't you supposed to be in confinement?" I have a matter to attend to, and I wanted to find someone," she stammered. Yi Qingzhou's brow furrowed with suspicion. "Who are you looking for?" Last night, that person had sought him out, and now she was on the hunt for someone. Could she have uncovered some secret? Liang Wan struggled to articulate a coherent response, further solidifying Yi Qingzhou's suspicions. If the junior brother wishes to find someone, that should be simple enough. Casting a glance toward the end of the path, Yi Qingzhou suddenly took Liang Wan's hand and, without uttering a word, began to lead her in the opposite direction. As senior brother, what are you doing? Liang Wan was taken aback by his actions, shaking off his hand and preparing to flee. Young Yunjin, what are you doing here? Liang Wan's eyes squeezed shut, her expression one of despair. It was senior sister Xingyu. Turning back, she forced a smile as she faced the approaching Xingyu, her face flushed with guilt as she weakly stammered, "And master sister." Xingyu cast a glance at Liang Wan, her expression devoid of anger. Yet her words were laced with utmost severity. "The only reason you were released yesterday was to pay respects to your master. Who permitted you to venture out today?" Liang Wan found herself at a loss for a reasonable justification and shot an indignant glare at Yi Qingzhou beside her, convinced that he had deliberately ensnared her. However, Yi Qingzhou paid her no mind. Xingyu continued, "What is it? Are you attempting to shift the blame onto Yi Qingzhou once more?" Chapter 47. Senior sister, I am wronged. Liang Wan raised her head, pouting, "I never said." Yet she did contemplate, the issue being that she had yet to articulate her thoughts. "Ha." She thought, but did not speak. Her mind races swiftly, albeit in reverse. "Xingyu, what troubles you?" Liang Wan's attention was entirely fixated on Xingyu. and it was only upon hearing a voice that she realized another had arrived. It was senior brother Xingyun. Clad in a dark robe, he exuded an air of dignified authority, his gaze akin to cold stars, chill and aloof. With a mere glance, Liang Wan felt a surge of reverence, daring only to lower her eyes and steal glances at him. Is he not merely the least esteemed disciple of the Donghu sect? Ignoring the orders of confinement, he has repeatedly ventured out. Out of the corner of her eye, Liang Wan observed Xingyun's composed demeanor, his expression betraying no discontent. He appeared as a lofty flower, indifferent to joy or ire, unperturbed by worldly concerns. Truly, as the comments suggested, he is indeed the most handsome man in Yaowang Valley. Senior sister, your words are misguided. Disciple Liang has merely ventured out today due to pressing matters. Such occurrences have not happened before. Yi Qingzhou, in an unknown state of mind, suddenly rose to Liang Wan's defense. In the next moment, she heard Xingyu sneering once more. There was indeed a night he wished to escape again. But he was apprehended by the gatekeeper. Do not assume my silence indicates ignorance. Liang Wan felt a chill run down her spine. This Yi Qingzhou was truly insufferable. Just moments ago, did not junior brother Yi claim that junior brother Liang sought someone for a pressing matter? Xingyun cast a cool glance at Liang Wan's flushed cheeks, his expression remaining impassive as he inquired. Liang Wan cast a pleading glance towards Xingyun and nodded. What is it? She asked. Liang Wan glanced at Xingyu. I wish to lift the restriction on my movement. Before Xingyu could deride her, Liang Wan hastily explained, the academic examination is approaching, and I am acutely aware of my numerous shortcomings. Therefore, I wish to return to the residence at Donghu Gate, where I can at least inquire about my studies from my senior brothers. Xingyu did not rush to refute her this time. Instead, she pondered thoughtfully. My decision to confine you is not made with malice. Recently, the situation below the mountain has been quite unstable. If you venture out and your master learns of it, you must understand that it would not merely be a matter of restriction. Liang Wan nodded obediently, her demeanor exceedingly docile. Senior sister, I understand. I have reflected deeply during this period of confinement. Once I return to Donghu Gate, I shall make every effort to compensate for my academic deficiencies. Xingyun, who had remained silent for a while, smiled and remarked, it is rare for junior brother Liang to exhibit such diligence. Surely, if master were to witness your current dedication, he would not pursue the matter of your descent from the mountain. Liang Wan smiled shyly at Xingyun, feeling reassured by the truth of her words. Indeed, it was her elder brother who treated her kindly. Xingyu sighed in resignation. Very well. With only 7 days remaining until the academic examination, should you return and fail to dedicate yourself to your studies, the consequences will still be your punishment. Liang Wan understood that Xingyu had granted her permission and promptly expressed her gratitude with a bow. I shall not disappoint the expectations of my senior sisters and brothers. With Xingyu's consent, Liang Wan hurriedly returned to her courtyard to gather her belongings. Under the influence of the nebula, Yi Qingzhou came to assist her in moving her belongings, thus sparing Liang Wan the need to inquire about the way back to the East Hu Gate. In the Medicine King Valley, everything is determined by rank. And with Liang Wan positioned at the very bottom, she could only reside in the same courtyard as the disciples ranked in the last 10. Yi Qingzhou, being the foremost disciple of the East Hu Gate, enjoyed the privilege of an independent dwelling, while the others were compelled to share accommodations. Fortunately, they were merely in the same courtyard and not in the same room. Otherwise, Liang Wan's secret would have been exposed. As she made her way, Liang Wan continuously perused the bullet comments, gathering information relevant to the East Hu Gate, while placing bedding onto her own bed. Yi Qingzhou, initially reluctant to engage in menial labor, set down her belongings and, lacking patience, took her leave. Liang Wan rested on a wooden chair in her room, her eyes still scanning the bullet comments. Chapter 48. Oh, our junior disciple has returned. Upon hearing the voice, Liang Wan turned her head to see a man dressed in a white long robe entering the room, holding a dark-colored fan. He lightly tapped her shoulder with it. Confusion washed over Liang Wan's face, while the comments on the screen erupted in laughter. Not working today? The laid-back trio has arrived. My script family is here. Not working? Liang Wan tilted her head, perplexed as she gazed at the man before her. Bushangren playfully tapped her forehead with the fan again. What's wrong, Junior? Have you been grounded by the senior sister and turned foolish? Realizing he was indeed called by that name, Liang Wan smirked. Senior brother, why are you called that? What is wrong with this name? It's rather straightforward. Bushangren, upon hearing this, grew displeased. My name is far from ordinary. Not to mention the character of my name, but my surname, Bu, was conferred upon me by the king himself. Liang Wan's curiosity was piqued, her interest ignited. What is the story behind that? Bu Shangren unfurled his dark fan, elegantly pretending to fan himself, proudly lifting his chin as he recounted. 27 years ago, a famine struck the royal city and surrounding towns. At that time, my family was merely a small merchant household. However, thanks to the foresight of my grandmother, we had stockpiled several hundred stones of grain. When we heard that the victims from the nearby towns were flocking towards the royal city, my grandmother made a decisive choice. She forsook profit and generously distributed all of our grain, thereby saving a significant number of victims. This act of kindness averted a calamity for the royal city. Since that time, the monarch has bestowed upon my family the surname Bu as a mark of honor. Liang Wan, somewhat perplexed, grasped the situation with the assistance of the comment that stated, in the novel's setting, the Bu surname belongs to the royal family, akin to a noble lineage. She was astonished to learn of such a circumstance. Bu Shangyan's face was alight with pride. That is only natural. Brother, Liang Shidi, why do you linger here? Were you not to go fishing by the river? At that moment, another gentleman appeared at the entrance, eliciting comments such as, even without overtime, he has come strangely. These two actors bear a slight resemblance, a true familial vibe. Liang Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Without overtime? What sort of name is that? It seemed these two were indeed brothers. Bu Jiayan glanced at Liang Wan and inquired, what joyful tidings has Liang Shidi encountered to elicit such mirth? Suppressing her smile, Liang Wan shook her head. Nothing of significance. Liang Shidi, let us proceed. Come with us to fish. Liang Wan, who had been yearning for someone to accompany her in exploring the picturesque Donghu Gate, readily agreed and set off with the two Bu brothers. Not far from the courtyard, the trio soon arrived at the riverbank. There stood another individual, rolling up his trousers and sleeves, gazing intently at the water. Upon seeing the comments, Liang Wan recognized him as the final member of the laid-back three brothers, Su Dejiao. Su Shixiang, have you caught any fish? Su Dejiao, focused on his fishing, looked up solemnly and gestured for them to stay back. Do not approach. Chapter 49. The three individuals moved in perfect synchronization, coming to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, Su Dejiao suddenly plunged into the water, swiftly resurfacing with both hands raised as he approached the riverbank. Liang Wan, Bu Shangyan, and Bu Jiayan stepped forward to observe. Su Dejiao clutched a splendid bass, its pointed head and shimmering silver scales glinting in the sunlight, its mouth opening and closing in a lively manner. Bu Jiayan exclaimed in admiration, what a fine catch. We shall feast tonight. Bu Shangyan was already contemplating the culinary possibilities, a sprinkle of salt for marination, followed by a sear in hot oil. What a delightful aroma it will produce. Bu Jiayan interjected. One fish is hardly enough. Brother Su, why not catch a few more? Su Dejiao placed the fish in the basket and turned back towards the riverbank, urging, come join me in the hunt. Let us host a grand fish feast tonight. Bu Jiayan and Bu Shangyan rolled up their sleeves and ventured into the water. Bu Jiayan waved to Liang Wan, come along, Junior Liang. You are the best swimmer among us. Tonight's feast will depend on your skills. Liang Wan offered an awkward smile. While the original owner of her body possessed excellent swimming abilities, she herself could not swim at all. The thought of potential mishaps loomed over her. However, she could not resist the enthusiastic invitations from the Bu brothers and Su Dejiao, prompting her to approach the riverbank. The river flowed with a brisk current, its depths clear and seemingly shallow. Bu Shangyan and the others had not ventured far into the center, where the water barely reached their knees. It should be manageable, Liang Wan reassured herself. She rolled up her pant legs and stepped into the water, which, now that autumn had arrived, felt rather chilly against her feet. Moreover, her unfamiliarity with water left her rooted in place, uncertain and immobile. The other three individuals were intently focused on the river's surface, their expressions betraying nothing, yet each was secretly engaged in a silent competition. Liang Wan, devoid of any desire for victory, felt reluctant to step ashore, instead mimicking their posture, bending over to observe the water. Occasionally, a fish would swim by, startling her into taking a couple of steps forward, the water rising to her knees, comparable in depth to that of Bu Shangyan and the others. She was aware of her surroundings and, upon lowering her gaze, spotted a sizable fish lazily gliding towards the base of a nearby rock, seemingly reluctant to emerge. With both hands, Liang Wan reached into the water to touch the stone, discovering it was movable. Fixated on the riverbed, she swiftly lifted the stone and tossed it aside, then extended her hand to catch the fish. Startled, the fish darted away, prompting Liang Wan to follow with 2 more steps. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and with a dull thud, she sank beneath the surface. Liang Wan was caught in a powerful current, her first experience in water igniting a wave of panic within her. Lacking the knowledge to hold her breath, 2 mouthfuls of water surged into her throat, and after a couple of desperate flails, her strength waned. This was it, the end of her tale. A paralyzing fear of death enveloped her body, yet in a moment of sheer instinct, she summoned newfound energy, thrashing wildly in the water. Though the river appeared shallow, its depths were treacherously profound. Her struggles only manifested as a couple of splashes on the surface. Wushangyan had just caught a mandarin fish, preparing to release it back to the river when he suddenly inquired, "Where's Liang Shidi?" Wu Jiayan and Su Dajiao, upon hearing this, lifted their heads to scan the area. Su Dajiao pointed towards the distant splashes on the river's surface, his expression stiffening. Could it be that Liang Shidi has fallen into the river? The river flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the splashes vanished, replaced by the emergence of Liang Wan's head from the depths. Struggling to break free, she managed to gasp for air before being submerged again by the rushing waters behind her. It was at this moment that her companions fully grasped the gravity of the situation. "Hurry, we must save her." Suda, though somewhat skilled in swimming, lacked the expertise and hesitated at the water's edge, unsure of his capabilities. The 2 brothers from the Bu family were equally matched in their fear, calling out desperately, "Help! Someone please! Liang, our junior, has fallen into the river." Suda rushed back to the shore. "I will find a piece of wood." Just then, a dull thud echoed as something heavy plunged into the water. Bushang, distracted, failed to see what had fallen and turned to his brother beside him, inquiring. Chapter 50. The unexpected plunge. What just fell in? If I am not mistaken, it appears to be the senior brother. Liang Wan felt as though she were on the brink of death. This sensation was more profound than the dread of dying from overwork. Alas, she had yet to rewrite history, nor had she seized the opportunity to elevate the original owner's life to its zenith. Submerged in the water, her body felt numb, yet suddenly she sensed something wrapping around her hand, and shortly thereafter, it seemed to constrict her waist as well. With great effort, Liang Wan managed to pry her eyes open a fraction, and a dark gauze floated in the water, swaying before her gaze. With a sudden jolt, she broke through the surface, only to be met by an unknown force crashing against her chest. She gasped, expelling a mouthful of foul water. Supported by someone, she hung her head down, retching. Junior brother Liang, senior brother. On the opposite bank, Bushangyan and Bu Jiayan watched as Xingyun rescued Liang Wan, and they both exhaled in relief. Xingyun cast a glance their way, signaling them to remain at ease. He turned his attention back to Liang Wan, noticing how her damp hair and lashes lacked their usual vivacity, while her earlobes had taken on a delicate pink hue from holding her breath. Her clothes were completely soaked, faintly outlining the graceful curves descending from her neck, with a hint of luster peeking through the thin fabric. Xingyun's gaze flickered slightly. He discreetly removed his wet, dark robe, and, after a moment's contemplation, wrapped it around Liang Wan. Senior brother, is junior brother Liang all right? On the opposite bank, the merchants were unable to cross, and they expressed their concerns. Xingyun nodded at them, reassuringly stating, "No worries, you may return. I shall escort her back shortly." With Xingyun present, the 2 brothers from the Bu family felt a sense of relief. They exchanged a few more words of concern before turning away to seek Suda. After enduring a prolonged bout of nausea, Liang Wan finally began to regain her senses, though a heaviness still lingered in her chest. Leaning against Xingyun's arm, she found herself nearly nestled within his embrace. Having traversed the gates of death, she paid little heed to the distinctions of gender, and with great effort, she lifted her gaze to meet his. His eyes, though tranquil and devoid of evident emotion, held an almost imperceptible softness. Liang Wan felt a flicker of surprise. With her gaze lowered, she noticed the deep-hued robe he had draped over her, stirring feelings of gratitude within her. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life. You do not appear well. Come with me, and I shall administer a few acupuncture needles." All right. With her legs still weak, Liang Wan could only rely on Xingyun, who half supported and half carried her along a narrow path to his abode. Once inside, Xingyun carefully placed her down and retrieved a clean long robe from his wardrobe. "Please change into this while I step out to fetch a few things." With that, he turned and closed the door behind him. At this moment, Liang Wan finally had the presence of mind to glance at the barrage of comments on the screen. Oh my. Senior brother is truly considerate. He must be aware that Wan is disguised as a man. Otherwise, how could he be so thoughtful? The elder brother was already aware of it early in the morning. He simply chose not to expose her. The elder brother treats Wan with remarkable kindness. Every drama features a deeply affectionate second male lead. Wan gazed at the black garment placed on the table, momentarily lost in thought. Initially, after drinking the water, she felt an icy chill envelop her entire body. Yet at this moment, her body began to radiate warmth. Chapter 51. Wan sneezed and promptly changed out of her damp clothes. Just as she finished changing, Xingyun came to knock on the door. He brought silver needles and administered 2 acupuncture points on Wan's hand. She felt a slight heaviness in her head, and gradually, her body began to lean to the side involuntarily. She lost consciousness, resting her head on Xingyun's shoulder, her breathing even. The normally expressionless Xingyun, however, allowed a smile to grace his lips, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable tenderness. As night deepened, Wan eventually awakened. Xingyun was by her side, watching over her. Seeing her awake, he spoke softly, "Junior brother Liang, how do you feel?" Wan sat up, feeling significantly lighter. She turned to Xingyun and beamed at him, "Senior brother, I feel much better." It was rare for Xingyun to return her smile, replying, "As long as you are well." Wan glanced outside, noticing that the sky had darkened. She rose, saying, "It's quite late. I should be heading back." Xingyun did not detain her, simply saying, "Be careful on your way." As Wan stepped out of Xingyun's courtyard, she suddenly paused. No, she didn't know the way. Embarrassed, she turned and returned. Xingyun was tidying the silver needles on the table when he saw Wan come back. Surprised, he asked, "Junior brother Liang, what is the matter?" "Senior brother." Wan chuckled nervously. "Could you escort me back?" I am afraid of the dark." Xingyun accompanied Wan back. He held a lantern aloft as they walked side by side. The forest was tranquil, their shadows stretching long and short behind them as they moved slowly onward. The barrage of comments vanished as Wan awakened. The next episode awaited. Wan contemplated sharing a few words with Xingyun, yet without the safety net of comments. She feared revealing too much. She opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent, walking alongside him in quietude. After taking only a few steps, her stomach audibly protested. Embarrassed, Wan glanced at Xingyun, their eyes meeting in an unexpected collision. Would there be food upon their return? Xingyun silently turned his face away, his expression shrouded in the moonlight. Wan assumed his reticence was an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, and she responded candidly. Bu Shangyan mentioned they would prepare a banquet of fish. I'm unsure if it's ready yet. She was not an ancient sage, unable to read the heavens for the hour, and she had no notion of how late it had grown. Perhaps everyone had already retired for the night. Autumn had set in, and the river was frigid. It would be wise to refrain from swimming in the future. Wan nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. Thank you for your concern, senior brother." Xingyun escorted her to the entrance of Donghu Gate, and she became familiar with the path. With a smile, she waved at Xingyun. "Senior brother, I truly appreciate your help today. I shall return now." Xingyun nodded, saying nothing, and departed directly. Upon entering the courtyard, Wan discovered a cooking setup, where the 2 brothers of the Bu family and Su Dejiao were grilling fish. "Liang Shidi, you've returned." Bu Shangyan, fanning the flames with a hand fan, glanced up at her. "Liang Shidi, how have you been?" Wan approached them. "Thanks to senior brother's acupuncture, I am quite well now." Sadagio handed her a perfectly grilled fish from beside him, saying, "Today, junior brother Liang has transformed danger into safety. Have a fish to replenish your strength." Bu Jian pointed at the pot he was gazing at and added, "Take your time eating. There will be fish soup shortly." Chapter 52. Wan, feeling ravenously hungry, did not hesitate to sit quietly by and consume the fish. The 3 of them continued their discussion about the events of the afternoon. At that moment, I caught sight of a shadow that swiftly leaped into the water, initially mistaking it for a falling branch from a tree. To my surprise, shortly thereafter, senior brother emerged from the water with Liang Shidi in tow. That fellow was undeniably handsome. One must consider the caliber of senior brother. How could he not be striking? Wan leaned in to inquire, "What manner of person is senior brother?" Bu Jia glanced at the fish soup simmering in the pot, stirring it with a ladle, and replied, "Has Shidi's mind been muddled by water? Have you forgotten the illustrious deeds of senior brother? Senior brother is the foremost disciple of the North Zhu men, the only sect within the Yaowang Valley that excels in both medicine and martial arts. As the first disciple of North Zhu men, His martial prowess is indeed remarkable. Suda, with a hint of regret, sighed. However, in these peaceful years, our Yawang Valley has enjoyed the favor of the king, flourishing steadily. And no one in the martial world dares to provoke us. I have yet to witness senior brother-esque skills. Bu Jia, brimming with pride, retorted, thanks to Liang Shidi. My brother and I have broadened our horizons. He then cast a glance at her. The garments you wear belong to senior brother, don't they? Liang Wan nodded. My clothes were soaked, and out of necessity, I borrowed senior brother's attire. It appeared that senior brother, aware of her disguise, lent her his clothing out of concern for her dignity in her damp state. Such thoughtfulness was something Liang Wan cherished deeply. Bu Shangyan furrowed his brow. Expressing concern, it would be prudent for Liang Shidi to return the clothing promptly, lest it be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Liang Wan, bewildered, inquired, what regulations? Are you unaware? The Apothecary Valley has explicit rules stipulating that the attire of the 4 major disciples must adhere to a uniform standard. Any loss or careless disposal incurs penalties. Liang Wan was taken aback. Noticing her distressed expression, Bu Shangyan softened his tone. You didn't encounter anyone on your way back, did you? Liang Wan shook her head. That's fortunate. You must return the clothing to the Shixiang first thing in the morning. Liang Wan, feeling dispirited, nibbled a bit more before hastily retreating to her room to change. Even washing the attire and hanging it up to dry. At the break of dawn the next day, Liang Wan cradled the still damp clothing as she approached Xingyun's courtyard. The gate was firmly shut. She tiptoed to peer inside when suddenly someone approached. Liang Yunjin, what brings you here? Xingyu emerged from seemingly nowhere. Her brow furrowing at the sight of the attire Liang Wan held. Liang Wan quickly clarified, De Shiji, I have come to return to Shixiang's clothing. I accidentally soiled it yesterday, and De Shixiang kindly lent me his. I am fully aware of the regulations and intend to return it to him. I did not mean to take De Shixiang's clothing. Xingyu glanced at her, extending her hand. De Shixiang is not here at the moment. Please hand the clothing to me, and I will ensure it reaches him upon his return. Liang Wan lowered her gaze to her attire, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort within her. Xingyu urged her, what are you still dawdling for? Would I deceive you? With no alternative, Liang Wan reluctantly placed the garment into Xingyu's hands. Upon receiving it, Xingyu furrowed her brow, questioning, why is it damp? Liang Wan awkwardly replied, I washed it last night, and it hasn't dried yet. Expecting a scolding from Xingyu, she was taken aback when her companion said nothing and simply turned to leave. As Liang Wan observed Xingyu's retreating figure, she slowly made her way back to Donghumen. Upon entering the room, the barrage of comments began. First, Sofa. Today's title seems rather heart-wrenching. Chapter 53, Upon emerging. She encountered the senior sister. What is the matter? Are they about to torment the senior brother? Torment the senior brother? Liang Wan sat up. The focus of the scene evidently not on her, but rather on the senior brother. Xingyu harbors feelings for Xingyun. Why must she go to such lengths to harm him? She is not harming Xingyun. She merely flaunted his clothing before her rival, allowing them to seize upon this opportunity to create a scandal. One must still blame Xingyu. If she had simply returned the garment to Xingyun, it would have been resolved. In my opinion, it is the rival who is truly greedy, knowing full well that it belonged to Xingyun. She still went to the master of Beiju sect to report that Xingyu had stolen it, inadvertently placing the blame on Xingyun. Greediness can lead to one's downfall. As the saying goes, Xingyun is indeed loyal, accepting the punishment without protest. The 50 strikes he is to receive feel akin to what Wanwan endured in the first episode. Has the master of Beiju sect emerged from seclusion? His retreat was unsuccessful, and in his wrath, he encountered 2 who recklessly sought their demise. Tisk, TSK, how can Xingyun and Xingyu, as the foremost senior brother and sister of Yawang Valley, be so easily provoked to violence? Precisely because they are the senior brother and sister. They must serve as exemplary figures. With greater heights come greater responsibilities. Amidst the clamor of varied opinions, Liang Wan seized the opportunity to grasp the entire situation. Just as she lowered her gaze to rub her weary eyes, Bu Shangyan entered. Junior brother Liang. Are you aware that the senior brother and sister have encountered trouble? Liang Wan feigned ignorance and shook her head. This only fueled Bu Shangyan's enthusiasm. As she began to chatter away, Liang Wan endured yet another repetition of the gossip, stifling yawns in response. Noticing her impatience, Bu Shangyan shifted the topic. Su Dajiao and the others are fishing again. Would you like to join us, junior brother Liang? Just as Liang Wan was about to decline with an excuse of feeling unwell, A thought crossed her mind, and she replied, "I'll go watch you all fish." Wu Shangyan, fanning herself, led her to the riverbank. Liang Wan stood by, observing as they entered the water to catch fish. Su Dajiao had just caught one and was placing it into the basket when Liang Wan called out to him. "Su Shixiang," she said. Su Dajiao looked up and asked, "What is it? Could you give me that fish? I want to make fish soup." Su Dajiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "Sure. Take it to nourish yourself." With the fish in hand, Liang Wan returned to the courtyard, delighted. Indeed, she intended to prepare fish soup not for herself, but for her senior brother. In the courtyard, she kindled a fire and, mimicking Bu Jian's method, began to clean the fish. After placing it in water, she let it simmer gently. By the time the fish soup was ready, it was midday. She carried the soup to the Xingyun courtyard, perhaps in her haste. The door was left ajar. Without announcing her presence, Liang Wan pushed the door open and stepped inside. When she reached the front of the Xingyun sleeping quarters, she knocked softly on the door. From within, she heard Xingyun's voice. "Who is it?" Liang Wan paused momentarily, addressing her senior brother. "It is I, Liang." Everyone referred to her as Liang Shidi, yet what name did the original owner possess? Even though she had not articulated her full name, Xingyun recognized her voice. "Liang Shidi, please come in." Liang Wan entered the room. Xingyun lay upon the bed, the window ajar, allowing the warm sunlight to illuminate the space. The room was impeccably tidy, and an unknown incense smoldered in the burner, the tendrils of smoke curling gently, instilling a sense of tranquility. "I am injured, so I cannot rise to greet you," Xingyun confessed, reclining on the bed, her gaze directed upwards, her complexion pale, yet her words carried a hint of tenderness. Chapter 54. The senior brother need not welcome me. Liang Wan approached the starry bed and placed a food box filled with fish soup on the table. Expressing her intent to visit her senior brother, she reflected that his injury today was indeed her fault. Sitting on the crimson circle chair, she bit her lip before speaking. "Had I not given my clothes to the senior sister, neither you nor she would have faced punishment." Upon hearing the reason for her visit, Xingyun chuckled lightly. "You merely trusted in Xingyu's character. It is certainly not your fault." His sincerity transformed the guilt on Liang Wan's face into a sheepish smile. She opened the food box, saying, "This is the fish soup I just simmered, meant to nourish you, senior brother." As she lifted the bowl to offer it to Xingyun, she noticed he was still propping himself up, meeting her gaze, which made her suddenly feel uneasy. Feed him. So beautiful and captivating. I ship this pair." Senior brother undoubtedly has feelings for Wan. That gaze, that subtle expression, simply exquisite. "I am immersed. This is so sweet." Upon seeing the comments, Liang Wan's cheeks flushed with a shy crimson hue, and she dared not meet Xingyun's eyes any longer, her gaze wandering. A pair of warm hands suddenly enveloped hers, gently taking the bowl away without lingering. Turning to look, she found Xingyun had already lifted the bowl from her grasp. Dappled light filtered through the window, adorning her unadorned, delicate features. Xingyun cast a fleeting glance her way before discreetly lowering his gaze towards the bowl of fish soup. In the milky white fish soup, a few pieces of boneless fish floated, adorned with delicate green scallions. To my surprise, Liang Shidi could indeed cook. Liang Wan smiled and remarked, "I only replicated Bujia's recipe from last night." With eager anticipation, she urged, "Senior brother, do taste it while it's hot. It's freshly made." She hadn't yet dared to sip it herself. Xingyun curled his lips into a faint smile, propping his elbow on the bed as he painstakingly scooped a spoonful to his lips. Liang Wan watched his face intently, waiting for any sign of change in his expression. "Senior brother, how does it taste?" The comments flowed in, "Having you is my fortune." Liang Wan's culinary skills could rival the masters of the Medicine King Valley if applied to alchemy. "Senior brother, don't keep tasting. You might transform into Shinno. What started as mere discomfort might soon escalate to gastroenteritis. Honestly, this bowl of fish soup should be sent to Yi Qingzhou. It might just finish him off." Senior brother is truly remarkable. He can drink the fish soup without so much as flinching. Noticing the barrage of comments subtly praising her, Liang Wan's initial excitement slowly morphed into a look of dismay. Just as her gaze met Xingyun's, she caught a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Stiffening her awkward smile, she seized the bowl from his hands and said, "Senior brother, the fish soup isn't particularly nourishing. I will find some restorative herbs to simmer for you when I return." She thought to herself, if he were to drink this and fall ill, it would indeed be a grave misdeed. Xingyun merely chuckled softly, not hindering her. Liang Wan left the courtyard of Xingyun, feeling both embarrassed and awkward. As she stepped outside, She heard the sound of a door closing from the adjacent courtyard. Yi Qizhou emerged from the neighboring courtyard of Xingyu, oblivious to her presence, and walked away in the opposite direction. Was that not Yi Qingzhou? What brought him here? Wanwan is about to discover Yi Qingzhou. Is the senior sister merely a pawn as well? It is only with the senior sister providing cover that Yi Qingzhou can navigate the Medicine King's Valley with ease, evading detection by his master. Xingyu is destined for ruin. During this period of Xingyu's injury, Yi Qingzhou cannot descend the mountain easily. Suhi, it's not a problem. I will intervene. Suhi? How did another Suhi come into the picture? Liang Wan seized upon this pivotal information, becoming so engrossed in the barrage of comments that she inadvertently walked towards Yi Qingzhou. Chapter 55. Upon hearing a noise behind him, Yi Qingzhou turned around to see Liang Wan gazing upward, instinctively glancing up himself. Not spotting anything, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you doing, junior brother Liang?" Liang Wan, coming back to her senses, glanced around her surroundings and offered an awkward smile. "Senior brother Yi, what brings you here?" Yi Qingzhou chuckled lightly. "I thought you were at Donghu Gate preparing for the examination. I was curious as to how you ended up here." Liang Wan, undeterred, replied, "Aren't you also a disciple of Donghu Gate? Isn't it equally strange for you to be here?" Yi Qingzhou suddenly noticed the food box in her hand. The box was intricately crafted, its deep red wooden surface polished to a mirror-like finish, adorned with peony carvings on the lid. Such exquisite artistry and technique were reminiscent of the work he had only seen with Bai Haidang. So she has gone to Bai Haidang again. Let her meet if she wishes. It drives him to distraction. He relishes watching Yi Qingzhou struggle to suppress his irritation. Let him stew. It would serve him right. Liang Wan raised her brows and grinned. "I just visited Sister Haidang, and she insisted on giving me this." She proudly lifted the food box, her face alight with triumph. Yi Qingzhou felt a tumultuous fire brewing within him, unable to rise or fall. He remarked, "While you should be diligently preparing for the examination, you take the time to seek out Haidang? Aren't you concerned about receiving the last place and incurring Master's wrath?" Liang Wan maintained her composure, saying, "Brother, your words are misguided. Today, Haidang specially prepared fish head soup for me, claiming it was made from freshly caught, succulent bass. Drinking this soup is said to be beneficial for brain power and will assist me in my studies." Yi Qingzhou took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the frustration evident on his face. Liang Wan then changed her tone and extended the food box. "Brother, what you don't know is that I absolutely detest fish soup. However, I cannot waste Haitang's kind intentions. Perhaps I should just give it to you." Yi Qingzhou shot her a disdainful glance. "In the past, when Haidang offered you fish soup, you seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Alas, brother, you are unaware that I merely wish to honor Haitang's heartfelt gesture. If I were to openly criticize her fish soup, would it not embarrass such a delicate and charming young lady?" Liang Wan's words were rather audacious, provoking a sense of disdain in Yi Qingzhou. He snatched the food box from her hands, cursing, "Haidang is wasting her kindness on you. You are unworthy of her culinary creations." Seeing that he had fallen into her trap, Liang Wan felt a sense of satisfaction, but still added fuel to the fire. "Brother, this is just between us. Please do not let Haidang know. I do not wish for her to misunderstand my intentions." Yi Qingzhou's face was filled with disgust. "Just leave. Do you think I would keep your secret? In your dreams." He would not let such an opportunity slip by to expose her true self in front of Bai Haidang. Liang Wan reached out again for the food box. "Forget it. Brother, please just return it to me. You promised to give it to me," Yi Qingzhou exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she gripped the handle of the food box tightly. "I did promise you, but I fear you might squander the food. After all, it was prepared by Sister Haidang. Do you think I am like you?" Yi Qingzhou replied with a dismissive expression. "No way. I cannot trust you." Liang Wan remained obstinate. Yi Qingzhou, losing her patience, retorted, "What do you want then?" Liang Wan feigned reluctance. Unless you drink it in front of me." Yi Qingzhou exhaled in relief. As long as she held the food box, she could later report to Haidang, who would undoubtedly believe her. Whether or not she drank the fish soup was inconsequential. With a smile, she said, "That's simple enough." With that, she opened the food box and brought the fish soup to her lips. The milky white broth had nearly cooled, and as it approached her nose, a strong fishy odor assaulted her senses. Chapter 56. Yi Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother, what troubles you?" Liang Wan suppressed a smile, striving to conceal her delight in his misfortune. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhou looked up, casting a shadowy glance at her. "Is this fish soup truly prepared by Haidang?" Liang Wan felt a cold sweat break out under his scrutinizing gaze. Yet she assured him with unwavering certainty, "Of course, why would I deceive you, brother?" Yi Qingzhou glanced at the food container nearby, realizing that such a container could only belong to Bai Haidang. Given that Liang Wan typically had no one else to bring her meals, he felt assured. With a determined resolve, he closed his eyes and gulped down the fish soup. What a spectacle, how moving! Consuming this bowl might lead to dire consequences. Yi Qingzhou is about to transform into a jet-propelled warrior. After drinking the fish soup, Yi Qingzhou was overwhelmed by the lingering, pungent fishy flavor, making his stomach churn and inducing nausea. Liang Wan could no longer contain her amusement and remarked, "Brother, how do you find Bai Shimi's culinary skills?" Yi Qingzhou, too preoccupied to regard her expression, furrowed his brows, his face a mixture of emotions. Fearing that lingering any longer would reveal her delight, Liang Wan hastily concocted an excuse to leave. "It's quite late. I must return to prepare for my exams. Please, brother, carry on. I shall take my leave." With that, she hurried away. However, she did not stray far, opting to hide in the shadows and watch Yu Qizhou discreetly. Once alone, he could no longer restrain himself and burst into laughter. "Ha ha." Liang Wan observed Yi Qingzhou half-crouched and half-standing by the roadside, reveling in the spectacle alongside the barrage of comments, her satisfaction growing ever more profound. "Wan wants you to have known that fish soup is impalatable. Self-awareness is a great virtue." Wan did not pay attention to the negative comments. Although Wan Wen's cooking is lacking, she excels in poison-making. She should join the North Ju sect. I can imagine master off North Ju sect would immediately accept Wan wants his first discipline light off this fish soup. I concur. She could replace Zia and become the eldest disciple, soaring alongside fieldest brother, a perfect union. Female protagonist is Xinqiuang. Amidst the derisive comments and the bullet screen, Liang Wan returned to the East Hu sect. There was still a slight amount of fish soup remaining in the pot, which she initially intended to deliver to Xingyun before returning to enjoy it herself. However, the disparaging remarks made her hesitate. The more she pondered, the more her curiosity grew. She decided to take a spoonful of the broth and brought it closer to her nose to smell. There was ascertained fishy odor, but it was not so overpowering as to be unpalatable. Could it be that the PPE offensive Temez were re-excessive lidlicate? With such questions in mind, Liang Wan took a sip from the spoon. Ugh! Fortunately, the bullet screen had alerted her that Yi Qingzhou was under the protection of Xingyu in the Medicine King Valley. This intelligence should suffice for Xinqiuang. Without the need to exhaust herself in search of information, Liang Wan devoted the next few days to preparing for her academic examinations. This, however, caused her considerable distress. Although she had the books provided by Yi Qingzhou, memorizing the entire volume would at best only prepare her for the first round of written exams. As for the practical aspect of alchemy, she was utterly at a loss. Chapter 57. Liang Wan rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the blazing alchemical furnace, her head truly aching. "Young Shitty, shall we go fishing?" Wu Shangyan entered, fanning himself. Upon seeing the array of powders on the table and the fires still crackling in the furnace, he was quite astonished. "Oh, has the sun risen from the west today? Our Liang Shitty is actually studying." Bu Jiayan followed closely behind, his astonishment matching that of Bu Shangyan. "Liang Shitty, what has inspired you today?" Liang Wan lazily lifted her gaze and shot them a glance. "The academic examination is fast approaching, and you two senior brothers still have the leisure to go fishing?" Since her return to the Eastern Hu Gate, she had never witnessed the Bu brothers preparing for any examinations. It was rather unsurprising, as they resided in the same courtyard. The bottom three disciples gathered together. What could she possibly expect from them? With a self-deprecating sigh, Liang Wan did not anticipate a response. Bu Shangyan playfully tapped her on the head with his fan. "What are you saying, Shitty? With the examination imminent, one must balance work and rest." She looked up in confusion and asked, "Have you ever worked?" "Do not underestimate our elder brother, Liang Shitty," Bu Jiayan interjected, waving his hand. "Though my elder brother may not rival Brother Yi, his medical skills rank second in the entire Eastern Hu Gate. A mere examination is hardly worthy of concern." Liang Wan picked up a fan to stoke the flames of the alchemical furnace, too weary to lift her eyelids. "Please, senior brothers, spare me your jesting. If you are truly so capable, why then do you reside with me?" Bu Shangyan and Bu Jiyan exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting their confusion. Bu Shangyan inquired, "Isn't this matter known to you, junior brother?" At this moment, Liang Wan appeared perplexed. "What matter?" she questioned. "Ah, is there a plot I have overlooked?" It seems this segment of the original text lacks explicit description. Please elaborate. Observing Liang Wan's genuine ignorance, Bu Shangyan reiterated the reason for his forced stay here. Last time, due to a family matter, Jia Yan and I had to return home, which resulted in us missing the academic examination. The plot has changed again. No wonder Bu Shangyan and Bu Jiayan possess such distinct temperaments. 1-1. The fool is indeed myself. So it turns out that in this courtyard, only 1-1 is the true underachiever. Well said, but please refrain from mentioning it again. If 1-1 is displeased, I implore you to retract that. Yet, Liang Wan seemed to have grasped something significant. So, I wasn't the absolute bottom in the last examination? Both Bu Shangyan and Bu Jiayan were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, junior brother Liang, you were second to last. Liang Wan chuckled awkwardly. Upon seeing the alchemy furnace, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Dear brothers, why not forego fishing today and teach me the art of alchemy instead? Half a month later, the academic examination at the Medicine King Valley. The examination for the 4 major sects was uniformly held at the Linjun Hall. Linjun Hall, apart from serving as the main hall for apprenticeship and ceremonial rites, also contains 4 side halls designated for the 4 major sects, named after the 4 noble flowers: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Disciples of the Eastern Pot sect must proceed to the Eastern Orchid Hall. Liang Wan had prepared all the necessary items for the academic examination early in the morning and arrived at the entrance of Donglan Hall. Though the examination had yet to commence, a long queue had already formed outside. Chapter 58. Master Liang, is it still so early? What advantage is there in arriving early? If one is destined to fail the examination, failure will surely follow. Liang Wan recognized the speaker. They had been part of the group that had bumped into her during the last festival. She forced a smile through gritted teeth, with such confidence. I trust both of you will surely rank among the top in this examination, correct? The 2 disciples exchanged awkward glances, one of whom retorted defiantly, I am certainly superior to you. It is unwise to speak too soon. Just then, Yi Qingzhou made his entrance. Brother Yi. The gathering greeted him warmly as he approached. Yi Qingzhou possessed remarkable talent in medicine, consistently achieving first place in every examination, leaving no disciple unchallenged by his prowess. He nodded and cast a glance at Liang Wan, his eyes laced with a hint of disdain. I have heard that brother Liang has been diligently concocting alchemical potions in her quarters of late. I trust that this hard work will yield commendable results in the upcoming examination. With an air of superiority, he surveyed the surrounding disciples. Remember, those who take pride in themselves often find it difficult to endure. Regardless of one's position, diligence and perseverance are paramount. The other disciples bowed their heads, their expressions reflecting reverence and acquiescence. Indeed, we shall heed Brother Ye's counsel. Liang Wan observed the subtly altered demeanor of Yi Qingzhou and felt a pang of reflection. Yi Qingzhou is quite handsome when he isn't being arrogant. He does possess a certain charm. Ladies, do not be deceived. He has caused Wan considerable distress in the past. Liang Wan fixated on the phrase considerable distress, gathering her thoughts anew. The doors of Donglan Hall slowly creaked open, heralding the commencement of the examination. The assessment consisted of 3 sessions, the first devoted to written tests, while the latter 2 focused on alchemical practicals. Upon completing her written examination, Liang Wan emerged and caught sight of the Bu brothers from her academy at the entrance. Bu Shangyin approached her, inquiring, How did you fare, junior sister Liang? Liang Wan forced a smile, her expression betraying her distress, before it quickly faded. Not very well, she replied. Bu Jiayin appeared puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Did you not claim to have memorized the material thoroughly? I even took a glance at the questions. They were all directly from the text. I suspect many will achieve full marks. Liang Wan's heart sank further. Indeed, she had memorized the content with great diligence. Yet as a modern individual, she had never wielded a brush, let alone written in traditional characters. While she had answered in simplified script, the sight of her peers' traditional responses made it abundantly clear that she was doomed. However, this inner turmoil was something she could not disclose to the Bu brothers. Observing her examination paper inscribed entirely in simplified characters, the master of Donghu Gate wore a stern expression. Master, the 2 esteemed instructors from Xilongmen and Nangshumen have arrived. The master of Donghu Gate seized the examination papers and strode toward the entrance, eager to present the situation to his distinguished colleagues. The 2 instructors, also engaged in the evaluation of papers, hurried over, intrigued by the urgent news from Donghu Gate. as they beheld Liang Wan's paper characterized solely by simplified characters. The brows of all three masters furrowed in concern. These characters may appear unfamiliar, yet their structure and strokes are governed by a discernible order, resembling a simplified version of contemporary script. Behold, observe the character for dust, which is crafted in such a manner that it embodies both form and spirit. It retains its original meaning while elegantly eliminating the superfluous intricacies, thus saving considerable time during examinations. What may seem like mere fabrication is, in fact, meticulously conceived. Whose examination paper is this from the Donghu sect? Remarkably, a new character has been ingeniously created. The master of the Donghu sect snorted softly, yet his countenance did not reflect the joy typically associated with praise. You might find it hard to believe, but this examination paper was indeed authored by Liang Yunjin. Chapter 59 Liang Yunjin. How could it possibly be Liang Yunjin? The master of Xylongmen exclaimed in astonishment, questioning how she could have penned such words. The master of Nangshuanmen also wore an expression of disbelief as he examined the examination paper, confirming that it was indeed Liang Wan's pseudonym, Liang Yunjin, used during her time in Yaowang Valley. It truly was her. Previously, during the academic assessments, she had never written in such a manner. Why now? Could these be coded messages? The master of Donghuman tucked away the examination paper. I suspected something was amiss when she stealthily descended the mountain. Reflecting now, it seems she must have established contact with someone during her recent excursion. At that time, I had been in seclusion, and upon my return, Xingyu informed me that she had already been penalized. I did not pursue the matter further, unaware that it would escalate to this extent. It is improbable she could have learned so many characters in such a short span. She must have secretly connected with individuals beyond the mountain while you were oblivious. Could it be that someone has already uncovered the secrets of Yaowang Valley through her? The three masters exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. What are those three old men concocting this time? It's merely simplified characters. I can write those too. I thought they were eager to learn how to write, but it seems I underestimated them. The three masters are undoubtedly afflicted with paranoid delusions. One who leads a virtuous life has no fear of ghosts knocking at their door at midnight. Are they planning to expel Wan from the sect? Liang Wan. All she did was write her exam in simplified characters. How could this be grave enough to warrant expulsion from the sect? At this moment, Liang Wan sat before the alchemical furnace, observing the barrage of comments discussing her predicament. Her hands trembled slightly as she mixed the powder. Her disheveled appearance did not escape Yu Qingzhou's notice, seeing that Liang Wan seemed to regard the examination with indifference. Yu Qingzhou instinctively tightened his grip on the powder he was stirring. The previous night, a cloaked figure had approached him, specifically informing him that Liang Wan had been secretly in contact with Shen Xiaohong. She had long been aware of his affairs. He could no longer afford to show her any leniency. In order to ensure uniformity in alchemical results, all candidates were provided with standardized furnaces during the examination. Yi Qingzhou had prepared his pills in advance and placed them into the furnace, all the while casting casual glances in Liang Wan's direction. The practical nature of alchemy rendered deception highly improbable, and the supervision in this examination hall was considerably more relaxed compared to written tests. Some candidates, lacking certain medicinal ingredients, would occasionally rise to retrieve them from the communal area. It was precisely this detail that Yi Qingzhou capitalized on, as he rose to feign the need for more ingredients. He discreetly added a substance to Liang Wan's pills. Just as Liang Wan finished setting her furnace, she turned to fetch her pills to place inside. After sealing the furnace door, she picked up a fan, fanning herself while glancing at the comments. Goodness, she's directly concocting explosives. Countdown to detonation begins. How thrilling. Liang Wan tilted her head in confusion. What does this mean? The barrage had already begun its countdown. 5. Liang Wan panicked, rising hurriedly to survey her surroundings. The others remained engrossed in their alchemical endeavors. 4. Her gaze locked onto Yi Qingzhou's face. 3. Could it be him? Without uttering a word, Liang Wan dashed towards the examination hall's entrance. Behind her, the proctor's voice echoed. What are you doing? A resounding series of bangs reverberated towards Lin Yuntang, causing the entire Medicine King Valley to tremble. A colossal gray mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky above the valley, visible to the inhabitants within a 20-mile radius. Chapter 60. The special effects were extraordinary. The smoke billowed skyward, effectively launching those three old men into the air. Goodness, with such immense power, surely many lives were at stake. Fortunately, Wan found herself nestled in the far corner. Coughing, Liang Wan felt herself engulfed in thick smoke. a pungent medicinal aroma assaulting her nostrils and filling her lungs to the point of discomfort. Before she could call for help, someone had already lifted her onto a stretcher. With her eyes closed, she could not witness the barrage of comments streaming in real time. Yet, she could faintly hear footsteps around her, interspersed with distant cries for help. Over here, there's still someone. This place is full of the injured. Those who can move should head down the mountain. This area is reserved for the critically wounded. Is there anyone from Donghu's sect who is uninjured? Hurry and summon them to assist. This explosion resulted from a mishap with Donghu's sect's alchemical furnace. The severely injured are all disciples of Donghu's sect. The master of Donghu's sect has arrived. Thank goodness the master is here. Please, bring the master quickly. Liang Wan drifted in and out of consciousness for what felt like an eternity. When she finally roused, she found herself lying on a wooden bed. The room was empty, and as she gazed outside, she discerned two figures standing motionless at the door. Turning to sit up, she felt as though she had been thoroughly beaten. Pain coursing through her from head to toe. A soft groan escaped her lips. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, rubbing her aching chest. She looked up to see a shadowy figure entering from the doorway. The master of Donghu Gate wore a stern expression, his gaze piercing like a sword as it scrutinized her. After a moment, he spoke. Do you understand the grave mistake you have made? Liang Wan, feeling a sense of frustration, shook her head. She had meticulously followed the steps provided by Bu Shangyan to concoct the medicine, adhering to the standard procedures for alchemy. How could it have transformed into an explosive upon submission? Daily critique. Yi Qingzhou is truly despicable. It's all Yi Qingzhou's fault. Without him, how could Wan be scorned by everyone in the Medicine King Valley? Yi Qingzhou, in his attempt to harm Wan, would even sacrifice other disciples of Donghu Gate. How wicked. He has already poisoned the river, claiming so many lives. What is there he would not dare to do? Because of him, Wan is destined to be despised by others. That old man continues to fan the flames. May that old fool have a restful night this evening. So it was Yi Qingzhou again. Liang Wan bit her lip as she observed the barrage of comments. Though she still felt lightheaded and nauseous, her mind remained relatively clear, and she refrained from easily naming Yi Qingzhou as the culprit. Master, I followed the book to refine the elixir. I do not know what I did wrong. Upon hearing this, the master of Donghu Gate rebuked her sharply. You followed the book to refine the elixir? Did the book instruct you to add gunpowder? Did it teach you to blow up Lin Yutang? I do not know, but I certainly did not do it intentionally. You did not do it intentionally? The master of Donghu Gate's anger was laced with a mocking smile. Pray, do not tell me that you accidentally concocted gunpowder. Liang Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for this was the second time she felt such profound frustration. She found it utterly perplexing. When, for heaven's sake, had that insufferable Yi Qingzhou managed to slip gunpowder into her alchemical furnace? She had been vigilantly guarding it, yet he had still managed to tamper with it. The examination hall must now be in utter disarray. Without surveillance, it was impossible to gather evidence to vindicate herself. Meanwhile, her master from the Eastern Hu Gate was fuming, while the masters from the other three major sects had also arrived. Apart from the two ancient figures from the Western Dragon Gate and Southern Suspended Gate, the reclusive master of the Northern Zhu Gate had made a rare appearance. Liang Wan cast a glance at the three masters entering, her gaze lingering on the one clad in a dark robe from the Northern Zhu Gate. Why did he regard her with such an odd expression? Chapter 61. Liang Wan furrowed her brows and turned her face away. She then heard her master from the West Longmen ask her, Liang Yunjin, you claim to have followed the steps in the book for alchemy, yet today's examination was for the preparation of restorative elixirs. Why then, were remnants of gunpowder found at your examination seat? According to other disciples, there were no materials necessary for gunpowder among the medicinal ingredients prepared for today's test. It appears that unless you smuggled gunpowder into the examination hall, how could you have caused the entire Linyan Hall to explode? Before her stood four individuals, three of whom were antagonists, and Liang Wan could not be bothered to argue. She simply laid out her case. All esteemed masters are aware that prior to entering the examination hall, we must undergo a thorough inspection of our belongings. If I had illicitly brought gunpowder into the venue, it would have surely been discovered at the entrance. How could it possibly have gone unnoticed until the explosion during the exam? She paused momentarily, a smirk gracing her lips, and continued with an audacious tone. You all know my limited knowledge and mediocre talents. I spent 3 months merely learning to concoct restorative elixirs. Do you truly expect me to produce gunpowder capable of obliterating Linyan Hall in just a few days? At this point, Liang Wan could not resist a sardonic remark. Rather than suspecting a mere novice like me, it might be more prudent to consider the disciples from Donghuming, who have consistently ranked at the top in examinations for years. The masters contemplated her words, struggling to find a counterargument, and upon reflection, it indeed seemed to hold some merit. For the first time, Liang Wan felt that embracing a carefree attitude was not entirely disadvantageous. The esteemed master of Donghu Gate stroked his graying beard, pondering momentarily before articulating. Could it be that you inadvertently concocted this remarkably potent explosive using restorative herbs? Liang Wan, taken aback, realized with clarity that despite her explicit hints, they had yet to mention Yi Qingzhou. The barrage of comments had previously indicated that these masters harbored ulterior motives, and the fact that Yi Qingzhou repeatedly descended the mountain without detection, even as an outsider was permitted to infiltrate the expansive Yaowang Valley, was deeply troubling. It seemed likely that the matter of poison water was inextricably linked to these masters of Yaowang Valley. Liang Wan was startled, even if she had 100 mouths. She could not exonerate herself from such accusations. She glanced at the comments section, where the audience continued to discuss the earlier conversation. Imagination runs wild. Refrain from such thoughts next time. The master of Beiju Gate's eyes sparkled. Haha, what a delightful twist. Liang Wan turned her gaze towards the master of Beiju Gate. Though his hair was equally silver, his visage exuded youthful vigor. He stood taller than the other three elders, his posture regal, clad in a flowing black robe that danced with the wind. Liang Wan's gaze fell upon his slender fingers adorned with a deep green ring, a black serpent coiling around it, exuding both grace and an air of menace that sent a chill down her spine. Upon raising her eyes, she found the master of Beiju Gate regarding her with an enigmatic smile. Before she could decipher the meaning behind his gaze, the master of Donghu Gate spoke again. Even if your actions were unintentional, it constitutes a grave offense. You shall not escape punishment, due to your grave error. Over 20 disciples of the Eastern whose sect have perished. Even if we were to pardon you, the disciples of Yaowang Valley would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Liang Wan, fully aware of her inevitable fate, proactively inquired about her punishment. What does the master intend to impose upon me? A moment of silence enveloped the room. Then, the master of the Eastern whose sect cleared his throat. Yaowang Valley has always been compassionate towards all living beings. Even though you have committed a grievous mistake within our ranks, considering it was unintentional, we shall not take your life. However, should we impose a lenient punishment, outsiders may suspect that Yaowang Valley disregards the sanctity of innocent lives. Such grandiloquent rhetoric merely serves to prepare for your expulsion from the sect, does it not? Liang Wan displayed no fear, her tone laced with a hint of nonchalance. So, what do you imply? The master of the Eastern whose sect moved his lips. His tone resolute. Liang Yunjin, you are hereby expelled from the Eastern whose sect. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be a disciple of Yaowang Valley. Liang Wan cast a languid glance at the 4 revered Buddhas before her, her demeanor unperturbed. Very well. The expressions of the masters varied. Initially, they harbored a flicker of hope, speculating about Liang Wan's potential collusion with outsiders. Now, her lack of remorse regarding her expulsion only heightened their unease. This unequivocally indicated that Liang Wan was indeed connected to someone beyond the mountains. If she were truly released, it would herald a genuine calamity. Liang Wan, having long forsaken their well-being, clutched her chest and rose, intent on returning to the Eastern whose sect to gather her belongings. Yet, she was interrupted by a voice calling out, "Hold on." Chapter 62. Liang Wan turns around. The speaker was the long-silent master of the North Zhu Men. Her heart skipped a beat, and with a wry smile, she inquired, "Do you have any further guidance, master? Would you be willing to join the North Zhu Men?" Liang Wan. Not only Liang Wan, but the 3 masters behind the North Zhu Men master wore the same expression. Before Liang Wan could pose her question, the master of the East Zhu Men, with a somber countenance, interjected, "Old Bei, what do you mean by this?" The master of the North Zhu Men chuckled softly. Yet, Liang Wan felt as if she had been struck by a jolt of static electricity, her entire being tingling. This individual was truly formidable. The master of the North Zhu Men gradually spoke. "Liang Yunjin, the fact that you can casually transform medicinal herbs into explosives showcases your rare talent. You were indeed underappreciated at the East Zhu Men. Old Bei, you understand the balance of yin and yang. Oh, come on, what are you doing here? Just expelled from your sect, you turn around and join another. The tides of fortune have turned, and you have grasped it well. The North Zhu Min excels in the use of poison and martial arts. Is that not superior to the East Zhu Min? Directly transferring from a mediocre university to Tsinghua, isn't that impressive? Initially, Liang Wan found this quite absurd, but after perusing the comments, she began to entertain the notion. Her online family seemed to possess a broader perspective and would surely not lead her astray. Just as she was about to agree, the master of the East Zhu Min countered, "Old Bay. She has just caused such a calamity at the Medicine King Valley and has been expelled from the East Zhu Min. Now you wish to recruit her into the North Zhu Min? This is not sincerely undermining him, is it?" The master of the Northern Zhu sect remained unfazed, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Her intentions were not malevolent. It was merely her lack of success in the Eastern Pot sect that had led to this calamity. Should she join my Northern Zhu sect under my guidance? With the assistance of Xingyun and Xingyu, she would undoubtedly fulfill her remarkable potential. At this moment, Liang Wan realized that the master of the Northern Zhu sect had been advocating for her all along. She exhaled in relief and smiled at him gratefully. The master gave her a knowing glance. "Liang Yunjin, what say you?" "I am most willing," she replied with enthusiasm. The master of the Northern Zhu sect was indeed a virtuous individual, capable of imparting true knowledge and skills. Even if she were to depart from the Medicine King Valley in the future, she would be well equipped to seek a livelihood. Moreover, she would have the opportunity to encounter senior brother Xingyun. Liang Wan felt a sudden warmth flush her cheeks. Currently, the Medicine King Valley is filled with the injured. You should first assist them, and I shall arrange for your admission in due course, he instructed. Liang Wan nodded and followed her new master out of the room. The three elderly men who remained behind exchanged glances, their expressions laden with surprise. The master of the Southern Zhuan sect shot a disapproving look at the master of the Eastern Pot sect. "You are simply allowing Liang Yunjin to enter the Northern Zhu sect without any reservations?" The master of the Eastern Pot sect scoffed. "What other course of action is there?" The master of Xilongmen also displayed a look of concern. "Previously, she was under your tutelage, and her every action was known to you. However, should she join B's Huming, it would become increasingly difficult to monitor her." The master of Donghuman cast a stern glance at the two. "If you have objections, why did you not voice them earlier?" With that, the two masters fell into silence. The master of Donghuman then sighed softly, seemingly attempting to reassure himself. She must have hidden connections at the foot of the mountain. Rather than allowing her to meet with outsiders, it is safer to keep her under our watchful eyes. Our affairs must remain concealed from prying eyes. Chapter 63. The other side. Liang Wan was led by Master Bei Zhu Min to the South Mei Hall, where the disciples resided. Among the entire Linyan Hall, only the South Mei Hall and the North Zhu Hall, situated away from the Donglan Hall, remained intact. The severely injured disciples were all left here to recuperate. Just as Master Bei Zhu Min was about to instruct her on where to assist, he turned around and saw Liang Wan leaning against the doorframe, one hand clutching her chest, her face ashen. He furrowed his brow slightly, approached her, and took her pulse. Master Bei Zhu Min's expression changed in an instant as he regarded Liang Wan with a frown. To his surprise, she was a woman. Upon closer inspection of her figure, although she was dressed in the garb of a male disciple, the tightly fitted belt at her waist and the tailored trousers revealed her slender waist and long legs. Her face, though smudged, could not conceal the elegance of her large eyes and delicate brows. She was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Intriguing. A faint smile played on his lips as he released her hand and retrieved a vial of medicine from his sleeve. "Take this 3 times a day for 3 days. Find a place to rest, and come back to assist once you are well," he instructed. Liang Wan gasped for breath, glanced at Master Bei Zhu Min, and nodded. Thank you, Master." With a sardonic glance, Master Bei Zhu Min retorted, "Still calling me Master?" It was only then that Liang Wan regained her composure. Thank you, Master." After leaving the South Mei Hall, she made her way to her own quarters at the Donghu Gate to rest. While on the other side, Bai Haitang received the news. She hurried over to Yi Qingzhou, carrying a tray of medicine, preparing to tend to his injuries. Yi Qingzhou was gravely wounded. Though he had made some preparations before the explosion, he was still apprehensive about being discovered by others, leaving him with no choice but to brave the peril. Half of his face had suffered severe burns, and as Bai Haitang applied the ointment, her grip was somewhat heavy, causing Yi Qingzhou to flinch in pain intermittently. "Senior brother, please bear with it," Bai Haitang thought to herself, completely oblivious to Yi Qingzhou's minor discomfort. Noticing her anxious expression, he mustered a faint smile and reassured her, "Haitang, there's no need to worry about me. The burn ointment from Donghu sect is particularly effective for treating burns. It won't leave any scars. Bai Haidang merely responded with a soft which only deepened his sense of unease. Haidang, is something troubling you? Bai Haidang gasped softly and, taking a scoop of the ointment, applied it to his face. I heard that Brother Liang was expelled from the sect by our master. What? The strange look in Yi Qingzhou's eyes intensified, his tone becoming somber as he suddenly asked, Is Brother Liang still alive? Bai Haidang smiled with relief. Yes, Brother Liang is as fortunate as you. However, her expression then turned sorrowful as she lowered her head. Only the two of you survived. Among the 20 disciples in the examination, only Yi Qingzhou and Liang Wan, who had been forewarned, remained alive. Yi Qingzhou lifted his burn-scarred hand, wanting to touch Bai Haidang, but hesitated, feeling his hand too unsightly, and withdrew it. Faced with the loss of so many lives, he found himself unable to empathize fully, yet could not appear overly composed either, merely sighing. Fortunately, the others only sustained injuries. Bai Haidang administered the medicine to him, and then rose, saying, Senior brother, you should rest. I will go check on Brother Liang. Without waiting for Yi Qingzhou's response, she took the medicine and departed. Yi Qingzhou's outstretched hand clenched tightly once more. Liang Yanjin, how is it that you still draw breath? Liang Wan sneezed lightly. She lay in bed, her gaze seemingly fixed on the ceiling. Yet her mind was engrossed in the discussions among the viewers regarding the dialogue between Bai Haidang and Yi Qingzhou. Yi Qingzhou is quite the enigma. How can he remain so composed while bearing such heavy burdens? You are aware of your own stains, yet you still wish to approach Haidang. How disgraceful. Yi Qingzhou must be aware that Wan Wan's survival will certainly provoke further mischief. Now Wan Wan is a disciple of the Northern Zhu sect. He can no longer afford to offend her at will. A daily critique. Yi Qingzhou is truly despicable. Just as Liang Wan delightedly observed Yi Qingzhou's discomfort, Bai Haidang arrived at the courtyard. Brother Liang, she called, peering into the room where the door was ajar. Chapter 64. Upon seeing Liang Wan, Bai Haidang's gloomy expression finally brightened somewhat. Junior sister Bai, she exclaimed, hastily approaching Liang Wan's bedside and surveying her from head to toe. Liang Wan smiled reassuringly. Haidang, I am quite well. Having confirmed this for herself, Bai Haidang let out a sigh of relief. Senior brother, you terrified me. The worry and anxiety that had burdened her heart suddenly lifted, her voice tinged with a barely suppressed note of grievance. Liang Wan, unable to bear her distress, suppressed her smile and gently took Bai Haidang's hand, comforting her. Dear sister Haidang, I am sorry to have caused you concern. Bai Haidang cast her eyes downward. Noticing the warmth of Liang Wan's hand upon her own, her ears gradually flushing with a rosy hue, she shook her head and voiced her lingering worry. I heard that you have been expelled from the sect? Liang Wan nodded. Bai Haidang's brow furrowed further. But why? With a soft chuckle, Liang Wan recounted the actions of their masters. How could they do this? The evidence does not point to you at all. You have been wronged. Bai Haidang's indignation was palpable. Liang Wan was taken aback by her directness, her amusement growing. Sister, did you never consider that this may be my doing? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Haidang shook her head vigorously. Senior brother, you are sincere and kind-hearted. How could you commit such heinous acts? A warmth spread through Liang Wan's heart. She sighed. Alas, the masters have made up their minds to banish me from the Medicine King Valley. A fleeting shadow of concern crossed Bai Haidang's face. Senior brother, I can't shake the feeling that this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. To hastily conclude that you are the true culprit merely based on traces of gunpowder discovered in your alchemical furnace is rather rash. Liang Wan pressed her lips together in silence. In truth, anyone with a modicum of intellect would share Bai Haidang's perspective. Yet, who could blame her for offending the revered master of the Apothecary Valley? Even if the factual evidence were laid bare before them, they would likely employ unfounded rhetoric to cast the blame upon her. Perhaps I should seek out the masters and request a thorough investigation, she suggested. Liang Wan quickly interjected. Sister, please wait. Upon seeing Bai Haidang turn back, she let out a deep sigh. Currently, the Apothecary Valley is in disarray, and the masters are preoccupied. Let them be for now. Being expelled from the sect may not sound dignified, but for her, it was not entirely a misfortune, especially since she had recently rejoined the Northern Zhu sect. Bai Haidang's gaze darkened, and her expression fell. But I will seldom see my senior brother again. Although she occasionally ventured out to provide free consultations for the common folk, such opportunities arose only once or twice a year, and the designated locations often dictated whether they could meet. I have not been entirely expelled from the sect, Liang Wan stated. Bai Haidang looked up, her eyes flickering with interest. I am about to take residence in the Northern Zhu sect. Liang Wan revealed the details of the situation without reservation. Bai Haitang's expression transformed from sorrow to indignation and then to astonishment, a myriad of emotions playing across her face. So, does this mean you are now a disciple of the Northern Zhu sect? Liang Wan nodded slightly. Bai Haidang was so astonished that her mouth fell open. I have heard that the recruitment of disciples by the North Zhu sect is exceedingly rigorous. I never expected. She hesitated to finish her sentence. Liang Wan understood her implication but was not offended. Instead, she nodded in approval. I feel the same way. I do not comprehend what the master of the North Zhu sect saw in me. Officially, he claimed it was her talent that attracted him. Yet anyone with discernment could tell this was merely a pretext. The true reason for his decision to admit her into the North Zhu sect remained an enigma. Reflecting on this, Liang Wan could not help but express her thoughts. I cannot shake the feeling that the other three masters do not possess the same assertiveness in their discourse as my own. After all, when the master of the North Zhu sect declared his intention to accept her as a disciple, those three old men dared not utter a single protest. Bai Haidang, upon hearing this, chuckled. Senior brother, you have truly encountered an impressive master this time. Chapter 65. Upon hearing this, Liang Wan became intrigued. What do you mean? Bai Haidang recounted the status of Beizhu men in Yaowang Valley with utmost sincerity. Liang Wan was taken aback repeatedly. She had initially assumed that the master of Beizhu men was simply more enigmatic and unpredictable than the other masters due to his long-standing dealings with poisons. Little did she know, the master of Beizhu men was, in fact, the foremost expert in the realm. The reason Yaowang Valley could maintain its formidable presence in the martial world was not solely due to the favor of the current emperor, but also because of the formidable presence of the Beizhu men master, who commanded respect and deterred any potential affronts. The realization that her current master possessed such extraordinary prowess felt akin to having firmly latched onto a powerful ally. In the days that followed, Liang Wan remained at Donghuman to recuperate. During this time, the brothers Bu Shangyan and Bu Jiayan came to visit her. The two siblings, having lost their fellow disciples and having stayed up late tending to their comrades, bore expressions that revealed their fatigue. Fortunately, Liang Wan's condition was not grave. After taking the medicine provided by the Beizhu men master, her health gradually improved, and the heaviness she felt in her chest upon being rescued had lessened significantly. One day, as the autumn sun shone brightly, Liang Wan received word from her fellow disciples at Beizhu men, informing her that she could pack her belongings and move to the new residence arranged for her by Beizhu men at noon. Thus, she began to gather her things. Just then, a disciple from Donghuman approached her, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Junior sister Liang, master of Beizhu men, instructed me to bring you this medicine. Liang Wan felt a sense of intrigue as she observed the barrage of comments. Wan is about to leave Donghu Gate. It would be quite difficult to act once she reaches Beizhu Gate. I plan to take the opportunity to deliver a final blow before her departure. Daily criticism. Yi Qingzhou is truly a despicable character. I hope Wan isn't deceived. This is poison. Poison? Liang Wan couldn't help but smile. Thank you, senior brother. From where did this potion originate? She surmised that the individual before her was likely merely following orders from others, unaware of the true nature of the potion. As expected, she heard him say, this was sent by the senior sister, who instructed me to collect it from the herbal preparation area, emphasizing that it was a command from the master of Beizhu Gate. So it was indeed the senior sister? She recalled the day Xingyu faced punishment, when she had caught a glimpse of Yi Qizhou emerging from the Xingyu courtyard. It seemed that both Xingyu and Yi Qizhou were serving the interests of those three masters. The matter concerning the poisoning of the river and the suffering inflicted upon the common people likely entailed numerous complexities. Liang Wan instinctively furrowed her brow, then turned to examine the potion held by the man, allowing a smile to re-emerge. It appears that the senior sister has made an error. This potion should be intended for senior brother Yi Qingzhou. Perhaps you could kindly deliver it to him? The man, lacking any suspicion, agreed readily. The affairs within the valley had been tumultuous in recent days, and even the senior sister could not escape occasional oversights. He happily took the potion and departed. Liang Wan hastened her preparations with increased urgency. Donghu Gate was akin to a den of dragons and tigers. It was advisable to make her exit as swiftly as possible. As she was tidying up her belongings, a cool voice resonated through the air. Liang Wan felt a pang of uncertainty. Just as she was about to turn and inquire if there was anything else, she spotted Xing Yun standing at the door with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was tranquil, and his eyes radiated a gentle warmth, adorned with a faint smile. Liang Wan's heart fluttered. She wiped her hands on her clothes and approached the entrance. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" she asked. "Master sent me to check on you. Is there anything you need assistance with?" Chapter 66. Liang Wan cast a glance over the disheveled room and pointed to the 2 bags of clothes neatly packed on the floor, saying, "Could I trouble you, senior brother, to take these over for me?" Observing her unreserved demeanor, Xingyun couldn't help but smile in amusement. The two engaged in casual conversation before commencing the task of moving the items. Liang Wan had initially assumed that being in the company of such a cold, handsome figure would create an awkward silence. However, to her surprise, Xingyun occasionally exchanged a few words with her. When the topic shifted to her joining the Northju sect, Xingyun expressed his astonishment. "My master has mentioned your extraordinary talent. You are quite adept at studying poisons." Liang Wan felt her cheeks flush at his praise. "Senior brother, please do not exaggerate. I consistently ranked at the bottom in my exams at the East Hu sect. Where could such talent possibly come from?" Had she been the original owner of this body, Liang Wan might have entertained the notion of possessing some innate ability. Yet now, having traversed into this vessel, she was utterly convinced that she lacked such a gift. She feared disappointing her master's trust, while she was still diminishing her own aspirations. She overheard Xingyun's disapproving tone. "The paths pursued by the East Hu sect and the North Ju sect are worlds apart. Your lack of proficiency at the East Hu sect, aside from personal reasons, is also influenced by the environment and the dedication of those who teach." After earnestly conveying his thoughts, he turned his gaze towards Liang Wan. Noticing the sparkle of joy in her eyes, he too was touched by her happiness. And an inexplicable emotion stirred within him. If the junior disciple were to apply herself diligently, she too could achieve greatness. Since her graduation from university, Liang Wan had seldom heard anyone encourage her in such a manner. Today, having listened to Xingyun's uplifting words, her heart brimmed with boundless motivation. She nodded and replied, "I understand, senior brother. I, Liang Wan, will strive diligently and endeavor to not place last." Her modest humor elicited a chuckle from Xingyun, who laughed heartily for the first time in her presence. Typically, he bore a cool demeanor, often presenting a stern visage that discouraged approach. Yet, when he smiled, that frosty exterior melted away like ice under the gentle caress of spring. Suddenly, Liang Wan recalled an ancient adage, "A gentleman among men, like jade, is unparalleled in the world." They proceeded to carry their belongings to the northern Zhu gate. Xingyun guided Liang Wan to a courtyard, flanked by a row of verdant bamboo, encircling a modest dwelling. Within the courtyard, 2 flower beds stood adorned with an assortment of herbs, which Liang Wan did not recognize but instinctively believed to be medicinal plants. The accommodations for disciples at Northern Zhu Gate were selected based on rank. However, as she was a temporary recruit of the master, no assessments were imposed upon her. This courtyard had remained uninhabited for quite some time, appearing somewhat secluded, yet a small path behind the house led directly to her residence. "Should you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to approach either me or senior sister Xingyu," he advised. Liang Wan glanced toward the back of the house and indeed spotted a concealed pathway. She nodded and inquired, "Senior brother, does senior sister Xingyu know about this path?" Although departing from Donghuming allows her to momentarily distance herself from the calamity that is Yi Qingzhou, she cannot let her guard down against Xingyu. It is entirely possible that she possesses an even more malicious nature than Yi Qingzhou. Xingyun shook her head, explaining that this courtyard had long been abandoned and had only recently been tidied up, of which she remained unaware. "Then do not disclose this to her," Liang Wan promptly insisted. Sensing the puzzled gaze from Xingyun, she hesitated for a brief moment. I fear that senior sister will punish me." Xingyun chuckled. "If you do not squander your days, Xingyu shall not impose any punishment upon you." Liang Wan laughed lightly, refraining from contradicting her. Initially, she had shared this sentiment. Yet upon reflection, she realized that from the moment she returned from the mountains, Xingyu had already set her sights on her. Now residing in Baizuman, she feared that her future days would hardly be serene. Xingyun assisted Liang Wan in moving her belongings into the house. But due to a summons from the master at Baizuman, she had to leave in haste, unable to offer further assistance. Liang Wan was left to tidy up alone. By the time she had organized the room, night had fallen. That night, a torrential rain poured down. Chapter 67. The rain fell with an extraordinary intensity, while the wind howled savagely through the bamboo grove. The downpour cascaded like a waterfall, akin to the Milky Way inverted, capable of submerging the entire world in an instant. Liang Wan went to close the window, just as a flash of lightning struck, illuminating her face, which had turned ashen with fear. She was genuinely terrified. Having been afraid of various sounds since childhood, the darkness enveloping her on this, her first day in the new place, amplified her sense of dread. Were it not for the barrage of messages floating across her screen, she doubted she would have mustered the courage to approach the window. The rain falls as heavily as Yiping asking her father for money, as intense as the day when Xiaomai and Jean danced while eating steak, as fierce as the day when Jiwu stole an electric bike. Yes, I've seen them all. It's quite vivid now. Is someone coming? Is Xingyu arriving? The thought of her senior sister's arrival sent a chill down Liang Wan's spine. Compared to the tempest outside, the impending visit from Xingyu seemed to pale in comparison. But why was Xingyu coming now? Terrified, Liang Wan curled up under her blanket, her eyes fixated on the barrage of messages. If Wan hides under the blanket like this, that whip from Xingyu will surely strike her left cheek. That sounds so painful. Without a second thought, Liang Wan scrambled out of bed. No sooner had she stepped onto the floor than a whip suddenly shattered the door, crashing onto the bed beam, leaving a deep mark in its wake. Liang Wan. Xingyu is coming. Wan is standing there, about to be hit at the sight of the messages. Liang Wan collapsed onto the floor as Xingyu's whip took down the vase on the table. The vase shattered into several pieces upon impact with the ground. Wow, Wan is incredible. She managed to evade it. Such fluid movements can only be executed with experience in dodging. This is it. Xingyu is about to get serious. At that moment, the barrage of comments did not provide a specific location. Liang Wan lay on the ground, witnessing a shadow before her wielding a whip that lashed out in her direction. Suddenly, Liang Wan sprang into action, diving beneath the table. Xingyu's whip struck the table leg, causing Liang Wan to tremble momentarily. She was unable to evade in time and received a solid blow. She could no longer afford to remain passive. The instinct for survival propelled Liang Wan to rise, disregarding the torrential downpour outside. As Xingyu prepared to bend down and investigate, Liang Wan crouched and made a swift dash, quickly emerging from the other side of the table and fleeing outdoors. The blood-red curve of her lips, visible beneath the black cloak, revealed a sinister smile. Xingyu now regarded Liang Wan as one would a mere ant to be crushed. With a cold chuckle, she pursued. Liang Wan circled to the back of the house, racing through the bamboo grove towards Xingyu's courtyard. However, after running for quite some time, she realized she had not encountered a direct path to Xingyu's abode. It soon dawned on her that the bamboo grove lacked ground lighting, and she was likely running in circles. As Liang Wan caught sight of a comment warning, Wan, beware of what's behind you, she leaped forward, landing face first into the ground, rain mingling with the fragrant earth splashing onto her face. Xingyu's whip missed its target. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning illuminated a courtyard ahead. A familiar figure stood at the door, holding an umbrella as if intending to approach the narrow path. It was Master Xingyu. Liang Wan felt as though she had stumbled upon a lifeline, disregarding the potential onslaught from Xingyu behind her. She stumbled to her feet and hurried towards Xingyu. Observing the intensifying rain, Xingyu grew concerned that Liang Wan, being new to this place, might be frightened, and was about to move closer to check on her. From a distance, he spotted a small figure resembling a clay figurine rushing towards him. As the small figure drew nearer, calling out to him in a tearful voice, he realized it was none other than Liang Wan. Chapter 68, Junior Brother. What has become of you? Xingyu hurriedly raised the umbrella above her head, yet it was evident that she was covered in mud, resembling a drenched chicken, rendering the gesture somewhat futile. Liang Wan's once fair cheeks were smeared with dirt, and her clear eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of mingling with the rain. Despite her attempt to disguise herself as a boy, Xingyu felt a pang of sympathy tug at his heart at her pitiful appearance. Come inside with me, he said, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder and guiding Liang Wan into the house. In the bamboo grove, it was surprising that Liang Wan's residence was so close to his own. Xingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Liang Wan being led inside. Biting her lip, she could only silently resent her own failure to act sooner. Inside the house, Liang Wan stood frozen, too frightened to move. Xingyu, mistaking her stillness for fear, patted her back and softly reassured her. It's all right, junior brother. Your elder brother is here with you. Liang Wan glanced at Xingyu, and for reasons unknown, her feelings of grievance suddenly burst forth in a cascade of tears. She felt utterly wretched. While others traversed through realms with ease, she faced criticism with alarming frequency. Why? Among the descendants of Yin and Huang, did others bask in fortune while she was left with misfortune? As her thoughts spiraled into deeper despair, she raised her hand to wipe away her tears, only to notice it was also speckled with mud. This realization led her to cry even louder. Feeling too ashamed to clean her face, Xingyun cautiously took her hand, saying, "If you wish to cry, then let it out for a while. It will be all right." As she spoke, she prepared to guide her to sit down and rest, but upon turning around, she found Liang Wan standing as immovable as a rock, frozen in place. Xingyun, perplexed, inquired, "Yunjin, what is the matter?" This marked the first occasion Xingyun addressed her by her name so directly. Liang Wan stifled her sobs, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Xingyun offered a reassuring smile, suggesting, "Let us take a moment to rest." However, Liang Wan pouted and remained motionless. Xingyun pressed on, "What is troubling you?" I am dirty, and I do not wish to soil your chair," she replied. "You are so immaculate. Your person, your heart, and your room, all are untouched by grime." Suddenly, she felt unworthy of occupying that space. A sense of desolation washed over her. Yet she abruptly heard Xingyun's deep, ethereal voice, soothing yet firm, saying, "It is of no consequence. If the chair becomes dirty, we can simply wipe it clean later. If you do not rest well, you may fall ill and require medicine." As he spoke, Xingyun paused momentarily. "The medicine from our master is always quite bitter. Is there any medicine that is not bitter?" Liang Wan realized that Xingyun's concern stemmed from a desire for her to rest to avoid falling ill, and thus she obediently allowed him to guide her to a seat. Xingyun fetched a clean garment and brought a basin of warm water. Noticing her emotions had stabilized, he spoke in a calm tone, "I will prepare a bowl of ginger soup for you. Please change out of your current clothes." Liang Wan nodded in acknowledgement. As Xingyun exited and closed the door, Liang Wan remained vigilant, glancing around her surroundings. It seemed the audience's attention had shifted to Xingyun. With the screen flooded with praises for his demeanor, senior brother is so handsome, who truly understands the delicate balance between emotion and propriety. When seeking a partner, one must undoubtedly aspire to find someone of such caliber. Tonight, I shall support the evening cloud couple. Who wouldn't adore a boyfriend capable of both healing and preparing ginger soup? One who is gentle, considerate, and possesses unparalleled strength. He surpasses Shen Xiuhong by leaps and bounds. Observing the comments, it seems the danger she faced is no longer a topic of discussion, allowing Liang Wan's anxious heart to finally find solace. She splashed her face with warm water and changed into fresh garments, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. Liang Wan was startled, cautiously turning to glance at the entrance. Could it be that Xingyu has caught up with her? Chapter 69. The voice of Xingyun outside the door. Junior brother. Liang Wan sighed with relief. "Senior brother, I've changed. You may come in now." As Xingyun entered the room, holding a bowl of ginger soup, he noticed a pronounced whip mark on the back of her hand. "Junior sister, you're injured?" Xingyun grasped her hand, his previously cheerful demeanor darkening abruptly as a glimmer of menace flickered beneath his striking brows. "Were you pursued just now?" Liang Wan hesitated, contemplating how to relay the situation to Xingyun, her voice faltering. Just now, if she revealed the matter concerning Xingyu, it would unwittingly embroil Xingyun in the turmoil. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to keep it to herself, merely stating, perhaps it was someone from the Donghu sect. Seeing that Xingyun appeared skeptical, she fabricated an explanation. "Because of my negligence, so many disciples of the Donghu sect lost their lives. It's only natural for them to harbor animosity towards me." Xingyun furrowed his brows tightly. Which disciple of the Donghu sect would wield a whip? In the entirety of Yawang Valley, only the female disciples of the Beiju sect employed whips, silks, or ribbons as weapons. Could it be that there were also those from the Beiju sect who held ill will towards Liang Wan? Yet, Xingyun refrained from voicing his thoughts, suppressing his dark gaze as he strode out the door. Liang Wan felt a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of Xingyun's intentions, and dared not act recklessly. If Xingyun were also working against them, she would truly find herself leaping from one inferno into another. While she remained preoccupied with the thought of what she would do if Xingyun turned out to be a villain, he returned, carrying a medicine box in his hands. He urged Liang Wan to take a seat, gently clasping her warm hand with his left while applying the ointment with his right. A sharp gasp escaped Liang Wan as the pain coursed through her body. In her earlier fright, she had been oblivious to the discomfort, but now that the fear had subsided, the ache in her hand intensified. Just a little longer, and it would be bearable. Xingyun lowered his head, his expression focused. Liang Wan gazed at the beautiful phoenix eyes beneath his long eyelashes and noticed the flawless, pale contours of his cheeks. He truly resembled a piece of uncut jade, impeccable in both appearance and talent. Once Xingyun had finished applying the medicine, he glanced out of the window, observing that the rain showed no signs of abating. "You should rest here tonight," he advised. Liang Wan blinked at him, asking, "Where will you sleep, senior brother?" Xingyun's dwelling was solitary, possessing only a single room suitable for habitation. After tidying up the medicine box, he gestured towards the rattan bed in the room. "I can sleep here," he stated. Liang Wan softly replied, "That doesn't seem quite appropriate. How about I sleep here, and you take the bed?" Xingyun shook his head. "I occasionally rest here. It's nothing to worry about." Realizing that Xingyun was aware of her delicate constitution, she understood he was merely trying to comfort her. Thus, she no longer hesitated and accepted his offer with gratitude. As expected, in the latter half of the night, Liang Wan developed a fever. Her entire body burned with heat, and Xingyun patiently replaced the damp cloth soaked in cool water, remaining steadfastly by her side. Liang Wan, feverish, began to speak incoherently. The nebula leaned in to listen, and heard her murmuring, "French fries, cola, a big hamburger." A night has passed. Chapter 70. After being pricked twice by Xingyun, Liang Wan finally obediently closed her mouth and fell into a deep slumber. As dawn broke over the eastern hills, Xingyun departed from the courtyard, striding purposefully towards the residence of the master of Baizumen, known as Zikintang. At that moment, the master of Baizumen sat in the courtyard, caressing a guqin. Upon hearing Xingyun's entrance, he did not raise his gaze but continued playing a melody, only lifting his head lazily once he finished, his eyes lightly inquiring. "What brings you here?" Xingyun performed a respectful bow and was about to speak when a voice called out behind her, "Master," belonging to Xingyu. "You both arrived quite opportunely today." Xingyu approached Xingyun's side, nodding slightly in greeting. The master of Baizumen raised his chin slightly, directing his attention towards Xingyun. "Speak. What is it you seek?" With a furrowed brow, Xingyun replied, "Master, last night Liang Yunjin was ambushed." The master's expression instantly grew cold. What transpired? According to her account, a disciple from Dong Human attempted to kill her, and she sought me out to evade the peril. Leaning against the railing of the pavilion, the master of Baizumen cast a casual glance over his two disciples before slowly asking, "Do you know who that disciple from Dong Human is?" "I do not know," she replied. Her mention of a disciple from Dong Human was merely speculation, suggesting that perhaps they sought vengeance for a fallen comrade. "Huh." The master of Baizumen chuckled lightly. In the past, whenever that old fool from Dong Human spoke of her, he always claimed she was foolish. It seems he was not mistaken. Her conjectures are indeed absurd. If the disciples of Donghu Gate were truly capable of such profound loyalty and camaraderie, they should have supported each other when she repeatedly ranked at the bottom. He, a revered master of Baizumen, was somewhat aware of the conduct of disciples from other sections. Although his words were coarse, Xingyun expressed a firm belief. The disciples also felt that this matter was not instigated by those of Donghu Gate. How did this assertion arise? Ignoring the expression on Xingyu's face, Xingyun continued with a lowered gaze. "Last night, I examined the wounds on Liang Yunjin. They appear to have been inflicted by the Qiyun whip." "The Qiyun whip?" Xingyu seemed to have heard something extraordinary, astonished as he inquired, "Isn't that a weapon of Baizumen?" Xingyu nodded. "Indeed. However, I have yet to explain this to her, as I wish to first consult with my master." The master of Baizumen did not hasten to reply, but instead turned to Xingyu. "What brings you to seek me?" Xingyu clasped his hands in salute. "Master, all disciples injured in the explosion have been properly attended to. However, there are still 30 severely wounded disciples who have yet to recover, while the others have returned to their posts. Yesterday, individuals from Fuling Town, Chishui Town, and Guzhou Town, near Yuang Valley, approached us, claiming that the townsfolk have fallen ill with a strange disease and are requesting assistance from disciples of Yaowang Valley." The master of Baizumen adjusted the hem of his robe and sat up straight. Then let Baizumen send 20 disciples, selecting the top 20 from the last examination results. "You shall also accompany them." Starry Rain, taken aback, lifted his gaze. "Master, what about the valley?" "The disturbances in the valley over the past period have been sufficiently addressed. I trust there will be no significant upheaval, especially with the steadfast presence of Nebula." Starry Rain nodded in agreement, his expression serene, devoid of any discernible emotion. "You may proceed with your explanations." "Understood," he replied, turning to depart, leaving Nebula behind in the Hall of Gratitude. It It was only then that the master of the North Zhu Gate turned his attention back to Nebula, a knowing look upon his face. Do you harbor any suspicions? Nebula met his master's gaze, momentarily taken aback. If you have doubts, speak openly. Even if I were to expose you, would it truly be to inform Starry Rain? Nebula remained silent. Was there any necessity for him to articulate his thoughts? Chapter 71. The master of the North Zhu sect did not intend to wait for him to confess, merely lifting her eyelids and inquiring. Is it truly the case that Liang Yunjin's injury was inflicted by the Qian whip? Xingyun replied, yes. If it had indeed been the work of Xingyu, they would not have been foolish enough to reveal themselves using their signature weapon. The master of the North Zhu sect then smirked and asked, are you aware that Liang Yunjin is a woman? Xingyun's pupils constricted sharply, a torrent of emotions surged forth, but was swiftly concealed. He remained silent for a considerable time without responding. Yet, the master of the North Zhu sect discerned the answer. Upon her arrival at the North Zhu sect, consider her as a novice under your tutelage. Should there be any truly troublesome matters, do not hesitate to seek my counsel, she advised. Xingyun acquiesced. The master continued, I will keep a closer watch on this matter concerning Xingyu. You have always acted with prudence. Please remain vigilant and inform me of any unusual developments at your earliest convenience. Understood, master. I take my leave, Xingyun replied. After departing from the Shiqing Hall, he returned to his quarters, where Liang Wan had already awakened. Junior brother, how do you feel? Liang Wan had just risen from the bed, her steps somewhat unsteady. After taking a couple of steps, she sat down at the round table. Her complexion bore a sickly pallor, yet she forced a smile and said, I took a nap. I feel all right. I made some porridge. Would you like a bowl? Feeling parched, Liang Wan nodded in agreement. Xingyun served her the porridge along with 2 small dishes. Having risen hastily that morning, he had not had the chance to eat, and thus joined Liang Wan at the table for their meal. The master has recently been occupied with official duties. To prevent any interruption to your studies, he has entrusted me with your instruction. You only just suffered from a high fever last night, so today we shall take a respite and resume our lessons tomorrow. Liang Wan nodded. Senior brother, what subjects will we be studying? Xingyun cast her gaze sideways at her. The curriculum at Bees Huming is divided into 3 components: identifying poisons, understanding poisons, and concocting poisons. Since you lack any foundational knowledge, we must commence with identifying poisons. Liang Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Isn't it said that Bees Huming also teaches martial arts? Xingyun paused for a moment. Indeed, martial arts are to be taught. However, she is a woman, yet outwardly still appears as a man. Should she be taught to wield a sword or a whip? While he pondered this dilemma, Liang Wan set aside her empty bowl, clasped her hands in salute, and declared, Then I shall rely on you for guidance from now on. Her eyes sparkled with charm, exuding an allure even without a smile. Xingyun, who usually prided himself on his calm demeanor, felt a momentary disarray, his throat tightening as he managed a hoarse response. After finishing her porridge, Liang Wan refrained from further disturbing Xingyun and hurried back to her quarters. The door to her room was broken, so she sought a suitable plank in the small woodshed beside the courtyard and tidied the room. At that moment, the long-awaited barrage of comments began to emerge, discussing the matter of Shin Xiuhong, which she had almost forgotten. How tragic, so many have perished. This must be the handiwork of Yaowang Valley. But why send so many to rescue? Is Yaowang Valley orchestrating this drama themselves? Perhaps it is time to rid ourselves of those old fellows from the Medicine King Valley. I can hardly endure it any longer. That poor child. General Shun has become a mere shadow of his former self. He possesses a noble heart, yet is perpetually ensnared by the machinations of unscrupulous individuals. My heart aches for General Shun. When will Wan reunite with General Shun? Soon. In the next episode, I suppose. Reunion? Liang Wan began to ponder once more. The turmoil in the Medicine King Valley had become so overwhelming that it felt as though time dragged on endlessly. Upon careful reflection, it was nearly half a month since the events began. She gazed at the fleeting comments on the screen, only to be engulfed by a wave of unease. Surely, he would come to seek her out as scheduled, wouldn't he? The following day. Chapter 72. Indeed, Xingyun arrived punctually to impart knowledge to her. The two set up a square table in the courtyard to serve as their study desk. As it was the inaugural day of lessons, Xingyun spoke at a leisurely pace, his words mingling with the refreshing autumn breeze, which added a touch of warmth to his originally cool tone. However, Liang Wan found herself growing drowsy as she listened. Stifling a yawn, Xingyun glanced up at the sun and remarked, It is getting late. We shall conclude today's lesson here. You may take the remaining time to practice. With that, he approached a rack adorned with various herbs, selecting 3 specimens at random and bringing them over. Junior disciple, identify these herbs for me, he instructed. Liang Wan took one herb in her palm, examining the leaves before bringing it to her nose for a sniff. This is the zhu kuei. It is toxic when ingested and can cause weakness in the limbs, she replied. Xingyun nodded with satisfaction. What about the other 2? He inquired. Liang Wan identified the remaining herbs using the same method. Xingyun smiled, saying, Indeed, my master did not err. Junior disciple Liang possesses remarkable talent. Liang Wan, feeling a bit bashful, lowered her gaze. Senior brother, if you continue to praise me thus, I might become conceited. Xingyun gazed at her intently, a hint of color flickering in his eyes. If you persist in your diligent studies, junior disciple, I too shall take pride in your progress. A gust of wind swept through. Liang Wan felt that the deep autumn breeze still carried remnants of summer's warmth, stirring a sense of restlessness within her. Upon awakening from a nap, she sensed an intensified heat enveloping her body. Irritated, she reached to scratch her neck, only to find several raised bumps beneath her fingers. She approached the water tank with a hint of skepticism, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water. In its reflection, she vaguely discerned a large patch of redness spreading from her right cheek to her neck. What could this mean? Isn't that the grass that causes weakness in the limbs after ingestion? And isn't there another that leads to redness and itching of the skin post-consumption? But I didn't ingest anything, Wan interjected. Her body harbors different toxins. When mixed, her constitution reacts differently, and a mere touch can induce itching. Liang Wan was intoxicated. Could it be that every troubling matter could merely graze her? Overwhelmed by annoyance, she instinctively raised her hand to scratch once more. Perhaps she exerted too much pressure, for the pain compelled her to grimace. Gathering her hands, she scooped a handful of water from the tank and splashed it onto her neck. After 3 or 4 such douses, the itching began to subside. What was her junior disciple up to? At that moment, Xingyun happened to walk in from outside the courtyard and once again beheld Liang Wan, half-drenched, standing before him. Liang Wan offered a silly smile. Senior brother, it seems I might have been poisoned. Xingyun's brow furrowed slightly as he hurried to her side, immediately noticing the extensive rash on her neck. It was snowberry grass. He swiftly identified the source of her affliction. Sit down, I shall tend to your wounds. Liang Wan obediently settled beneath the tree, while Xingyun stood beside her. He used a slender wooden stick to extract a spoonful of medicine from the jar, gently applying it to her reddened cheek. Although her ears also bore a hint of redness, no rash was visible there. The nebula paused momentarily, as if recalling something, and a hint of uncontainable emotion surfaced on his face. Regaining his composure, he resumed applying the ointment with careful strokes. Liang Wan's collarbone was flushed with a vivid hue, its contours both delicate and pronounced, making it challenging to cover thoroughly. Contemplating this, the nebula first applied the salve to his fingertips, intending to fill in the gaps that the applicator could not reach. Yet, gazing at her somewhat alluring collarbone, he found himself momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. Chapter 73. Not sensing the application of the ointment on her skin, Liang Wan looked up. Usually composed and unflappable, Xingyun now exhibited a trace of embarrassment. His gaze flickered, and it was apparent he was suppressing something. Liang Wan, perplexed, inquired, Senior brother, what is the matter? This area of your neck is rather inconvenient for me. Perhaps you should attend to it yourself. Although Liang Wan perceived no impropriety, she nonetheless respected the boundaries of gender in this world. She nodded. I cannot see it. It would be better if you applied it to my hand, senior brother. Finding this agreeable, Xingyun spread a layer of ointment on Liang Wan's hand and then guided it to her collarbone. As he applied the salve to the reddened and itchy area, Liang Wan soon felt a significant alleviation of discomfort. After administering the herbal remedy, Xingyun inquired, Did you consume the snow vein herb, junior brother? Liang Wan blinked in surprise and shook her head. I did not. What did you eat yesterday? Yesterday, Liang Wan pondered. I only had 2 roasted sweet potatoes, which I took from your courtyard, senior brother. Xingyun replied, If you did not ingest the snow vein herb, then how could you be afflicted by symptoms associated with it? Recalling what she had seen in the comments, she blurted out, I was frail as a child, and though I have improved somewhat in adulthood, I occasionally experience redness and itching when encountering certain peculiar substances. There is no need for you to worry, senior brother. Xingyun, who often attended to patients, was aware that some individuals indeed experienced similar issues as Liang Wan described. In more severe cases, they were unable to consume or even touch anything at all. After coming to an understanding, Xingyun refrained from further inquiries. Senior brother, let us continue with our lessons. With a nod, Xingyun commenced a new day of instruction. Following 3 consecutive days of classes, Xingyun expressed immense satisfaction with Liang Wan's progress. You have swiftly grasped the fundamentals of toxicology. You have already acquainted yourself with the 300 common poisonous herbs. Next, I shall instruct you in the art of poison crafting and application. Once you have mastered the preparation of toxins, I will also guide you in formulating their antidotes. Liang Wan diligently took notes. After dinner, she began the assignments Xingyun had entrusted to her. Today, he had provided her with 3 unfamiliar herbs, instructing her to identify them through her readings. Liang Wan had completed similar tasks numerous times. She opened her book, examined the herbs beneath the oil lamp for comparison, and inscribed her findings on paper. The evening breeze, imbued with the chill of late autumn, brushed against her cheek, causing Liang Wan to shiver slightly. Yet, she did not close the window. Instead, her gaze drifted towards the profound nightscape beyond. Tonight, Shen Xiaohong was expected to visit her, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Despite the mere passage of half a month, she felt as though her encounters with him belonged to a distant past. Especially after having encountered the enigmatic individuals within the Valley of the Medicinal King, she found that those like Shen Xiaohong, whose dissatisfaction was plainly etched upon their faces, were perhaps more approachable. Liang Wan leaned her chin on her hand for an extended period, resulting in a tingling sensation. She lowered her hand and stood to retrieve a coat, but her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. She pondered, attempting to prop herself up with her hands, yet found herself unable to rise. It was over. The scent of toxic herbs lingered, signaling her affliction. Was she succumbing to poison, or merely on the precipice of such a fate? Surely, trouble was looming. But perhaps it was fortuitous trouble. Liang Wan recalled the poisonous plant on the table. Aptly named Charming Words and Laughter. Chapter 74. The fragrance of the flower could render one utterly spellbound and weak in limbs. Yet, this herb appeared to possess only leaves. With merely a bud that had yet to bloom, could such a delicate bud exude such potent medicinal properties? Liang Wan lay upon the cold floor, her gaze following the barrage of comments that floated before her. Why hasn't the senior brother arrived yet? If he delays any longer, the wife might run off with someone else. One has been poisoned. She cannot escape. Is this poison intended for courtesans? The book describes it this way. Later, Wan will suffer further from this toxin. Liang Wan felt as though she were a tragic figure. From the very moment she arrived in this world, it seemed she was destined never to enjoy a single day of peace. Lying in a singular position for an extended period left her body rigid and uncomfortable, yet she found herself unable to move, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. The ground trembled slightly, and she could hear footsteps approaching along the flagstone path. Before long, she heard Xingyun's voice. Senior brother, please just come in directly, Liang Wan thought. Finally seeing her savior, her voice trembled with excitement. Xingyun opened the door and, upon seeing her sprawled on the floor, quickly assisted her to her feet. With practiced ease, he helped Liang Wan into a chair and retrieved a potion from his waist, promptly placing it into her mouth. Swallow it, and you shall recover swiftly, he urged. Liang Wan obediently complied. After a brief period, she felt her strength returning. How did the senior brother know I was poisoned? He shouldn't be able to see the comments. Should he? With a swift glance, Xingyun covered the herbs on her desk with a nearby rag. This was part of the assessment. Liang Wan raised her voice slightly in acknowledgement. Xingyun explained, we are tasked with identifying a yet-to-mature poisonous fruit. Such fruits often do not display their toxicity until later. Disciples who can detect the signs early and report them will earn the chance to meet the master. Liang Wan was taken aback by this revelation. Realizing her bewilderment, Xingyun continued, the master prefers seclusion for cultivation, and some disciples may go an entire year without an opportunity to see him. The esteemed master of the North Zhu Gate is not easily accessible. Liang Wan was truly astonished. Reflecting on it, she realized she had already met him once, which felt like an incredible stroke of luck. Xingyun couldn't help but gaze at her face for a moment longer, chuckling. It seems you are fortunate. Having encountered the master even before officially joining the sect, Liang Wan suddenly felt a bit shy and replied softly, I didn't assist him. I merely received a vial of medicine from him. Xingyun paused for a moment, taken aback. Medicine? Liang Wan nodded. Recently, after an explosion, I was unwell, and the master diagnosed me and provided a vial of medicine, which I just took. Xingyun couldn't help but exclaim. The master is renowned for his medical prowess in Yaowang Valley and throughout the entire Jojo. Receiving medicine from him means you must diligently adhere to his instructions. Liang Wan's face was filled with admiration. The master's medical skills are truly remarkable. Amused by her vet, Xingyun curved the corners of her lips. I do not exaggerate. Our master at beast huming is not only the foremost in the entire Yaowang Valley, but is unmatched throughout the entire Jojo in both medical and martial arts. Liang Wan observed the barrage of wow comments flooding the screen and couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. She truly had latched onto an extraordinary opportunity. As she contemplated the promising days ahead, a sudden sharp pain pierced her chest. Liang Wan clutched her heart, her expression one of utter bewilderment. What was happening to her? It was then that the comments revealed, it's over, the effects of the 7-day powder have worn off. Chapter 75. With her eyes tightly shut, Liang Wan wished for nothing more than to succumb to her despair and embrace death. Yet, before she could fully surrender to this desolate mindset, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation jolted her upright from her seat. Xingyun, taken aback by her sudden movement, exclaimed, "Junior brother, you." Gripping her own garment, Liang Wan's face contorted in agony as she emitted low groans. Her eyes, bloodshot and wide, gazed into the distance, her body aflame with discomfort and torment. "Senior brother, save me," she pleaded, clutching at Xingyun's clothing, her eyes reddened yet devoid of tears, evoking a poignant beauty of unspoken sorrow. Xingyun felt his heart tugged by the desolation reflected in her gaze, an ache blossoming within him. Taking her hand in one of his and placing the other upon her pulse, he began to assess her condition. The more he checked, the more perplexed he became. How could my junior brother have consumed such a thing? Liang Wan's face was ashen, her appearance harrowing. She pressed her lips together and shook her head, her body weakening under the heat that engulfed her, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hastily, Xingyun caught her and guided her to the bed, ensuring she was settled before rising to his feet. "I may still have the antidote. Please wait for me," he assured her. Trembling, Liang Wan nodded faintly, instinctively glancing towards the window that remained ajar. Shin Xiaohong, where are you?" Outside, the night remained shrouded in darkness, the moonlight casting ethereal shadows of trees, yet there was no sign of anything else. "Wan is waiting for Shin Xiaohong. Wan, stop looking. General Shun will not come." Is there still a place for General Shin in Wan's heart? Nonsense, Liang Wan silently cursed. He had broken their appointment, and this was a matter of life and death. How could he leave her hanging like this? If it weren't for being in the Valley of the Medicine King, would she not be doomed? Anger surged within Liang Wan, mingling with the poison coursing through her veins, leaving her feeling feverish. Her fair skin flushed a deep crimson, and her cheeks appeared as if kissed by the blush of dawn. Before Xingyun had returned, a thin sheen of sweat had already formed on her body. A splitting headache ensued, and her consciousness began to wane. In her daze, she caught a glimpse of Shin Xiaohong standing by her bedside, looking down upon her as one might regard an insignificant insect. She also saw the 3 unprincipled immortal lords standing beside her, gesturing and pointing at her. In her hazy state, she was suddenly fed a pill. After 2 hours of slumber, Liang Wan awoke to the moonlight streaming through the window. Xingyun sat by the window, perusing a tome. "Senior brother," Liang Wan called softly. Upon noticing her consciousness returning, Xingyun set aside the book and approached her bedside. Bathed in the gentle glow of the oil lamp, his ink-black eyes shimmered with hints of light, yet his voice remained icy. "Junior brother, why did you consume the 7-day powder?" As Liang Wan pondered how to respond, she attempted to sit up. Despite his cold demeanor, Xingyun stepped forward to assist her. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to tell him the truth. With a heavy sigh, her expression filled with resignation, she confessed, "I was fed this medicine against my will." Chapter 76. Upon learning that I was a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, that man compelled me to concoct a potion for him. However, having spent my days idly at the East Hu Gate, I was utterly incapable of fulfilling the task he imposed. He suspected I was feigning incompetence and insisted on forcing me to ingest the potion. Should I fail to deliver the prescription within the stipulated time, the potion would claim my life. Xingyun could not help but furrow her brow, inquiring about the identity of that man and the nature of the prescription he sought. Liang Wan averted her gaze, conjuring a plausible excuse. "I do not know that man. He merely requested a potion that is colorless and tasteless, one that would evade diagnosis by physicians for a brief period, only to reveal its effects after 3 to 5 decades. Xingyun's expression shifted dramatically before quickly regaining composure. "Such a potion is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals." "I said as much." Liang Wan nodded vigorously, yet that man remained unconvinced, accusing me of deceit. At this juncture, the image of Shen Xiaohong's aggressive demeanor resurfaced in Liang Wan's mind. Nevertheless, it appeared that the man did not genuinely intend to take her life. Liang Wan, puzzled, looked up what? The 7-day powder does not lead to death if not resolved within 7 days. Rather, the individual who consumes it will unlock all their meridians after 7 days, thereby enhancing their martial prowess. This potion is quite common in the Medicine King Valley, and our fellow disciples at the North Zhu Gate sometimes use it to refine their skills. What? Liang Wan immediately sat upright, realizing that Shen Xiaohong had deceived her. Her gaze was lethal. After enduring countless nights of anxiety and trepidation, it turns out it was merely a jest. No wonder he did not reveal himself tonight. As the flames of anger within her gradually subsided, Liang Wan recalled that Xing Yun was still by her side and quickly averted her gaze to him. Xing Yun was also observing her, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Liang Wan felt a renewed warmth enveloping her. Lowering her head and stealing another glance at him, she inquired, "If this medicine is so remarkable, does it not come with any side effects?" "Indeed, it does," Xing Yun replied nonchalantly. "Much like your junior brother earlier, unless one is genuinely in need of martial training or possesses a robust constitution. An ordinary man or woman taking it without reason would endure considerable suffering." Liang Wan nodded thoughtfully. The agony she had just experienced could easily be described as tenfold worse than menstrual cramps. "Will that person return?" Liang Wan shook her head, her gaze drifting to the window, reflecting an air of desolation or perhaps a daze. "He likely will not. Tonight, Shen Xiaohong did not come. He must realize that I would uncover the secret of the 7-day powder. Consequently, he has lost his leverage over me. So what purpose would he have in returning?" Without the threat of the 7-day powder, Liang Wan's days in Yaowang Valley were no less arduous. Recognizing poison was but the initial step. The real challenge lay in concocting it. During the 4 hours of classes each day, she would occasionally succumb to poisoning herself. Fortunately, Xingyan was there, ensuring she did not suffer too greatly. After much effort, Liang Wan finally succeeded in creating her first poison, and a fellow disciple from the Northern Zhu sect arrived in the courtyard. The individual bowed to Xingyun and said, "Elder brother, master has given orders. Please accompany junior brother Liang down the mountain." Xingyun concealed the gentle expression he had just shown to Liang Wan, his gaze turning slightly frigid. "What is the purpose of descending the mountain? Many villagers in the nearby towns have fallen ill with the plague. The disciples from Yaowang Valley have already ventured down 3 times, yet their numbers remain insufficient. Now, the royal city has personally dispatched an edict, requesting our masters to lead the disciples down the mountain to treat the afflicted citizens." Liang Wan felt a sense of foreboding. The sudden outbreak of the plague and the involvement of the king suggested that the situation below was dire. While Xingyun inquired about further details from his fellow disciples, Liang Wan cast a glance at the comments scrolling by, seeking any whispers of news. Finally able to descend the mountain, no longer have to endure Yi Qingzhou's demeanor. One will get to see General Shen. So happy. Time to spread some joy. Spread joy? Liang Wan scoffed disdainfully at the air. Shen Xiaohong had kept her in a state of constant anxiety day and night. When she finally encountered him, she would undoubtedly seek to settle the score. Chapter 77. On the day when Liang Wan and Xing Yun descended the mountain, they were accompanied by 3 esteemed masters from the Medicine King Valley. Notably, the master from the North Zhu Gate was present, while the master from the East Hu Gate was conspicuously absent. Liang Wan found herself at the rear of the group, overhearing her fellow disciples whispering about the absence of the East Hu Gate's master. It seemed that due to the recent casualties among the East Hu Gate disciples, this time, the contingent descending the mountain was predominantly composed of members from the other 3 major gates, and the East Hu Gate's master had taken a sick leave. Was it permissible to defy the king's orders? I'm uncertain. Ultimately, it bears little relevance to us. If the king were to become aware of this situation, it might implicate others from the Medicine King Valley as well. The East Hu Gate has always acted in a peculiar manner. One must ponder how some individuals could cause such catastrophic errors, resulting in the demise of so many fellow disciples. Amidst their words laced with veiled insults directed at Liang Wan, she merely smiled. "If I were truly responsible, I would have done far more than merely target the East Hu Gate. I would have taken you both down with it." The 2, seemingly oblivious to her subtle mockery, dismissed her with disdain. "Liang Yunjin, with both eyewitness accounts and physical evidence, you ought to cease your attempts at evasion." Liang Wan's curiosity was piqued. What witnesses? What evidence? The witnesses are, of course, the severely injured disciples, who, along with your fellow examinees, have all stated that you were preoccupied during the examination, with your thoughts elsewhere, contemplating how to flee at the quickest pace. Liang Wan, what sort of testimony is this? Such slander against her. Rumors spread with a mere whisper. Yet refuting them requires great effort. Why are there so many foolish individuals in Yaowang Valley? I fear that Wanwan might fall into the trap of self-justification. I support Wanwan. I shall contribute a rocket. I shall contribute a rocket. I shall contribute a rocket. It is evident that Yu Qizhou is behind the dissemination of these rumors. Indeed. A single word can awaken the dreamer. Liang Wan was enlightened. She had no intention of countering the accusations, for as the comments suggested, she must not fall into the abyss of self-justification. Yet, those two seemed to be fueled by an unseen cannon, growing more fervent in their assertions. Some individuals seemed oblivious to the truth. Unable to restrain herself, Liang Wan inquired, "What is it that you do not know?" On the surface, it appears that your master believes you are better suited for the Northern Zhu sect. However, in reality, it is the other masters who are reluctant to keep you. Your master, concerned for the potential harm you might cause if allowed to descend the mountain, has tasked the senior disciple to monitor you closely and prevent any reckless actions. Liang Wan frowned in displeasure. So, this was how her entry into the Northern Zhu sect was perceived by those outside? Silence. A familiar, clear voice rang out. And Liang Wan looked up to see Xing Yun approaching. His demeanor was grave, and his gaze swept over the disciples, finally resting at the back of the line. The previously aggressive peers fell silent, their heads bowed in deference, unable to meet Xing Yun's eyes. Only Liang Wan remained unperturbed. When their eyes met, she felt none of the coldness or distance that others did. Instead, his gaze held warmth, silently conveying the message, "Do not worry, I am here." Liang Wan's ears began to tingle with a faint warmth. Xing Yun did not utter a single word to her. Instead, he merely exchanged a silent glance before departing. It wasn't until she descended the mountain that Liang Wan realized she had not encountered Xing Yun again. However, the scene awaiting her at the foot of the mountain was even more desolate than she had anticipated. Chapter 78. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the ancient city, the streets lay strewn with the afflicted. Some moaned in solitude, others sought help, accompanied by their families, while a pair, one large and one small, nestled against one another. An atmosphere of indescribable sorrow enveloped the entire town. Upon witnessing such a gathering, all adorned in the garb of physicians, the townsfolk, though unaware of the presence of the renowned Medicine King Valley, could easily discern their roles as healers. Nearly all the able-bodied citizens knelt in reverence, their hands clasped together as if in the presence of deities. "Esteemed healer, please save us. Divinity, swiftly rescue my child. We are saved. We are saved." A wave of profound emotion surged within Liang Wan. Under the guidance of her fellow disciples, she began to organize the examination of the patients. Though she was not yet qualified to treat the ill, she could assist with menial tasks. An elderly woman, hunched with age, approached, leading a frail girl of 5 or 6. She cautiously pushed the child toward Liang Wan. "Suya, quickly tell the brother what ails you." The little girl, named Suya, trembled, hesitating to step back but was gently urged forward by her grandmother. With her chin raised, she softly confessed, I have a stomachache." Perhaps due to the hardships of life, Suya appeared quite fragile, yet her eyes sparkled with the unique innocence and liveliness of childhood. Liang Wan guided Suya to the front of the consultation tent, gently encouraging her, "Once you enter, just tell the big brother inside again. He will prescribe you some medicine." Chueya blinked her bright, expressive eyes, her initial fear of Liang Wan gradually dissipating as she softly uttered, "Thank you, sister." Liang Wan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and reached out to pat her head, encouraging, "Go on in." Chueya nodded and walked inside on her own. This child is truly clever. This little one is no ordinary child. This girl is a reincarnation of a deity from the underworld, possessing the ability to see both realms. Such a gift wasted on discerning gender. Help? Is this drama fantastical? No, but that's the premise. This little girl is remarkable. Liang Wan was momentarily stunned by the barrage of comments before being called by her peers to assist elsewhere. Not far from her, another pair of eyes observed the scene for a brief moment. A soldier stepped forward and bowed to Shen Qiuhong, saying, "General, noon is approaching. And with so many people present today, we can allocate more hands for meal distribution." Recently, they had been short-staffed, and at mealtime, serving food alone would take at least 2 hours, significantly delaying the time available for treating the common folk. Shen Qiuhong nodded, instructing, proceed with your arrangements. Meanwhile, Liang Wan was assigned to the meal distribution area. Isn't there a plague? Why are we also discussing famine? The current epidemic has affected numerous regions, leading to widespread illness among the populace. With many unable to harvest, transport, sell, or purchase grain, a famine has ensued, reminiscent of the adage when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. While Liang Wan read the comments, she distributed food to the hungry citizens. The heavy ladle felt substantial as she scooped. Yet she did not find it excessively tiresome. Observing the comments allowed her to gain knowledge and hone her strength. What a splendid endeavor. She envisioned a bold plan of vengeance against Shen Xiaohong, ready to confront him with a swift punch. However, her thoughts were interrupted as she caught sight of a familiar figure standing at the street corner. Liang Wan's hand momentarily froze, and then she instinctively tightened her grip on the ladle. Yet, when their eyes met, a silent exchange with Shen Xiaohong made her falter. Perhaps it was best to let it go. A virtuous woman should not engage in conflict with a man. Chapter 79. Liang Wan continued to focus on distributing the porridge. Yet she found herself devoid of the inclination to glance at the bullet screen. The mere knowledge of Shen Xiaohong's presence nearby rendered the side of her face facing him ablaze with heat. It was not a matter of embarrassment, but rather indignation. She was torn between the desire to confront him with a few well-placed punches and the realization that she was no match for him. The thought of having been toyed with by him for such a duration filled her with a deep-seated resentment. After finally finishing the distribution of the porridge, Liang Wan lifted her sleeve to wipe away the beads of sweat trickling down her temples when a young soldier approached her. "Little physician, General Shun wishes to see you." The soldier's demeanor was respectful, causing Liang Wan's heart to sink. How dare he summon her? He truly was affording her the opportunity to confront him. With a heart filled with trepidation, Liang Wan made her way to meet Shen Xiaohong. At that moment, he was no longer standing in the corner, but was instead positioned before a dilapidated small house. He still donned his military attire, though he had removed the dazzling armor, leaving only a garment beneath which he wore soft armor. With the absence of the imposing armor, his already formidable physique was even more pronounced. His deep-set eyes pierced through Liang Wan with a sharp gaze. Liang Wan, maintaining a frosty expression, regarded him with palpable displeasure. "General Shin still dares to meet me?" She blurted out unexpectedly, spurred by a sudden rush of fervor. The soldier who had guided her in was so taken aback that he broke into a cold sweat, quietly edging away until he eventually vanished from sight. Wan knows how to provoke Shen Xiaohong. Neither of them knows how to communicate. Otherwise, how could they be said to resemble a married couple? Liang Wan, still lost in the barrage of comments. She suddenly heard a soft chuckle. "What is there for me to fear in meeting you?" "You." Liang Wan intended to accuse him of toying with her, but as the words lingered on her lips, she noticed something peculiar about him. Her tone softened. "Are you unwell?" Despite observing him for so long, she had only just realized that Shen Xiaohong's complexion appeared somewhat sallow, a sickly hue. His skin, which naturally carried a hint of darkness, now bore an even deeper shade beneath his eyes. Shen Xiaohong did not anticipate her noticing such details and maintained an indifferent facade. "No, perhaps I am just fatigued lately." His nonchalant demeanor, however, stirred a wave of sympathy among the viewers. Has Shen Xiaohong not slept for 3 days? So heart-wrenching. He visibly looks thinner. The actor is truly dedicated. By the way, I haven't seen any of the actors in this drama. They're all unfamiliar faces, yet their performances are exceptional. The immersion is so strong. Nowadays, it's all about the rising stars. But nothing compares to these professional actors. Upon learning that he had not slept for 3 days, Liang Wan felt a surge of respect. Surely, his reason for the missed appointment was to support the citizens of the city. Anger dissipated within her, but she couldn't help but retort, "You are exhausted." While I nearly lost my life. Before Xing Yun revealed the truth to her, she genuinely believed she was on the verge of meeting the king of hell. Shen Xiaohong maintained his indifferent demeanor, remarking, "Are you not doing well at this moment?" Liang Wan felt an urge to roll her eyes at him. Yet upon noticing his pallid complexion, she succumbed once more to her propensity for empathy. "Despite your failure to keep your promise, I shall still impart the knowledge I possess, considering your intentions for the welfare of the people." Chapter 80. Shen Xiaohong cast a slightly astonished glance at her, quickly realizing that her words were not fabricated. Taken aback by her willingness to engage, Shen Xiaohong swallowed the conditions he had initially intended to propose. "You may speak," he said. Liang Wan, oblivious to the opportunity she had overlooked, was about to respond when she noticed a barrage of comments flooding the screen, filled with laughter. Wanwan doesn't even realize what she's missed. Alas, how wonderful it would be for Shun Xiaohong to articulate his terms. Wanwan's heart has softened. She has squandered a fortune of 100 million. Liang Wan immediately felt reluctant. She amended her statement. But I cannot divulge this information without compensation. You must provide me with some benefits, correct? Ha ha ha. So this is where we wait for General Shen. Absolutely. I believe this is feasible. Oh ho. A token of affection is to be given. A token of affection? Liang Wan remained perplexed until she observed Shin Xiaohong removing a jade pendant from his waist. The pendant, intricately carved with the character Shin, was translucent and smooth, subtly radiating the weight of time and the traces of history, suggesting a considerable value at first glance. This is for you, in exchange for your secret. Liang Wan was taken aback. Shin Xiaohong was truly willing to part with such a valuable heirloom for information. She hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept it. Her intention had merely been to extract a beneficial deal, not to demand an ancestral treasure in such a blatant manner. As she faltered, the comments resumed their encouragement. Is Wanwan not going to take it? The jade pendant, henceforth, is an object of life preservation. Neglecting to acquire it would indeed be a grave mistake. The mere mention of its life-saving attributes prompted Liang Wan to swiftly extend her hand towards the pendant. With a mischievous grin directed at Shen Xiaohong, she declared, since it is a gift from General Shan, I shall graciously accept it. Shen Xiaohong, harboring a disdainful smirk within, regarded her predictable behavior with contempt. He had overestimated her understanding of the pendant's significance. You ought to comprehend the weight of this jade. I trust the intelligence you provide will be genuinely beneficial. Liang Wan confidently patted her chest, assuring him, rest assured. My time spent lurking in the Valley of the Medicine King has indeed unveiled numerous secrets. She proceeded to divulge the collusion between Xingyu and Yi Qingzhou without disclosing the true masterminds behind it, the venerable masters of the Valley of the Medicine King. After all, she had gleaned this information through the barrage of comments, and without concrete evidence, it would be reckless to point fingers, potentially arousing further suspicion from Shin Xiaohong. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to caution him, stating, I suspect that the masters of the Valley of the Medicine King are also involved. After all, it is a prominent sect in the martial world. It is unlikely they would easily conspire with outsiders to commit such nefarious deeds. There must be more formidable figures behind them. Her analysis was astute, prompting Shin Xiaohong to find her reasoning quite plausible. He fixed his gaze upon Liang Wan for a brief moment before retracting it, maintaining a facade of composure as he replied, if that is the case, you shall approach those old fellows at the Valley of the Medicine King on my behalf. Liang Wan hastily shook her head, exclaiming, I cannot do that. Shin Xiaohong furrowed her brow. What is it that cannot be done? Liang Wan glanced at the jade pendant in her hand, and then at the barrage of comments. Still wearing a face of rejection, I have long ceased to be in their favor. How could I possibly have the chance to approach them? Without their summons, would you not sneak away? Liang Wan grew more anxious. You, of all people, should understand how weak I am. Could I possess such capability? Shin Xiaohong paused, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, she relented. In the coming days, I shall make arrangements to send a few individuals to accompany you. While they are stationed at the foot of the mountain, you can collaborate with my people to gather intelligence. With you leading the charge, my team will find it considerably easier to operate. Chapter 81. Liang Wan held the jade pendant in her hand, her gaze lowered in contemplation. It is often said that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. She did not wish to owe him anything. What do you intend to do? Return to Yaowang Valley. Excuse me? She mused that they would not bring all their significant belongings down the mountain, and as far as she knew, only a master who lacked martial skills remained at the summit. This presented an opportunity for him to ascend and search for something valuable. Without a moment's thought, Liang Wan firmly rejected the notion, declaring, no, if I am not at the foot of the mountain, I will surely be discovered. There was no need to wait for the master of Bees Huming to notice. Xingyun came to seek her daily, and if he could not find her, it was certain that he would uncover something amiss. However, Shin Xiaohong merely furrowed his brow. I will concoct an excuse for you to accompany General Shan on an outing. You need not remain here. Oh, I see. Liang Wan ceased her protests. Since he had made arrangements, she decided to take her leave. Feeling her stomach grumble with hunger, she turned to exit the alleyway. Upon rounding the corner, she was startled to encounter Xingyan, her expression betraying her surprise. Senior brother, what brings you here? She wondered if he had overheard her conversation with Shin Xiaohong. Xingyun smiled faintly, his demeanor betraying no signs of unease. I heard that the disciples responsible for distributing the porridge had gone to eat. When I could not find you, the soldiers mentioned that you were here with General Shan. So I came to look for you. Liang Wan scrutinized Xingyun's expression, her heart racing with anxiety. She glanced at the barrage of comments for assistance. Yet none had detected any irregularities. Surely, senior brother did not overhear, did he? The expressions exchanged indicated a mix of awareness and oblivion. Some claimed to have heard, while others professed ignorance, leaving Liang Wan in a state of confusion. Are you exhausted, junior brother? She inquired, retracting her gaze and shaking her head at Xingyun. Perhaps I am merely a bit lightheaded from hunger. Let us dine together, he suggested. Liang Wan followed his footsteps outside, casually inquiring, have you not eaten yet, senior brother? Xingyun nodded, his voice as calm and serene as ever. A few patients arrived just moments ago. By the time I attended to them, it was already this late. Listening to his tranquil tone, Liang Wan found solace in her thoughts, reassured that Xingyun had likely not overheard her conversation with Shen Qiuhong. You need not seek me out. I will eat by myself later. I am your senior brother. It is only right for me to look for you if you haven't dined, he replied. Liang Wan chuckled softly, her heart warmed by his words. Xingyun glanced back at her, his gaze indifferent. By the way, what did General Shen want from you? A pang of anxiety struck Liang Wan, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Oh, the general initially asked me to tend to a patient, but I informed him that I am still new in my training and not yet proficient. He mentioned that in a few days, I would be reassigned to assist elsewhere. She watched Xingyun anxiously, but he merely nodded in response. It is indeed exhausting for you to be tasked with such labor. Perhaps a change of location would be more beneficial. As they conversed, they arrived at the dining venue. It was not a luxurious restaurant, but rather a humble shelter constructed from waterproof tarpaulin. Beneath this makeshift canopy, there were merely 2 tables and chairs, should too many patrons arrive. One would have to take their bowls elsewhere to dine. Fortunately, the mealtime had passed, and the others had returned to their respective tasks, leaving one table unoccupied. Liang Wan collected a portion of rice and sat at the vacant square table with Xingyun. After enduring hunger for so long, Liang Wan found her appetite diminished. The plain rice accompanied by a small serving of pickled vegetables tasted utterly insipid. Chapter 82. What is wrong, Yun Jin? Liang Wan gradually regained her composure and shook her head at Xingyun. Concern flickered in Xingyun's eyes as she suggested, perhaps we should find a place to rest this afternoon. I can help you request leave from master. However, it seemed rather excessive to need leave after just one morning. This young physician appeared rather delicate. Suddenly, Shen Qiuhong appeared, and Liang Wan instinctively furrowed her brows. Yet, Shen Qiuhong took a seat beside her, his cold gaze sweeping over the two before he leisurely resumed his meal. Recognizing him, Xingyun stood to greet him, but was met with Shen Qiuhong's low. No need for formalities. Embarrassed, Xingyun sat back down, observing Liang Wan as she buried herself in her food without raising her head. She contemplated speaking, but hesitated, her words lingering on her lips. Come on, Wan, at least put on a fade. Xingyun might start to suspect. Is it appropriate to be so engrossed in eating? Can plain rice and pickles really taste this good? With 2 handsome men present, the meal is certainly more appetizing. Wan, how did you know I was having spicy hot pot? Liang Wan finally turned her gaze towards Xingyun, only to find him regarding her with an indescribable look. She quickly set down her chopsticks and glanced at Shen Qiuhong. At that moment, he too was looking at her with a perplexed expression. She wiped her mouth and performed a respectful bow, saying, General Shen is right. I am not a fragile maiden. So why should I be so delicate? Laughing so hard. This is too amusing to say in front of 2 who are in the know. Shen Qiuhong Xingyun. If you are not a maiden, then who is? You truly are quite the little lady. Wan is the finest young lady in the world. Liang Wan felt her cheeks flush. Shen Qiuhong shot her a glance. Just as well that you know. Liang Wan brushed it off and resumed her meal. Xingyun quickly interjected to defend Liang Wan. General Shen, you may be unaware, but our Medicine King Valley recently experienced a severe explosion. My little junior disciple was at the epicenter of it and has only just begun to recover. She is still unable to engage in any strenuous activities. Upon hearing this, Shen Qiuhong casually cast a glance at Liang Wan, appraising her from head to toe. She appeared to have suffered no severe injuries, which inexplicably eased his concerns. He had indeed received news of the explosion, but the outbreak of plague below had demanded his utmost attention. Xingyun's words served as a reminder, prompting him to inquire, who was responsible for the explosion at the Medicine King Valley? Liang Wan, with her head bowed, immersed herself in her meal. which suddenly tasted far more delightful than before. Xingyun, glancing at Liang Wan, calmly replied, "There is still no conclusion on this matter." Shun Qiuhong, unaware of the intricacies, cast a disdainful glance at Liang Wan and asked, "Could it be the enemies of the Medicine King Valley?" Xingyun shook his head and refrained from elaborating. However, he couldn't help but speak up again on behalf of Liang Wan. "I have heard from my junior that General Shen intends to assign her to another location. Might the general consider arranging a less laborious task for her?" Shen Qiuhong looked at Xingyun, then turned his gaze back to Liang Wan. Liang Wan could no longer endure the barrage of enthusiastic praise flooding the comments, prompting her to glance up and discern the situation. Her gaze met Shen Qiuhong's, which bore a hint of playful amusement. She tilted her head, swallowing the morsel in her mouth, eager to inquire further. However, Shen Qiuhong had already diverted his gaze. Liang Wan found his behavior perplexing. Just then, she heard him say, "All right." Liang Wan exclaimed internally, "What has prompted Shen Qiuhong to become so agreeable?" Chapter 83 After Lunch. Shen Qiuhong sought an excuse to find Liang Wan. She presumed he intended to discuss plans and arrangements, but to her surprise, the first words that greeted her upon entering were, "What do you know about the explosion at Yaowang Valley?" During the meal, he had sensed a peculiar unease from Xingyun as he observed Liang Wan, leading him to believe that something untoward had transpired in Yaowang Valley that he was unaware of. Liang Wan shrugged, showing no intention of concealing the truth. "It was Yi Qingzhou's doing. He attempted to kill me." Upon uttering these words, she suddenly felt an inexplicable weight lift from her shoulders. In Yaowang Valley, despite her awareness of the underlying circumstances, she understood that no one would believe her. Thus, even when her heart ached with injustice, she refrained from speaking out. Even Bai Haidang or Xingyun, who trusted she was innocent of the act, could not suspect any of their fellow disciples without concrete evidence. Deep within her, resentment towards Yi Qingzhou lingered, coupled with a relentless sense of grievance. Yet, in Shen Qiuhong's presence, she felt empowered to unleash her fury upon anyone. Shen Qiuhong was taken aback by the truth of the situation, pausing for a moment before slowly regaining his composure. "Then how did you manage to escape?" With a hint of pride, Liang Wan replied, "Naturally. It was through my own wit and intelligence." Shen Qiuhong, however, was far from satisfied with her answer. "He is already aware that you are working for me. It is likely that your time at Yaowang Valley is limited." Liang Wan pouted. "General Shen, are you cursing me?" In a low voice, Shen Qiuhong responded, "With your capabilities, does it truly require my curse for you to encounter misfortune?" Shen Qiuhong possesses remarkable skills in striking others. How could one speak to their spouse in such a manner? "Shen Qiuhong, do you still wish to keep your wife?" Liang Wan felt an immediate constriction in her chest, raising her hand to point at Shen Qiuhong, her expression reflecting a mix of dismay and helplessness. Yet, Shen Qiuhong's earlier disdain for her had diminished significantly. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged exposure to the cycles of life and death. Now, a vibrant and resplendent figure stood before him, akin to a vivid stroke of color in a gray world, even surpassing the brilliance of gold and jade. This ignited a newfound desire to tease her. Observing her anxiousness, Shen Qiuhong shifted the conversation. "It seems we must swiftly ascertain whether any of the masters within the Medicine King Valley are suspect." Liang Wan composed herself, nodding in agreement. "So what do you propose we do?" Shen Qiuhong summoned 4 individuals, attired not in military garb but in the white robes representative of the Eastern Hu sect in the Medicine King Valley. "These men are elite soldiers under my command. You will lead them into the Medicine King Valley and inform them of the residences of the valley's masters. At that point, you need only keep watch for them, as they will handle the remainder of the task." After some contemplation, Liang Wan finally grasped the situation. So, she was to act as a mere surveillance tool? However, considering her lack of martial prowess and exceptional intellect, it seemed prudent not to complicate matters further, and she acquiesced. The following day, Shen Qiuhong indeed dispatched someone to the resting quarters at North Zhumen to select individuals to assist elsewhere, perhaps to avoid arousing suspicion, in addition to Liang Wan. Shen Qiuhong also selected 3 other disciples. Subsequently, Liang Wan ascended the mountain once more. As she made her way up, she encountered no one, leading her to believe that the valley was currently desolate, with the exception of the elderly and infirm from Donghu Gate. Nearly all capable individuals had gone down the mountain to assist. Liang Wan first returned to her residence at Beizhu Gate. Fortunately, her abode was unoccupied by others, allowing her to bring them into the courtyard without fear of detection. "Young Master Liang, Shall we not proceed directly to search for the items? Liang Wan said, urging calmness as she opened a chest in the corner of the room, her body half immersed as she rummaged for a moment before retrieving a scroll. After unfurling it and perusing its contents for a while, she remarked, the timing is perfect. Master is not present. We must hurry. A nearby individual, puzzled, inquired, what sort of book is young Master Liang reading, that it notes the presence or absence of the master? This book is indeed remarkable. Chapter 84. Liang Wan gently tapped the cover of the book, following her gesture to observe the glaring inscription that read Manual for Disciples of the Medicine King Valley. This manual had been entrusted to her by Xingyun after her induction into the Northern Zhu sect, during her time at the Eastern Pot sect. She had not possessed such a document. Recognizing her limited knowledge of the Medicine King Valley, Xingyun had kindly lent her this manual, a privilege reserved for a select few disciples of the Northern Zhu sect. While packing her belongings yesterday, she had placed this scroll into her box. The manual not only detailed the distribution of the major sects within the Medicine King Valley and the responsibilities borne by its disciples, but it also outlined the periods during which the esteemed masters of the valley entered and exited their meditative retreats, even marking the times when several masters ventured out for their cultivation practices. Initially, Liang Wan had deemed this information somewhat trivial. However, as she leafed through the pages, she now perceived an abundance of valuable insights. Guided by the map depicted within the manual, Liang Wan and her party of 5 arrived at the residence of the Eastern Pot sect's master, the Jiqi courtyard. Typically, disciples might come to maintain the courtyard, but given the current exceptional circumstances, it lay deserted. This place is quite spacious. The scenery is breathtaking. The ginkgo leaves are absolutely beautiful. Such a stunning location. Yet they still torment my dear Wan Wan. The screenwriter must be devoid of humanity. As Liang Wan stepped into the Jiqi courtyard, her foot suddenly halted. Behind her, the soldiers inquired, young Master Liang, is there an issue within the courtyard? Liang Wan squinted her eyes as she observed the barrage of comments. Once Wan Wan pushes open the door, the poison on it will be activated, and her face will break out in rashes. Caught between life and death, how tragic. Fear not, dear friends, for the senior brother shall come to rescue Wan Wan. You are adept at finding sweetness amidst suffering. A poison-laden door, she mused. This is hardly a challenge. With resolute strides, she stepped forward. Instead of directly opening the door, she approached the ginkgo tree and procured a branch that measured a full yard in length. The others, perplexed yet silent, followed her to the door. Standing a yard away from the entrance, Liang Wan thrust the branch forcefully against the door. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, releasing a cloud of white powder that descended like a mist. Instinctively, Liang Wan shut her eyes and covered her mouth. The others mimicked her actions. Once the powder settled on the ground, she ventured inside, prompting an uproar among the viewers. When did Wan Wan become so clever? Did the manual from the Medicine King Valley, given by the senior brother, mention this? Wait, which Good Samaritan's manual includes such details? Surely the manual did not contain this? How did Wan Wan know? It seems there were no hints at all. Liang Wan, however, merely flashed a mischievous smile towards the sky. Just you wait. I shall enthrall you all. Proud as she was, she did not lose sight of her mission. Turning to the 4 disciples behind her, she instructed, you continue your search inside. I will keep watch outside. Chapter 85. Liang wants to guard outside. This was her first visit to the chess pavilion, and everything within the courtyard appeared novel to her. In the courtyard, there was a pavilion, and on a square table inside, a chessboard lay with black and white pieces scattered haphazardly. Liang Wan cast a glance at it. She could not comprehend it. Yet, her eyes caught a barrage of comments. Brothers, pay attention. Remember this chessboard, it will be on the test. Liang Wan sighed, lamenting her lack of understanding. What could she do? She resorted to her ultimate technique of rote memorization. It was not until her head spun and her vision blurred that she finally looked up. Unfortunately, upon raising her gaze, she collided with her master from the Donghu sect, who was on his way back. The master's expression darkened upon seeing Liang Wan. What are you doing here? Liang Wan straightened her posture instantly and, with an awkward smile, replied, Master, I came to find you. You are looking for me? The master of Donghu furrowed his brows and approached her, his peripheral gaze sweeping over the chessboard, which showed no signs of having been disturbed. His eyes flickered slightly. What is it you wish to discuss? Liang Wan feigned a look of grievance. With the entire North Zhu sect having descended the mountain to attend to the people, her master had chosen to keep her on the mountain. She lamented her recent boredom and thought to inquire if her master needed any assistance. After all, many of her senior brothers from Donghu had been injured because of her, and she felt an overwhelming desire to make amends for her mistakes. The esteemed master of Donghu Gate remarked on her swift change of tone, then subtly added, "There is no need to mention the extent of your academic shortcomings. If Master Bei were to send you down the mountain, it would indeed create chaos." Liang Wan, unfazed, retorted inwardly, "Is this the distinctive PUA of Donghu Gate?" Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, replying, "You are right, master." Observing a peculiar transformation in her demeanor, the master could not pinpoint the exact nature of the change. With a wave of his sleeve, he declared, "I require no assistance from you at this moment. If you truly wish to be of help, go check on your senior brother Yi. He has summoned several disciples for a reprimand and is unable to spare the time to admonish you." However, Liang Wan showed no inclination to depart. Her heart raced with anxiety, uncertain whether the individuals dispatched by Shen Xiaohong had heard the commotion and promptly hidden away. "Did you hear me speaking to you?" Liang Wan paused, then performed a respectful bow before making her way to the door. "Wait." The master of Donghu Gate's expression darkened upon seeing the ajar door, and as he turned to Liang Wan, the wrinkles on his face seemed to twist his features into a grimace. "Have you entered my room?" Alarmed, Liang Wan silently cursed her misstep, yet feigned calmness. "Master, I did not intend to. I merely sought to find you." The master of Donghu Gate, clearly skeptical, countered, "I have set a mechanism at the door. How did you manage to leave unscathed? How can you stand here unharmed? Who would believe that you did not have assistance?" "Ah, so you are clever. But not allowed for Wan to be so," she mused. "In the past, I was also subjected to such teasing, and I have grown weary of Wan's tricks. It is always the same old routine. Do you truly believe Wan would fall for it each time?" Liang Wan, perceiving the crux of the matter, meekly elucidated. "The master invariably tests the disciples in this manner, and naturally, I am aware of some." Chapter 86. The master of Donghu Gate found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had previously treated Liang Wan in a similar manner, but at that time, his intention was merely to gauge the sensitivity of the mechanism and the peril of the poison, without any ulterior motives arising. Reflecting on the hardships Liang Wan had endured while following him, the master of Donghu Gate waved his hand dismissively, urging her, "You may go find your senior brother." Liang Wan acknowledged with a soft yes, anxious that the master might discover something else, and hastily departed from Jiqi Garden. Just as she turned the corner, she encountered several individuals who were supposed to be searching in the master's chamber. Upon seeing them emerge, Liang Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Did you find anything?" she inquired. The group collectively shook their heads in dejection. Liang Wan was not surprised. If they had located anything so swiftly, they could hardly be considered formidable adversaries. She nodded lightly and produced the manual titled Disciples of Yaowang Valley, laying open 2 pages for their inspection while pointing to a specific section. "This is the Zhaishu study, where the master of Nanxian resides, and here is the Nongguaxuan, home to the master of Xilongmen. Both of these masters are currently at the foot of the mountain. Their residences should be unoccupied. If anyone were to approach, you must act with discernment." As she spoke, she added a cautionary note. "Oh, I must mention that I am not well acquainted with the other 2 masters, and I cannot ascertain whether they might tamper with anything in their chambers. Therefore, you all must exercise utmost caution in your endeavors." "What does young Master Liang intend to do?" A sly smile suddenly crept across Liang Wan's face as she gritted her teeth and declared, "It has been far too long since I visited my resilient senior brother. He has always shown me great kindness, and now it is high time that I return the favor and take good care of him." Thus, Liang Wan set off to find Yi Qingzhou. His injuries had not yet fully healed. He was able to rise from his bed and move about, yet both of his hands remained bound in bandages, rendering him unable to do much for himself, even requiring assistance to eat. Upon entering the courtyard, Liang Wan coincidentally encountered a fellow disciple delivering lunch to him. "Oh, senior brother, allow me to take over," she said warmly, eagerly accepting the tray from her companion's hands. "You may attend to your other matters. I shall tend to ye, senior brother." The disciple, taken aback for a moment, recognized her as the often unfortunate junior who trailed after Yi Qingzhou, and with a nod of acknowledgement, he departed. Liang Wan then carried the meal into the room, where 2 other disciples were present. It seemed that due to the limited bed availability in Yaowang Valley, they could not afford to accommodate him alone, thus forcing him to share a room with others. Yi Qingzhou felt a deep sense of reluctance about this arrangement. However, The recent events had instilled a sense of urgency within the sect, and he did not wish to burden his master with such trivial concerns. Suppressing his discomfort, he had managed to endure this situation until now. Each night, he was plagued by the raucous snores of his fellow disciples, leaving him with scarcely a moment of restful sleep. At that moment, he lifted his heavy eyelids, revealing dark circles beneath, just in time to see a familiar figure appear in the doorway. Junior Sister Liang? Upon recognizing Liang Wan, Yi Qingzhou's brows knitted together in dismay. Liang Wan entered the room with a smile. "Senior brother Yi, it has been such a long time." Yi Qingzhou was utterly perplexed. How could he have recovered so swiftly? He had been at the epicenter of the explosion. Even if she had fled at the last moment, it was improbable that he would emerge without a single burn. Looking around, he had been reduced to his current state. Huh. Observing Yi Qingzhou's forced grin, Liang Wan felt a heaviness in her heart. Could it be that the explosion had truly rendered him a fool? A tinge of sympathy inevitably arose within her. "Senior brother," Liang Wan's tone softened. Alas, he had lost his wits. Perhaps she should extend her forgiveness. Chapter 87. Junior brother, what brings you here? Yi Qingzhou retracted the cold smile from his face and regarded her earnestly. Liang Wan's newly blossomed tenderness in her heart evaporated in an instant, and she responded with a sardonic smile. "Naturally, I have come to deliver a meal to my senior brother. I have heard that you have joined the Northju sect." Yi Qingzhou observed the attire that distinctly identified her as a member of the Northju sect and had already formed an answer in his mind. Yet he could not resist the temptation to mock her in front of others. Liang Wan was aware of his deliberate provocation but maintained her composure. "Indeed, I have heard that the Northju sect has mobilized all its disciples to assist with the charitable medical consultations in the nearby towns. Why did you not accompany them?" Instead of echoing the rhetoric from her master at Dongwu sect, Liang Wan opted for a different approach. "My master believes I am better suited to remain on the mountain to assist, so I did not go along." "Ah, of course." Yi Qingzhou feigned realization. "Junior brother, having just arrived, must be struggling to keep up with your studies. Descending the mountain would only leave you with menial tasks. So it is better for you to refine your character here." Here comes the senior brother's pretense. Yi Qingzhou is quite the actor, the earliest traceable average male. How annoying Yi Qingzhou still is after a few days. Liang Wan lifted a bowl of rice, wielding her chopsticks in one hand while serving the food with the other. "Senior brother, you must be famished to be speaking such nonsense. Let us eat promptly." Without waiting for Yi Qingzhou to retort, Liang Wan swiftly shoved a spoonful of rice into his mouth. Yi Qingzhou stared with wide eyes, unable to intervene. His mouth stuffed with rice, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. He could only glare at her as she chewed her food bit by bit. Perhaps due to prolonged hunger, Yi Qingzhou found the rice rather flavorful. After taking a bite, he raised his chin slightly and called out to Liang Wan, "Junior brother." Liang Wan, somewhat irritated, shoved another spoonful into his mouth. The action was not particularly gentle, yet she did not exert excessive force. Why do I suddenly find this scene quite delightful? Yi Qingzhou appears rather handsome when he remains silent. Finding everything handsome will only lead you astray. Oh no, I now think the Wanzhou pairing is quite acceptable. Liang Wan furrowed her brows slightly, perplexed by the audience's diverse opinions. She shook her head, feeling a sense of frustration akin to that of a teacher disappointed in a student's performance. In a swift motion, Liang Wan managed to feed Yi Qingzhou both a dish and rice. To her surprise, Yi Qingzhou audaciously made another request. "Junior brother, pour me a glass of water." Liang Wan cast him a sidelong glance, saying nothing, and hurried off to fetch the water. Before long, the water arrived. Liang Wan brought the glass to Yi Qingzhou's lips. But just as it made contact, he abruptly knocked the cup over, spilling its contents onto the floor. Liang Wan, having anticipated this, leapt back a distance of 10 feet, incredulously asking, "Senior brother, why are you behaving like this?" The two disciples in the room, also confined to their sickbeds, cast bewildered glances in their direction. Yi Qingzhou, suddenly at a loss for anger, feigned a brotherly demeanor, saying, "Junior brother, this water is too hot." Liang Wan feigned ignorance, saying, "Oh, I poured it directly from the kettle. No one informed me." "Senior brother, shall I pour you another cup?" She tidied up the shattered pieces of the cup on the floor before stepping out to refill a glass of water. This time, the water was not scalding. Yet it chilled Yi Qingzhou's teeth, making them chatter uncontrollably. After a couple of sips, he lost his desire to continue drinking. He was aware that Liang Wan had discerned his involvement in the explosion and could not be bothered to prolong the charade, dismissing her with just a few words. That night, As Yi Qingzhou lay in bed, he was surrounded by the thunderous snores of his fellow disciples. Agitated, he turned from one side of the bed to the other, the heat within him intensifying with each restless movement. Chapter 88. He felt an overwhelming itch coursing through his body, particularly in the areas bound with bandages, where the sensation was excruciatingly intense. Yet, every attempt to scratch only aggravated the pain, causing him to grimace and emit a few muffled groans. "Brother Yi?" The slumbering figure in the adjacent bed softly called out to him. However, Yi Qingzhou was too consumed by his discomfort to respond, his neck taut with prominent veins, and the extensive red patches were accentuated under the moonlight streaming through the window. The disciple in the neighboring bed, equally confined, could do little but call out loudly for assistance. "Help! Is anyone there?" The volume of his cries resonated throughout the nearby courtyard. At last, someone arrived to tend to Yi Qingzhou. The healer, a disciple from Donghu Gate, was not as adept in his studies as Yi Qingzhou, yet at that moment, Yi Qingzhou was overwhelmed by heat and incessant itching, leaving him utterly exhausted and barely conscious, clinging to the remnants of his breath. The disciple wiped the sweat from his brow and, turning to the accompanying disciple, said, I am not skilled in treating internal injuries. I can't discern anything." The other disciple, equally troubled, responded, "Shall we summon the master? He despises being disturbed at night. Will we incur his wrath?" Yet, given that Brother Yi was in distress, the master typically held great regard for him. After much deliberation, the two ultimately resolved to seek their master from Donghu Gate. Meanwhile, Liang Wan had yet to succumb to slumber. She was in an unusually euphoric state, lying in bed while observing the barrage of comments discussing Yi Qingzhou's unfortunate poisoning. Feeling utterly delighted within, this was the first successful act of revenge she had accomplished in this world, surely deserving a place in history. Has the master of Donghu Gate arrived? Will he suspect that Wan had a hand in this? He probably won't, right? He might have an inkling. But the poison Wan used is quite common, not unique to Beiju Gate, and he lacks evidence to link Wan to the poison administered to Yi Qingzhou. Previously, Wan had no proof to substantiate that Yi Qingzhou orchestrated the explosion. Thus, she has repaid the injury in kind this time. Let that old man from Donghu Gate experience the feeling of being unable to defend himself. Liang Wan nodded in satisfaction at the barrage. Her barrage family truly understood her. She simply wished for Yi Qingzhou and the master of Donghu Gate to see that she was not someone to be trifled with. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound of knocking from outside the door. Liang Wan opened it to find 4 subordinates of Shin Xiuhong. Have they completed the search? Since returning from Yi Qingzhou's residence, she had not seen them and was unaware of their activities. The leader nodded. "We have thoroughly searched from top to bottom and found nothing." Liang Wan gestured for them to enter the room, pouring each a cup of tea. "Please have some tea first. I still have porridge in the pot. You can eat something to tide you over." The 4 of them displayed expressions of concern. "General Shun is still awaiting our report. We cannot afford to." Liang Wan cast them a glance, her expression grave. "You have not eaten for an entire day. If you do not partake in some nourishment soon, not only will you be unable to report back, but I fear you may not even make it halfway on your journey back." Chapter 89. All right, let us take a moment to rest. If I cannot find a solution, we will explore other avenues. Upon hearing Liang Wan's words, they settled down to enjoy some tea and porridge. Just as they finished, the group eagerly pressed her for further information. "Does young Master Liang have any other plans?" Liang Wan, no longer holding back, responded. "Since we cannot find any leads from our master, we might as well investigate Yi Qingzhou's quarters." "Who is Yi Qingzhou?" Liang Wan recalled the comments about Yi Qingzhou's unfortunate state, a smile curling at her lips. "He was my senior brother. He sustained severe injuries not long ago and is currently recuperating at Nanmei Hall. We can take this opportunity to search his residence." One of them inquired. "When shall we go?" Liang Wan, feeling fatigued, yawned and replied, "Let us rest today and set out tomorrow morning." "But wouldn't it be easier to encounter others during the day?" "You do not understand. My senior brother is rather introverted, and his dwelling is quite secluded. Generally, few venture that way." The listeners nodded in agreement, and Liang Wan, satisfied, invited them to rest in the adjoining woodshed. The following morning, Liang Wan was roused by the others. "Young Master Liang, we should proceed with the search at the earliest." Reluctantly, she got out of bed, splashed her face with the frost-covered water from the earthen jar at the entrance, and then led the group to Yi Qingzhou's residence. In truth, Liang Wan was not being careless. She simply believed that as long as they steered clear of areas explicitly marked as dangerous, they should not encounter significant issues. Last night, she had openly shared her plans in front of the barrage of comments, and having discerned no particular danger, she now wore a relaxed demeanor. A group of them arrived at Yi Qingzhou's small courtyard, which was securely locked, yet the walls remained as climbable as ever. Several individuals scaled the wall, and the leading soldier pushed against the door, remarking, "The door is locked." "There is another way." Liang Wan confidently guided her companions to the window, which had been repaired since the last time she had smashed it. Liang Wan raised her hand to touch it, surprised that Yi Qingzhou had even reinforced it. Why is it still a paper window? Could this be a trap? Just as the soldier voiced his concern, Liang Wan forcefully punched through the window. The others present exchanged glances, seemingly unimpressed by her nonchalance. Liang Wan was the first to climb through, with the rest, all seasoned warriors, following suit effortlessly. Yi Qingzhou's room was modest, and the decor was identical to what Liang Wan had seen on her previous visit. She rummaged through the bookshelf and then searched the cabinets. The others scoured the bed, desk, drawers, and any other possible hiding places. After a thorough search, they gathered together, their expressions filled with dismay. "There is nothing here." One lamented. "Young Master Liang, are you certain your senior brother is involved in this?" Liang Wan confidently raised 3 fingers to the sky, declaring, "Absolutely." Didn't T General Shin mention that someone from the Medicine King Valley was colluding with outsiders? If there is communication with others, there should be letters exchanged. I have just thoroughly examined all the tomes upon the bookshelf, yet I discovered no correspondence. Liang Wan was equally perplexed. Even if Yi Qingzhou is not the architect of the events below the mountain, she must surely be a significant piece on the chessboard. How could there be not a single clue? She cast a pleading glance towards the heavens, as the barrage of comments commenced a new round of discussion. Is one about to fall? One fall will reveal everything. If she falls hard enough, the truth will come to light. There is no need for such extremes. One fall will reveal everything. What manner of sorcery is this? Chapter 90. Liang Wan gazed at the wooden floor with a look of skepticism, utterly failing to discern any issues. A soldier nearby inquired, "Is there a problem with the floor?" Liang Wan furrowed her brow and refrained from answering, merely gesturing for them to step aside. The others cleared a space for her. Casting another glance at the barrage of comments, she noted with surprise that none had vehemently condemned this somewhat peculiar mechanism. Taking a deep breath, she turned and deliberately threw herself onto the ground. With a dull thud, the soldiers frowned in unison. Liang Wan, bewildered, sat up. While she wasn't hurt from the fall, the sound of her impact against the floor left her uncertain. Tentatively, she reached out to tap the floor. The others crouched down as well. "Did you hear that?" she asked. One of them nodded. "Yes, we did. There's definitely something beneath." Liang Wan glanced back and forth, uncertain of where the mechanism might be located. It was her first genuine encounter with a secret chamber, and she was evidently exhilarated, tapping on the bookshelf while shaking the vase on the table. However, despite her efforts, she could not uncover the means to unlock the hidden chamber. The other soldiers, too, were at a loss, their spirits deflating like punctured balloons. "I say we might as well rip up the floor." Liang Wan was about to dismiss this as a reckless notion when, to her surprise, a companion nodded in agreement. "I think that's a good idea." "No, we can't do that." Liang Wan frowned. "Wouldn't they be discovered?" "Regardless, we'll take the information and leave. They have departed, yet I must remain here." Liang Wan thought, what kind of people are these? Even more ungrateful than that fellow Shin Xiaohong. The 2 boorish men seemed to recall the matter at hand, exchanging glances before lapsing into silence, devoid of any suggestions. "The mechanism should be at the head of the bed, right? Should we pull out the wooden plug at the headboard and turn the lock inside?" Yes, I've remembered." Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Wan approached the head of the bed, where indeed, a decorative object appeared to be sealed with a wooden plug. With a gentle nudge, the plug came loose, revealing an exquisite switch valve resembling a fan blade. Liang Wan's delicate fingers slipped inside and turned it gently, accompanied by a click of the mechanism. She felt the entire room begin to sway. Gripping the headboard tightly, she realized the floor of the room was descending. Incredible! What a grand production! Who could imagine that this dilapidated little wooden cabin could conceal such a thing? So impressive, so impressive. How did Yi Qingzhou manage this? Even Luban would have to exclaim in admiration. If Luban Kaheo were here, he would surely shout in awe. Even the master Luban himself would be compelled to express his astonishment. As the barrage of astonishment grew more fervent, the entire room, with Yi Qingzhou inside, sank a full 2 meters into the depths below. The room now resided within a hidden passage, devoid of light, illuminated only by a small beam above that cast a path leading into the endless darkness. The soldier produced a lighter from his belongings and ignited the oil lamp. Holding it aloft as he addressed young Master Liang, "Let us venture inside." Liang once surveyed the enveloping darkness, occasionally shuddering as a chilling breeze swept through, and replied, "I will accompany you." Given that they were all underground, the notion of her revealing their presence held little significance, and the soldiers voiced no objections. Liang Wan, fearful of the dark, casually devised a reason to position herself amidst the group. Chapter 91. The pitch-black secret passage was occasionally illuminated by the flickering oil lamps, revealing the stark, bare walls. As they ventured deeper into the corridor, a room at the end gradually came into view. The soldiers lit the lamps within the room, causing shadows to dance upon the 3 walls lined with books. Liang Wan stood in astonishment. So many books. She approached and casually flipped through a couple, discovering they were all medical texts. Yet she found them incomprehensible and did not perceive anything extraordinary about them. However, the barrage of comments erupted once more. These are all rare editions from the martial world, all collected by Yi Qingzhou from various places. How could he possess such remarkable abilities? It seems these were entrusted to him for safekeeping by the master of Donghu Gate. The master often treated influential figures when traveling, leveraging their power to seize many ancestral medical texts from scholars. Some appear to have even originated from the western regions. Good heavens! Shouldn't these be taken to fill the national treasury? If the king were to find out, he would undoubtedly confiscate them, which is why they entrusted them to Yi Qingzhou. Liang Wan, fuming, returned the books to the shelf. When this matter is eventually rectified, she vowed to take these books with her. Eureka! A soldier raised a piece of paper, and Liang Wan, along with the other 3, gathered around to examine it. Upon reading the letter, their expressions shifted dramatically. The Valley of the Medicine King was indeed formidable. Under the guise of serving the people, they not only poisoned the river, but also conspired with outsiders to incite a plague. This matter must be urgently reported to General Shun. There is more. Soon, a complete stack of letters linking Liang Wanzheng to outsiders was uncovered. Upon perusing a few of these missives, an involuntary shiver ran down her arm. Each letter was meticulously inscribed, from the methods employed to the outcomes detailed. Previously, she had only encountered such matters in television dramas. Who could fathom the shock she now felt in this very moment? Murders. This was a colossal homicide case. Liang Wan cast a glance around the enclosed space, approached the desk, and picked up a brush, intending to transcribe the letters. A soldier stepped forward to glance at her work and inquired, "Young Master Liang, what are you writing?" Without lifting her gaze, she replied, "I am transcribing these letters to present to General Shun. Do not disturb the originals. We must avoid alerting Yi Qingzhou. What would he do if he discovered it? The evidence we have now solely implicates Yi Qingzhou. It does not point to the masters of Yaowang Valley. Should they learn that we have uncovered their secrets, future investigations may face even greater hindrances." The soldiers nodded, somewhat foolishly. Does young Master Liang firmly believe that the masters of Yaowang Valley are complicit in this affair? Liang Wan did not need to glance at the barrage of comments. Without a moment's hesitation, she responded, "If it were merely a minor character like Yi Qingzhou, I cannot comprehend why he would wish to endanger the lives of countless innocents. Then does this imply that the masters of Yaowang Valley harbor intentions against young Master Liang? Are there others involved apart from Yaowang Valley?" Liang Wan nodded, completing the transcription of a letter. Due to the sheer volume of correspondence, she selected only the most crucial letters to transcribe. They subsequently descended the mountain, bearing several meticulously copied letters to present to Shen Xiuhong. Shen Xiuhong was taken aback by Liang Wan's prompt discovery of evidence, seeing her approach with an air of triumph. He felt a twinge of surprise. Upon opening the letter, he cast a fleeting glance at the paper, his brow furrowing in concern. Liang Wan inquired, "General Shun, did you not anticipate this? Yi Qingzhou has indeed orchestrated an elaborate scheme." However, Shen Xiuhong did not engage with her remarks. Instead, he forcefully slammed the letter onto the desk, exclaiming, "Liang Yunjin, what on earth is this you have written?" Now it was Liang Wan's turn to furrow her brow. She picked up the letter that Shen Xiuhong had cast aside, examining it closely but finding no apparent issues. After all, it was merely correspondence between Yi Qingzhou and external parties, was it not? Chapter 92. With a darkened expression, Shen Xiuhong inquired, "Are you certain that the letter contains these words?" Liang Wan glanced uncertainly at the letter once more, then nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. But why can't I comprehend it?" "What?" Liang Wan peered at the letter again, a sudden realization dawning upon her. Oh no, she had transcribed all the traditional characters into simplified ones, and the people of this era could not understand them. Filled with regret, Liang Wan slapped the letter against her forehead. How could she have overlooked such a detail? Shen Xiaohong cast her a sidelong glance. Do you mean to say you understood it? Liang Wan, feeling guilty, managed a feeble smile. I have a slight understanding. Shen Xiaohong, disregarding her inner turmoil, urged her to explain. On the 15th of September, poison was cast into the Qingchuan River beside Fujian town, resulting in at least 50 casualties. On the 7th of October, poison was cast in Fujian town, Qingshui town, and Gujiu town, leading to at least 200 casualties. On the 11th of October. Wait. Shen Xiaohong picked up a brush, adopting a posture for dictation. Continue reading. Oh. Liang Wan lowered her gaze and continued reciting, while Shen Xiaohong meticulously transcribed each word she spoke. Upon the completion of Liang Wan's reading, Shen Xiaohong had inscribed 500 lives lost. His grip on the brush tightened, revealing a palpable fury in his gaze. Liang Wan stood beside him, feeling a chill enveloping her, her heart racing with trepidation. She feared that at any moment, Shen Xiaohong might be unable to restrain his wrath and would drive the brush into her. You may leave now. Liang Wan was still lost in her thoughts when she suddenly snapped back to reality, noticing Shen Xiaohong gazing at her with a mix of irritation and confusion. Observing her dazed expression, Shen Xiaohong stifled his rising anger, helplessly repeating, "This is none of your concern. Please leave." Yet, Liang Wan, witnessing his demeanor, suddenly perceived a sense of helplessness about him. It seemed as if he had never received assistance from anyone. Whether it was the poison river or the recent plague, although the king had summoned the experts from the Medicine King's Valley for aid, it appeared that he had never mentioned any support in investigating the origins of the outbreak. Should we report this matter to the king? Liang Wan inquired after a moment of contemplation. Shen Xiaohong responded with a nonchalant yes, yet he had no intention of elaborating further. She pressed on. Will the king send someone to investigate? Shen Xiaohong seemed taken aback by her questions, his gaze filled with astonishment, but he patiently replied, No. Why not? Liang Wan asked, her shock evident. Given the current turmoil within the court, even if this were the result of someone's malicious intent, the king would be too preoccupied to address it. Liang Wan was astounded. So, the common people can simply be disregarded? Naturally not, Shen Xiaohong clarified. The royal city will issue directives for the local officials stationed here to conduct an investigation. Liang Wan detected a hint of mockery in his tone as he spoke. She understood. Once such directives reached the local officials, their execution was shrouded in uncertainty, effectively rendering them insignificant. Yet Liang Wan gazed upon Shen Xiaohong's increasingly sunken dark circles. Although the lives of the common people in this world bore no direct relation to her, and all her actions thus far had merely been for her own self-preservation. Witnessing Shen Xiaohong's selflessness and observing her fellow disciples in the Medicine King's Valley tirelessly attending to the ailments of the populace stirred something within her. A sense of noble duty had always lingered in the hearts of all, and she too felt its pull. Suddenly, she yearned to take action. Chapter 93. Is there anything I can assist you with? Liang Wan inquired. Upon hearing her voice, Shen Xiaohong looked at her in surprise. Her gaze was resolute, illuminated by the sunlight outside, revealing a hint of vivacity. Shen Xiaohong replied in a slightly somber tone. This matter is not as simple as you imagine. Since it is a complex issue, do you not require my assistance even more? Liang Wan, who had finally resolved to help him, felt rejected and pouted, saying, I am a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. I can certainly assist you in obtaining information from there, much more effectively than your subordinates, am I not? Though Shen Xiaohong generally harbored some prejudice against Liang Wan, her words today stirred his heart. Indeed, whether from his own investigations or the clues Liang Wan could gather from the Medicine King Valley, they all pointed towards that very place. Her identity as a disciple would undoubtedly be more advantageous than the maneuvering of his martial generals. With her involvement, the endeavor would likely yield greater results with less effort. Moreover, having faced numerous obstacles recently, it seemed as if someone were covertly undermining his efforts, leaving him feeling rather helpless. His eyes briefly scanned the letters Liang Wan had transcribed in simplified characters, and he said calmly, You should return and await news. I will send someone to find you if necessary. Liang Wan understood that this was indeed an acceptance of her offer, and her face brightened with joy as she flashed a radiant smile. Then I shall return and wait for your news. In that moment, Shen Xiaohong felt as if she were enveloped in a halo of light, making it difficult for him to look away. As she turned to leave, he called out, "Wait." Shen Xiaohong suddenly recalled something, his brows slightly furrowing as he called out to her. "Are you quite familiar with the first disciple of the Yaowang Valley?" Liang Wan, unsure of the purpose behind his inquiry, nodded honestly. "He is essentially my first mentor at Yaowang Valley, and he has always treated me exceptionally well. Regardless of how close your relationship may be, you must not divulge a single word of this matter to him. Is he beginning to feel jealous? Oh, how delightful. I relish this. What prompted this sudden affection? It's rather perplexing. Can this even be considered affection? I can't shake the feeling that General Shun is merely concerned about the potential exposure of this matter." Liang Wan perceived no discernible change in Shen Xiaohong's demeanor towards her. She assumed he was merely preoccupied with the welfare of the populace, fearing that too many might become aware of this issue. She comprehended this concern and vowed to adhere to it. "Rest assured, I will not speak of this to anyone." After parting from Shen Xiaohong's residence, Liang Wan headed straight to find Xingyun. However, upon reaching the designated pavilion where Xingyun was supposed to be consulting, she found no trace of him. She casually stopped a passerby and inquired, "Where is the senior brother?" "He has gone elsewhere for a while," came the response. With no luck in locating Xingyun, Liang Wan made her way outside the camp, only to unexpectedly encounter a figure clad in a dark robe. She exclaimed softly, and, upon looking up, her expression softened considerably. "Master, what brings you here?" The individual was none other than the esteemed master of the Northern Zhu sect. The sudden collision did not incite his anger. He merely cast a casual glance at her before asking, in such a hasty manner, "Where are you intending to go?" Liang Wan gently cradled her hands before her and slightly bowed to perform a deep salute. "I was recently reassigned to Gujiu town to tend to the wounded, and I have just returned today. I intended to inform my senior brother, but to my surprise, he is not here, and I was just about to leave." Master at the North Zhu Gate replied with a slight acknowledgement, "You are not yet ready to attend to patients. If the menial tasks become overwhelming, feel free to communicate with your senior brother. There is no need to overexert yourself. This master is rather kind. Much better than the old man from Donghu Gate." Chapter 94. In the Valley of the Medicine King. Only the senior brother, Haitang. And the master treat one unkindly. Liang Wan was acutely aware of the affection her master from the Northern Zhu sect held for her, and she nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Then, master, I shall take my leave to attend to my duties." "Go ahead," he replied. Liang Wan returned to her post serving meals. As time passed, she found herself engaged in this task for 2 hours. The epidemic had not diminished with the assistance of the Valley of the Medicine King. Rather, the afflicted continued to emerge like mushrooms after a rain. Recently, her fellow disciples had been working tirelessly through the night to attend to the patients. Observing the once valiant and youthful seniors who had descended the mountain now transformed into weary beings with dark circles under their eyes, Liang Wan felt a shadow cast over her heart. The number of deceased she had witnessed in these past few days surpassed that of the 26 years of her previous life combined. She set down the ladle, massaging her aching shoulders when a voice called out beside her, "Junior brother Liang." She turned to see Xingyun. A spark of light flashed in her eyes as she inquired, "Senior brother, when did you return?" Xingyun appeared as composed and aloof as ever, yet his pristine countenance bore a hint of fatigue. As he regarded her, a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. "I just returned. I heard you were looking for me," he replied. Liang Wan nodded. "I have just come back as well, thinking to inform you." Xingyun led her to a secluded spot, withdrawing a cloth-wrapped bundle from behind him. Liang Wan's gaze fixated on the square fabric he held in his palm. "Senior brother, what is this?" Xingyun casually presented a cloth pouch to her, saying, "This is for you." Liang Wan hesitated for a moment before quickly accepting the pouch from his hands and opening it in front of him. Inside lay a delightful pastry, shaped like a flower with a delicate pink skin, adorned with crushed red bean paste at its center, exuding an irresistible charm. "I was assigned to help elsewhere the day before yesterday, and on my way back, I saw someone selling peach blossom cakes, so I bought one," he explained. Uncertain if Liang Wan would appreciate it, he noticed that the shop was bustling with girls of her age, leading him to believe she might enjoy it as well. Liang Wan had always had a penchant for sweets. In the past, Bai Haitang from Yaowang Valley would occasionally prepare desserts for them to share. However, since the academic examinations, she had not indulged in such treats. Now, having finally obtained a piece, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, senior brother. I adore peach blossom cake," she exclaimed. And without hesitation, she took a bite in front of Xingyun. It was fragrant, not overly sweet, truly a delicacy of the world. Liang Wan savored every morsel, not forgetting to share her feedback with Xingyun. It's delicious. Seeing the gentle glow in Xingyun's eyes, Liang Wan felt her cheeks begin to warm. She devoured the cake in just 3 bites. Her cheeks puffed as she inquired, "Have you had a taste, senior brother?" Xingyun shook his head. "I do not enjoy sweets." Liang Wan nodded, swallowing the peach blossom cake before asking, "Where have you been these past few days, returning so soon?" "In a location adjacent to the town of Fuchuan, known as Pomegranate Village, where the population is sparse and the number of patients is comparatively low. I have managed to attend to the ailments of the afflicted over the past couple of days." Liang Wan, in a contemplative manner, uttered a soft "oh," recalling her commitment to gather information for Shen Xiaohong. She could not help but lament. This plague is indeed exceedingly perilous. One wonders what has precipitated its outbreak. Chapter 95. The causes of the plague outbreak are manifold, but the most likely reason is contact with infected livestock. Consequently, the nearby towns have rarely seen poultry lately. Liang Wan feigned contemplation, her peripheral vision observing Xingyun's profile. "Senior brother, could it be possible that the plague was caused by poisoning?" Xingyun abruptly halted, casting Liang Wan a meaningful glance. Liang Wan hastily clarified, "Senior brother, I merely feel that those poultry that were meant to be slaughtered have already been, and those that were to be consumed have been eaten, yet the afflicted individuals continue to fall ill, and the numbers have not diminished recently. It seems unlikely that it is related to the poultry." Upon hearing this, Xingyun did not express anger. Instead, he softly replied, "I have considered this matter as well, but there is no rationale." "What rationale?" Liang Wan inquired. "A justification for the suffering inflicted upon so many innocent people." Liang Wan gazed at Xingyun, and he returned her gaze. Unable to discern anything from his expression, she sighed. Indeed, what could be the purpose of senselessly taking so many lives? Even upon returning to her quarters, Liang Wan could not unravel this mystery. She had perused the manual of the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, where the foremost principle emphasized the importance of alleviating suffering with benevolence and skill. Surely, the esteemed mentors of the Medicine King Valley, even if disinclined to save lives, would not resort to taking them if it were for the sake of glory. Would the Medicine King Valley idly cause the demise of a group of people only to later rescue others to showcase their medical prowess? That would indeed be the height of folly. Liang Wan rested her chin in contemplation, yet could not withstand the fatigue of serving meals, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The following day, Liang Wan returned to her post, embarking on an endless cycle of meal distribution. A gaunt elderly woman accompanied a little girl to the serving station, where the child, with her wide eyes, presented her bowl and called out sweetly, "Sister, I want rice." The old woman gently tapped the child's shoulder, saying, "Silly girl. This is your brother. You should call him brother." The little girl pouted, her eyes glistening with impending tears. Liang Wan hurriedly ladled a bowl of porridge for her, and just as the girl was about to cry, she placed the bowl into her hands, saying, "Here, Chueya, quickly drink your porridge." Instantly, the tears ceased, and the child stood with both hands cradling the large bowl, awaiting her grandmother. Liang Wan also served a bowl of porridge to the elderly woman, who expressed her gratitude before taking Chueya aside to enjoy their meal. At this moment, the crowd had thinned. Soldiers who had been assisting elsewhere found time to come to her for food. As Liang Wan extended a bowl of porridge to a strong hand reaching out, she noticed the figure had not departed and looked up to find it was Shen Xiaohong. Liang Wan opened her mouth, and after a pause, managed to utter 3 words, "General Shen." Shen Xiaohong, for reasons unknown, held onto the bowl of porridge, showing no intention of leaving. Liang Wan picked up a cloth nearby to wipe her hands, puzzled by the thought that he could not possibly wish to discuss plans in front of so many onlookers, when he suddenly requested, "May I have some pickled vegetables?" Liang Wan. Laughter. Laughter. What is going on with Wan Wan? It is already quite unfortunate to have kanji. How could one not include some pickled vegetables? Liang Wan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, added a serving of pickled vegetables to Shen Xiaohong's kanji. Just as Shen Xiaohong was about to leave with the pickled vegetables, a soft voice chimed in from the side, "Sisters, brother-in-law, how handsome." Liang Wan glanced down to see Xia, who was standing beside her with an empty bowl, gazing up at Shen Xiaohong with her large, watery eyes, her finger playfully tapping her lips. Liang Wan couldn't help but smile at her cuteness. "Xia, this is your big brother." "Big brother?" Xia tilted her head, looking puzzled at Liang Wan. "Isn't he my brother-in-law?" Chapter 96. It's still the child sister. You may think she speaks nonsense. Yet she is the true master of metaphysics. The child sister has long seen through everything. Kia is the real master. Liang Wan was well aware of Tsuya's extraordinary nature and did not rush to dismiss her. Since no one was currently queuing for food, she approached the serving counter, bent down to meet her gaze, and smiled as she said, "He and sister do not share that kind of relationship. You should be called big brother instead of brother-in-law." Upon hearing brother-in-law, Shin Xiaohong initially felt perplexed. But with Liang Wan's clarification, he finally understood what the child meant. His eyes instantly deepened with contemplation. He nearly forgot the entangled fates written in his destiny. During this tumultuous period, consumed by the epidemic, he had little time to ponder these matters, but her simple statement brought him back to clarity. Indeed, it was no wonder he had felt a peculiar sensation whenever he encountered Liang Wan recently. It was likely the workings of fate at play. Before he could contemplate his next move, he heard Xia's innocent voice reach his ears. But in the future, I want to become that kind of relationship. Can I not call him that now?" Liang Wan was secretly astonished. Sueya truly possessed some remarkable insight. Accurately deciphering the script without missing a word, her expression brightened as a brilliant idea struck her. Observing her joy, Shin Xiaohong's brow furrowed even deeper. Could it be that she had already developed feelings for him? No wonder she took the initiative to offer her assistance. Although he was not unaccustomed to receiving affection from women, Liang Wan, he always sensed that she was different from the others. If she truly harbored feelings for him, how could he refuse her? The furrow of concern on Shin Xiaohong's face deepened, and in a state of confusion, he chose to leave. Liang Wan remained oblivious to Shin Xiaohong's unusual demeanor, preoccupied with teasing Tsuya. After engaging with her for a while, Liang Wan glanced around and noticed that Tsuya's grandmother was nowhere to be found. She bent down and asked Tsuya, "Tia, where is your grandmother?" "Grandmother went to the restroom." "Then let the sister keep you company for a while." Liang Wan seated herself and Tsuya at a table beneath the canopy. It was only then that she recalled Shin Xiaohong, but upon scanning the vicinity, she found no trace of him. Liang Wan assumed he had finished and departed, and she had no intention of searching for him further. She looked down at Tsuya, smiling as she pointed to a fellow disciple from the northern Zhu Min nearby, asking, "Sueya, what do you think of that brother over there?" Sueya followed Liang Wan's and pouted, "Brother, good." Liang Wan then pointed to another disciple further away, who belonged to the rarely seen Eastern Hu Min. "And what about him?" Sueya scrutinized him for a long moment, her lips turning downwards, her short brows knitting together as she indignantly declared, "Bad person." Liang Wan was taken aback. The audience was equally stunned. "So we're delving into metaphysics here, are we? The little girl is truly remarkable. However, this is of little consequence. If I were in her position, I could also point it out to Wan Wan. If the child knows that the epidemic is caused by Jiang Kuai-shi, she is indeed insightful." Liang Wan's eyes brightened. This clever girl may not have revealed the truth herself, but the comments have brought the reality to light. Chapter 97. Amid her astonishment, Liang Wan made sure to remember the name Jiang Kuai-shi. Just then, Cui Ya's grandmother returned, exchanged a few words that added to Liang Wan's troubles, and then departed with Cui Ya. After finishing her meal, Liang Wan finally left to seek out Xing Yun. Xing Yun, engrossed in his consultations, had forgotten to take a break, his face bearing the unmistakable signs of fatigue. Liang Wan felt a twinge of sympathy in her heart, yet prioritized the matter at hand. Inquiring, "Senior brother, what exactly is Jiang Kuai-shi?" Xing Yun replied, "It is a type of nourishing medicine that promotes blood circulation and regulates the meridians. It comes at a steep price, far beyond the means of ordinary families." Upon finishing, he hesitantly asked Liang Wan, "Do you wish to obtain it?" Liang Wan shook her head and asked, "But does senior brother know that Jiang Kuai-shi can also be concocted into a poison with effects akin to a severe epidemic?" Xing Yun's countenance darkened. He did not hastily refute Liang Wan's inquiry, but took a moment to ponder. Eventually, he too shook his head, saying, "The combinations of poisons are virtually limitless. Even nourishing medicines carry a degree of toxicity. However, the methods and processes for transforming them into poisons are considerably more intricate than those for ordinary toxins." As Liang Wan contemplated whether to disclose her suspicions to Xing Yun, she heard him ask, "Are you suspecting that the outbreak of this epidemic was orchestrated by someone?" Liang Wan nodded. Although she had promised Shin Xiaohong not to reveal her role as a spy, if she were to ascertain whether Jiang Kuai-shi could be turned into poison, she would need Xing Yun's assistance. For now, she could only divulge information to him incrementally. The surface of the nebula remained tranquil. Yet they had arrived at the medicine cabinet, where one of the innermost drawers was drawn open to reveal a small object resembling wood. Liang Wan gazed at the wood and inquired, "Senior brother, what is this?" "This is gingerstone." "This? I had thought gingerstone was a type of stone, yet it is actually wood." Xingyun chuckled at her naivety. "This is not wood. Feel it for yourself." Liang Wan extended her hand, and to her surprise, the surface, which appeared akin to book leather, was soft and fuzzy. What a marvelous thing! Xingyun delicately placed the gingerstone onto a prepared sheet of paper and carefully sliced off a small piece. Returning the larger portion to its place, Liang Wan queried, "What does senior brother intend to do?" "I wish to first test its toxicity." Uncertain of how to assist, Liang Wan remained by his side. Fortunately, the afternoon was not particularly busy, and Xingyun's request for leave did not attract any attention from others. With one hand propping up her chin, Liang Wan observed Xingyun as he conducted his toxicity tests. Occasionally, she would raise her hand to stifle a yawn, her eyes glistening with fatigue, yet she rallied her spirits once more. Noticing her weary demeanor, Xingyun smiled gently. "Junior brother, if you are tired, you may rest for a while. I will awaken you when there is something to attend to." Liang Wan shook her head. "It's all right, senior brother. I am not sleepy." Time was of the essence, so Xingyun refrained from insisting further, nodding and resuming his work. However, Liang Wan could not resist the pull of slumber and eventually dozed off. When it was time for dinner, Liang Wan awoke to the sound of the evening bell ringing outside. She suddenly sat up, realizing that she had been sleeping on the couch, a thin blanket draped over her. The nebula continued to cautiously experiment with the poison. Chapter 98. Liang Wan descended from her bed and inquired, "Senior brother, how are things progressing?" "It seems you may have indeed been right." Liang Wan paused for a moment, realizing the truth of his words. The highly nourishing herb, jiangkuaishir, turned out to be a poison. Did that not imply that those who regularly consumed it for health were also at risk of poisoning? Xingyun shook his head. If jiangkuaishir were the sole herb involved, it would not be sufficient to induce such a severe epidemic. I will need to investigate further. Casting a glance at the sunlight outside, Liang Wan acknowledged it was nearly time to attend to her duties. She turned to her senior brother. "I shall go fetch some food and return shortly." Xingyun merely grunted in acknowledgement, and Liang Wan exited. The task of procuring food consumed 2 hours, and by the time she had gathered her belongings and prepared to leave, the night had deepened. At this hour, the dining area was deserted. Just as she was about to depart, a soldier approached as if summoned, saying, "Young Master Liang, General Shun requests your presence." Liang Wan was preoccupied with thoughts of Xingyun's work with Jiang Kuaishir. She considered that if there were any developments on his end, she could conveniently inform Shin Xiuhong afterward. After a moment's reflection, she declined. "Please return to General Shun and inform him that I am currently engaged in a matter with my senior brother. I will visit him shortly." The soldier did not ponder her refusal further, nodded in acquiescence, and departed. Upon reaching Xingyun's quarters, Liang Wan found him illuminated by candlelight, still immersed in his nocturnal labor. She entered with a food container and softly announced, "Senior brother, I have brought you dinner." Xingyun remained focused, offering only a perfunctory reply. As the afternoon wore on, Liang Wan remained by the side, initially believing that if there was no progress from Xingyun after a while, she would seek out Shin Xiuhong instead. To her surprise, Xingyun suddenly remarked, "Indeed." Approaching the table, Liang Wan noticed the furrowed brow of Xingyun. She inquired, "Senior brother, have you not yet disowned the matter?" Xingyun shook his head. "I have, and it is indeed as junior brother surmised." With that, he lifted his profound gaze to meet Liang Wan's. "What led you to conclude this situation was orchestrated by human hands?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Liang Wan's eyes as she stammered, I too observed many patients at the foot of the mountain in recent days, not to mention your mention of numerous nearby poultry being slaughtered or buried. If the outbreak were genuinely instigated by the poultry, the disciples of Yaowang Valley descending to provide consultations should have seen a considerable reduction in patients. Yet, that is not the case. In fact, I have witnessed an increasing number of destitute citizens in need of aid, suggesting a rise in the afflicted, hence the multitude of impoverished individuals unable to fend for themselves. Liang Wan had carefully crafted these reasons to placate Xingyun, and upon hearing them, Xingyun nodded in appreciation. "Junior brother, your keen insights are beyond our reach." Having been on edge, fearing that Xingyun might uncover the truth, Liang Wan finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. She exhaled softly. "There are numerous tasks for everyone to attend to. My mind is filled with them, as I merely assist my senior brothers daily and find ample free time. I have the energy to ponder these matters. Her humble and courteous demeanor elicited profound admiration from Xingyun. If the master were to know, he would undoubtedly reward you generously. However, although the poison has been concocted, its efficacy on humans remains uncertain. For a moment, even the typically composed Xingyun found himself in a quandary. We cannot possibly seek out a healthy individual for experimentation. Liang Wan, however, was intrigued. Since this poison can be created, is it not possible to devise an antidote as well? Indeed, it is feasible, but to ascertain whether its toxicity mirrors that of common epidemic-induced ailments, we must observe for some time. Even with an antidote, it cannot be administered immediately. Ultimately, a period of torment is still necessary. Liang Wan understood. Then it is rather simple. Just let me be the one to ingest it. Chapter 99. How can this be? Xingyun furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Your body is already frail. If this poison indeed manifests as a plague, the suffering will be excruciating and relentless. Liang Wan was not jesting. She was acutely aware of her actions. In recent days, she had witnessed too many succumb to illness, and she intimately understood the depths of their agony. Yet, she was unwilling to witness further suffering. She had never anticipated that she would find herself embodying such noble resolve in her lifetime. In times of peace, she had engaged in daily intrigues with her colleagues in the office, battling the wits of capitalists, and she would have never acted with such audacity. But the present moment was different. Her gaze fell upon the desolation around her, the determined faces of her fellow disciples from the North Zhumin and Shin Xiaohong, who toiled day and night, his dark circles rivaling those of a panda. At that moment, the remnants of her ancestral spirit, a legacy spanning 5,000 years, ignited within her. She too yearned to contribute to her nation, even if her strength was but a flicker. Xingyun gazed at her, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. His demeanor softened, and his voice, tinged with a different emotion, emerged almost as a whisper. Junior brother, I am concerned for you. He worried for her. She was merely a woman, perfectly capable of engaging in less arduous tasks like her fellow disciples, and had no obligation to endure such torment. Yet, she was unlike other women. She possesses the charming and delightful qualities typical of a woman her age. Yet she also embodies a distinct sense of righteousness and integrity that sets her apart from others. Her eyes are filled with the glow of a vast expanse of fireflies and the brilliance of countless stars, representing the common people of the world. The sacred duty of a healer is to selflessly save others and to bring comfort to all. She embodies this completely. A sudden wave of tender emotion surged within him, a desire to embrace her, to gently caress her head, and to assure her that she need not continue to pretend, for he could easily protect her. He parted his lips, as if to voice the thoughts that lingered in his heart. However, when he met Liang Wan's earnest gaze, he ultimately chose to honor her wishes. He nodded slightly, acknowledging, since this is your choice, I shall not impede you. Liang Wan smiled with relief. Thank you, senior brother. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to alleviate your suffering and will not burden you. Liang Wan interrupted his words, emphasizing that the matter at hand should prioritize the welfare of the people, and that he need not concern himself too much on her behalf. A softness appeared in Xingyun's gaze, and a hint of warmth graced his otherwise icy countenance, making him seem ever more vibrant. Liang Wan felt a flutter in her heart. Senior brother, given the significance of this matter, should we inform master? Xingyun replied with a firm nod. Yes, we must. We are still under the jurisdiction of General Shun, and it is prudent to speak with him. Liang Wan, prepared to go, suggested, it is fortuitous that I am headed back in that direction. Allow me to speak with him. Xingyun recalled General Shun and glanced at Liang Wan, ultimately acquiescing with a nod. Liang Wan did not linger any longer, taking up a lantern as she made her way back. She arrived at Shin Xiaohong's residence. Although it was already late at night, his residence was still brightly lit. Perhaps prior arrangements had been made. As Liang Wan arrived at the door, someone was there to greet her and usher her inside. Chapter 100. She entered the room, where Shin Xiaohong was engrossed in reading beneath the light. Upon hearing the sound, he lifted his gaze and, upon seeing Liang Wan, his brows instinctively knitted together. Did I not send someone to summon you some half an hour ago? Liang Wan, puzzled, replied, Did I not inform my elder brother, who came to fetch me, that I had a matter to attend to for a while? Did he not convey that to you? Shin Xiaohong's expression remained unchanged as he spoke with an icy tone. He did mention it. Then why inquire further if you are already aware? Yet, he seemed dissatisfied with this answer and pressed on, What were you up to? Liang Wan, preoccupied with her own thoughts, chose not to dwell on his attitude and replied candidly, I went to meet my senior brother, the foremost disciple of Yawang Valley. Indeed. Shen Xiaohong emitted a slight sound, akin to a cold mockery. You seem to be quite close with him. You are well aware of my relationship with him. Liang Wan found it rather strange that Shen Xiaohong was fixated on discussing previously mentioned topics this evening. Not wishing to squander time, she straightforwardly stated, my senior brother and I have discovered how they managed to spread the plague among the populace within a radius of several dozen miles. At this, Shen Xiaohong's interest was piqued, and he no longer cared about the order of their arrival. He inquired, how did they accomplish that? They utilized a substance known as Jiang Kuaishir, incorporating it with small doses of poison as a catalyst, thus concocting the toxin. Jiang Kuai stone? It seemed that Shen Xiaohong recalled something. Liang Wan inquired, does General Shen also recognize this item? Shen Xiaohong nodded, it is a tonic. Liang Wan smiled. I never imagined that General Shen indulges in supplements as well. Shen Xiaohong's gaze fixed upon Liang Wan, causing a chill to run down her spine. The smile on his face faltered and withdrew as he slowly articulated, I have heard of this item before. It is not an exceptionally rare herb. Sometimes it can be found in the local apothecaries. He continued, to my knowledge, the price of Jiang Kuai stone is exceedingly high. Even families with considerable wealth would seldom purchase such items, let alone allow so many common folk to partake. Liang Wan, reflecting on this matter during her journey, nodded in agreement. Indeed, therefore, the perpetrator must possess not only sufficient motive but also substantial financial resources. Your apothecary valley enjoys the king's favor and thus possesses ample wealth. Suddenly, Liang Wan recalled the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Yi Qingzhou had given her that minuscule cake, hardly larger than a pancake. She raised her brow. That cannot be easily determined. What cannot be determined? Shen Xiaohong queried. Though it is claimed that the apothecary valley enjoys the king's favor, the king's affections are reserved for the south suspended gate, which holds value for him. I have yet to see any benefits from the east gate, let alone any substantial wealth. Shen Xiaohong cast a sidelong glance at her. What if the king's rewards were secretly concealed by your esteemed masters? Liang Wanhua shook her head gently, expressing her skepticism. I find it rather improbable. A few days ago, when I visited the abode of the master at Donghu Gate, I observed that his furnishings had evidently not been changed for many years. They were exceedingly simple and bore no semblance of wealth. Although Yi Qingzhou possesses several rare medical texts, those were acquired through his own means, not as a reward from the king. After her lengthy discourse, Shen Xiaohong focused intently on the letter that had just arrived from the royal city. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to her. So, according to your perspective, aside from the masters of Yawang Valley, there exists another orchestrator behind this affair? Chapter 101. Liang Wan's speculations regarding the matter at hand did not receive affirmation from the barrage of comments. However, given the various clues currently available, such a possibility indeed exists. She nodded in agreement, stating, based on those letters, I perceive that the tone of the speaker resembles that of a commander issuing orders. Shen Xiaohong silently marveled at this detail, which he had also noticed that day but refrained from articulating. Her ability to discern such subtleties indicated a genuine desire to assist him in uncovering the true culprit. A vague sense of unease stirred within him, causing Shen Xiaohong's expression to darken, yet he did not direct his frustration towards Liang Wan. I have contemplated this matter as well. Yet there remains no clear indication of where it may lead, whether it is the work of someone from the underworld or perhaps someone from the royal city. As he spoke, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, prompting a sudden silence. Liang Wan discerned his concerns. Given Shen Xiaohong's current position, he witnessed the suffering of the common folk, but lacked the authority to elevate their plight to those in power. Even if he were to discover a connection between the mastermind and the royal city, would he not risk incurring the wrath of those whose interests might be threatened, ultimately leading to a resolution that fizzles into nothingness? Although Liang Wan had not experienced such matters firsthand, she was, after all, a devoted scholar of empresses in the palace and a fervent admirer of nirvana and fire, possessing a certain understanding of palace intrigue and power struggles. After a lengthy pause, Shen Xiaohong finally remarked, I will dispatch someone to investigate this matter. Liang Wan, feeling fatigued from standing, made no further pleasantries and sought a nearby mat to sit upon. It is now late autumn, and the room is frigid, devoid of a brazier to provide warmth. She instinctively wraps her arms around herself, rubbing her palms against her sleeves. Shen Xiaohong had intended to conclude the discussion, but upon seeing her seated, inquired, Is there anything else? Liang Wan nodded. saying, "Although my senior brother has concocted the poison, we cannot yet ascertain if it will induce symptoms akin to an epidemic. Thus, we require someone to test it." Shin Xiaohong had heard that a poison maker must possess knowledge of both the poison and the antidote, as the master of toxins often embodies a myriad of venoms, some even achieving an invulnerable physique, becoming rare beings in the martial world who are immune to all poisons. "So, you seek someone for me?" he queried. After all, given the nature of poison, those frail disciples from Yaowang Valley would hardly yield reliable results in testing. "It must be the soldiers from my army who can withstand it." However, Liang Wan shook her head, stating, "My senior brother sent me to inform General Shun that this matter is of great significance, and as we are operating covertly, it is prudent to keep you informed." Shin Xiaohong's nostrils flared slightly, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his mind. "If this matter cannot be publicized, how do you intend to proceed with the poison testing?" Liang Wan replied with a dry smile, "I will do it." "You?" Shin Xiaohong furrowed his brow, immediately rejecting the idea. "Absolutely not." Liang Wan's smile faltered. "Why not?" Shin Xiaohong, clutching a letter in his hand, hesitated, his words hanging on the brink of utterance before he paused. He wished to express that among the many robust soldiers in his army, it was unacceptable to send a frail woman like her to test the poison. Yet Liang Wan had always been disguised as a man. Although she remained oblivious to the reasons behind her actions, she had no desire to unveil the secrets of her personal life. Liang Wan's gaze was fixed intently on Shin Xiaohong, her anticipation palpable as she awaited the completion of his sentence. After an extended silence, marked by the burning of an incense stick, he remained mute. Liang Wan inquired, "What does this mean?" As she lifted her gaze, she noticed the barrage of comments that had long gone unnoticed, filled with fervent reactions. "General Shun is shy. General Shin still cares for Wan Wan. Shin Xiaohong is worried that Wan Wan might not be able to bear it. Oh dear, this is overwhelming." Liang Wan furrowed her brow, observing the comments that floated before her, feeling as though she and the audience were perceiving entirely different versions of Shin Xiaohong. However, Chapter 102 Liang Wan lifted her gaze towards Shin Xiaohong, whose deep-set brows and eyes were accentuated by the flickering light of the oil lamp, rendering his handsome visage exceedingly captivating. He resembled a striking figure emerging from an ancient painting, his resolute and valiant demeanor compelling one to steal a lingering glance. With such unparalleled beauty, it was no wonder he was the male lead in the play. Liang Wan found herself momentarily entranced. "If his affections were genuine, since it is your decision, so be it," Shin Xiaohong suddenly interjected, catching Liang Wan off guard. She paused, realizing the weight of his words. A soft escaped her lips, as she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for the thoughts that had momentarily crossed her mind. He harbored no such intentions. Lowering her head, she remained silent for a while until a new thought struck her. Upon lifting her gaze again, she met Shin Xiaohong's inquiring look. Surely, he couldn't have been watching her the entire time? Liang Wan's mouth went dry, rendering her speechless. What else was there to say? Regaining her composure, she replied, "It is likely that my master will learn of today's events, yet there is little choice in the matter. Alone, I cannot discern the nature of those poisons." Shin Xiaohong's expression remained unperturbed, merely responding with a calm, "It matters not. They should be made aware of the wretched scoundrels that inhabit Yaowang Valley." The following day, Liang Wan arrived at Xingyun's residence at the appointed hour. Upon her arrival, she found 4 fellow disciples clad in dark robes standing inside. 4 individuals, varying in height and build, were present, one of whom appeared particularly worn and weary, almost resembling a figure of pallor and frailty. Liang Wan did not recognize any of them, and thus quietly inquired of Xingyun, "Senior brother, who are they?" "They are all your senior brothers," Xingyun replied as he rose from the alchemy workstation, a vial in hand from which he dispensed a dose of medicine to each person. Approaching Liang Wan, he hesitated to present her with the potion, stating, "I have already discussed the matter of poison testing with our master, although he has consented to keep this endeavor discreet. Observing the reactions of 1,000 individuals remains essential. While we are unable to gather 1,000 at this moment, we have selected 4 disciples of varying conditions within the Northern Zhu sect to assist us. After consuming this poison, we must observe its effects over the course of 3 days. Each day will bring different symptoms, escalating in severity and agony." Upon concluding his explanation, he gently placed the vial in her palm and added softly, "Once the experiment is complete, you shall all receive the antidote, and the suffering will cease." Liang Wan had long since steeled herself for this moment. Without further contemplation, She cupped her hands to her mouth and swallowed the potion. On the first day, after only an afternoon had passed, Liang Wan felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping her entire being, rendering her steps ethereal, as if she were drifting in a dream, teetering on the brink of slumber. Though her spirit felt somewhat diminished, she was still able to consume some food. After dinner, she lay on her bed, lost in thought as she gazed at the flickering comments on the screen. When will that disciple emerge to stir up trouble? This background music possesses a certain allure. It feels as though a crisis is imminent. Is this individual contemplating the theft of the antidote? Such remarkable fortune. One could randomly select 4 individuals from the Northern Zhu Gate and still unearth a traitor among them. This is perhaps the weary fate of a protagonist burdened by resentment. Chapter 103. At this moment, Liang Wan was on the verge of slumber. Yet the barrage of comments before her compelled her to furrow her brow in discontent. Truly, she was a weary soul, nearly at death's door, yet still forced to vanquish foes. Who could possibly understand such a plight? It was incomprehensible that someone so unfortunate would dare attempt to pilfer the antidote. Utterly disregarding her esteemed senior brother, with one hand propping herself up, she managed to rise from her bed, while the other rested on the bedside table for support. Perhaps the effects of the poison were taking their toll, for as she sat up, a sharp pain pierced her head. Nevertheless, she could not merely stand by and watch the thief seize the antidote. Steeling herself, Liang Wan summoned the last vestiges of her strength and stepped outside. She was uncertain how she had managed to navigate her way to Xingyun's residence. The courtyard gate stood ajar, allowing her a clear view of the inner door, which was slightly ajar as well. The barrage of comments continued to scroll before her eyes. If you can't find it, just stop looking. Is Wan coming over? Why torment the female protagonist? It's unbearable. This is a B storyline. If you prefer he, just turn right and leave. Please be quiet. Can we not focus on the drama? Liang Wan could no longer afford to indulge in the squabbles of others. Summoning her final ounce of energy, she boldly entered the room. To her surprise, Xingyun was not present. Instead, the tool-like senior brother who had shared the antidote with him that morning occupied the space. He had his back to her, rummaging through something. Upon hearing her approach, he turned to face her, and Liang Wan recognized him as the senior brother who had appeared quite unwell earlier that day. Was he the traitor? Liang Wan cautiously stood at the entrance, refraining from stepping further inside. What are you searching for, senior brother? She inquired. The man, taken aback by Liang Wan's unexpected arrival, spoke with a hint of trepidation. The master brother sent me to find something. What is it that you seek? You needn't concern yourself with what I'm looking for. The man's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening as he retorted. What brings you here, junior brother? Naturally, I am here at the behest of the master brother to retrieve something. The man's countenance changed dramatically. His previously gaunt features transformed into a menacing scowl as he advanced toward Liang Wan with swift determination. Instinctively, she recoiled, yet she was unprepared for the rapidity with which he lunged, his hands gripping her neck with alarming force. Liang Wan's eyes widened in sheer terror, a visceral fear surging from her heart to her throat, as if she were on the brink of death. However, in a mere instant, the man's constricting grip suddenly loosened, allowing her to gulp down air in desperate gasps. The tension that had momentarily paralyzed her dissipated, replaced by a cold sweat trickling down her back, sending shivers of dread coursing through her. She perceived that the man seemed to have been struck by a massive stone that had fallen to the ground. As he now sat on the floor, one hand clutching the other in pain, his eyes blazing with fury directed not at her, but rather at something behind her. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Liang Wan, though still in a daze, instinctively understood that such a large stone could not have been thrown with such precision by mere starlight. Who could it be? Liang Wan, unable to wait any longer to turn her head and look, found her legs giving way beneath her weakened body, causing her to fall heavily. She wasn't hurt. With her eyes closed and her head pounding painfully, she could scarcely open her eyes to see the person cradling her in their arms. It was not until she heard Shin Xiaohong's voice resonate above, commanding, "Seize him." That was all. Chapter 104. All is well. Liang Wan finally succumbed to a deep slumber, her worries dissipating. During his patrol, Shin Xiaohong observed Liang Wan staggering as she walked. Though he sensed something was amiss, he refrained from calling out to her, quietly following her to the residence of Xingyun. To his astonishment, he witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. Now, with her unconscious in his embrace, he had no choice but to accept the situation. Opting to hoist her across his shoulder, he addressed a nearby soldier, instructing, "Take her to a secure location, and summoned the chief disciple of Yawang Valley. The soldier complied. Shen Xiaohong carried Liang Wan directly to his own quarters, deliberately taking a secluded path to avoid any onlookers, thus concealing this peculiar spectacle. Upon receiving the news, Xingyun arrived shortly thereafter, having rushed upon hearing it was related to Liang Wan. Typically composed, he now appeared disheveled and fraught with anxiety. "General Shun, where is Yin Jin?" he inquired. Shen Xiaohong regarded the man before him with a grave expression, his gaze almost scrutinizing. Coldly, he replied, "Inside, come and see for yourself." Without delay, he gestured toward the space behind the screen. As Xingyun rounded the screen, he beheld Liang Wan, her face pale as she lay unconscious on the bed. He hurried to check her pulse, quickly retracting his hand, his voice tinged with desolation. The effects of this poison are manifesting rapidly within her. She has already reached the second stage. Shen Xiaohong's gaze remained fixed on the unconscious Liang Wan, his heart a tumult of emotions. He inquired whether this was related to her sudden change in emotions. Xingyun rose and faced General Shen Xiaohong, questioning the meaning behind his words. Shen Xiaohong recounted the events that had transpired at his residence, causing Xingyun's expression to shift dramatically. "Where is that person now?" he asked. "They are confined in a certain location," Shen replied. "May I have the privilege of visiting?" Xingyun requested. Shen Xiaohong gestured for a nearby soldier, who promptly understood and escorted Xingyun to see the individual. Before they departed, Shen Xiaohong couldn't help but ask, "Will she be all right?" Xingyun turned his head slightly, his gaze seemingly fixed on the screen, yet it was merely a fleeting glance. This is merely a phase that one must endure during the poison testing process, but rest assured, General Shan, I will ensure that Yun Jin remains unharmed. Though he spoke to reassure Shen Xiaohong, it felt more like a self-affirmation. Once Xingyun left, Shen Xiaohong saw no reason to remain by Liang Wan's side. He approached his writing desk and, either intentionally or inadvertently, opened the letter that had arrived from the royal city the previous day. The correspondence stated that the epidemic would be managed by the officials of the afflicted town, a conclusion he had anticipated. Shen Xiaohong was engulfed in despair, yet he was faced with the suffering populace, his troops, and the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, all striving to turn the tide. He had no justification for resignation. Folding the letter neatly, he set it aside and retrieved another stack of scrolls to peruse. Outside, night had fallen, and a solitary oil lamp flickered in the dim room. Liang Wan was separated from him only by a screen, behind which occasional faint sounds emerged as she stirred restlessly in her sleep. Suddenly, Shen Xiaohong recalled the image of her sitting here last night, her arms wrapped around herself for warmth. He rose and walked around the screen. Indeed, the blanket covering Liang Wan had been unknowingly kicked aside, leaving her sprawled across the expansive couch in a big shape. Shen Xiaohong approached and gently covered her with the blanket, inadvertently brushing against her hand, which felt remarkably warm. Chapter 105. Is she running a fever? Shen Xiaohong raised his hand to touch Liang Wan's forehead, which felt unusually hot. His expression darkened, and noticing the absence of others in the room, he turned and exited to seek out his subordinates on guard outside. He instructed them to find the chief disciple of Yawang Valley, informing him that Liang Yunjin was suffering from a fever. At that moment, Xingyun was still interrogating the captive in his chamber. Upon seeing Xingyun, the man appeared utterly transformed. He slumped to the ground, his countenance despondent and his limbs rigid, failing to utter a single word for quite some time. Despite Xingyun's inquiries, the man merely shook his head in response. Xingyun maintained a stern demeanor until a soldier approached him with news of Liang Wan's persistent high fever, at which point his icy expression softened slightly. Without further ado, Xingyun followed the soldier to Shen Xiaohong's quarters. A basin of well water, freshly fetched by Shen Xiaohong, rested beside the bed. He had no servants to assist him. All laborious tasks fell to his own hands, and he felt no discomfort in this arrangement. As Xingyun entered, he caught sight of Shen Xiaohong wringing out a cloth, preparing to place it on Liang Wan's forehead. "General Shun, allow me to take over," Xingyun said calmly. Shen Xiaohong did not turn back. He gently applied the cool, damp cloth to Liang Wan's brow before finally facing Xingyun. He offered a slight nod, not uttering a word, and stepped around the screen to remain outside. He paid no heed to Xingyun, only listening as he handled the medicine bottles, and soon the room was filled with the fragrant aroma of herbs. After approximately half an hour, Xingyun emerged from behind the screen and approached him. At this moment, Shen Xiaohong was perusing a letter that had just arrived today. Hearing a voice, he slightly raised his gaze. The figure before him was clad in a dark robe, the wide sleeves neatly bound. moving with a soft tread and speaking in a low tone, as if afraid to disturb Liang Wan. General Shan, is she all right? Xing Yu shook his head. She is still in the trial phase of the poison. I have not administered the antidote. I can only strive to alleviate her suffering. Shin Xiaohong inquired in a hushed tone. It is only the first day. If she is already in such agony, will she be able to endure until tomorrow? A feeling of obstruction weighed heavily in Shun Xiaohong's heart. Ultimately, this matter was not directly related to Liang Wan. She likely could have refrained from intervening. Yet, now that she had chosen to act, she was aiding him. If she were to succumb to illness at this juncture, he would undoubtedly feel indebted to her. He was unwilling to owe her anything. He desired a relationship devoid of mutual debts. Xing Yu also harbored concerns regarding this issue. I am uncertain of the precise effects of the poison crafted from this Jiang Kuai stone. We must observe tomorrow's developments. If it appears she cannot endure, I will administer the antidote in advance. Shin Xiaohong recalled the scene he had encountered earlier and furrowed his brow. Is your residence unguarded? Is the antidote secure with you? Xing Yu nodded affirmatively. Following today's events, I have taken to carrying the antidote with me, thus depriving any nefarious individuals of the opportunity to act maliciously. Having said this, Xing Yu bowed once more to Shun Xiaohong and added, I have a humble request. I hope General Shun will grant it. Speak. My junior disciple has always been frail. I fear that the poison within him may worsen throughout the night. May I stay here to watch over him? Shin Xiaohong had no objections. Of course. Thank you. General Shun, there is no need for you to personally keep watch here. I still have some official matters to attend to. I shall depart once I have concluded them. Xing Yun's gaze was calm, his expression revealing little emotion. He simply acknowledged with a yes, and then found a mat to sit upon. Chapter 106. Shin Xiaohong cast a fleeting glance at him. He was seated precisely where Liang Wan had occupied the previous day. He could not fathom why thoughts of Liang Wan suddenly intruded upon his mind, a slight frown manifesting upon his brow. Is there an issue here, General Shin? Xing Yun inquired. Having noticed the change in his expression, Shin Xiaohong felt as though he were losing his mind. Why was he so inexplicably concerned about Liang Wan? He shook his head, only to be struck by another thought. Are you cold? Shall I have someone bring in a brazier? Xing Yun, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of Liang Wan. Concerned she might feel chilly, he replied, That would be fine. My junior brother often feels cold at night and could make good use of it. Shin Xiaohong then summoned someone to fetch a brazier. When it arrived, Xing Yun discreetly placed it behind the screen before returning to his seat on the mat. Shin Xiaohong observed the proceedings in silence, then suddenly remarked, You seem to have a good relationship with your junior brother. Xing Yun nodded but refrained from elaborating. Shin Xiaohong persisted. As a senior disciple, are you this considerate towards every junior brother? Xing Yun found Shin Xiaohong's series of inquiries somewhat peculiar, nevertheless. As he was a general dispatched from the royal city, it would be impolite not to respond. Thus, he replied earnestly, It is the duty of every disciple of Yaowang Valley to foster amicable relations with their peers. Shin Xiaohong harbored little fondness for such pedantic rhetoric and, feeling rather bored, returned to his desk. Before him lay a letter that had just arrived from afar, its contents evidently causing him considerable distress, as reflected in his grim demeanor. Xing Yun, deeming it best to remain oblivious, closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation on the mat. In the quiet of the night, Liang Wan would occasionally emit soft murmurs, yet the fever did not intensify. As dawn approached, her fever finally began to subside. Xing Yun let out a sigh of relief, the weight on his face easing after a night of concern. General Shun, my junior disciple, is out of danger. Is that truly all there is to it? Xing Yun nodded. Her symptoms mirror those of a common epidemic, yet the progression of the illness has been far swifter than I anticipated. I had expected it would take 3 days to reach this state, yet it has transpired in merely 1 day and night. And the others? The incident unfolded so abruptly yesterday that I did not attend to the others. I shall check on them once the sun rises a bit more. You have worked hard. Shin Xiaohong turned to him, saying, Since all is well here, you may return. I will send someone to escort her back once she awakens. With matters settled, Xing Yun found no reason to linger and promptly took his leave. Shin Xiaohong assumed that Liang Wan would awaken shortly, yet as the sun climbed higher in the sky, she remained in slumber. He reached out to check her breath, which was steady and even. At that moment, a soldier called from outside, General Shun. Young Master Su requests an audience. Shin Xiaohong turned and strode out of the room, closing the door behind him as he departed. Liang Wan did not awaken until nightfall. When she finally opened her eyes, It felt as though she had experienced an extraordinarily long dream, leaving her with an unfamiliar sensation, as if she were in a foreign land. As her eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness of the room, she came to the realization that indeed, she was in an unfamiliar place. Where am I? The barrage of comments fervently celebrated the interaction between her and Shin Hong. Liang Wan sat up and proceeded to light the lamp. As the oil lamp flickered to life, she surveyed the room, both familiar and alien in its decor. And it dawned upon her that this was indeed Shin Hong's chamber. He had come to her rescue. It was then that Liang Wan recalled the senior who had rushed in to confront the assailants. Just as she was about to step outside, a shadowy figure appeared in the doorway. The individual moved stealthily, peering cautiously. A round silhouette cast itself upon the intricately carved door, causing Liang Wan to startle involuntarily. Chapter 107. Did the barrage not indicate any danger? Indeed, the barrage at this moment did not forewarn of any peril. Instead, it was filled with a cacophony of laughter and interactions. The playboy has arrived. Everyone stand aside. The wealthy youth has arrived. Everyone make way. Brother Hua, it has been a few days since we last met, yet your skills remain as stealthy as ever. One might think you've turned to thievery, Sir Hua. He is indeed here to pilfer something. Has Hua Jingheng arrived? Is he truly here to steal? Liang Wan immediately heightened her vigilance. Although she had encountered Hua Jingheng once, her knowledge of him was exceedingly limited. Thus, even if he was here to commit theft, she felt no sense of wrongdoing. Liang Wan concealed herself on the inner side of the bed, her eyes occasionally glancing towards the door. When Hua Jingheng approached the room, he gently pushed the door, and it swung open effortlessly. He was taken aback. The door opened so easily that he hesitated to enter. He cast a quick look inside. The room resembled a study that doubled as a bedroom, with an oil lamp resting on the desk, and beside the lamp was precisely the object he had been desperately seeking. His eyes sparkled with delight. However, he did not act impulsively. Instead, he cautiously peered inside, scanning the room but failing to notice Liang Wan concealed in the corner by the bed. He strode in confidently and reached for the oil peach pastry on the table. Little thief, prepare to meet your end. Liang Wan instinctively seized a sword resting nearby, only to find herself nearly tripping over the very weapon she intended to wield. However, her sudden exclamation startled Hua Jingheng. With only half of the oil peach pastry in her mouth, her eyes widened like brass bells as she beheld Liang Wan rushing out from behind the screen, crouched in an exceedingly peculiar stance, wielding a heavy sword with both hands. Half of the pastry fell to the ground. Hua Jingheng, neglecting to retrieve it, stared at Liang Wan in astonishment before dashing towards her and embracing her tightly. Brother Liang, what brings you here? Liang Wan had no idea that ancient swords could be so weighty, nearly causing her to topple over. Just as she set the sword down, Hua Jingheng barreled into her, knocking her to the floor. Liang Wan nearly let an expletive slip. Ha. The wealth-dispensing boy has indeed not let me down. Still the same Hua Jingheng, which brings me comfort. Brother Hua, it's been a few days since we last met, yet your skills remain lacking. You're risking your life for this. Wan, don't be upset. Just laugh along with us for a moment. Liang Wan squinted at the mischievous laughter in the comments, thoroughly disapproving, and pushed Hua Jingheng away. You little rascal. Have you turned into a thief in just a few days? Only then did a look of embarrassment flicker across Hua Jingheng's face. Brother Liang, I was left with no choice. You know what the situation outside is like. Liang Wan scoffed dismissively. Don't try to brush me off with excuses. You didn't like being called the wealth-dispensing boy, so you've switched to hoarding wealth, have you? At Liang Wan's words, Hua Jingheng's expression darkened. What are you implying, Brother Liang? When have I ever hoarded wealth? If you are not here to amass wealth, then what brings you here in such a furtive manner? I have caught you in the act. Liang Wan, unwilling to squander any further words with him, swiftly strode to the entrance and exclaimed, Someone, seize him. Hua Jingheng hastily covered Liang Wan's mouth, loosening his grip momentarily, leaving her utterly speechless. Ha, I am utterly flabbergasted. The silence of Wan is deafening. I've learned a lesson. Next time I argue, I shall cover their mouth. Instantly rendered a fool. Chapter 108. Laughing Embrace. Liang Wan was suddenly consumed with rage, shaking off his hand and exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? I truly did not steal any money. I have been starving for 3 days, and I could no longer resist the urge to find something to eat. Concerned that she might call for help, Hua Jingheng spoke with an urgency that nearly doubled his usual speed. Liang Wan indeed absorbed his words. Yet she remained skeptical as she glanced at the crown of his head. The barrage of laughter continued unabated. With another wave of comments surfacing, To walk after being starved for 3 days and nights is quite impressive. If I were to be hungry for 3 hours, I could out-eat my dog, friends in front. Do not speak too soon. Can you eat what a dog can? To be fair, my dog has a taste for that. I must say, I stand with the fortune child in this case. For he was indeed in pursuit of the man in black. Perhaps give him something to eat. He seems on the verge of fainting after all this chatter. It was then that Liang Wan noticed Hua Jingheng's pallor. His lips had turned white, his complexion was ashen. And crumbs of the pastry he had just eaten clung to the corners of his mouth. She hurriedly pulled him into the room, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before closing the door. Apologies, Brother Hua. I had no idea you were in search of something to eat. Liang Wan attentively poured him a cup of tea and shifted the plate of peach pastries before him. These are all for you. Please eat. If you require more, I shall have someone fetch additional provisions. Hua Jingheng was indeed ravenous, and the plate containing 5 peach pastries disappeared in no time. He took a sip of green tea, cleared his throat, and a glimmer of vitality appeared on his face. So, can you still eat? Hua Jingheng inquired, stroking his belly. I'm only about 70% full, he added. Liang Wan replied. Then I shall prepare something for you shortly. Hua Jingheng grinned at her. Liang brother, could you do it now? Liang Wan responded. This isn't my territory. I have no idea where the kitchen is. Hua Jingheng cast her a curious glance. Then, Liang brother, are you here too? He paused, perplexed by his own choice of words. Why did he use to? He wasn't here to steal anything. Liang Wan declared outright. I reside here. Hua Jingheng appeared skeptical. Did you not say this place was not yours? I am merely temporarily staying here. For one night, Liang Wan said, holding up a finger with a cheeky grin. Hua Jingheng surveyed the decor around them and asked, whose residence is this, then? Clearing her throat, Liang Wan replied, if I am not mistaken, it should belong to Shin Xiaohong. Shin Xiaohong. Hua Jingheng nearly jumped to his feet. Liang, brother, how did you end up in the same place as Shin Xiaohong? His expression was one of utter astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Liang Wan muttered, it's over. This child has lost his wits. She let out a sigh of relief and patiently explained, I have no connection with Shin Xiaohong. Brother Hua, please do not misunderstand. I inadvertently fell into someone else's trap, and it was Shin Xiaohong who rescued me. That is why I am recuperating here. Hua Jingheng scrutinized Liang Wan for a moment. Her attire was not disheveled, and the room bore no lingering sense of a springtime dalliance. Upon observing her complexion, while not pale, it did appear somewhat unhealthy. It seemed she was indeed telling the truth. Hua Jingheng then leisurely resumed his tea. However, he soon recalled something and cautiously inquired, wait, you mentioned this is Shin Xiaohong's residence, but where is he? Chapter 109. Liang Wan's gaze drifted towards the doorway, pondering whether the person had stepped out. She merely believed she had indulged in an afternoon slumber, unaware that a full day and night had elapsed since she had discovered the individual pilfering the antidote. The peach pastries on the table had been devoured entirely by Hua Jingheng. How about I take you back to my place? I have a few sweet potatoes I brought from the Medicine King's Valley. Roasted, they are delectably soft and sweet, perfect for satiating one's hunger, she suggested. Upon hearing the promise of a hearty meal, Hua Jingheng's previous doubts dissipated, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. The two quickly reached a consensus and departed from Shin Xiaohong's residence. Not long after leaving the room, they encountered Shin Xiaohong, who was returning home. Upon seeing Liang Wan standing before him, vibrant and full of life, he was momentarily taken aback. You are awake? He inquired, to which Liang Wan nodded and performed a respectful bow. Thank you, General Shun, for saving me. A flicker of pleasure coursed through Shin Xiaohong at her acknowledgement of his aid. However, before the satisfaction could fully envelop him, a mocking voice interrupted, so, it turns out that you, General Shin, are quite the grateful one. Shin Xiaohong felt a twinge of irritation at his temple, and when he lifted his gaze again, he saw Hua Jingheng standing behind Liang Wan, a sneer of disdain gracing his features. The fleeting joy he had felt vanished, replaced by a tone of seriousness as he asked, What are you doing here? I came to find Brother Liang, Hua Jingheng replied. Shin Xiaohong chose not to respond directly, casting a glance at Liang Wan instead. Wandering about in such cold weather, treating your body so carelessly. You might as well have asked me not to save you at all. Today, Shin Xiaohong spoke with a sharp tongue, revealing a tendency to twist kind words into something unkind. How unfortunate it is that such a good person possesses a mouth that speaks ill. Truth be told, Shin Xiaohong pales in comparison to the senior brother. The mere mention of the senior brother reminded Liang Wan of that individual. prompting her desire to inquire whether Shin Xiaohong had imprisoned the one who had harmed him. Just as the words were about to escape her lips, she suddenly noticed a man standing behind Shin Xiaohong. The man regarded her with a mocking expression, sending a chill down her spine. Abruptly, she altered her statement. I must take my leave. There is no need for General Shun to concern himself. With that, she did not wait for Shin Xiaohong's response and walked away resolutely. Behind her, Hua Jingheng cast a glance at the man, his face momentarily registering surprise. Once Liang Wan guided him to her residence, Hua Jingheng could no longer contain his curiosity. Liang, can you guess what I just discovered? What? It is about the man who stood behind Shin Xiaohong. Liang Wan regarded him with a puzzled expression. Do you know him? Hua Jingheng scratched his head. I do not know him per se, but I found him rather peculiar. As Liang Wan placed 2 sweet potatoes onto the rack in the courtyard, she sparked a fire and inquired, what makes him peculiar? Several townsfolk have fallen ill recently, and I came to see if assistance was needed. To my surprise, I observed that man frequently pacing by the well. It struck me as odd, so I attempted to observe him discreetly, only to be discovered. At that moment, the expression on his face was quite unsettling. Fearing a confrontation, I chose to walk away. Following that incident, I frequently felt as though someone was trailing me, which has led to a sense of paranoia lately. Today, I once again caught sight of the individual shadowing me and decided to pursue them. To my surprise, the person darted in this direction. Liang Wan ignited a fire, its glow illuminating one side of her face, casting a slightly ghastly pallor into a hue of vibrant red. Upon hearing this, she turned to him and inquired, is it that person? I could not be certain, yet the silhouette bore a striking resemblance. Chapter 1:10 Liang Wan meticulously recalled the figure who had trailed behind Shin Xiaohong, only to be haunted by the peculiar smile that adorned his face, sending shivers down her spine. Surely, Suhi must have recognized Hua Jingheng, right? How could Wan Wan not have discerned he was a man in black? When Wan Wan encountered Suhi, she must have been terrified to the point of death, leaving no room to notice his features. Suhi? A man in black? Liang Wan's eyes sparkled with realization. It dawned upon her that the individual she had seen moments ago was indeed the man in black. She felt compelled to inform Shin Xiaohong. But wait, why had that man been following Shin Xiaohong? Could it be that he was already compromised? Doubt surged within Liang Wan's heart as she turned to Hua Jingheng and inquired, did that man merely pace by the well? Was he engaged in no other activities? Hua Jingheng shook his head. I cannot say for certain. I did not keep a constant watch. After all, at that time, many citizens of Gujiu town were afflicted with illness, and I was preoccupied with assisting them, unable to spare attention for such matters. Liang Wan thought to herself that it was indeed true. Everyone was struggling for their own survival, leaving little inclination to observe whether someone lingered by a decrepit well. As the sweet potatoes roasted to perfection, Liang Wan and Hua Jingheng settled in the courtyard to enjoy their meal. Having not seen each other for quite some time, their conversation naturally gravitated towards the amusing anecdotes they had encountered during their time apart. Speaking of which, has the poison inflicted upon Liang Xiong by Shin Xiaohong been resolved? The mention of this ignited Liang Wan's enthusiasm. She promptly recounted, with embellishments, the antics Shin Xiaohong had employed to deceive her. Hua Jingheng was taken aback and could not help but curse. I never anticipated that this Shin Xiaohong, who appears so righteous, is in fact a schemer, a cunning serpent. Indeed, I was infuriated at that moment. Afterward, he hurried to visit the other disciples who had suffered from the poison experiments, making his way to Shin Xiaohong's residence. Upon arrival, he learned that Liang Wan had already regained consciousness and returned to her own abode. He then rushed to Liang Wan's dwelling. Before he reached the entrance, he could see from a distance that the courtyard was brightly lit, with 2 elongated shadows conversing joyfully. As he approached, he could hear Liang Wan asking, Brother Hua, aren't you quite wealthy? Why do you still need to scavenge? Oh no, I mean, why do you seek food everywhere? Sighing, he replied, times have changed. Not long ago, there were outbreaks of disease everywhere, and I encountered a band of mountain bandits along the way. Outnumbered, I was robbed of all my money, and now I find myself utterly penniless. Liang Wan's voice seemed tinged with great disappointment. That is truly unfortunate. However, the other person playfully wrapped his arm around Liang Wan's shoulder, his voice spirited. Do not worry, Brother Liang. Today, your kindness will be repaid 1,000-fold by me. Hua Jingheng. Liang Wan's tone brightened significantly. Brother Hua, do you truly mean that? Hua Jingheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I do. He then, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Brother Liang, why do you, like ordinary folk, have such a fondness for money? Upon hearing this, Liang Wan appeared somewhat displeased. Brother Hua, your words are rather presumptuous. Is there anyone in this world who does not love money? Throughout my existence, nothing has captivated my heart more than wealth. Hua Jingheng was momentarily taken aback by her proclamation, yet he resolutely declared, this is easily arranged. I, Hua Jingheng, may lack in many aspects, but I possess an abundance of riches. As long as I have even a morsel to eat, I shall ensure that Brother Liang does not go hungry. Thus, I shall henceforth refer to you as Junior Brother Yunjin. At that moment, Xing Yun unexpectedly appeared, striding confidently into the scene. Chapter 111 Liang Wan beheld Xing Yun, yet perceived that his countenance was not as gentle as she had previously encountered. She promptly stowed away her smile and respectfully addressed him as senior brother. Following this, she took care to introduce her companion, the wealthy child who was relishing a sweet potato beside her. This is my friend, Hua Jingheng. Hua Jingheng turned his gaze towards Xing Yun, noting his lofty demeanor, yet felt no trace of reverence. He merely cast a cursory glance, clasped his hands in salute, and casually remarked, I am Hua Jingheng. Xing Yun was momentarily taken aback. Before nodding in acknowledgement, Xing Yun. Liang Wan promptly fetched a stool for Xing Yun and offered him an extra roasted sweet potato, saying, Senior brother, do have a sweet potato. Xing Yun curled the corners of his lips as he took a seat, seemingly indifferent as he casually inquired, I did not expect my junior brother to make friends at the foot of the mountain so swiftly. Liang Wan chuckled, her face tinged with a hint of bashfulness from the praise. Brother Hua and I were acquainted prior. We hit it off remarkably well. Xing Yun's expression remained composed, yet a subtle disappointment flickered in his eyes. Neither Hua Jingheng nor Liang Wan noticed the underlying anomaly. The sheer intensity of Xing Yun's presence was so formidable that every gesture and movement seemed imbued with an air of authority, rendering even the dimming of his gaze as a sovereign's disdain in the eyes of the two. Hua Jingheng felt the palpable pressure emanating from him, hastening his consumption of the sweet potato. Before long, the sweet potato was devoured. Hua Jingheng said, Brother Liang, the sky has grown so dark. Why not let me share your bed for the night? Liang Wan exclaimed in surprise, while Xing Yun reacted with equal astonishment. Liang Wan replied, This seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Yet Hua Jingheng, with a playful grin, insisted, Brother Liang, be a good Samaritan. Accompany me to the west as one would escort a Buddha. I shall find an inn in town by tomorrow. Liang Wan remained hesitant. After all, she was still a young woman, having spent her previous life without any intimate contact with men. It felt rather strange to consider sharing a bed with one after only a few months. Although she did not subscribe to feudal values, it was still somewhat difficult for her to accept. Perhaps it would be better for Brother Hua to stay at my place, she suggested. At this moment, Xing Yun interjected. There is a study in my courtyard, which contains a resting area. If Brother Hua does not mind, he may stay there. Hua Jingheng readily accepted. Thank you very much. He paused, and then turned to Liang Wan, who responded, Xing Yun, my senior brother. I am grateful to my senior brother. Xing Yun then displayed a soothing smile. Once Hua Jingheng's accommodations were settled, Liang Wan seized the opportunity to inquire about the matter of the thief who had stolen the medicine. Upon learning that the individual had not divulged any information, she felt it was not unexpected. Though they had concocted the poison from Jiangqishi, they had yet to establish a connection to the epidemic afflicting the populace. As long as they cannot substantiate this matter, not a word can be uttered against him, and they cannot impose any charges. At most, it would be an attempted theft, thus dismissing the matter with the apothecary valley. Liang Wan inquired further, what is the current condition of the other senior brothers? It seems that due to your unique constitution, you were the first to succumb to the ailment, and they have only now begun to exhibit symptoms akin to what you experienced yesterday. Yesterday? Liang Wan suddenly realized. Could it be that I have slept for an entire day and night? Xing Yun nodded in affirmation. Liang Wan, in a state of confusion, seemed to recollect a figure standing by her bedside last night, who had placed something cool upon her forehead. Your condition last night was indeed perilous. Tonight, I have intentionally dispatched several individuals to stand guard by them, documenting any changes in their physical state. Liang Wan responded with an acknowledgement. It appears then that results should indeed be forthcoming within 3 days. Chapter 112. The following day marked the 3rd day of the poison testing phase. Liang Wan had to go fetch food during the day, and it was only during the midday break that she found some time to seek out Xing Yun. Surely, a conclusion could be drawn by now. Just as she was about to leave, she felt something tugging at the hem of her garment. Looking down, she saw Tsuya. her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed up at her. Liang Wan's heart softened, and she quickly knelt to comfort Suya. What troubles you, dear Suya? Elder sister, I am frightened. Liang Wan gently stroked her head. What is it that frightens you? What is it that you fear? There is a person, a very wicked, very cruel person. A pang of unease struck Liang Wan's heart, and she immediately glanced around. The nearby soldiers were occupied with their meals. And since the recent outbreak had diminished the number of afflicted citizens, the atmosphere was not overly tense. Suya pointed towards a tent, saying, that person, he is fierce. Very fierce. Liang Wan patted Suya's back and spoke softly, sister will go have a look. Will you wait for me right here? Suya shook her head, her tiny hands clutching Liang Wan's garment tightly. Liang Wan contemplated taking Suya along to frighten her, but given her current state, it was impractical. Instead, she cradled her in her arms, saying, then shall Suya accompany sister? Sister will protect you. With the embrace, Suya's fear began to wane. She nodded her little head and gave a soft Liang Wan carried Suya to the tent, and as they approached, she noticed Shen Xiuhong seated at the corner of a table. Liang Wan's lips twitched. Could it be that Suya was afraid of him? It ought not to be so. Although Shen Xiuhong possesses a fierce countenance and at times exhibits a sharp tongue, more often than not he displays a commendable character. After all, he is the quintessential male protagonist. He should not embody the traits of a villain, should he? Could it be that the child's sister is indeed fallible? At this moment, Shen Xiuhong wore a cold expression, silently gazing into the distance. Others were conversing within the space. Liang Wan cautiously glanced at Chueya, who was pouting while observing Shen Xiuhong, yet her face bore no semblance of fear. She inquired, Chueya, has this big brother frightened you? Chueya shook her head, raising a small hand to point inside. The voices within continued, just do as I say. As Liang Wan appeared at the entrance of the tent, cradling Chueya in her arms, she caught sight of the speaker, who was none other than Su He, the very person who returned with Shen Xiuhong the previous night. A frown unconsciously creased Liang Wan's brow as she regarded him. In the haste of the previous evening, she had not taken note of Su He's appearance. Now, as she beheld his visage, she noticed his tall, slender frame and his elongated, narrow eyes, which subtly lifted at the corners, giving the impression that he was perpetually mocking others. Imagining his earlier words paired with such a face, it was no wonder Shen Xiuhong had furrowed his brow. What a remarkably disdainful countenance he possessed. At that moment, Chueya abruptly turned her head, resting it on Liang Wan's shoulder, and whispered, sister, bad man, scared. Liang Wan's lips twitched. Indeed, the child's sister was infallible. At this moment, Shen Xiuhong also noticed her gaze fixed on Su He, and feeling a surge of displeasure, remarked, does this person truly deserve your prolonged attention? Chapter 113. Liang Wan stiffened at the sight of Shen Xiuhong, who was truly. She repressed her feelings and offered him a forced smile, saying, General Shen is also here. However, Shen Xiuhong remained unfazed by her smile and coldly inquired, what brings you here? Liang Wan quickly fabricated a reason. I just saw a dog barking at the entrance and thought there might be some nefarious creatures inside. So I came to take a look. Upon hearing her words, Shen Xiuhong's previously somber demeanor brightened, recognizing the implied meaning behind her statement. Meanwhile, Su He's expression darkened suddenly. He cast a fierce yet mocking glance at Liang Wan, though he refrained from taking any action. Previously, he had approached her under the guise of a masked individual, and speaking now would only serve to expose his identity. At that moment, Shen Xiuhong glanced at Su He with a look of derision before turning back to Liang Wan and stating, my military camp is not a place that disciples of the Medicine King Valley can easily enter. Please refrain from coming here without cause. Oh, having confirmed the presence of the villains that Chueya had mentioned, Liang Wan was not inclined to remain passive. She offered Shen Xiuhong a slight smile, asking, I wonder if General Shen has some time now? I would like to discuss a few matters with you. Shen Xiuhong raised an eyebrow, his voice steady as he replied, I do not. Liang Wan was momentarily taken aback, her delicate and fair visage adorning an endearing frown. Shen Xiuhong silently amended his response, saying, once I have completed my tasks, I shall send someone to notify you. Oh, that will do. Liang Wan then returned with Chueya in her arms. Returning Chueya to her grandmother, she cautioned her not to wander about indiscriminately before embarking on her search for Xing Yun. Just as Xing Yun concluded her experiments and was about to return home, she heard Liang Wan's voice calling, Senior brother. Turning around, she found her own reflection mirrored in the profound depths of his gaze, Junior brother. The two exchanged greetings before entering the house, where Liang Wan inquired, "Senior brother, have the toxins derived from Jiang Kuai stone been tested?" Xing Yun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, as you anticipated. The poison extracted from Jiang Kuai stone induces symptoms indistinguishable from those of an epidemic. Although the progression of the illness may vary among individuals, the fundamental manifestations remain consistent." A sense of relief washed over Liang Wan. We must promptly inform our master. She also needed to clarify matters with Shen Xiuhong. If the master of Beiju sect were decisive, he might identify the traitor far more effectively than Shen Xiuhong could as an outsider. After discussing their plan, they agreed Xing Yun would report to the master of Beiju sect, while Liang Wan would approach Shen Xiuhong. As Xing Yun prepared to depart, she noticed Liang Wan lingering and asked, "Junior brother, are you not going to seek out General Shen?" Liang Wan replied nonchalantly, "He is currently unavailable. I must wait for him to send someone to fetch me." Xing Yun paused, taken aback. Had Liang Wan grown so familiar with General Shen that she was aware of his schedule? Realizing she was in Xing Yun's residence, Liang Wan quickly stood up. "Senior brother, I shall take my leave now." Xing Yun, coming back to her senses, responded with a soft, acknowledging hum. As she gazed at Liang Wan's receding figure, Xing Yun's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. Not long after Liang Wan returned to her residence, individuals sent by Shen Xiuhong promptly arrived at her doorstep. Chapter 114. The soldier summoned to fetch him did not lead him to Shen Xiuhong's residence, but rather to an exceedingly secluded shed. Liang Wan recognized this place, which was originally designated for patients to rest. It had fallen into disrepair due to the collapse of two neighboring structures. Concerned about the risk of debris injuring someone, the soldiers of General Shen had relocated individuals away from the area. The shed, however, remained unattended. Given its current status as a hazardous building, no one else dared to approach, making it an ideal venue for discreet discussions. "General Shen," she addressed him, aware of the presence of another soldier. Shen Xiuhong cast a languid glance in her direction. "The dandy did not accompany you?" Surprised that he still remembered Hua Jingheng, Liang Wan replied with a smile. Knowing that General Shen did not provide him with accommodations, Brother Hua went to the town early to seek lodging. Shen Xiuhong chose not to engage in banter. "The poison testing should be concluded by now, correct?" Liang Wan returned to the matter at hand. "Indeed, this epidemic was indeed instigated by Jiang Kuai Shi. My senior brother has already reported this to our master." Shen Xiuhong nodded. "My men have also uncovered certain leads, indicating that 3 months ago, the Medicine King Valley had made a substantial purchase of Jiang Kuai Shi from nearby towns." Liang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Such a glaring oversight was detected by you? This case seems too easy to solve." Shen Xiuhong shot her a disapproving look. "Do you truly believe that these 2 leads alone are sufficient to implicate the Medicine King Valley? That would be rather naive." Regaining her composure, Liang Wan replied softly, "These are indeed crucial leads. As long as we hold these, we need not fear being unable to uncover further evidence." Shen Xiuhong indeed harbored similar thoughts. Yet he was reluctant to align himself with Liang Wan and chose to remain silent. Liang Wan continued, asserting that if they could locate the individual responsible for acquiring Jiang Kuai stone at Yaowang Valley, they could follow that lead all the way through. Shen Xiuhong chuckled softly, remarking that she was finally using her intellect. Liang Wan, too weary to retort, bluntly stated that her mind had been restless the previous night, and evidently, it had sharpened by tonight. Shen Xiuhong. After parting ways with Shen Xiuhong, Liang Wan returned to her residence, where Xing Yun awaited her in the courtyard. "Senior brother," Liang Wan exclaimed, hastily rushing towards him and nearly losing her footing. Xing Yun quickly rose to steady her, cautioning, "Junior sister, do be careful." Liang Wan sheepishly touched her head and chuckled, "My apologies, senior brother. I was just so excited to see you." Xing Yun appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his face. "Master has instructed me to find a few patients to trial the antidote. If successful, we can promote it vigorously in the surrounding towns." Liang Wan's eyes brightened with delight. That truly is splendid news. Within 3 days, Xing Yun's antidote effectively alleviated the afflictions of the citizens suffering from the epidemic. The master of the Northern Shu sect ordered the widespread distribution of the remedy. Before the matter of poisoning had been fully elucidated, the master of the Northern Shu sect conferred with Shen Xiuhong, deciding not to publicize the issue externally, but rather to present the antidote as a means of healing the populace. Before long, the afflicted citizens in those towns recovered overnight, much to Liang Wan's joy. Seizing the opportunity of the fading twilight, she sought out Xing Yun for a chat. Upon entering, Liang Wan noticed that Xing Yun had yet to unveil his troubled expression. She inquired, "Now that the poison of Jiang Kuai stone has been dispelled, why does the senior brother still appear discontented?" Xing Yun elucidated. "The poison affecting the common folk has indeed been neutralized, yet the perpetrator remains elusive. I fear that just as one wave subsides, another may rise." Upon hearing Xing Yun's words, Liang Wan remained unperturbed. With a light-hearted demeanor, she remarked, "If we have managed to unravel the poison of Jiang Kuai stone, even if that individual possesses other methods, he ought to consider whether his capabilities match the esteemed standards of our Northern Zhu sect before attempting any further actions." Her words seemed to lighten Xing Yun's heart somewhat. However, a sudden thought emerged from the depths of his mind, prompting him to gaze at Liang Wan and pose a question to her. Chapter 115, Junior Brother. "Do you think it is possible that the person who poisoned us hails from the Valley of the Medicine King?" Liang Wan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Oh, my esteemed senior brother, you have finally recalled it." She had hinted and suggested in various ways, stopping just short of articulating the answer directly. However, Liang Wan soon felt that her enthusiasm was a tad too conspicuous, which might not reflect well on her. Her expression returned to a serene composure, feigning the demeanor of someone who had just been enlightened by Xing Yun. "What you say holds merit, senior brother. After all, the act of transforming a supplement such as ginger quartz into poison is an endeavor that only our sect, the Northern Zhu men, could undertake." Liang Wan embellished her words further, causing Xing Yun to perceive the likelihood of this suggestion growing stronger. He furrowed his brow once more. "I fear this matter requires reporting to Master." Liang Wan nodded earnestly. "Please, senior brother, do hurry." As Xing Yun noticed her eagerness to exit, he inquired, "Aren't you coming with me, junior brother?" Liang Wan stammered, "I just remembered that I need to visit the town for a matter." "You can go alone, senior brother." A flicker of concern crossed Xing Yun's face. "Although the epidemic has largely subsided, you must still exercise caution in your endeavors." Liang Wan reassured him with a wave of her hand. "Fear not, senior brother. I am merely seeking Brother Hua. With him accompanying me, there will be no cause for alarm." "Are you going to find Hua Jingheng once more?" With his emotions a tumultuous blend, Xing Yun chose not to voice any further thoughts. Striding away with determined steps, the elder brother is sorrowful. This night, there is an additional heartbroken man. My heart aches for the elder brother. Liang Wan gazed at the barrage in confusion. Why should one feel pity for the elder brother? He has done nothing wrong. The perspective of the elder brother, Liang Wan is engaging in an affair. Liang Wan's perspective, seeking money from Hua Jingheng. Liang Wan felt a sudden sense of vulnerability, as if her secrets were laid bare. How could she possibly gather the courage to ask Hua Jingheng for money now? Liang Wan had originally planned to wait until the pestilence subsided, as the disciples of the Medicine King Valley would surely return home. Opportunities to meet Hua Jingheng would then be scarce. Thus, she intended to reconnect with him while the majority of the Medicine King Valley's disciples still lingered at the foot of the mountain. However, upon reading the barrage, she felt as exposed as running naked through the snow in winter, both shocking and embarrassing. Despite her hesitations, the thought of this fleeting opportunity compelled her to act decisively and head into town. Before his departure, Hua Jingheng had entrusted Xing Yun to convey a message that he would be staying at an inn in town. Liang Wan worried about finding an inn, but upon arriving at the main street and inquiring, she discovered that there was only one inn, aptly named the Red Dust Inn. The name indeed caused her lips to twitch slightly. Both the Medicine King Valley and the Red Dust Inn bore names that lacked originality. It seemed the scriptwriter was rather inept at naming. As Liang Wan lamented her predicament, she followed the directions given by passers-by, first to head north, then east, and after rounding a corner, south. After a series of convoluted maneuvers, she found herself utterly lost. How could the ancients navigate using cardinal directions? Was this not a cruel jest at the expense of her navigational ineptitude? With a hint of resignation, she glanced at the barrage of comments. Yet, she held no aspirations for assistance. After all, the routes in the realm of television dramas were not meant for the audience to traverse, and who could possibly guide her? Could it be that Wan is truly lost? With that person's convoluted instructions, I too would be disoriented. I've seen the trailer. That inn should be around here, right? Renewed with determination, Liang Wan lifted her gaze and surveyed her surroundings. As she walked and observed, she still could not find any sign bearing the name of the Red Dust Inn. Chapter 116, Is this the place? Indeed. This is it. Liang Wan's steps faltered as she halted before a dilapidated dwelling. The entrance bore no visitors, and a glance inside revealed a dismal, dust-laden interior that was profoundly forlorn. Liang Wan's lips twitched. Could this truly be the red dust-in? She hesitated to step inside, for the eerie atmosphere was unsettling, and she feared that a reckless entry might lead to her untimely demise. So eerie, it appears that due to an outbreak, this inn was looted, which explains its desolation. This is no red dust-in. It resembles the very gates of hell. I suspect that the messengers of death once traversed this very place to enter the mortal realm. A sense of horror akin to a frightful film is creeping in. Goodness. This background music terrifies me. Forward, brother, protect me. Yang Yu, stand guard for me. Zhang Ruojuan, shield me. Liang Wan. Who will come to her aid? Never mind. After all, the comments did not indicate that she would encounter peril here. Liang Wan surveyed her surroundings. A few pedestrians ambled about, so she dismissed her concerns and boldly stepped inside. Upon entering, a young attendant approached her with eager hospitality, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, would you like to dine or seek lodging?" Liang Wan shook her head. "I am here in search of a gentleman. Have you seen a certain young master?" The attendant furrowed his brow in contemplation. "A young master? Many gentlemen visit our establishment daily. Could you specify which young master you seek?" Liang Wan was nearly bewildered by the young gentleman's words. Reflecting on Hua Jingheng's attire, she found it difficult to describe any distinctive features. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "He probably appears affluent and imposing, yet in reality, he speaks and acts rather stingily, giving off an impression of lacking wealth." The innkeeper seemed to instantly conjure Hua Jingheng's visage in his mind. With a clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Indeed, this person is currently residing in our establishment." Liang Wan responded, "Oh my, how remarkable." The innkeeper continued with a smirk. "The infamous reputation of the prodigal son has been squandered in such a manner. Hua Jingheng's poor reputation is partly attributed to your influence." Wan. Laughter erupted, as if the situation was utterly amusing. The innkeeper promptly escorted Liang Wan upstairs, all the while expressing his disdain. This individual possesses little wealth yet insists on choosing the most expensive private room, even requesting credit from our master. With his accent, it is clear he hails from afar. Should I grant him credit, he might very well vanish without a trace. Young master, if you are his friend, it would be prudent for him to settle today's lodging fee, for he has only paid for last night's stay." Liang Wan responded with a wry smile, engaging in light banter with the innkeeper. Upon reaching Hua Jingheng's door, the innkeeper departed, leaving her to gently knock. However, no sound emanated from within. Leaning closer to the door, she whispered, "Is Hua Jingheng there?" Still, silence lingered. Liang Wan called out again, "Brother Hua." "It is I, Liang Yanjin." "Brother Hua, I am here." A voice emanated from within, belonging to Hua Jingheng. Liang Wan replied, "Please, come in." Liang Wan pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, Hua Jingheng was reclining on the bed, propped up weakly on one side, appearing exceedingly haggard as he said, "Brother Liang, you have finally arrived." Chapter 117. Liang Wan approached his bedside. Had the barrage of comments not warned her that Hua Jingheng would be ambushed on this occasion? "Brother Hua, your injury." Liang Wan gazed down at Hua Jingheng, who was dressed neatly, with even his socks appearing intact. There was no immediate sign of harm. Nonetheless, her concern was palpable as she inquired, "What happened?" "It's all due to that peculiar individual," Hua Jingheng replied, rubbing his thigh in indignation. "After I ventured out last night, I spotted that person conversing with someone else. I intended to eavesdrop, but as soon as he noticed me, he tried to flee. I pursued him and engaged in several rounds, but to my astonishment, he resorted to using a concealed weapon, catching me off guard and leading to my unfortunate predicament." Hua Jingheng spoke with righteous indignation, and Liang Wan felt a tightening in her chest. She had not anticipated that Suhi possessed such formidable skills. Thus, a direct confrontation was ill-advised. While she was relieved that she had not acted impulsively during her recent encounter with Suhi, she turned to see the barrage mocking Hua Jingheng. "Sounds convincing, doesn't it? Is it really acceptable for the wealthy child to spin such tales with a straight face?" Wan, please don't believe him. He simply overexerted himself while chasing after someone, resulting in a thigh strain. Who understands? I'm in stitches over here. Liang Wan. She looked down at Hua Jingheng. Witnessing his face flush with anger once more, she inexplicably felt an urge to kick him again. Never mind. Who has compelled her to still seek his assistance? By the way, Brother Liang, having spent such a considerable time with Xin Xiaohong, have you managed to ascertain the name of that individual? Liang Wan nodded. His name is Su He. What? Hua Jingheng nearly sprang from the bed. his thigh injury transforming his exhilaration into a grimace of pain. It then occurred to Liang Wan that she had yet to inform Shen Xiaohong about Su He, and she hastily inquired of Hua Jingheng. Do you know him, Brother Hua? This individual is none other than the son of the esteemed Su Yizhu, the current chief commander of the Imperial Guards. Chief Commander of the Imperial Guards? Isn't that a title from the Song dynasty? This position is akin to that of the capital's garrison troops, directly commanded by the imperial military, specifically tasked with safeguarding the royal city. Isn't that essentially the imperial military? In the Song dynasty, it was referred to as the chief commander of the Imperial Guards. Have you ever encountered someone from the Song dynasty addressing the emperor as Your Majesty? Enough with the chatter. The author has clearly stated that this narrative is set in an alternate reality. Haven't you all read novels? I haven't read any novels. I haven't read any novels. I haven't read any novels. Liang Wan was engrossed in the barrage of comments when she heard Hua Jingheng's words and quickly turned back to ask, What? Hua Jingheng patiently reiterated, Su Yizhu is currently a favored figure beside the reigning monarch, should one inadvertently offend him. One might find oneself utterly unaware of how their demise came to pass. Liang Wan trembled at once. So what of his son? Su He has been the prince's companion since childhood. Few have had the privilege of encountering him, and I, having never seen him, find his reputation in the royal city quite notable. He is often likened to the handsome Panin, with sentiments akin to Song Yu, and his talents surpass those of Zijian. Many young ladies of suitable age in the royal city are utterly infatuated with him. Liang Wan recalled Su He's sinister visage and the enigmatic, almost mocking expression that danced upon his face. Chapter 118, she inhaled sharply. What is the taste of those people? After all, his father is a favored figure at court. Even if he possesses only an average appearance, there are naturally many who would support Su He. Moreover, few have genuinely laid eyes on Su He, for he is enigmatic in his conduct, never attending even the banquets hosted at his own home. Were it not for his father, Su Yizhu, and his position as a companion to the crown prince, frequently commended before the crown princess tutor, it is likely that the rumor of him suffering from a hidden ailment would have spread far and wide. Liang Wan silently noted the key points, occasionally nodding in contemplation. At that moment, Hua Jingheng recalled a point of suspicion. Su He, who rarely made appearances in the royal city, when and where did you, Brother Liang, encounter him? Being a disciple of the Medicine King Valley? Liang Wan returned to her senses, hesitating for a moment before replying. He once received a royal decree to conduct business at the Medicine King Valley, and I saw him then. Hua Jingheng acknowledged this with an "oh," finding it reasonable, and ceased further inquiry. You mentioned that you saw Su He conversing with someone else last night. Do you know who it was? Liang Wan suspected that Hua Jingheng would not recognize anyone, and thus did not hold out much hope for his response. She slightly raised her gaze, yearning for a response, and noticed the barrage of comments joining the conversation. Xingyu hasn't appeared in several episodes. She has been secretly coordinating this matter with Su He. In comparison, Yi Qingzhou's level appears significantly lower. Yi Qingzhou, yes, it's true. I am uncultured and inferior, unworthy of your company. It is well known that the formidable villains do not emerge until later in the series. The most impressive characters typically appear only in the final episode. Could it be Xingyu? Meanwhile, Hua Jingheng shook his head. It's difficult to discern clearly, but it seems to be a woman. That must undoubtedly be Xingyu. Liang Wan had already come to a conclusion in her mind. Hua Jingheng observed her expression fluctuating between confusion and sudden clarity. Though he himself had not articulated a coherent explanation, he inquired, Did you come to see me today solely to discuss this matter? Liang Wan had initially intended to solicit funds from him. However, the tavern attendant had just informed her that his lodging fees remained unpaid, leading her to refrain from taking advantage of the situation. She shook her head. Brother Hua, you seem quite familiar with the affairs of the royal city? Hua Jingheng patted his chest. That is indeed the case. Liang Wan, now seated at the table, unceremoniously poured herself tea, adopting a composed demeanor as she inquired, What is Shen Xiaohong's standing in the royal city? Through their interactions over the past few days, Liang Wan recognized that her entanglement with Shen Xiaohong could not be severed swiftly. Thus, it would be prudent to learn more about this individual's background for future encounters. Although Hua Jingheng's reputation is not particularly impressive, he possesses a wealth of insider information. No sooner had Liang Wan finished speaking than he blurted out, Shen Xiaohong is merely a minor general, hardly regarded as noteworthy even by a commander in attendance like Su Yizhu. Years ago, I heard whispers that he was to be betrothed to the princess of Wangcheng, which brought the Shin family into the limelight. However, a relative of theirs boisterously proclaimed this news, incensing the king and ultimately leading to the dissolution of the engagement. Liang Wan was taken aback. Had they been spreading rumors about something the king never even decreed? Indeed, Hua Jingheng became animated at the mention of gossip, asserting, "I believe the Shin family is not the source of this tale." Elaborate. Hua Jingheng lifted his eyelids, feigning mystery as he regarded Liang Wan. I sensed that Shen Xiaohong must have achieved something noteworthy, inciting jealousy among certain court members who, in an effort to diminish his brilliance, have crafted a scheme against him. Such tactics seem rather inept, if it were not for the meddling of others. I truly cannot fathom why a relative of the Shen family would spread rumors about Shen Xiaohong having body odor. Chapter 119. With a sudden burst of laughter, Liang Wan could no longer contain herself, gazing in astonishment at Hua Jingheng. Does Shen Xiaohong truly have body odor? Initially, I thought it was genuine. Hua Jingheng shook his head. Brother Liang, do you recall our first encounter? That night, I intentionally chose to sleep beside Shen Xiaohong instead of you, solely to ascertain whether there was any truth to the rumors of his odor. A frown creased Liang Wan's brow as she reminisced about that fateful night. One she wished to forget. It was a night when she had nearly met her demise at Shen Xiaohong's hands. Hua Jingheng continued to ramble on. I almost pressed myself against Shen Xiaohong, and I detected no unpleasant scent whatsoever. Ha ha, I'm in stitches. Who knew there was such a foreshadowing? I must rewind to revisit that moment. What episode is this? Any kind souls willing to guide me? Episode 3, 21 minutes and 32 seconds, you're welcome. I just rewatched it. The scene with the wealth-dispelling boy and General Shun is iconic. You truly understand the essence of that moment. Liang Wan felt utterly bewildered. Hua Jingheng proceeded to share various snippets of gossip from the royal city, yet the valuable information was scant. As a merchant's offspring, Hua Jingheng's access to information was inevitably limited. Realizing this, Liang Wan chose not to further disturb him and rose to take her leave. Brother Liang. Hua Jingheng suddenly called out to her. Liang Wan turned back. Do you happen to have any silver on you? Upon her return, Liang Wan's spirits were dampened. Not only had she failed to borrow money, but she had also inadvertently parted with 2 taels of silver. She possessed only a meager amount, a trifling sum she had discovered in the pockets of the clothing she had acquired when moving from Donghu Gate. Presently, she found herself utterly destitute. As she wandered through the streets, the town, having largely eradicated the plague, had specially arranged a 3-day night market, permitting vendors to set up their stalls after sunset. The aroma of various delicacies, cakes, buns, and sweet rice, filled the air, accompanied by a dazzling array of lanterns and intricate paper cuttings, captivating Liang Wan's gaze. Such scenes she had only witnessed in television dramas. To stroll down the ancient streets in reality was an experience beyond expression. As she ambled along, Liang Wan paused in front of a bun stall. A considerable crowd had gathered, with shouts and discussions rising and falling, indicating that something significant had transpired. Although Liang Wan felt despondent, her curiosity could not be suppressed. She tiptoed and craned her neck to peer inside. The throng behind her surged forward, and she was inadvertently pushed to the front, nearly colliding with the stall owner and a disgruntled customer. Liang Wan quickly steadied herself, only to hear the customer exclaim, "Your buns are the most expensive in the entire town, and the filling is so scant. Aren't you just fleecing us?" The stall owner retorted fiercely, "Open your eyes and take a good look. Where is the shortage in my ingredients? Besides, you are well aware of the rampant plague during this period. I had to fetch these bags of flour from Lu's homestead early this morning. Does that not warrant labor costs?" Yet the customer remained unsatisfied, insisting, "I care not whence you sourced it." As I lamented my dissatisfaction, I turned to those around me and proclaimed, "Esteemed patrons, allow me to express my thoughts. I have been a loyal customer of this establishment for quite some time, and while I shall not extol the virtues of these delectable buns, I often frequent this place out of convenience." To my astonishment, the unscrupulous proprietor has suddenly raised the prices today. A vegetable bun that typically costs a mere penny is now being sold for 3. Is this not a blatant act of exploitation? Chapter 120. Though a mere trifling sum, the debate surrounding a few coins carries significant weight in the impoverished town of Fuchuan. The common folk here, struggling to make ends meet, find that an additional couple of coins spent daily accumulates to a considerable burden over the course of a month. Liang Wan comprehends the crux of their contention. It seems the proprietor of the bun shop has decided to source flour from more distant locales, inevitably raising costs. Yet, the majority of townsfolk are farmers living on the brink, and such price hikes impose a substantial strain on their already meager resources. In this scenario, both sides consist merely of ordinary people striving to survive. Who among them can truly claim to possess the moral high ground? As Liang Wan ponders this quietly, she turns to see a barrage of comments criticizing the situation. Isn't this one of Su He's spies? That villain Su He is so irritating. His spies are everywhere. Clearly, his subordinates are as unsavory as he is. What decent person could possibly serve a villain? So, he is indeed one of Su He's underlings? Upon encountering the man again, Liang Wan felt a surge of disdain. At that moment, he met her gaze and, with a pat on her shoulder, said, "Little brother, don't you think this makes sense?" Liang Wan retorted coldly, "What sense?" The spy assumed she had just arrived and missed his earlier remarks, so he succinctly reiterated. His buns have inexplicably increased in price, and he won't allow anyone to speak out against it. Wouldn't you say he is taking advantage of people? Worried that she might not comprehend, the individual patiently proposed a hypothetical scenario. If you were to purchase buns from his establishment, would you not share my sentiments? As his words echoed, numerous voices around him resonated in agreement. However, Liang Wan chose to remain silent. Exhaling a sigh as she remarked, "The exorbitance is not the fault of the buns, but rather my own." "What?" The man seemed oblivious to her response. Liang Wan reiterated, "Their high price undoubtedly has its justification. If this establishment were truly extortionate, I would simply refrain from purchasing and would not voice my grievances here." Upon hearing such opposition, the proprietor was momentarily taken aback by Liang Wan's words, and his gaze towards her transformed, imbued with a sense of gratitude akin to that of a benefactor. In an instant, he found his courage. Slamming the cloth he had draped over his shoulder onto the table, and proclaimed loudly, "Enough. You need not continue. The prices at Chen's bun shop are set as such today. 3 coins for a vegetable bun, 5 coins for a meat bun. If you do not wish to buy, feel free to seek elsewhere." The crowd erupted in chatter, some even pointing at Liang Wan, hurling insults at her. Liang Wan felt a burning flush on her face, and the individual who had initially sought to rally support from her now turned and spat a curse in her direction. "You are truly deranged." A voice, strikingly different from the surrounding clamor, suddenly pierced through the noise. The voice was chilling and haughty, akin to a colossal shard of ice plummeting from the heavens upon a surging volcano, creating a dissonance that inexplicably quelled the fierce flames raging atop the mountain. The crowd parted to grant passage to the ethereal figure, clad in a flowing, dark robe that danced with the wind, as if he were enveloped in an aura of celestial grace, delineating him from the tumultuous world around. Xingyun stood beside Liang Wan, her expression icy as she regarded the man who spat insults in her direction. At that moment, Liang Wan felt an inexplicable sting in her eyes. She spoke in a hushed tone, "Senior brother." Chapter 121. At this moment, Xingyun stood with his back to her, and Liang Wan was unable to discern the expression on his face. However, she could still hear his gentle voice addressing her. "Yinjin, do not be afraid." Initially, Liang Wan felt indifferent, yet for reasons unknown, upon hearing Xingyun's words, an overwhelming tide of grievances surged forth from her eyes. Nevertheless, she managed to suppress them. The individual confronting Xingyun appeared momentarily taken aback by his demeanor, but soon resumed his arrogance. "Am I addressing you? Mind your own business and step aside." After uttering this, he raised his hand to strike Xingyun. Unexpectedly, Xingyun preempted him, seizing his wrist with remarkable swiftness. Before Liang Wan could fully comprehend Xingyun's movement, she felt as though he had effortlessly thrown the man to the ground. He maintained his lofty composure, displaying no signs of panic. Liang Wan stood there, momentarily dazed, when she was suddenly grasped by a powerful hand. In a daze, she followed the direction of that hand, finding warmth enveloping her previously chilled body. As she and Xingyun passed the fallen man, he lay on the ground, howling in pain, lamenting his injuries. Liang Wan found it peculiar. She had clearly not witnessed her senior brother inflicting any harm upon him, so why was he in such agony? "Senior brother is so handsome. I'm so impressed. This is the might of the North Shu sect. Truly lethal without appearing so. I previously deemed the North Shu sect insignificant, but now I see how impressive it is. Have I become too narrow-minded?" Liang Wan was momentarily speechless, her feelings of grievance swiftly transforming into astonishment. She softly inquired, "Senior brother, that man, he won't die, will he?" Liang Wan had never seen Xingyun's face directly. She was unaware of the cold and murderous expression he wore when confronted by the man who had insulted her. She could not perceive the profound desire Xing Yun harbored at that moment to utterly annihilate the man. All she witnessed was Xing Yun turning his exquisitely beautiful profile towards her, his eyes shimmering with a gentle light. He reassured her, he will not die. He has merely encountered a bit of hardship. Indeed, Xing Yun had poisoned him at the very instant of contact. The man lay on the ground, suddenly erupting into a piercing scream. The bustling night market, filled with passers-by, was startled, yet no one offered to assist him, choosing instead to glance at him coldly before hastily departing. Xing Yun led Liang Wan to a more secluded area before finally releasing her hand. He gazed at her, exhaling deeply. You weren't harmed, were you? Liang Wan smiled and shook her head, the earlier feelings of grievance dissipating entirely. Senior brother, what brings you here? Noticing her seemingly carefree demeanor and realizing she was indeed unscathed, Xing Yun felt inclined to answer her inquiry. I noticed you hadn't returned so late and thought I might find you. I didn't expect to stumble upon that scene. Liang Wan did not ponder further. Xing Yun engaged her in conversation with a casual air, and she sensed an unusual desire in him to share his thoughts on this night. He said, tomorrow, we shall embark on our journey back to Yaowang Valley. Liang Wan expressed her surprise. Are we leaving so soon? Yes. The plague in several nearby villages has essentially been eradicated. We will assign 2 disciples to assist at the foot of the mountain, and the rest may return. Liang Wan nodded. Indeed, we have brought too many people this time. Returning early is beneficial to avoid unnecessary gossip. Xing Yun also nodded in agreement. Liang Wan inquired further. What did Master say after hearing our speculations? Master stated that there is no evidence regarding this matter and advised us to remain discreet. If we uncover any suspicious details, we should report them to him without hesitation. As Xing Yun spoke, he retrieved a token-like object from his sleeve and handed it to Liang Wan, saying, Junior brother, this is for you. Liang Wan took it, puzzled, and examined the token. It was quite weighty, resting heavily in her hand, adorned with a design that, while not overly intricate, was nonetheless exquisite. After contemplating it for a long while, Liang Wan remained uncertain about the nature of this object. Chapter 122. Senior brother. What is this? This is a token entrusted to me by the Master for you. You have not only collaborated in the creation and testing of the Jiang Kuai stone poison, but have also proposed numerous thoughtful ideas. The Master believes you possess great potential. This token serves as a pass for unrestricted access to the Xie Qin Hall. With it, you can seek out the Master anytime and share relevant clues. Well, this Master is truly remarkable. The Master of Beiju Men has always held Wan Wan in high regard. Could it be that the Master of Beiju Men has developed feelings for Wan Wan? He seems quite youthful. Is there a hidden romantic subplot? The original work does not include such a plot, but one can never tell if the drama will take liberties. Perhaps it is best to avoid a romantic angle altogether. Actually, I feel it could be plausible. As I always say, shipping anything can only lead to disappointment. Liang Wan feigned shock. Is it truly appropriate for such an important item to be entrusted to me? They say that with great power comes great responsibility, yet Liang Wan does not feel equipped to bear such a significant burden. She has yet to accomplish anything. All she has done is gain insight into the plot's trajectory, which is not under her control. Although Liang Wan felt apprehensive, it was, after all, the Master's command, and she found it difficult to refuse. With this token, perhaps it could serve as her safeguard when trouble arises. The following day, all disciples from Yaowang Valley descended the mountain to return home. The streets were bustling with people from early morning. Numerous citizens gathered on the streets to bid farewell to the disciples, who had become their benefactors during this time. Some even knelt, offering incense as a sign of respect. Liang Wan observed the common folk on their knees, intoning prayers for blessings. O deities among us, protect my family and loved ones, grant us peace. Free us from illness and calamity. The disciples of Yaowang Valley bless our Fujian town. We, the citizens of Fujian, shall labor diligently and with utmost sincerity. O divine beings, bless us with children. Liang Wan thought, have they truly begun to regard them as the bodhisattva of childbirth? As she lifted her gaze, she was met with a flood of similar prayers in the comments. May we reach the shore, may we reach the shore, may we reach the shore. Wishing our family health, may my grandmother recover swiftly, may we attain great wealth. May all who read this information prosper. Grant me success in my upcoming monthly exam. Let me pass my driving test on the first attempt. Allow me to win the heart of my crush. May I repay my debts smoothly by year-end. May my monthly income exceed 10,000. May my misfortunes dissipate. Liang Wan paused, astonished by the modern world's superstitions. Yet, in an instant, she understood. She nodded thoughtfully. The beauty of superstition transcends time. Unbeknownst to her, she silently made a wish of her own. If only. Chapter 123. The procession came to a halt at the entrance of Fuchuan town. Although Liang Wan was at the rear of the group, she was compelled to stop as well. Bewildered, she gazed at the multitude of townsfolk bowing towards her. She could not afford to appear nonchalant. So she straightened her posture and focused her gaze ahead. The esteemed masters of Yaowang Valley were engaged in some discussion at the town's entrance. Bored, Liang Wan glanced to her side and spotted Hua Jingheng standing under a nearby eave, waving at her. She responded with a slight nod and a faint smile. However, Hua Jingheng gestured towards the side. Following the direction of his finger, Liang Wan discerned he was indicating a location at the entrance. But the throngs of people rendered it impossible to see clearly. With a resigned shrug, she saw that Hua Jingheng had no further comments. As the procession resumed, Liang Wan finally arrived at the entrance of Fuchuan town, where she encountered a detachment of Shen army soldiers, led by none other than Shen Xiuhong and Su He. While she felt relatively at ease with Shen Xiuhong, the sight of Su He brought to mind the tales Hua Jingheng had shared regarding Su He's illustrious past, causing her to hesitate to meet his gaze. Liang Wan exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Xiuhong, yet he remained as stoic as ever, offering no response whatsoever. Oh, how aloof Shen Xiuhong is, she thought. He must have seen me, though she scoffed inwardly. He definitely has seen me. Liang Wan felt an urge to confront him directly. Beside her stood Su He, whose gaze seemed to wander aimlessly, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Very well, since he offered no response. She could hardly be blamed for not reminding him that there was something amiss with Su He. Liang Wan, with a hint of stubbornness, turned her head away, refusing to look at Shen Xiuhong any longer. Upon returning to her residence at Beeshuming, she immediately collapsed onto her bed, stretching luxuriously. She was finally back, for reasons unknown. This return brought with it a palpable sense of relief, perhaps because she was assured that she had not been poisoned, or perhaps for other reasons. Liang Wan removed the token from her waist and placed it in a hidden compartment of the cabinet. It was wiser not to keep such items on her person. Losing it to someone with ill intentions would certainly lead to disastrous consequences. After securing the token in the compartment and closing the cabinet door, a thought struck her. If someone were to break in and steal, they would surely discover it quickly. With that in mind, Liang Wan retrieved the token once more and began to pace around the room in search of a more suitable hiding place. Just as she was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared at the doorway, startling her. To her surprise, it was Shen Xiuhong, his expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. What brings you here? Liang Wan asked, her brows furrowed in dissatisfaction, which only added to Shen Xiuhong's bewilderment. Did she not summon him? He pondered this and inquired. Did you not call for me? Liang Wan retorted. When did I ever call for you? At the entrance of Fuchuan town. Liang Wan. Goodness. Is that truly how you perceive it? Liang Wan did not urge him any further, instead reattaching the token to her waist and inviting him inside. Please, do come in. Shen Xiuhong strode into the room, and Liang Wan poured him a cup of tea, bowing respectfully as she said, the tea leaves here are rather inferior, General Shun. I hope you can bear with it. Shen Xiuhong lifted the teacup, took a sip, and then set it down. Noticing that he did not finish it in one go, Liang Wan inquired, if it does not suit your taste, I can replace it with water. Chapter 124. No need. Shen Xiuhong called out to Liang Wan, who was already nearing the door. Soldiers do not fuss over trifles. You summoned me. For what purpose? Liang Wan took a seat opposite him and said, I wish to remind you that Su He's the man in black from that night. I am aware, Shen Xiuhong replied. Liang Wan was taken aback. How do you know? I saw him the day before yesterday. What do you mean? He was conversing with your disciples from Yaowang Valley. Liang Wan inquired. What color was he wearing? Shen Xiuhong's gaze settled on her, his tone laced with amusement. The same color as yours. Liang Wan nodded. That must be Master Sister Xingyu. Shen Xiuhong let out a cold laugh. Your Yaowang Valley truly harbors hidden talents. Ignoring his mockery, Liang Wan continued, regarding the recent epidemic. I fear this Master Sister has exerted considerable influence behind the scenes. During my time at Yaowang Valley, she attempted to kill me on multiple occasions. The smile on Shen Xiuhong's face faded somewhat. As a disciple of poison studies, do you not know how to deal with her? I have only just begun my studies. How can I confront such a formidable Master Sister? Liang Wan looked at him with an expression of self-satisfaction, as if to say, You have an exaggerated opinion of my capabilities. Shin Xiaohong found Liang Wan's demeanor inexplicably distinct. If this were anyone else, they would likely feel deeply embarrassed. Yet Liang Wan had a remarkable ability to transform such embarrassment into something entirely natural. Her mannerisms, rather than portraying a lack of ambition, surprisingly exuded a certain youthful charm and playfulness. As Shin Xiaohong became aware of his shifting attitude towards Liang Wan, he instantly adopted a more detached demeanor, casting a cooler gaze upon her. At present, your foremost task is to identify the disciples of Yaowang Valley colluding with Su He. With that said, he retrieved a signal arrow from his possession, accompanied by a token resembling a medallion. Another token? Liang Wan furrowed her brow. Shin Xiaohong elucidated, "This is my command token. Should you release the signal arrow, the dark guards of Shenzhen will appear to relay your message. With this token, you can command them to act on your behalf." Liang Wan marveled at the capabilities of this token, which far surpassed the one bestowed upon her by the master of Beiju Gate. The fact that it could directly summon the dark guards of Shenzhen was astonishing. "Oh my goodness, I am rooting for General Shun. I declare, General Shun has made a comeback. You previously insisted on parting ways with Wan Wan, and now you present her with a token. It seems General Shun is the one delivering a face slap. It is well known that the dark guards of Shenzhen are Shin Xiaohong's trump card. Such formidable power." The barrage of comments only intensified the weight of the token in Liang Wan's hands. Moreover, the token bore no superfluous engravings, its sole adornment. A chaotic vine pattern rendered it quite inconspicuous. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that underscored the profound significance of the token it represented. Liang Wan's heart swelled with gratitude as she performed a respectful bow towards Shin Xiaohong. "I shall certainly uncover the disciple of Yaowang Valley who colluded with Su He." With 2 tokens in her possession, Liang Wan spoke with newfound confidence. Shin Xiaohong observed her gazing vacantly into the air, and for a moment, he too was affected by her demeanor, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. However, the smile soon faded, and he inquired solemnly, "How did you ascertain that person was indeed Su He?" Chapter 125. Liang Wan had no intention of concealing the truth from him. "It was Hua Jingheng who informed me." Shin Xiaohong held no fondness for Hua Jingheng, merely offering a cold smile. As the crown prince's companion, Su He has traveled such a distance from Liwang City, implying that there is someone of significant influence behind him. The mention of Su He caused a palpable shift in Shin Xiaohong's demeanor. Liang Wan inquired, "Could it be the Su family?" The ability to command someone like Su He could only stem from either his father or an individual of substantial power. Coincidentally, the commander-in-chief before the throne, Su Yizhu, possessed both attributes. Shin Xiaohong neither confirmed nor denied this, stating, "My associates will return to the capital soon with news. We must wait a few more days." Liang Wan found it perplexing. If it were indeed a person of high authority, why orchestrate such a seemingly formidable, yet ultimately ineffectual scheme? This was a point of confusion for Shin Xiaohong as well. If there were genuine intent behind that exalted position, merely plotting at a distance of over 30 miles from Liwang City would not jeopardize the power of anyone within the city. The swiftness with which this matter could be resolved would pose no threat even to the one on the throne. Yet, if the goal were merely to subdue the minor officials of this region, what necessity was there for such elaborate machinations? Shin Xiaohong could not fathom it. Until his departure, he and Liang Wan could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. For the next 3 days, Liang Wan immersed herself in the manual for disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Initially, she dismissed this manual, but now, in her quest for answers, she had come to regard it as a treasure. Soon, she located the individual responsible for procuring medicinal herbs in the Valley of the Medicine King. However, the sheer number of names on the list was rather overwhelming. Each sect had dispatched 4 disciples for this task, totaling 16 individuals. The Beiju sect was somewhat unique, perhaps due to the nature of their procurement involving poisons. They had assigned 8 personnel, bringing the total to 20. To identify the one accountable for acquiring the Jiang Kuai stone, it would be necessary to sift through the specific procurement ledgers. Yet, how could someone of her awkward standing possibly obtain such documents? Liang Wan fell into deep contemplation. That evening, as night descended, Liang Wan received a delivery of fish from Su Dejiao. She promptly made her way to Xing Yun's residence. At that moment, Xing Yun had just returned from fulfilling a task assigned by his master and greeted Liang Wan with a gentle smile. "What brings you here, junior apprentice?" "Su Dejiao sent me 5 fish, and since that is far too much for me to consume alone, I thought to invite you to join me," Liang Wan replied. Xing Yun's smile reached his eyes. 5 fish for just the 2 of us seems rather excessive. Liang Wan turned to ask. I haven't made many friends at the Beiju sect, and am unsure whom to invite. Do you have anyone in mind, senior brother? Xing Yun raised his gaze to the luminous full moon hanging in the eastern sky, its gentle light casting a soft and enchanting glow upon the courtyard. He suddenly felt that 5 fish for the 2 of them was just right. I believe everyone must be resting by now. I shall introduce you to a few acquaintances on another day. Liang Wan nodded in agreement, and together they went to prepare the fish. Fearing the consequences of overindulgence, Liang Wan only grilled 2 fish, while the remainder was simmered into a delectable fish soup, and the fillets were prepared for a delicate fish porridge. Indeed, on numerous occasions, Liang Wan merely assisted Xing Yun, who deftly took charge during critical moments. The 2 sat at a stone table beneath the trees, dining without the aid of an oil lamp, accompanied only by the faint glow of light and the gentle embrace of moonlight. Chapter 126. Nebula found herself increasingly conversing with Liang Wan, and soon their discussion turned to the matter of descending the mountain. The disciples who had previously sustained injuries were nearly fully recovered, and this time their efforts to combat the epidemic had been commendable, prompting the royal city to send numerous rewards. Liang Wan took a bite of the grilled fish and replied, That truly is a double delight. Consequently, the Medicine King Valley would host a grand celebration the day after tomorrow, and all disciples were required to attend in the Linyun Hall. Liang Wan licked her lips. A celebration? Will there be delicious food? It was not that she was particularly greedy. She simply recalled that during the previous Mid-Autumn Festival, when she paid her respects to her master, there had been nothing to eat after the ceremony, and she had nearly fainted from hunger. Nebula paused for a moment, her eyes instantly curving into crescent shapes. Yes, there will be. Along with the Sunite sheep bestowed by the king, which is said to be a unique breed from the northwest. Liang Wan was familiar with the Sunite sheep, recognizing it as a rare delicacy even in the 21st century. She immediately envisioned several culinary preparations: lamb hot pot, clear stewed lamb, human lamb, braised lamb, lamb noodles, and so forth. That indeed sounded splendid. Liang Wan pondered for a moment before eagerly looking towards Nebula again. Will all disciples be attending? Nebula nodded. Yes. Everyone has been quite busy lately, so the masters wish to take this opportunity for everyone to relax. Liang Wan nodded in agreement, already formulating her plans in her heart. Before long, the day of the grand celebration arrived, understanding that the customs of the Medicine King Valley commence only in the evening. Liang Wan decided to sleep until the sun had risen high in the sky. She leisurely savored a bowl of plain porridge, reserving her appetite for a sumptuous feast later that night. As the time approached, she took a moment to glance at the comments, curious if any warnings had been issued. However, the discussions were rather trivial, devoid of any pressing matters. Stepping outside, she deliberately veered towards the narrow path behind the courtyard to observe the residence of Xing Yun and Xing Yu. Their doors and windows were tightly shut, indicating they were likely occupied with preparations for the grand ceremony at Linyun Hall and had yet to return. In a hurry, Liang Wan dashed back to the courtyard and released a signal arrow. She stood there for a while, when suddenly, a shadow leapt down from a nearby bamboo, landing gracefully before her. Despite being prepared, Liang Wan was startled and took 2 steps back before inquiring. I am here to deliver a message, he replied, revealing the identical token that Shun Xiuhong had entrusted to her previously. Recognizing him, Liang Wan quickly ushered him into the house, neglecting to invite him to sit, and promptly stated, Today marks the grand celebration of the Medicine King Valley. All disciples will attend the banquet at Linyun Hall, and after the hour of the valley's defenses will be at their weakest. Seize an opportunity to slip down to the square near the main gate. There, you will find a house with a blue roof, which serves as the accounting office for the disciples responsible for procuring medicinal herbs. At that moment, Liang Wan continued to babble on, urging them to procure the account books. However, the individual remained utterly unmoved, his face displaying nothing but a pair of bewildered eyes fixed upon her. Liang Wan thought, could this person truly be a fool? The next instant, the barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Without a token, no commands will be obeyed. The tool won't function without a coin. Wan. At least show him the token. Liang Wan smacked her forehead, realizing how she had completely overlooked this matter. Chapter 127. Liang Wan removed the pouch hanging from her waist, opened it, and presented a token to him. This should suffice, right? Upon seeing the token, the man clasped his fists together in acknowledgement, saying, Understood. Liang Wan feeling somewhat uneasy, added, "Once you acquire the ledger, merely take a glance and note down the name of the person responsible for procuring the Jiankui stones. Inform me when you return. It will be of use to me." The man complied and departed promptly. After ensuring everything was in order, Liang Wan proceeded to Lin Yuntang. Since the explosion earlier this month, Lin Yuntang had been left in disarray. The place where Liang Wan found herself was marred by the scars of damage and signs of recent repairs. Fortunately, the hall had been specially adorned for the grand ceremony. And despite the remnants of destruction, the celebratory crimson decorations disguised the imperfections. Liang Wan had thought she had arrived early, only to discover that Lin Yuntang was already teeming with people. Uniforms of black, white, blue, and yellow mingled together, creating a rather chaotic scene. "Senior brother." Before Liang Wan even turned to look, she knew the voice belonged to Bai Haitang. It was only she who would call her senior brother. In truth, Liang Wan did not hold the title of senior brother in any traditional sense. However, due to Bai Haitang's youth and sweet disposition, she did not concern herself with such formalities. And over time, it had become a habit. Liang Wan waved at Bai Haitang as she approached, unsure of how to engage in small talk. Liang Wan felt that complimenting someone as adorable in her current masculine guise might come off as frivolous. Thus, she exerted herself to suppress such thoughts and managed to articulate a few words. The begonia, having not been seen for quite some time, appeared somewhat slender. When Bai Haitang smiled, two faint dimples graced her cheeks. Perhaps she had been fatigued recently, resulting in her slight weight loss. "Did you also descend the mountain recently?" Bai Haitang nodded. "We visited Gujiu town, hence we did not cross paths with senior brother." "I see," he replied. "Senior brother, you two seem a bit lean." Bai Haitang scrutinized her carefully, her face radiant with joy. As the weather had turned rather chilly, she suggested, "I shall prepare some nourishing soup for you tomorrow to help you regain your strength." Liang Wan felt an intense craving for something warm to drink and eagerly nodded. "I am most grateful, junior sister." Is Liang Shidi once again tricking Haitang into some culinary delights? An irksome voice drifted from behind Bai Haitang. Liang Wan, somewhat exasperated, turned to see Yi Qingzhou, who had recently been bedridden and unable to lift his hand. His hand was still bandaged, mostly concealed by the sleeve of his garment, revealing only a portion of the gauze around his wrist. However, upon observing his face and neck, there were no visible scars. He recovered so swiftly from such a severe injury. Donghu Gate specializes in treating external wounds. Yi Qingzhou must have procured excellent medicine for himself. Indeed, without this handsome face, how could he pursue Bai Haitang? One cannot deny that Yi Qingzhou possesses an admirable visage. Does he not know of Wanwan's schemes against him? How could he be unaware? It is merely to avoid revealing his facade before Bai Haitang. Upon reaching this point, Liang Wan comprehended the situation. Yi Qingzhou intended to maintain a faade, yet she deliberately sought to undermine his composure. "Ah, it is you, Senior Yi. I heard recently that you developed numerous alarming rashes. They sounded quite frightful. Have you since recovered?" Yi Qingzhou inwardly cursed her for mentioning such a sensitive topic, while outwardly attempting to project a nonchalant demeanor. "It is merely a minor ailment. With master around, I shall be well in no time." "Oh, that is reassuring. I heard from the other seniors that your condition was rather alarming. I feared you might succumb to illness." Liang once spoke to Yi Qingzhou with unabashed candor, much to her chagrin. Chapter 128. Although Bai Haitang was present, he could not afford to lose his composure. Assuming the demeanor of a senior brother, he remarked, "Junior brother, you should be cautious with such disrespectful words, lest our master punishes you." Alas, what the senior brother did not realize was that my master was not the same as yours. My master treats me exceedingly well. Yi Qingzhou gritted his teeth silently and eventually managed to utter 4 words, "You had better." Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Bai Haitang quickly intervened, saying, "Senior brother, the regulations at Beiju Gate are quite strict, and I have been unable to seek you out. I hardly ever see you around. What have you been occupied with during this time?" This question was also on Yi Qingzhou's mind, prompting him to adopt an expression of stoic curiosity as he discreetly eavesdropped. Liang Wan sighed. "I have only recently joined Beiju Gate, and it will take time for me to learn the art of poison crafting. For now, I can only study in the courtyard." Bai Haitang expressed surprise. "Doesn't the master at Beiju Gate conduct any classes?" Before Liang Wan could respond, Yi Qingzhou interjected. "The master at Beiju Gate spends nearly half the month in seclusion. Where would he find the time to teach? The most you could hope for is instruction from the eldest senior brother, I suppose?" Liang Wan retorted sarcastically. "Ah, Yi senior brother, How impressive you are. You need not even meet me to know so much about my affairs. Yi Qingzhou coldly replied, the feeling is mutual. By Haidang. Yi Qingzhou and Liang Wan exchanged barbs for what seemed an eternity until the grand ceremony was finally about to commence. Due to her lack of achievements and her recent admission to Beiju Gate, Liang Wan found herself relegated to the end of the line, just as she had been at Donghuming. After the disciples paid their respects to their master, the Eastern Hu Gate master, despite having repeatedly drawn the short straw, persisted in delivering a discourse filled with inconsequential musings. The disciples below occasionally exchanged hushed whispers. To their surprise, the master also made an appearance this time. He had not been in seclusion recently. Just a short while ago, he was seen taking a leisurely stroll. Perhaps he was merely taking a brief respite after a period of exhaustion. I feel as though I am on the verge of illness. Alas, the body of a young master, yet the fate of a servant. Liang Wan looked up and noticed the master of the Northern Zhu Gate, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by Xingyun and Xingyu. The demeanor and aura of the three were remarkably similar, though the Northern Zhu Gate master exuded a slightly stronger presence. As Liang Wan scanned their faces, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Xingyun for a fleeting moment. Was he looking at her? Ah, how exhilarating. Why doesn't my phone with over 10,000 yuan have a touch mode? Xingyun truly is my radiant moonlight. Why isn't he the male lead? Why isn't he the male lead? Why isn't he the male lead? General Shun is quite commendable as well. Liang Wan felt her cheeks warm slightly. Fortunately, the Eastern Hu Gate master did not speak for long. After completing the necessary formalities, he returned to his seat and, with a commanding voice, announced the commencement of the feast. The disciples seated themselves in an orderly fashion, and Liang Wan found herself at a table surrounded entirely by unfamiliar senior brothers. Just as she was about to take a bite of lamb, she noticed a disdainful glance directed her way from a senior brother beside her. Wasn't he the one who had caused a ruckus at my Medicine King Valley? The man beside inquired, and scarcely had his words faded when the other responded, this festive celebration is indeed to commemorate our survival after the calamity. And how audacious of a certain culprit to indulge so heartily. Liang Wan, observing the sarcastic exchange between the two, was suddenly reminded. It was these two gossips who had previously descended the mountain to murmur about her. Oh no, they ought to be referred to as gossips instead. Chapter 129. Liang Wan chuckled softly, her face radiating warmth. However, her eyes concealed a glimmer of mockery and derision. If I do not indulge myself, how could I possibly do justice to the exquisite Sunite lamb bestowed by the king yesterday? To her surprise, rather than displaying any semblance of shame, Liang Wan maintained this audacious demeanor, causing the expressions of everyone at the table to shift dramatically. She observed their reactions with amusement, showing no intention of engaging, instead leisurely savoring the lamb. One individual, infuriated, nearly hurled his chopsticks, exclaiming, "This is simply outrageous. How can one utter such shameless words on a day as splendid as this?" As the tension in the air thickened, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from above, and all eyes turned towards its source, the esteemed master of the North Zhu Gate, eliciting a collective gasp. Liang Wan, reveling in her meal, felt a jolt of panic upon recognizing the master. What should she do? Should she feign a look of grievance? In the next moment, she set down her chopsticks. Adopting a visibly displeased expression, the master of the North Zhu Gate was not oblivious. He took note of her demeanor, which oscillated from gleeful consumption to a sudden display of discontent. With a stern countenance, he directed his gaze towards the disciple who had spoken earlier. That disciple sat upright, anxious not to reveal any hint of guilt. Shouldn't you quickly offer a toast to the master? Xingyun's voice rang out sharply, prompting everyone to realize that the master had not come to reprimand them. They all rose in unison to present a toast to the master of the North Zhu Gate. Once the process was concluded, the esteemed master of Baizuman spoke again in a grave tone. I do not wish for outsiders to witness my disciples of Baizuman recklessly accusing one another. You must conduct yourselves accordingly. Upon hearing this, one individual immediately turned pale. Master, the actions of Liang Yunjin are well known to all. How could we be the ones making baseless accusations? The master of Baizuman shot him a piercing glare, his voice as frigid as ice. What has Liang Yunjin done? Did you witness it? The man hesitated, struggling for a response. Everyone knows what Liang Yunjin has done in Yaowang Valley. Master, is this not absurd? As he pondered this, a sudden realization dawned upon him. It seemed that the master wished to shield Liang Yunjin from disgrace, thus feigning ignorance of his actions. Yet here he was, vociferously insisting that Liang Yunjin was the perpetrator harming his fellow disciples, seemingly defending his peers while, in truth, slapping his own master in the face. The righteous indignation that had previously graced his countenance was now tinged with panic, prompting him to hastily bow and say, "It is my oversight, master. Your teachings are invaluable." The master of Baizuman chose not to respond further and turned to depart. Liang Wan glanced up at Xingyun, who trailed closely behind him. Their movements mirrored one another, neither daring to acknowledge her presence at this moment. Were they concerned about being discovered favoring her? Meanwhile, the master of Baizuman approached another table, while the three other masters, who had resumed their positions, wore expressions of grave concern. Particularly, the master of Donghuman felt a profound discomfort upon witnessing the high regard with which Master Bei treated Liang Yunjin. What could this master possibly mean? He furrowed his brow and glared in frustration. The master of Nangshuamen found it perplexing, despite Liang Yunjin being the mastermind behind the destruction of Yawang Valley. Bei Lao seemed to treat him with particular favor. Could it be that he was privy to some undisclosed information? The master of Xilongmen stroked his beard, deep in contemplation. I had thought he intended to retain Liang Yunjin for our sake. Could it be that he genuinely believes him to be exceptionally gifted, hence taking him as a disciple? The master of Donghuman scoffed dismissively. Am I not aware of Liang Yunjin's lack of talent? He is merely a mindless ruffian. The master of Xilongmen countered. Then why does he treat him so favorably? Could it be that he has uncovered? At that moment, with the crowd bustling around them, the three exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. In stark contrast to their somber musings, Liang Wan returned to her table to dine. And it was evident that no one dared to mention the affair again. The two who had relentlessly slandered her previously fell silent as well. Liang Wan enjoyed her meal with great satisfaction, as no one spoke to her, allowing her to indulge more than others. Chapter 130. After dinner, there was a captivating performance of song and dance. Liang Wan cherished this rare opportunity to witness an ancient performance firsthand. Eager to discern the allure that had captivated countless literati and noble families throughout history. However, what was presented as a song and dance performance turned out to be a group of disciples from the northern Zhu men, armed with swords and silk ribbons. The men wielded swords, while the women gracefully handled the silk. As the music began, the swords and ribbons danced in an intricate interplay. Initially, Liang Wan found it rather unremarkable, but she soon discovered the profound beauty within it. The silk, seemingly delicate and insubstantial, became a powerful force in the hands of the elder sisters from the northern Zhu men, while the gleaming swords intertwined seamlessly, transforming into an expression of tender elegance. It was truly enchanting. Liang Wan couldn't help but admire the ancient people's ability to savor such experiences. Immersed in the performance, she was oblivious to a figure approaching her. A soft voice, belonging to Xingyun, broke her reverie. Do you enjoy watching, junior brother? Liang Wan turned to see Xingyun and smiled. Senior brother. As the performance did not require participation, the arrangement of those present became irrelevant. Is it beautiful? She inquired. Indeed, Xingyun responded without further comment, quietly standing beside her to share in the spectacle. As the performance concluded, a sudden exclamation rang out. It's snowing. Snowing. Liang Wan jolted to her feet. Noticing many disciples heading outside, she nudged Xingyun's arm. Senior brother, let us go take a look. Xingyun nodded with a smile and joined her as they ventured out together. In front of Lin Yuntang's door, a multitude of people gathered, likely stirred by the season's first snowfall in early winter, their excitement palpable. Liang Wan was no exception. As a southerner who had never encountered snow, she longed to dash about in delight, though she refrained out of concern for propriety. She raised her hand to catch the delicate, drifting snowflakes, and a diminutive white flake landed in her warm palm, swiftly melting into a cool sensation. How enchanting! While Liang Wan was still entranced by the wonder of the first snow, she heard someone nearby call out to Xingyun. Following the sound, she saw Xingyu approaching the two. Her expression was grave, and in a hushed tone, she remarked, someone attempted to steal the account books from the storeroom at the foot of the mountain. And our people apprehended them. Panic flashed across Liang Wan's face, but she quickly recalled the implications of this news and buried her face once more, fearing that her unease might betray her. Wasn't that the elite force under Shin Xiaohong? How could they have been captured so easily? Upon hearing the news, Xingyun's demeanor remained unperturbed as she calmly inquired, does the master know? The master has ordered us to conduct the interrogation. Xingyun acknowledged with a slight nod, casting a glance back at Liang Wan. As Liang Wan lifted her head slightly, her uncertain eyes reflected Xingyun's gaze. Xingyun was observing her as well, her expression imbued with an inscrutable meaning that Liang could not decipher. Senior brother. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Liang suddenly felt an inexplicable assurance that Xingyun would come to her aid. Chapter 131. After the departure of the nebula, Liang lost all interest in returning to witness any performances. She retreated to the courtyard, her heart in a state of turmoil. Could it be that her information was erroneous? Was the vigilance of the Yaowang Valley still as stringent as ever? In that instant, Liang felt as though she were on the verge of tears. Just as she was about to consult the barrage for a possible means of escape, she glanced up and was startled to see a shadow standing at the doorway, prompting a frightened scream from her lips. Young Master Liang. Huh. Liang squinted to better discern the figure at the entrance. Observing the attire and physique, it was unmistakably one of Shun Xiuhong's shadow guards. Weren't you captured? Liang inquired, perplexed. The individual politely performed a bow before responding. Upon our arrival there, we discovered someone on guard. One of our members attempted to lure them away. But to our dismay, the guards were more skilled than us, and 2 of our people were apprehended. Liang furrowed her brows. How many of you went in total? 4. Liang merely acknowledged with an O. The individual continued. The person captured is named Xian Meiqing. Liang responded with a non-committal before realizing, oh, I don't know her. It turns out to be from the southern suspended gate. Liang suddenly understood, yet she chose to ignore the words beauty trap. She addressed the shadow guard, saying, I comprehend. I shall inquire with my senior brother later about the situation, and if possible, I will plead on your behalf. Young Master Liang need not take such measures, the shadow guard interjected, for revealing our intentions would be unwise. If you were to plead, it might expose us. After reflecting on this, Liang conceded that he was indeed correct. Very well, as long as you possess no incriminating evidence against you, there is little they can do. Moreover, the shadow guard merely intends to observe. As long as the account books remain intact, you will be safe. With a sigh of relief, Liang's racing heart finally calmed. She reclined back onto her bed, just on the verge of slumber, when she heard footsteps in the courtyard. Startled, she sat up abruptly. Upon opening the door, she found Xingyun approaching with a lantern in hand. Senior brother, what brings you here? Before Xingyun could respond, Liang noticed a flurry of comments flashing by. I'm crying so hard. Senior brother is here to deliver news to Wan. Senior brother has known since morning. I told you senior brother was aware. How thrilling, he didn't expose Wan. How could he possibly expose Wan if he cares for her? The seemingly indifferent senior brother is, in fact, the most affectionate. The treacherous screenwriter. My heart aches for senior brother. This drama touches the hearts of everyone, except for Yi Qingzhou. Chapter 132. Liang paused momentarily. Was it true that her senior brother had already been aware of her relationship with Shen Xiuhong? Yet, he still resolutely chose to stand by her side. Liang stood in astonishment, her countenance reflecting her surprise. Xingyun, observing her expression, assumed she was frightened by the events of the previous night. Without hesitation, he approached her and stated, Junior, those 2 have been released. Liang was taken aback by Xingyun's bluntness, momentarily at a loss for words. Xingyun's demeanor was stern, the lantern-esque glow illuminating his face with a dazzling light. Liang felt her heart stirred. Xingyun parted his lips slightly, suggesting, let us discuss this inside. Once they entered the room, Liang attempted to break the tension, but found herself at a loss for words. It was Xingyun who finally spoke up. There is no need for you to be anxious, Junior. The soldiers under General Shun did not take anything from the Yaowang Valley. Even if they were captured, they would merely be considered troublemakers and would be reprimanded before being released. Liang chuckled awkwardly, her mind still in a daze. She had not anticipated that her senior brother was already aware of the situation. It was not that he had deliberately kept it from her. He was merely concerned. Liang lifted her gaze, her beautiful peach blossom eyes glistening as they locked onto his. Xingyun returned her gaze, saying, I was merely worried about jeopardizing your plans with General Shen. The composed and unruffled senior brother harbored concerns for her. Liang mind was consumed by a singular thought. What would be the outcome if she forcibly altered her fated relationship with the characters in the narrative? When she returned to reality from her reverie, she inquired, Did you know of my intentions with General Shen beforehand? Xingyun shook his head. Yet, the senior brother still chose not to expose her. A warmth enveloped Liang heart. Indeed, Xingyun had never entertained such thoughts. Despite being momentarily taken aback, astonished, and even somewhat perplexed, he had never contemplated revealing her secret. He placed one hand on the table, his articulate fingers slightly curling, as if he were suppressing his inner emotions. Liang Wan pressed on. When did you come to realize my intentions with General Shun? On the night you suggested testing the poison, General Shun sent someone to seek out Master. I was present at the time. He inquired whether we needed assistance from a few soldiers for the poison trial. It was then we understood that your actions and General Shun's were merely for the safety of the people. Liang Wan was taken aback. So Master is aware of this matter as well? Xingyun nodded. Master even instructed me to assist you discreetly. Liang Wan clapped her hands in delight. That is truly wonderful. With Master and you aiding me, I need not act clandestinely. Seeing her joy, Xingyun chuckled softly. However, Master wishes to avoid becoming too entangled with the court, so you will still need to maintain contact with General Shin on your own. Yang Wan nodded repeatedly, expressing her contentment with certainty. It is only natural. As long as I know there are others standing on the same front as I am already quite satisfied. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with fervor. The room was enveloped in tranquility, so serene that even the nebulae could hear the fervent thumping of their own hearts. He gazed at Liang Wan, unabashedly articulating his thoughts. Junior brother need not fear. I shall always stand by your side. That night, Liang Wan enjoyed an exceptionally restful slumber. As dawn broke, she arose without a trace of fatigue, brimming with vitality as she refreshed herself and began to devise her plans for the day. Although Xingyun had already indicated that they could seek assistance from him and their master for any matter, the clues at hand might lead to the unknown Wang City, a place she had never encountered. Should she unwittingly embroil Xingyun and her master in this murky affair, provoking the wrath of the unseen king, it could result in disastrous consequences. Would she not then become a historical pariah? After weighing the pros and cons, Liang Wan resolutely decided to act alone and sought out the legendary Xie Meiqing at the southern suspended gate. Chapter 133. Liang Wan strode toward Bai Haitong's courtyard, and as soon as she stepped inside, she was met with a chorus of sighs from the barrage of comments. Alas, more torment awaits. A slap followed by a sweet date. The screenwriter is truly sadistic. If Wan seeks assistance from Bai Haidang, Yiqing Zhou will inevitably find out. How many episodes of suffering will this entail? Having watched the preview, at least 3 episodes are to be expected. With a gasp, Liang Wan turned and fled without a second thought. Her abrupt departure left the audience bewildered. What on earth? She's running away? Why did she leave so suddenly? Wan didn't even see anyone. Honestly, it felt like she and I shared a moment of telepathy just now. She started to critique, and then just bolted. This is quite the plot twist. Could it be that she spotted Yiqing Zhou in Bai Haitong's room, prompting her hasty retreat? Liang Wan wiped the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead due to her panic and paused for a moment to regain her composure before continuing on her path. Having never visited the South Suspended Gate before, she had diligently studied the Disciples' Handbook of Yaowang Valley prior to her arrival and knew the direction of Qian Hall, where Xie Meiqing was located. After walking for quite some time, she ultimately found herself lost. With a sigh, she reflected that one should never be blindly confident. While traversing the path, she finally spotted a disciple and, seizing the opportunity, she stopped him, breathless, and inquired, "Senior brother, may I ask where Xie Meiqing is at this moment?" Xie Meiqing? Naturally, he was at Qian Hall. As the man prepared to leave, Liang Wan hurriedly called out to him, "Hey, senior brother, do you know the way to Qian Hall?" The man, seemingly in a rush, impatiently pointed ahead and said, "You need to walk 3 zhang to the east, then." Realizing that he was about to embark on a complicated direction-giving, Liang Wan quickly interjected, "Senior brother, how about you just leave me there? How ungrateful you are," he exclaimed, but as he spoke, she pressed 2 taels of silver into his hand. His expression, once filled with ire, transformed instantly into a genial demeanor. "What more is there to say? Just follow me." Liang Wan sighed. "This is the research grant bestowed upon us by the masters during last night's celebrations, and now it has vanished just like that." The man, now quite pleased, led Liang Wan to Qian Hall. Upon arrival, they found only one person stationed at the desk, who was intently grinding something, seemingly taking notes. "All right, little junior brother. I must be off. I'll take my leave." With that, he dashed away. Liang Wan stepped inside and inquired, "Are you senior brother Xie Meiqing?" Hearing her voice, Xie Meiqing looked up, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you?" "I am a disciple from the North Zhu Gate, here to procure some nourishing herbs for my alchemical endeavors." Xie Meiqing nodded in acknowledgement. "Do you have a hand command?" "A hand command? What is that?" Xie Meiqing suddenly adopted a stern expression. Every disciple who comes to collect medicinal herbs must possess a hand order personally signed by the master. Are you not aware of this? Liangwan felt somewhat embarrassed. I am new here and not quite familiar with these matters. As she spoke, Liangwan abruptly recalled the earlier comment in the barrage about a beauty trap. She gazed at the not particularly gentle Xie Meiqing before her and wondered if this individual had an inclination towards men. Liangwan then experienced a moment of clarity. In ancient times, if a man favored other men, it was likely to be treated with the same severity as illicit relations between men and women. Thus, even if Xie Meiqing was indeed attracted to men, he could only feign indifference. Chapter 134. Having come to this realization, Liangwan took a deep breath and adopted a sultry demeanor, softly stating, I merely wish to obtain a bit of ginger quartz. Senior brother Xie, since you are so kind, why not simply give me some? Upon witnessing this, Xie Meiqing couldn't help but shiver. Wasn't this person male? Why did he suddenly appear so effeminate? Even more alarming was the unsettling thought that he found this somewhat appealing. No, this simply could not be. He slammed his pen onto the table, attempting to transform the flicker of hidden delight in his heart into indignation, sternly rebuking, I have stated that a command is necessary. You are a disgrace. Liangwan. Hadn't it been agreed that he would fall for her charms? She had been so proactive. Yet he still presented himself as unyielding. Or perhaps he preferred the dominant type? Confused, Liangwan glanced at the barrage of comments, where the audience was already in fits of laughter. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. He actually prefers the white camellia style, not you, Wanwan. To be fair, Wanwan's recent demeanor was quite feminine. Hey, Wanwan is a woman. If she lacks femininity, does she possess masculinity? Ha, Wanwan. What a ridiculous idea. I'm cracking up. Liangwan was once again rendered speechless. Indeed, had she not forcibly altered the plot by observing the comments, she would have been accompanying Bai Haidang at this very moment. If Xie Meiqing truly has an affection for Bai Haidang, then acquiring the necessary clues would be far simpler. Alas, I must summon my junior sister Bai. Liangwan, feeling a sense of loss, departed from Qiyun Hall, all the while observed by Xie Meiqing, who pondered whether she had been too harsh on this young junior brother. Upon returning to Bai Haitang's residence, Liangwan entered the courtyard just in time to see Bai Haidang pouring out a basin of water. Haidang, senior brother Liang. Bai Haidang appeared pleasantly surprised by Liangwan's visit, her eyes sparkling with joy. She hastily set the basin down and rushed toward her. Senior brother, what brings you here? Liangwan cautiously glanced at the house behind her and whispered, Has senior brother Yi been here? Bai Haidang nodded, then shook her head. Senior brother Yi just left. Are you looking for him? Liangwan quickly refuted, Of course not. I came to see you, Haidang. Bai Haitang's puzzled expression transformed into a smile. Then please, come inside. Liangwan glanced at the son. No, I won't go in. Junior sister Haidang, would you accompany me to Qian Hall? Are you going to fetch some medicine? Liangwan replied, I wish to procure some nourishing herbs. I have some here. Bai Haidang eagerly pointed to a rack in the courtyard laden with various dried herbs. You can take what you need from me. Liangwan promptly declined, but upon noticing the disappointment on Bai Haitang's face, he quickly amended. The herb I seek is ginger and quartz. I shall not take anything from you, junior sister. Upon hearing that what was needed was ginger quartz, Bai Haidang refrained from approaching any further. Recently, upon returning from the mountain, I had prepared numerous nourishing soups for Brother Yi, and now there was hardly enough left to offer him. However, it matters little, as I intended to use it for alchemy. Utilizing Bai Shimi's would be a waste, wouldn't it? Liangwan's words, spoken inadvertently, caused Bai Haidang to shyly lower her head. As the two conversed, they stepped outside. Liangwan then confided in Bai Haidang. Haidang, at present, I lack the official decree. Xie Meiqing from Qiyun Hall refuses to permit me to obtain the ginger quartz and insists that I seek my master for a written order. You are aware of my situation. Having just entered the Beiju sect, I have no standing to request such a decree from my master. It is simply an act of torment. Upon hearing this, Bai Haidang appeared troubled. What shall we do? It seems indeed impossible to procure the medicinal materials without the decree. Liangwan turned and smiled. As long as you, Sister Haidang, take action, Xie Meiqing will surely acquiesce. Chapter 135. Bai Haidang was initially perplexed, but soon recalled her past visits to Qiyun Hall for medicine, during which senior brother Xie had never made things difficult for her. It seemed that he was somewhat stricter with outer sect disciples. The barrage of comments caught Liangwan's attention. She was taken aback. Indeed, Bai Haidang had assisted her out of affection, Yet she had exploited that affection. This appeared to contradict her original intentions. Abruptly, she halted her steps, falling into silence. Bai Haidang also paused. "Senior brother, what is the matter?" After a moment, Liang Wan bowed to her. "Haidang, I am truly sorry." Bai Haidang was even more bewildered. "Senior brother? Actually, CMA Qing has feelings for you. I thought if you could speak a word for me in front of him, I could obtain the medicine without needing the hand command. This was my fault, and I owe an apology to my junior sister. You may return now." Upon finishing her words, Liang Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She did not wish to disappoint Bai Haidang. Regardless of whether it was out of her affection for her or the unreciprocated admiration for the boyish figure she embodied, she bent slightly, awaiting Bai Haitang's response. But Bai Haidang remained silent for an extended period. Liang Wan felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that she had angered Bai Haidang, leading her down a darker path? She had no time to read the barrage for clarification when she heard Bai Haidang say, "Senior brother, you were so kind to me. How could I not help you?" Liang Wan looked up and saw Bai Haitang's eyes red-rimmed, tears glistening on the verge of falling. That soft and adorable face instantly appeared pitiful, stirring even Liang Wan, a straightforward girl, to feel a pang of sympathy. Were it not for her current male identity, she would have certainly given her a warm embrace. Instead, she could only awkwardly pat Bai Haitang's shoulder and feign nonchalance, saying, "I'm so glad you're not upset with me, junior sister." Bai Haidang pretended to rub her eyes as if sand had gotten in them, and smiled. "Only you, senior brother, are so considerate of my feelings. I'm actually quite happy. How could I be angry? After all, Wan Wan is a girl. Girls understand girls better." The original character, like Wan Wan, also held a caring affection for Bai Haitang as a fellow woman. The absence of rivalry among women is truly delightful. Thus, Wan Wan shines brighter among her many senior brothers. As Liang Wan observed the barrage, her earlier resistance to Bai Haitang's affectionate gestures had dissipated. While lacking the romantic entanglements typical of heterosexual relationships, she was reluctant to continuously accept Bai Haitang's affection without reciprocation. She contemplated that it was time to find an opportunity to reveal her true identity to Bai Haitang. "Senior brother?" Bai Haitang called her as she appeared lost in thought. Liang Wan returned to her senses, smiling. "It's nothing, so. Shall we head to Qian Hall?" "Sure." Liang Wan felt relieved as she accompanied Bai Haitang to Qian Hall. Chapter 136. As Liang Wan entered, CMA Qing immediately heightened her vigilance upon seeing her. "You. Why are you here again?" Liang Wan remained silent, and CMA Qing noticed another person following her. The hem of a bright yellow dress fluttered in the wind as Bai Haidang appeared at the doorway, the morning sunlight illuminating her from behind. As if adorning her with a pair of wings, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth. CMA Qing was momentarily entranced. Upon observing the expression on CMA Qing's face, Liang Wan realized she had found the right person. CMA Qing's demeanor shifted from suspicion to one of tenderness as she gazed upon Bai Haidang. The latter, suddenly recalling something, felt her cheeks begin to flush. Nevertheless, she did not lose sight of her purpose and said, "Senior brother Xie, this is my friend, senior brother Liang. I wonder if I might be able to acquire some Jiang Kuaishir from you." CMA Qing, however, wore a troubled expression and replied, "Junior sister Bai, it's not that I am unwilling to assist, but the Master South regulations are in place, and I absolutely cannot breach the rules." To her surprise, he possessed quite a sense of principle. Yet Liang Wan was not in a hurry. Her initial intention to obtain the Jiang Kuaishir was merely a pretext to gather information. With Bai Haidang present, CMA Qing was somewhat more patient. She inquired, "Senior brother, do you truly check every disciple's hand order before handing out the medicine?" CMA Qing affirmed, "Naturally. I have always adhered to fairness in my dealings and never engage in deceit." "That's nonsense," Liang Wan suddenly exclaimed, her expression one of indignation. "Not long ago, my senior sister obtained Jiang Kuaishir from you without a hand order, and she even told me that you gave it to her directly." Bai Haidang tilted her head, observing Xie Meiqing with a perplexed expression. Xie Meiqing's face flushed with indignation. "What nonsense is your senior sister spouting? How could I be unaware of such matters?" Noting his demeanor, Liang Wan felt increasingly certain that Xie Meiqing was indeed oblivious to the affairs involving their group. It was merely a short while ago that Liang Wan calculated the timing of the outbreak, just days before the academic examination, in the presence of Bai Haidang. Xie Meiqing made a concerted effort to portray himself as an upright gentleman. He swiftly approached the desk and opened the ledger where records of disciples collecting medicine were kept, reciting aloud, Jiang Kuaishir has always been predominantly collected by disciples of the Southern Hanging Gate. When did the Northern Zhu Gate disciples join this commotion, especially without my knowledge? Before long, he flipped to the days preceding the examination and found no record of any Northern Zhu Gate disciples collecting medicine. With righteous indignation, he spread the ledger before Liang Wan and declared, "See for yourself. There is no record of your Northern Zhu Gate senior sisters collecting medicine here." Furrowing her brow, Liang Wan appeared skeptical of Siem Meiqing's assertions. Nevertheless, she hastily flipped through the ledger, determined to uncover any instances of individuals who had taken substantial quantities of Jiang Kuaishir. After just 2 pages, her movement halted abruptly. Siem Meiqing leaned in to look, and indeed, the ledger recorded that 3 days prior to the examination, a disciple had collected nearly 100 pounds of Jiang Kuaishir. He scoffed lightly, saying, "I know this person. He is from the Eastern Jug Gate, and is a male disciple, not any so-called senior sister you speak of. Moreover, the over 90 pounds of ginger stone he possesses is sanctioned by the esteemed master of Dong Human, thus I have not transgressed any rules." Mengshi. Liang Wan silently noted this individual's name. Having acquired the information she sought, Liang Wan had no intention of further entangling herself. However, Bai Haitang remained anxious. Having failed to obtain the ginger stone for 2 nights, she softly implored Siem Meiqing, "Brother Xie, is there any way to acquire the ginger stone without Master's decree?" Despite his desire to impress Bai Haitang, Siem Meiqing found it difficult to resist her pitiful request, and his demeanor softened. "There are indeed options." Siem Meiqing turned to Liang Wan. "How much ginger stone do you require?" Liang Wan raised a single finger. Siem Meiqing furrowed his brow and inquired, 100 pounds? "Just 1 tael," she replied. Chapter 137. Siem Meiqing was filled with indignation, tempted to curse, yet he restrained himself. "I still have some left. Let me share a bit with you." Liang Wan chuckled, "Senior brother, you're quite generous." Upon hearing this, Siem Meiqing instinctively glanced at Bai Haitang. Noting her radiant smile directed at him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. With great magnanimity, he gifted Liang Wan 2 taels of ginger stone, cheerfully sending her on her way. After expressing her gratitude to Bai Haitang, Liang Wan proceeded directly to the Eastern Pot Gate. Upon her arrival at the entrance, she spotted a man conversing with Xingyu. She quickly concealed herself. The barrage of comments surged. "Isn't this Mengshi? Another inconsequential character makes an appearance. Isn't this the brother who just swindled Liang Wan of 2 taels of silver?" With a keen gaze, she confirmed, indeed, it was him. What a small world this Medicine King Valley was to encounter him here. Mengshi is merely a pawn as well. He holds no significant clues. The vital information resides with Xingyu. That poison was originally researched by Xingyu, and there are backups in the room. When will Liang Wan ever visit Xingyu's chamber? There is no chance now. She will soon be discovered. Liang Wan, what is happening here? Just as she prepared to turn the narrative on its head, Xingyu suddenly pivoted, directly gazing at her hiding spot. Oh no, she was already exposed. Yang Wanqing felt a chill in her heart, yet Xingyu seemed entirely indifferent to her presence, simply turning his head away. What could this mean? Hadn't the comments suggested she had no chance? Perhaps Xingyu had no intention of confronting her at all. Confused, she returned to her residence, only to find Xingyun there. Senior brother, what brings you here? As soon as the words escaped her lips, Liang Wanqing noticed the jars and bottles cradled in Xingyun's arms. Suddenly, it dawned on her that today was the day Xingyun was supposed to tutor her, a fact she had completely forgotten. My apologies, senior brother, I completely overlooked it. However, Xingyun bore no anger. No matter, where have you been, junior brother? Liang Wanqing hesitated, unsure whether to confide in Xingyun. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. I have discovered that the poison affecting the villagers at the foot of the mountain was concocted by senior sister. Xingyun's expression remained unfazed. He had sensed something amiss, but lacked concrete evidence. He inquired, what evidence have you uncovered, junior brother? Liang Wanqing looked up, deep in thought. She resolved at best to inform Xingyun. The poison developed by senior sister was found in her quarters. Xingyun nodded with a calm demeanor. Very well, I understand. Liang Wanqing was somewhat taken aback. Aren't you curious how I came by this information? Xingyun replied with a gentle smile. You are currently assisting General Shun, and your silence surely serves a purpose. There is no need for me to press for answers. Liang Wan felt a slight warmth on her cheeks. Just as she was about to share the intricate details with Xingyun, she noticed him placing various bottles and jars onto the table. This matter is of utmost importance. I must return to report to my master. Please wait for my return here. Very well, brother. Please hurry back. Liang Wan began to fiddle with the medicine bottles in the courtyard, where a gentle breeze caressed her face, carrying with it an enigmatic fragrance. Initially unaware of its potency, she soon found the scent intensifying, causing her to feel weak and her legs to betray her, yielding to the ground beneath her. She sank directly onto the earth, while Xingyu stood at the courtyard entrance, holding a ribbon, as the breeze danced through her skirt, swirling with the fallen, withered leaves scattered about. It has arrived once more. The iconic scene is here. The iconic scene has arrived. Chapter 138, Iconic Scene Check-in. Wan will just lie down and enjoy the show, lying down directly? Liang Wan obediently collapsed onto the ground, following the commands of her online family without hesitation, embodying the essence of trust. Seeing her lie down so readily, Xingyu was momentarily taken aback. What was she doing? Xingyu cautiously stepped forward, yet Liang Wan remained sprawled on the ground, keeping a vigilant gaze on her, showing no intention of resistance. Xingyu scoffed, questioning such a lack of courage. She took a few more steps forward, only to observe that Liang Wan's expression bore no trace of panic. Instead, an unsettling sense of resignation enveloped her. This extraordinary demeanor caused Xingyu to hesitate. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a silken ribbon swirling through the air, the wind whipping up leaves that transformed into invisible sound waves, piercing through the underbrush. With a resounding crash, the grass was torn asunder. Liang Wan's body jolted at the sound. Her composure shattered, leaving her unable to maintain her previous calm. Noticing the flicker of alarm on her face, Xingyu realized that no one was lurking in the shadows to assist her. A surge of indignation washed over her, as her grip on the ribbon tightened. With a mere gesture, the ribbon seemed to acquire a life of its own, striking towards Liang Wan with an almost sentient force. Even if Liang Wan attempted to crawl away, it was already too late. She simply shut her eyes in stunned disbelief. Suddenly, the clash of blades echoed in the air as a sword, gleaming with an icy light, whizzed past her face, causing Xingyu's ribbon to be deflected. Liang Wan, taken aback, opened her mouth in shock, unable to utter a single word. She turned her head and was startled to find a cloaked figure appearing seemingly from nowhere. It was one of Shen Xiuhong's secret guards. Had he actually sent someone to protect her? Liang Wan was momentarily taken aback, yet before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp gust of wind swept past her ear. She turned just in time to see the silken ribbon of Xingyu narrowly miss her. Hastily, she glanced back at Xingyu, who was now engaged in a fierce struggle with the cloaked figure. The assailant moved with remarkable speed. Even someone of Xingyu's caliber, renowned for their skills in Yaowang Valley, found it difficult to counter the swift and relentless onslaught. Liang Wan, half reclining and half sitting, observed the unfolding skirmish. Realizing there was no chance of victory, Xingyu decided to retreat. But the cloaked figure was relentless, charging after her with sword drawn. In a moment of desperation, Xingyu produced an object from her waist and hurled it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, momentarily blinding the assailant. Liang Wan closed her eyes, and in her dazed state, she thought she heard Xingyun's voice. When she finally awakened, Xingyun was seated beside her bed, weariness etched across his features. Upon seeing her consciousness return, a glimmer of light sparked in his gaze. Yunjin. His voice, typically cool and composed, bore a hint of hoarseness. Witnessing his condition, Liang Wan felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Senior brother, what has happened? The sunlight still poured in, leading Liang Wan to believe she had only briefly dozed off. Noticing Xingyun's silent scrutiny, she slowly raised her head to meet his gaze. Wan is leaving. Big brother is so sad. Oh no, I'm about to cry too. Family, who can withstand this? Wan, can you please not go? I simply adore watching your daily life with Big Brother in Yaowang Valley. Indeed, it's a heart-wrenching drama that pains my heart. Is she really leaving? Where is she headed? Liang Wan looked at Xingyun with a puzzled expression. Xingyun then spoke up. You have been unconscious for 3 days, but fortunately, you are now fine. Oh, so it was just for this matter? Chapter 139. Liang Wan remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of her situation, lying innocently in bed. She sensed her own physical weakness but did not hasten to rise. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the silver needles on the table and recalled how Xingyun had inserted them into her own flesh during the acupuncture session, causing her to shudder in fear. Xingyun, perceiving her fright, gently reassured her, "It's all right, Yunjin, everything is over now." It was only then that Liang Wan suddenly realized that since her awakening, her senior brother had not once referred to her as his junior. Senior brother, is there something else amiss? Liang Wan could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Xingyun observed her expression, his eyes fluctuating with mixed emotions. Your whereabouts have been compromised. They are aware that you are investigating matters beneath the mountain. Liang Wan was momentarily taken aback, as she believed this had already been established. Noticing her reaction, Xingyun continued to elucidate. Previously, they merely suspected you, but after your visit to Qiyun Hall and your mention of Jiang Kuaishir, they have now confirmed their suspicions. Realization dawned upon Liang Wan. Indeed, her cover had been blown. Thus, the recent visit from Xingyu was likely an attempt to eliminate her, yet unexpectedly. Shen Xiaohong had dispatched someone to secretly protect her, sparing her from that fate. Liang Wan felt a wave of gratitude wash over her at critical moments. One must rely on Shen Xiaohong. Master is concerned that remaining in Yaowang Valley may subject you to their persecution. It may be necessary for you to leave the mountain. Really going to leave? Liang Wan blurted out, which left Xingyun somewhat perplexed. Did you know about this from the very beginning? Liang Wan let out a sigh, expressing her thoughts. There is nothing in particular. I only heard my master mention it once before, merely as a hypothesis. I never anticipated that we would actually arrive at this juncture. As she spoke, a look of despondency washed over her face, revealing a profound sense of sorrow. Xingyun fell into a contemplative silence as well. How could he bear to see Liang Wan depart? The atmosphere, previously tinged with mere melancholy, was suddenly plunged into a chilling despair, accentuated by the barrage of comments that flooded in. The senior brother hasn't he slept in 3 days, tirelessly watching over Wan Wan. And my heart aches for him. It feels as though his heart is bleeding. Liang Wan felt a twinge of sorrow within her heart. Would she ever return after this departure? If she did not, would that mean she would never see the senior brother again? They both remained in quiet contemplation for a considerable time until Liang Wan suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Where should I go upon descending the mountain?" Surely, they could not simply cast her out without even arranging for her accommodation. My master has already made arrangements. This time, you are to seek out General Shun. His domain is heavily guarded. Even if others harbor ulterior motives, they must consider whether they are capable of breaching Xinjun's defenses. Liang Wan furrowed her brow in response. Seek out Shen Xiaohong? Xingyun regarded her with a glance. Liang Wan quickly amended. Oh, no, that is not what I meant. I simply meant that General Shun is a military leader. His barracks cannot be a place where mere wanderers from the Jianghu can reside at will. There is no need to worry about this junior disciple. The master has already contacted General Shun the day before and explained the situation. General Shun is quite willing to accept you. Liang Wan. Quite willing? Liang Wan yearned to inquire of Xingyun whether this was indeed the case. Yet despite opening her mouth, the words remained unspoken. Liang Wan then asked, "Are they still in Fuchuan town?" They have now returned to Lianhua town. Is that not the place surrounded by mountains where one must travel 10 miles to hear of the town? Chapter 140. The description made Xingyun chuckle. Xinjun is currently attending to the emperor's orders, recuperating in the back mountains of Lianhua town. I am not fully aware of the specifics, but it seems they will need to remain there for an extended period. It takes merely a day to travel back and forth to Yaowang Valley from there. Should you truly wish to return, you may send a message through a general, and I shall come to escort you. Liang Wan pondered for a moment. Indeed, it was not very far, and her sorrow from not seeing Xingyun for a prolonged time gradually dissipated. Xingyun glanced outside the window. It's nearly noon. Are you hungry? I shall prepare some food for you. Liang Wan, feeling her stomach, responded without hesitation. That would be troublesome for you, senior brother. After having her meal, Liang Wan's strength was somewhat restored. Over the next 2 days, Xingyun visited her daily, bringing delightful dishes. Receiving the lunchbox from Xingyun, Liang Wan's expression turned serious. Senior brother, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Observing her demeanor, Xingyun took a seat. Is there some difficulty you are facing, junior sister? Liang Wan, hesitating, did not rush to open the lunchbox. Her gaze flickered, avoiding direct eye contact with Xingyun, as if afraid he might discern something. Just now, the master sent someone to inform me that I shall depart from Yaowang Valley tomorrow. Xingyun was already aware of this matter. However, he found himself particularly reluctant to broach the subject today. In his over a decade of experience in Yaowang Valley, he had never felt as restless as he did at this moment. This was the first time in his life that he faced a situation beyond his ability to resolve. Awareness of the myriad setbacks in life often brings forth a profound sense of anguish and despair, particularly when one finds oneself utterly powerless to alter the course of events. Observing Xingyun in silence, his countenance betraying a struggle against imperceptible emotions, a pang of sorrow pierced Liang Wan's heart. After a prolonged moment, Xingyun became aware that his unguarded demeanor had not escaped Liang Wan's notice. Regaining his composure, he softly spoke, "Yunjin, I truly apologize, my senior brother." Suddenly, Liang Wan interjected, "Actually, my name is Liang Wan." Xingyun was momentarily taken aback. "You." In that fleeting instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's visage in their eyes. Gradually, the somber expression that had clouded Xingyun's face began to fade, revealing a hint of a smile. His lips parted gently as he tenderly whispered her name, Liang Wan. For the first time in her life, Liang Wan truly heard someone utter her given name, stirring deep emotions within her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "Senior brother, when did you realize I was a woman?" This was a question that had long lingered in her mind. Xingyun chuckled softly. "Surely you haven't forgotten that it was I who taught you how to swim." "Huh?" Liang Wan exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. The realization struck her, had she not been. Suddenly, Xingyun glanced upward, prompting Liang Wan to follow his gaze. Suspecting there was something above, surrounded by bamboo, her courtyard held no extraordinary sights. It was only when she noticed the barrage of comments reading, "Ah." So that is how he figured it out. And help. Is this going to be too awkward? That the full weight of the moment sank in. Some matters are best left unexamined, for contemplation brings only greater embarrassment. I recall that the conclusion of the novel featured an epilogue, wherein the senior disciple inferred certain truths from Wan Wan's alluring figure. It was only then that Liang Wan realized the reason behind Xingyun's peculiar demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she feigned ignorance, pretending to know nothing. The following day, Xingyun personally escorted Liang Wan to Lianhua town to seek out Xin Xiuhong. Chapter 141. Xin Xiuhong's military camp was not situated in the town itself, but rather on the mountainside behind Lianhua town, a distance of about a mile away. Liang Wan had visited before, but at that time, her mind was preoccupied with concerns for her own safety. Thus she paid little attention to the path. Upon her return, the once lush greenery of the mountainside had transformed into stark, bare branches, mirroring her current mood. Xingyun led Liang Wan to the entrance of Shun's military camp, where Xin Xiuhong stood, seemingly awaiting their arrival. General Shun personally greets them. Encountering a rival, emotions run high. But as for my senior brother, I dare not say. Yet it seems General Shun has yet to develop feelings for Wan Wan, does he? Whether he likes her or not, I cannot say. Nonetheless, General Shun will surely have regrets in the future. Looking good and loving to look, share more. Before Xingyun, Liang Wan maintained a certain restraint. After bowing to Xin Xiuhong, she lifted her gaze, only to find Xin Xiuhong observing her intently. "General Shun, I entrust this junior disciple to you," she said. Xin Xiuhong then lazily cast a glance at Xingyun. "The journey has been arduous. Why not stay at the camp and rest for a while?" Xingyun glanced at Liang Wan, his eyes brimming with reluctance. However, he shook his head. "No, there are matters in the valley that require my attention. I must return." At that moment, Liang Wan found herself at a loss for words. Yet she gazed at Xingyun with a lingering sadness, hoping he would comprehend the emotions reflected in her eyes. Xingyun met her gaze, a smile illuminating his features, utterly devoid of the cold indifference he had exhibited upon their first encounter. At that moment, Liang Wan regarded Xingyun as an ethereal being, seemingly unattainable. Yet now, she found herself enveloped by this singular softness of the earthly realm, cradling her tender heart. The two parted ways, their eyes laden with reluctance, as Liang Wan stared blankly at Xingyun's silhouette fading beyond the mountains. Xin Xiuhong turned his gaze towards Liang Wan, an inexplicable annoyance stirring within him. He coldly remarked, "Come inside." Liang Wan collected her tumultuous thoughts and followed Xin Xiuhong into the military camp. No sooner had they entered than they encountered Su He. Liang Wan gasped in surprise. What was he doing here? Yet, upon seeing Liang Wan, Su He broke into a smile, directing it pointedly at Xin Xiuhong. "Is the royal physician provided for General Xin not sufficient? Have you specifically summoned a disciple from Yaowang Valley?" Xin Xiuhong, glancing at Liang Wan from the corner of his eye, refused to meet her gaze. "You might as well inquire whether this person possesses any medical skills," he replied. Liang Wan found his words rather disconcerting. Seeking solace in the barrage of comments, she discovered the audience was in fits of laughter. "Ha! Only Liang Wan's wounded world has come to fruition. Liang Wan, you too are so aloof, so remarkable. You argue while using me as a comparison. Liang Wan, I seem to be superfluous here." Her instincts had proven correct. Liang Wan shot an indignant glance at the two. Yet she dared not provoke Suhi, simmering in silence. Hearing Shin Xiuhong's words, Suhi, instead, appeared intrigued, turning his attention to Liang Wan, the individual before her. Though a man, possessed an exquisite demeanor, with a complexion that was fair and smooth, exhibiting a slight flush from prolonged travel, which alleviated the pallor he had displayed in recent days. His stature was diminutive, particularly when contrasted with Shin Xiuhong, rendering him almost feminine in form. Suhi gazed intently at Liang Wan for an extended period, to the point where Shin Xiuhong grew somewhat impatient and remarked, "Step aside." Suhi said nothing in response. Yielding a passage, Liang Wan swiftly maneuvered past him, and once she accompanied Shin Xiuhong into a tent, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 142. How is he here? As Shin Xiuhong was about to speak, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Liang Wan, who felt compelled to first address her inquiry. Suhi has been dispatched by the king to assist me in investigating the matter of the poisoning. Poisoning the river? How amusing it is to send the very instigator of the poisoning to investigate the incident. Shin Xiuhong, rather than being incensed by her remarks, found himself, for the first time, appreciating Liang Wan's ability to articulate her thoughts. Yet, he chose not to linger on this topic and shifted the conversation. The circumstances you faced in Yaowang Valley have already been conveyed to me by Master Beizhu Men. After all, you have relayed some intelligence on our behalf. As a gesture of gratitude, you may reside here from now on. Liang Wan then took note of the modest furnishings within the tent. There were no elaborate decorations, only a bed, a table, and a bedside cabinet. The bedding appeared to be newly purchased, neatly arranged at the foot of the bed. Life in the military encampment would be less luxurious than her time at Yaowang Valley, but she would have to adapt. Having grown accustomed to his straightforward manner, Liang Wan felt no discontent and simply nodded in agreement. I will be in the adjacent tent. If you require anything, feel free to come find me here. To think it was so close by. Liang Wan was slightly taken aback. Shin Xiuhong proved quite reliable when he chose to remain silent. After all, he genuinely fulfilled the commitments he made to others. This alleviated her concerns about Suhi potentially ambushing her in the middle of the night. However, she was reminded that Suhi was also nearby, and she should exercise caution while sleeping at night. Liang Wan, I spoke too soon. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she timidly inquired, could Suhi truly be audacious enough to dare to kill me within your military camp? Shin Xiuhong cast her a sidelong glance and replied, It's hard to say. Liang Wan exclaimed, What do you mean it's hard to say? Didn't you promise my master to ensure my safety? Shin Xiuhong, however, nonchalantly remarked, Are you unaware of the terms under which your master negotiated for your entry into the Shin military camp? Liang Wan was taken aback. What do you mean? Your master merely requested that I provide you shelter. He did not obligate me to guarantee your safety. Liang Wan protested, That cannot be taken at face value. She attempted to argue further. Shin Xiuhong, however, ceased her jesting. I will assign guards to closely monitor your quarters. If all goes as anticipated, he shall not engage you within the camp. With this assurance from Shin Xiuhong, Liang Wan felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, as night fell, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The sound of clanking armor occasionally echoed outside the tent. She sat up and quietly approached the entrance. The tent was merely draped with fabric. She cautiously lifted a section between the layers, revealing one eye to peek outside. Indeed, Shin Xiuhong had stationed guards outside her tent. To avoid drawing attention, they maintained a distance from her, but it still offered her a measure of comfort. Shin Xiuhong's kindness towards Wan often goes unnoticed, yet fortunately, Wan is aware of it. However, she struggles to perceive it fully. Liang Wan rolled her eyes at the sky, thinking to herself that she was certainly no ingrate. How could she possibly overlook such gestures? Nevertheless, she considered that this might simply be a narrative device of the drama, and thus refrained from delving deeper into the intricacies. As she was lost in thought, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of someone emerging from a tent to her right. Liang Wan was taken aback. It was Suhi. He strolled leisurely, occasionally glancing around. When Liang Wan noticed him looking in her direction, she hastily lowered the fabric. Suhi surely hasn't spotted Wan, has he? Chapter 143. He likely intended to take action against Wan, but upon seeing the two soldiers retreat, he refrained. Suhi dared not act. For Shin Xiuhong would not hesitate to exact retribution. Did General Shin develop feelings for Wan? There was no affection, yet with a murder occurring within his military camp, he would undoubtedly pursue the matter to its conclusion, even if it were not for Wan's sake. He could not allow Suhi to disrupt the morale of his troops. Indeed, and keeping Shin Xiaohong here was merely a delaying tactic by the king. Should anything happen to Shin Xiaohong, so he would also be implicated. Liang Wan pondered these thoughts as she observed the barrage of comments. Shin Xiaohong was stationed here by royal decree, and yet, someone had the audacity to poison the place, leading to an outbreak of disease. Was this not a scheme devised by Su He and his superiors to entrap Shin Xiaohong? Alas, she knew nothing of the intrigues within the royal city. In the subsequent days, Liang Wan remained in a state of constant vigilance against Su He. Had she known he would be present, she would have declined the invitation from her master at the North Zhu Gate. She endeavored to avoid Su He, yet being confined to the military camp, devoid of any means to pass the time, was truly vexing. With nothing else to occupy her, she resolved to seek out Shin Xiaohong. As she approached the entrance of his tent, she first noticed Shin Xiaohong seated within, prompting her to step inside. Turning, she was startled to find Su He sitting beside him. Both appeared coldly indifferent, neither uttering a word. Upon hearing footsteps at the entrance, they instinctively lifted their gazes toward Liang Wan. Liang Wan thought to herself, "Is it still possible for me to flee now?" The scene was somewhat awkward. Having watched 2 episodes, Liang Wan felt that Su He appeared more agreeable. "Sister, you truly have no standards," someone remarked. With Su He as a backdrop, Shin Xiaohong seemed even more handsome. General Shin was already striking in his own right. As the comments flowed, Liang Wan unconsciously directed her gaze towards Shin Xiaohong. Today, he donned only a golden soft armor, his strong and resolute hands cradling a teacup, while his phoenix eyes radiated a steadfast brilliance. He merely glanced at Liang Wan, and in that fleeting moment, she sensed a subtle difference in him compared to their previous encounters. Could it be due to Su He's presence? "What brings you here?" Shin Xiaohong's voice interrupted Liang Wan's reverie. She cast a glance at Su He and replied, "It's quite dull in the army. So I was wondering if there's anything I could assist you with. Are the people from Yaowang Valley so casual that they forego even the slightest formality before General Shin?" Before Shin Xiaohong could respond, Su He spoke coldly. Liang Wan was about to defend herself when Shin Xiaohong interjected, "In my army, such empty courtesies are unnecessary." Liang Wan's mouth, which had been opened to speak, instantly closed, and she offered a smile towards Su He. Upon seeing her smile, Su He seemed momentarily taken aback. Then, Shin Xiaohong continued, "I do not require anyone to attend to me." Liang Wan furrowed her brow. Surely he did not think she had come to serve him? "Actually, I am not. I have matters to discuss with young Master Su. Please step outside." Before Liang Wan could further clarify, Shin Xiaohong had already dismissed her. Reluctantly, she exited the tent. She cast a glance at the sky. It was still early, and he began to scroll through the comments. Does Su He have feelings for Wan Wan? What? Is there actually a male love interest? Su He is a woman. There is no male love interest. Primarily, Su He thinks Wan Wan is a man. Why does every supporting character seem to be infatuated with the female lead? Chapter 144. Yi Qingzhou, just assume I am dead. Su He is a woman? Liang Wan could hardly contain her astonishment. She instinctively turned her gaze towards the tent behind her, recalling Su He's visage. And she finally understood why that face always appeared so peculiar. It was because Su He was indeed a woman, perhaps deliberately disfigured, as her face always appeared rather unkempt. Su He is a woman. Su He is a woman. This revelation was so shocking that Liang Wan stood outside Shin Xiaohong's tent in a daze for quite some time. If Su He is a woman, how did she become the crown prince's companion? No wonder the rumors suggested that he seldom attended banquets, as he must have feared exposure in front of too many people. Does that imply that Shin Xiaohong was also unaware of Su He's true identity? But why would Su He disguise herself as a woman? She glanced at Su He's tent. The soldiers who were supposed to guard it were conspicuously absent, leaving the area feeling somewhat desolate. Perhaps there might be some clues to uncover in her quarters? As this thought crossed her mind, Liang Wan found herself unconsciously moving towards Su He's tent. She parted the tent's fabric and stepped inside, first surveying her surroundings. The decorations within the tent were largely uniform, except that Su He had transformed the table into a writing desk, cluttered with various items. Liang Wan approached to take a closer look. The desk was strewn with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, and on the yellowed paper were hastily scrawled lines of text. Written in traditional characters, it was evident that as the crown prince's companion, Su He possessed a fluid and vigorous script, demonstrating remarkable calligraphic skill. Liang Wan meticulously examined all the papers on the desk, yet ultimately discovered nothing of significance. Indeed, if she could merely waltz in and sift through them to uncover clues, it would hardly signify the prowess of a formidable antagonist. Upon returning to her quarters, she found that Shin Xiaohong had sent for her once more. Liang Wan felt a sense of bewilderment. Just earlier, he had been eager to dismiss her, and now he wished to summon her again. As she entered the tent, she was relieved to find that Su-He had already departed. Shin Xiaohong wasted no time and directly inquired, "What was the purpose of your earlier visit?" Liang Wan, puzzled, responded, "Was it not already conveyed? Has your esteemed memory faltered? It has been but a short while, and you have already forgotten?" Her retort momentarily startled Shin Xiaohong. Did she genuinely wish to assist? Noticing the expression on Shin Xiaohong's face, Liang Wan realized he had perhaps misinterpreted her intentions. "I was simply feeling rather bored in the tent and thought to inquire if you required any assistance." Shin Xiaohong acknowledged her with a non-committal sound, seemingly at a loss for words. An awkward silence enveloped the tent. After ensuring the surroundings were momentarily secure, Liang Wan quietly approached Shin Xiaohong and whispered, "General Shun, are you aware that Su-He is a woman?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Shin Xiaohong's eyes, followed by a furrowing of his brow, his expression laden with incredulity. After a prolonged pause, he finally asked, "Are you certain?" "It should be without doubt," she affirmed. Liang Wan sighed, pondering that Shin Xiaohong truly seemed unaware of this matter. It appeared that, apart from the Su family, no one else in this world was privy to such a secret. "How did you discover it?" Shin Xiaohong suddenly inquired. Liang Wan paused for a moment, then replied with conviction, "Naturally, I saw it." Shin Xiaohong remained silent. "Tell me, why does Su-He disguise herself as a man and infiltrate the prince's side? Is there another ulterior motive at play?" Instead of contemplating her question, Shin Xiaohong gazed at her in a daze. This only deepened Liang Wan's confusion. Did she have something unsightly on her face? "Shin Xiaohong, why don't you mention your own disguise as a man?" Chapter 145. Haha, General Shun is probably unaware that Wan is disguised as a man, right? We will find out later. There is no need to rush. Shin Xiaohong suddenly realized that his expression had been overly conspicuous. So he averted his gaze. "I am also unaware of the specifics." "Oh, do you not have any news from the royal city?" As the male lead, Shin Xiaohong should have at least planted a few informants in the royal city to relay messages at any time, right? Her assertion was indeed accurate. Shin Xiaohong replied nonchalantly, "I have not gleaned any useful information." Although he had informants in the royal city, his limited authority meant that the information he could obtain was scant, far from reaching the power center. Should this war conclude victoriously, he might have some opportunities. Lost in thought, Shin Xiaohong handed a piece of letter to Liang Wan. "Take a look at this." Liang Wan took the letter and read it. Astonished, they discovered it so quickly? The letter was sent from the Medicine King Valley, and just yesterday, after Liang Wan had departed, the North Zhu Gate discovered a sample of poison made from ginger huai stone in Xingyu's chamber. The public had only just learned that the plague was caused by poisoning. "My people have already sent word to the royal city. It is likely that the culprit will be apprehended within a few days." "Is it just Xingyu?" Liang Wan inquired, frowning. Currently, all evidence pointed towards the senior sister Xingyu from the Medicine King Valley, and all other leads also indicated her involvement. In other words, there is currently no trace of others to be found? Shin Xiaohong nodded. "Isn't that rather convenient for Yuqizhou? Yuqizhou has been evading capture for quite some time. I have already dispatched Qi Xiao and Su-He to the Yaowang Valley to apprehend him." "You sent Su-He to capture him?" "It is his task, why not?" Liang Wan could not think of a rebuttal, and then suddenly realized, indeed, he should not solely indulge in mischief without contributing to the cleanup. Shin Xiaohong unexpectedly curved his lips and let out a soft laugh. This was the first time Liang Wan had witnessed Shin Xiaohong smile, due to her words. He usually maintained a stern demeanor towards her, but now his brows and eyes were softened, revealing a touch of tenderness. It seemed he actually looked quite handsome. Liang Wan placed the letter back on the desk, and her gaze caught a glimpse of a piece of paper, prompting her to ask, "What is this?" Shin Xiaohong glanced down, picking up the letter. "It is a correspondence from the royal city. May I take a look?" The paper contained no confidential information, so Shin Xiaohong handed it over to her. Liang Wan scrutinized the letter from top to bottom, her expression turning solemn. "I believe I have seen this handwriting before." Liang Wan examined it twice more, ultimately affirming, "It is indeed from Yi Qingzhou's secret chamber. The handwriting on those letters in his chamber closely resembles that of this writer." Liang Wan studied it once more. Indeed, Shin Xiaohong took the letter from his hand. This missive was not penned by his subordinate, but rather by the King of Wei. How could there be any connection to the King of Wei? Liang Wan recalled the contents of the letter, which were predominantly expressions of goodwill. suggesting a certain camaraderie between them. Could it be that he has been betrayed by a close friend? What Liang Wan contemplated transformed into a narrative voiceover, prompting a flurry of comments. This letter must be from the King of Wei. Shen Qiuhong's only connection in the royal city has been severed. Per General Shen, his faith has crumbled. The path has turned dark, my friends.